Good news. She has been reborn, and in the world of Harry Potter no less. Bad news. She finds herself in Norway, a far cry from the protagonists of the story. Just as Elaine despaired of ever connecting with Hogwarts, a letter brought by an owl from the Scottish Highlands arrived, heralding the beginning of her destiny's unfolding. Elaine quickly adapted to life at Hogwarts, attending classes, reading, exploring at night, and gossiping with her badger friends. Life was fulfilling and carefree, yet why did their gazes toward her seem increasingly peculiar? Cedric. May I invite you to be my dance partner? The twins. Hey, look what we found. A mischievous little badger. Draco, Miss Variable, I've caught you. Harry. Perhaps you have a fondness for the golden snitch. Chapter 1. The Owl. In 1991 at Bird Manor in Norway, as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, an owl weary from its long journey, delivered a letter from the Scottish Highlands. Elaine opened the window to let the poor owl in. It was her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, following her prior acceptance to Durmstrang Academy. The Bird family, being a pure-blood wizarding lineage from Norway, was unsurprisingly acknowledged by Durmstrang, especially considering her father, Honored, the current head of the Bird family, was a graduate of that institution. Yet, why would Hogwarts accept her? She was neither born in the UK nor had ever lived there. But who could care? It was Hogwarts, a sanctuary revered by countless fans of the series. The moment she laid eyes on the acceptance letter, Elaine made her decision. She swiftly produced a quill and began to write to her father, Honored, whose whereabouts were unknown. Dear father, how have you been lately? I have planted a new variety of yellow roses in the garden. They are utterly beautiful. Not long ago I received an acceptance letter from Durmstrang, and just this morning an owl delivered a letter from Hogwarts. Though this may come as a great surprise, I hope you will support my decision that, missing you dearly, Elaine. She sealed the letter with wax, knowing the owl would carry it to her father. Shasha, prepare breakfast. The house elf Shasha promptly responded, dutifully preparing the morning meal for her young mistress. As Elaine sat before her vanity, gazing into the mirror, she admired her reflection. Golden hair cascading down to her waist, eyes as clear as the sky, and delicate features framed by long lashes, she smiled brightly, a radiant expression. This was a visage entirely unlike her former self. Yes, her former self. In her previous life, she had been an ordinary university student of the 21st century, who perished in an earthquake only to find herself reborn as a newborn infant. As she gradually matured, she realized she had seemingly entered a renowned children's literary world. Regrettably, she was in Norway, 1,000 miles away from the illustrious main characters. Just when Elaine thought she would have to wait until the Triwizard Tournament to visit Hogwarts, she was given the opportunity to attend. What? You say her father has not yet consented to her attending Hogwarts? Elaine could assure you he would undoubtedly agree. In this lifetime, her mother had succumbed to complications shortly after her birth, leaving her father to raise her alone, granting her every wish. Thus, Elaine's worldview had already been shaped. Otherwise, anyone else would have been spoiled beyond reason. After Shasha quietly placed breakfast aside, she vanished, as Elaine preferred the house elf to maintain silence, having spent considerable time teaching her to do so. After breakfast, Elaine made her way to the library, responding to the inquiries and greetings from the portraits along the way. The Bird family, with its long-standing heritage, possessed many rare and invaluable tomes, and she often nestled in the library, perusing the books. This world was wondrous and magnificent, beckoning her to delve into its mysteries. Books at any time were the most profound vessels for truth and wisdom. In addition to the library, the greenhouse was another of Elaine's frequent haunts. This passion was one she had carried over from her previous life. Tending to plants brought her joy. Almost all the flora in the manor had been arranged under her direction. A week after receiving her letter, Honored returned to Bird Manor, clad in a long black coat and carrying a leather briefcase. He was tall, with fair skin, golden hair and blue eyes, a quintessential Norwegian appearance. Where is Elaine? Is she in the library or the greenhouse? Honored inquired as he handed his briefcase to a nearby house elf. His clever daughter was so intelligent and quick-witted. She had been surrounded by books and plants since the age of 3. The young mistress is in the library and has requested not to be disturbed. The house elf tugged at its large ears, its voice high-pitched. It is my fault. I have not served the master and young mistress well. Enough, attend to your own tasks, Honored commanded, his demeanor cool. When Elaine finally emerged from the sea of books, she learned that Honored had returned home. With light steps she hurried to the study. Since Honored had taken a position at the Norwegian Ministry of Magic 2 years prior, he had often been away, and during his rare days at home, the study occupied most of his time. Father. She pushed open the door to find Honored seated at a grand birch desk, handling documents, a large bouquet of yellow roses placed atop it. Upon hearing Elaine's voice, Honored smiled and rose to embrace his daughter, who had leaped into his arms. Father. Elaine exclaimed, squeezing him tightly, you have no idea how much I've missed you. What is it that you miss? I suspect you are more interested in the gifts I brought, Honor teased, well aware of his daughter's nature. How could that be? I am of course thinking of you, father. Gifts are secondary. Elaine blinked her large eyes, wearing a hopeful expression. Honor chuckled and patted her head. The gift is already in your bedroom. Go and unwrap it. I have some matters to attend to. Yay. I love you, father. She raised her hands to form a heart shape and gleefully dashed toward her room as the sun sank lower in the sky, casting an orange hue across the manor. Honored finally emerged from the study. The two then enjoyed a bountiful dinner together, for the Bird family had no rule against speaking during meals. Elaine chattered excitedly about all that had transpired during Honored's absence, particularly emphasizing her desire to attend Hogwarts. Have you made your decision? Honored queried. Absolutely. Please let me go to Hogwarts, father. Elaine clasped her hands together, her face alight with longing. Honored nodded in agreement, then shifted to another matter. Then we shall depart for England tomorrow. Wait, so soon? Elaine was taken aback. It was only early August, and there was still ample time before school commenced. I believe I will have about a week of free time. He rubbed his temples. The Birds have a castle in England where you can reside. Elaine hesitated, wanting to mention that Hogwarts only had breaks during Christmas and summer, spending the majority of the year within its walls. However, considering the distance between Norway and the UK, she accepted the arrangement. As for the timing, she had long since become accustomed to it. Honored was perpetually busy. Chapter 2. On Diagon Alley. Thus, at the break of dawn the next day, they set foot upon the soil of England. The experience of using the portkey was rather unpleasant, especially given the lengthy transfer. Elaine felt as though she had been thrust into a washing machine, spinning endlessly, her stomach churning violently. It was not until they had rested for a good 10 minutes that she mustered the energy to survey the imposing castle before her. Situated in the Scottish Highlands, this castle exuded a solemn grandeur, markedly different from the refreshing natural beauty of the Norwegian bird estate. The castle was established on a small island at the heart of a lake, surrounded by water on all sides, with a long bridge spanning the surface to connect the forest on the shore to the castle itself. The main structure showcased a textured gray-white façade, with towering circular turrets rising majestically, encircled by confusion charms and muggle-repelling spells. It appeared more like a fortress, with its bridge over the water and narrow windows serving as common defensive measures. Had no wizard ever resided here? As Elaine ascended the spiral staircase of the Grand Hall, she noted the various landscape paintings adorning the walls, but saw no portraits of wizards. Perhaps there had been long ago, but that was far too distant a memory. Honored, following closely behind her, remarked, "Why not take a look at your bedroom?" Elaine's quarters were located on the 3rd floor, painted in a lively shade of pale green. From the reliefs to the carpets, the lighting fixtures to the 4-poster bed, even the vase of yellow roses were identical to those in the estate, and this familiar environment quickly allowed her to relax. With exuberance, Elaine dashed over to snatch the newspaper from Honored's hands. "Father, you would never guess what I've discovered." Honored, unperturbed by the theft of his newspaper, had grown accustomed to the echoes of Elaine's cheers and gasps resonating throughout the castle as she engaged in her treasure-hunting escapades. "Let me guess, this time it's a chest of jewels or a secret chamber beneath the floor, or perhaps gold hidden in the crevices." "None of those." Sasha found a room inside the tower inscribed with ancient runes. This marked Elaine's first encounter with something connected to magic. Upon recalling the gold and jewels she had previously unearthed, she frowned slightly, pondering what the castle's former owner might have been up to. Clearly, they were adept at hiding things. If only she had a metal detector, it would surely be beeping incessantly. At her words, Honored's demeanor grew considerably more serious. "Take me to see it. It's just through here." They descended to the base of the tower, pushing open a concealed door, and traversing a narrow tunnel. Honored held his wand aloft, bending slightly as he led the way, with Elaine following closely behind. At the tunnel's end stood a heavy door, which he scrutinized intently. The room beyond was cavernous and rugged, starkly contrasting with the castle's grandiose style. It was barren, seemingly hewn from solid stone, devoid of any embellishments. Sasha mentioned these are ancient runes. Elaine observed the strange symbols that adorned the entire room, perplexed. "This isn't ancient runes, it's a magic circle," Honored corrected her. "A magic circle?" Elaine gasped. "Isn't that something that has long been lost to time?" Magic circles had vanished from the modern wizarding world, with only a few ancient tomes preserving their mention. In ancient times, wizards employed magic circles for curses, slaughter, and protection, far more potent than contemporary spells, demanding greater skill from the caster. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a teleportation circle, though I cannot ascertain whether it is directional or not. Can it still be used? Enough of today's treasure hunt. It's time you rested, Honored interjected with a smile, stifling Elaine's eager curiosity. "I shall seal this room." Very well. Elaine pouted, noting the gentle demeanor of his smile belied the finality of his words. In the quiet of the night, an owl flapped its wings as it soared into the distance. Early August on Diagon Alley was not crowded, as most first-year students would wait until closer to the start of term to procure their supplies. Elaine and Honored emerged from the fireplace of the leaky cauldron, with their house elf trailing behind. Their first destination was Gringotts. The British Gringotts bore no discernible difference from its Norwegian counterpart. Upon entering the grand hall, they approached a goblin, and Elaine produced her vault key. This was her personal vault. Most of her mother's wealth had been bequeathed to her, and the Bird family assets continuously funneled gold into it. Sir, I need to transfer my vault. Elaine rapped on the counter. The goblin inspected the key for a moment, then inquired, esteemed guest, are you certain you wish to transfer your vault from the Norwegian Gringotts to the British Gringotts? Indeed, please proceed, she replied. She would be studying in England for 7 years, and transferring her vault would alleviate many concerns. The goblin produced several sheets of parchment, upon which Elaine signed in succession. Throughout her conversation with the goblin, Honored stood silently beside her, the usually aloof head of the Bird family only displaying warmth in the presence of his daughter. Father, will you join me in the vault later? Elaine asked. Honored slowly shook his head. What are you intending to purchase? Elaine retrieved her acceptance letter. First years were required to acquire wands, uniforms, textbooks, and cauldrons. She had no intention of buying a pet, as she could bring an owl from home. Once you have finished your shopping, you may return directly through the leaky cauldron. I have some matters to attend to. With that, he handed her a pocket watch. Elaine accepted it, and upon inspecting it, discovered a photo of their family of 3 nestled within. Her father and mother were gently playing with the infant in their arms. The pocket watch was enchanted with a seamless extension charm. I hope you will make good use of it. Honored ruffled her hair, and then turned his serious gaze to the house elf. Sasha, take good care of my daughter. Rest assured, master. Sasha will take excellent care of Miss. The elf replied. Shortly after Honored departed, the goblin returned to finalize the arrangements. Elaine, accompanied by Sasha, followed the goblin's lead to the vault. The minecart halted in front of vault number 693, having delved deep underground, where they could even catch sight of a dragon guarding the vault. The guiding goblin first caressed the vault's entrance, then signaled for Elaine to approach. Using her key, she unlocked the door. To be honest, she was uncertain of the exact contents within the vault. Holding up a lamp, she stepped inside while the goblin and Sasha waited at the entrance. Inside, she beheld a treasure trove of galleons, with various gemstones scattered about. In one corner lay several chests, and upon opening them, she found most contained jewelry engraved with their family crest, alongside some ominous dark magical artifacts. Selecting a few exquisite pieces of jewelry and some galleons to stow within the pocket watch, she deliberately overlooked the magical items in the chests. Who knew what troubles those items might harbor? It would be unwise to take unnecessary risks without absolute power. Chapter 3. Beneath Diagon Alley. Upon exiting Gringotts, Elaine made a beeline for Ollivander's wand shop. The shop was modest in size, with shelves overflowing with various boxes of wands stacked haphazardly. Mr. Ollivander appeared to be tidying the wands while standing on a stool. As soon as Elaine pushed open the door, he glided toward her with an air of ethereal grace. A rare sight indeed, a wizard from Norway. Indeed, Mr. Ollivander, she replied. I am Elaine Bird from Norway. Ollivander produced a measuring tape and inquired, which arm do you prefer to wield your wand? My right, sir. The tape measured not only her arm and knee but also her head circumference. As he took her measurements, he remarked, each Ollivander wand possesses extraordinary magical properties. Therein lies its essence. Most importantly, the wand chooses the wizard. From the second shelf, Ollivander extracted a wand and turned to present it to her. Give this one a try, phoenix feather, made of elder wood 12 inches. Elaine accepted the wand and gave it a flick, only for the nearby wand shelf to topple over, sending wands crashing to the ground. Clearly, this elderwood wand was not suited to her. It is quite customary for wizards to struggle in finding a wand that suits them on their first attempt. Most individuals must endure several trials before discovering the perfect match. Ollivander, murmuring to himself, meticulously searched through the well-maintained shelves, layer by layer, until he extracted a wand from the very topmost shelf. Give this a try. It features a phoenix feather core, crafted from yew wood, measuring 11 inches in length. With a commendable degree of flexibility, she took the wand in her hands, feeling a surge of power coalesce at her fingertips. With a gentle flick, a radiant yellow sunflower blossomed at the tip of the wand. Ollivander leaned in closer, his pale eyes fixated upon her. The phoenix feather is among the rarest of wand cores, and is quite particular in its choice of owner. As far as she knew, only Dumbledore possessed a phoenix in all of Britain. Its rarity is unquestionable. The Yewood wand is especially adept at merging with its wielder, exhibiting a remarkable sensitivity, and typically selects a master with a pure heart and passionate interests. Wands choose their wizards. He waved another wand, and the recently toppled shelves and scattered wands returned to their rightful places with remarkable order. Elaine caressed the wand in her hands. Its surface was smooth, and the handle bore intricately carved horizontal grooves, causing a radiant smile to blossom on her face. I adore it. That will be 7 galleons. She paid the 7 galleons, and now it belonged to her. Prior to this day, Elaine, like most young witches, had been confined to using a child's wand, restricted by her juvenile wand. She could only perform simple spells that required minimal magical energy, though this was also partly due to her own limited magical capacity. Madame Malkin, the proprietor of the robe shop, was a plump witch who appeared exceedingly amiable. My dear, it's quite rare for a first year to shop in Diagon Alley this early. There's still a considerable time before school begins. Elaine opened her arms, allowing the measuring tape to accurately gauge her dimensions. Yes, madam. I thought arriving early might help me avoid the throngs of people. Can these robes be embroidered with the bird family crest? In addition to her school uniform, she had also ordered several stylish dresses. Once completed, the garments would be directly delivered to the castle by Owl. Of course, our craftsmanship is unrivaled. Even Mrs. Malfoy frequently orders robes from our establishment. After finalizing the details of her clothing with Madame Malkin, Elaine turned and ventured into the adjacent bookstore. In Flourish and Blots, one could find all the prescribed textbooks for Hogwarts. The shelves were brimming with books, some even reaching the ceiling. Beyond the textbooks, she stumbled upon several intriguing titles, such as the Invisibility Book and Fantastic Beasts, a guide to magical creatures. The apothecary offered an array of cauldrons in various sizes and materials, all compliant with Hogwarts specifications. At the Gladrags Wizardware, Elaine awaited the attendant to gather the materials she required. This shop specialized in selling various potion ingredients. A slender, smooth-haired wizard clad in a black cloak entered, his demeanor cold and his voice low. I need some African tree snake skin, and a few siren feathers. As the shopkeeper retrieved the feathers from the shelf, he remarked, Professor Snape, we still have some siren feathers left, but we are out of stock on the African tree snake skin. Elaine noted the title of the shopkeeper's address. Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts. A master potion maker, a double agent, and a focal character in fanfiction. He appeared younger than his on-screen portrayal, with a prominent hooked nose, pale complexion, and furrowed brows. When will they be available? Probably next month. You know, it's not the shedding season for the African tree snake, so acquiring them will take some time. He seemed poised to say more when a voice interrupted him. Miss, here are the items you requested. The attendant approached Elaine with a bundle of potion ingredients. Would you like to check them? Elaine shook her head, signaling for the attendant to package them directly. At this moment, Snape cast her a glance, assessing her momentarily before glancing at the items in the attendant's hands and slowly speaking. Jumping mushroom caps, 2-ear grass twigs, and troll snot. I don't recall anything on the first-year materials list including these items. She paused for a moment before responding slowly. Professor Snape, perhaps there is no rule that prohibits first years from purchasing materials beyond the list. He appeared even more unfriendly. If I recall correctly, the invisibility potion is a 5th-year subject. Professor, I never claimed I was brewing it myself. With that, Elaine offered him a shy and demure smile, as if the words just spoken bore no relation to her. Of course, this was a fabrication. The invisibility potion was intended for her nocturnal escapades, and she would indeed be the one brewing it. Given her wand limitations, potion making was her sole avenue for engaging in magical practice. Through extensive practice, her potion-making skills had far surpassed those of her peers. This seemed to leave Snape momentarily taken aback, and he shot her a cold glance. Elaine remained silent. Clearly, offending a professor before the term even commenced was unwise. After Sasha took possession of the packaged materials, Elaine politely bid him farewell. Goodbye, Professor Snape. I wish you a splendid day. Encountering the Dark Lord did not disconcert her. She continued to roam Diagon Alley with enthusiasm, exploring every shop. With her perfect outing in Diagon Alley concluded, she returned to the castle as evening approached, while Onad returned home exhausted well past midnight. In the following days, Elaine busied herself at the castle, previewing textbooks, tending to the garden, and brewing the invisibility potion. Onad, unable to remain home for an entire week, hastily departed England the day after returning from Diagon Alley. Chapter 4. The Beginning of Term. September 1st, King's Cross Station. Elaine navigated through the platforms, filled with anticipation for the journey ahead. She had already spotted several children, much like herself, pushing luggage and carrying owl cages. Platform 9 3/4 found it. Between platforms 9 and 10, she nervously closed her eyes and dashed forward with determination. Before she even opened her eyes, a cacophony of sounds enveloped her ears. The train whistled loudly, luggage scraped against the ground amidst the hoots of owls, and adults conversed excitedly, creating a lively yet chaotic atmosphere. This scene had appeared countless times in her dreams. The train was packed with boisterous students, and Elaine struggled to weave through them, attempting to find a seat towards the rear. She pulled open the door to one compartment, only to find a boy already seated inside. Hesitating for a moment, she pointed to the seat across from him. "Hello, may I sit here?" Of course he nodded. He had noticed her outside the station, amidst the bustling crowd. She resembled a lively little bird, her golden hair radiating vitality. "I'm Elaine Bird, a first-year student this year." As they sat facing each other, Elaine beamed as she introduced herself. "Cedric Diggory," he replied, gesturing to the emblem on his chest, "a student of Hufflepuff." The emblem, composed of yellow and black, featured a badger at its center. Cedric Diggory. Elaine scrutinized him carefully. The third-year boy already exhibited signs of refinement. He had fair skin, dark hair, a straight nose, and captivating gray eyes. Truly, he embodied the charm that garnered him numerous admirers among Hufflepuff. "Is there something on my face?" He felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze. No, upperclassman, please don't misunderstand. I'm simply awestruck by how handsome you are." She was momentarily stunned by his good looks. Cedric felt a slight warmth on his cheeks. Such unembellished praise evoked a measure of shyness within him. "Thank you." On the platform, children and their parents bid farewell before chasing playfully aboard the train. Cedric followed Elaine's gaze. There stood the Weasley family, predominantly members of Gryffindor, among whom a pair of twins were particularly boisterous. Kind-hearted Cedric could not bring himself to speak ill of others, opting instead to describe them as lively. However, Elaine, privy to the narrative, understood that the Weasley twins were far more than merely spirited. They were the kings of mischief. Beyond her prior knowledge of them, the Weasley family was quite renowned in Britain, albeit not held in high esteem among pureblood families. Additionally, their numerous family members often incited envy among wizards teetering on the brink of extinction. As the train traversed the boundless fields, it gently approached the cradle of the wizarding world in Britain. Elaine stifled a yawn, leaning back in her seat to catch up on sleep. Having been too excited to rest the previous night, she now struggled to keep her eyes open. As for Cedric, after a brief conversation, he was called away by his companions. It was then that an announcement echoed through the carriage. "We will arrive at Hogwarts in 15 minutes. Please leave your luggage in the carriage, as it will be taken to the school by designated personnel." Only then did she realize that night had fallen. Beneath the somber night sky, the silhouette of the undulating mountains became faintly visible as the train began to slow. Elaine changed into her robes and joined the throng, arriving at a small, dark platform. "First years, come this way. Are there any first years with me? Walk carefully now, first years, follow me." The newcomers closely trailed the half-giant Hagrid along a narrow and steep path, shrouded in darkness. Glimmers of light flickered. Someone's wand illuminated the way, prompting a cascade of lights that temporarily dispelled the encroaching gloom. Hermione, amidst the crowd, felt her apprehension deepen as she surveyed the lights around her. Compared to the wizard she had been exposed to since childhood, she felt at a considerable disadvantage. If she did not exert herself, she feared she would fall further behind. Thus, she began muttering incantations, causing the nearby first years to look at her with alarm as they heard her rapidly reciting textbook content. After traversing the narrow path, a vast, dark lake came into view. Elaine tucked her wand into her sleeve and boarded a small boat with 3 unfamiliar first years, gliding across the glassy surface of the water. The majestic castle loomed between the cliffs, surrounded by towering spires, while beneath the vast canopy of stars, tiny lights twinkled. In stark contrast to the bustling Beauxbatons castle, the ancient Hogwarts castle stood quietly, gazing upon the throngs of students with a watchful, inclusive demeanor. Now, she too would become one of them. "Duck down," Hagrid bellowed. The boats carried the first years through a vine-covered cliff, and along a dark waterway beneath the castle for some time before finally docking at an underground harbor. Disembarking, they ascended the hillside, climbing stone steps until they halted before a massive wooden door. Professor McGonagall awaited them there. After Hagrid entrusted the first years to Professor McGonagall, he departed. She briefly introduced the 4 houses and the house cup at the entrance, then led the first years to a small chamber beside the great hall to wait. Elaine straightened her robes, the air thick with anticipation as everyone buzzed with excitement about the sorting. After a while, Professor McGonagall ushered everyone into the great hall. Upperclassmen sat at 4 long tables, offering them a salute, while thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating the hall. The enchanted ceiling reflected the night sky, dotted with captivating stars. The professors occupied a long table at the front, and at its center sat a wizard with a long white beard. The greatest wizard of the century, Dumbledore. The first years stood at the front alongside Professor McGonagall. Before the sorting ceremony commenced, Professor Dumbledore had a few words to share. I have a few important announcements to make as we embark on this new school year. Dumbledore rose. His voice not loud but clear enough for the entire hall to hear. First years, be advised, no student is permitted to enter the Forbidden Forest, which is off limits. He emphasized this while looking pointedly towards Gryffindor's direction. Additionally, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested I remind you that the corridor to the right on the 3rd floor is also forbidden. If you wish to avoid a most unfortunate fate, do not venture there. Thank you. The 3rd floor corridor. Elaine recalled that it seemed to be designed for the trials of Harry and his friends. Chapter 5. Potions Class. Professor McGonagall then produced a tattered hat, placing it on a stool. After the sorting hat sang its traditional song in its raspy voice, the ceremony officially commenced. Hannah Abbott. Iron-willed Hannah, the perennial star. Elaine Bird. Elaine took a seat on the stool, allowing the wide brim of the hat to obscure her eyes. Let me see where to place this little witch from Norway. What a clever mind, filled with wisdom, curiosity, loyalty, and innocence. Both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are splendid choices. Elaine pondered the 2 houses. Ravenclaw resided in the tower, while Hufflepuff was by the kitchens. Did she even need to make a choice? Please let me join Hufflepuff. The sorting hat honored her wish, proclaiming loudly, Hufflepuff. Thunderous applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table as Elaine removed the hat and joyfully ran toward the long table. Cedric waved to her, a welcoming smile on his face. The sorting ceremony continued, and as in the original tale, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were subsequently sorted into Gryffindor. When the last student had been sorted, the hall erupted into even more fervent applause. It seemed everyone was famished. Professor Dumbledore stood, his face beaming with warmth as he looked at the students, arms wide open, proclaiming, "Welcome to Hogwarts, and to a new academic year. You lot. Numbskulls. Crybabies. Rascals. Thank you all." The long tables overflowed with an abundance of food. Elaine selected lamb chops, bacon, vegetable soup, and grape juice. As everyone immersed themselves in the feast, the ghosts drifted in from all directions. Elaine curiously observed the Hufflepuff ghost, Fat Friar, who appeared no different from a monk. Once everyone had indulged to their heart's content, the remaining food vanished from the tables, replaced by an array of desserts and ice cream. Although she was already full, it is well known that the stomach for main courses and desserts are separate. Thus, Elaine unabashedly took a fruit pie and strawberry pudding to sample, finding them delightful. She absolutely adored Hogwarts. Eventually, the desserts disappeared, and the hall took on a solemn air. Dumbledore rose, his voice ringing out, "Now that everyone is sated, let us sing the school song together." With a flick of his wand, golden ribbons of text appeared above the dining tables. Choose your favorite tune, ready, sing. The school song was sung in a cacophony of melodies, with the Weasley twins' funeral march standing out distinctly. Judging by the reactions of those around, it seemed this was not their first time. After the song concluded, the first years followed the upperclassmen to their dormitories. The Hufflepuff prefect led them through the ever-shifting stairs, wide and narrow, towards the common room. The entrance to the Hufflepuff common room was a large wooden barrel. To enter, one had to tap the bottom of the barrel in rhythm with Helga Hufflepuff's cadence. If done correctly, a passage would reveal itself. The first years followed the prefect inside. A wrong tap would result in a deluge of vinegar, and they certainly did not wish to experience that sensation. Once everyone was inside the common room, the line was dismissed. In the lounge, 2 circular doors led to the male and female dormitories, where Elaine discovered her name outside the door of the third-to-last dormitory. Inside awaited a 4-poster bed, adorned with patchwork linens and drapes that epitomized the quintessential Hufflepuff colors, beside which lay a soft, warm yellow carpet. The brass fixtures exuded a cozy glow, complemented by a matching wooden desk and wardrobe. Elaine's roommate, Anna Brown, was a delightful girl with charming freckles. By the time they had organized their luggage, it was already late, and the weariness soon enveloped them, lulling them into slumber. The next morning, "Hurry up, Anna. We'll spend quite some time on the ladder." "I'm coming." After a hurried breakfast, Elaine and Anna dashed toward the potions classroom. They couldn't afford to be late for the first class. The potions classroom, situated in the dungeons, was decidedly chillier than other parts of the castle, a palpable first impression as they entered. The windows were tightly shut, the lighting dim, and shelves lined the walls, stocked with potion ingredients. Elaine felt as though she had stumbled into the lair of a wicked witch from a fairy tale, despite the fact that she too was a witch now. This lesson was shared with Ravenclaw, the most intellectually esteemed house at Hogwarts, with each house occupying its distinct side. At Hogwarts, nearly every class was a joint endeavor between two houses. They made their way to the Hufflepuff side. Shortly thereafter, Professor Snape strode in, his black cloak billowing behind him like dark waves, instantly silencing the classroom. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making," he intoned, his voice deep and resonant like the draw of a cello. "Given that there will be no foolish wand-waving here, many of you might find it hard to believe this is truly magic. I do not expect you to grasp the exquisite beauty of a cauldron steaming with fragrant vapors, the wondrous magic flowing through your veins." He continued, "I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew honor, and even transcend death, provided you are not the foolish imbeciles I often encounter." At this, the students instinctively recoiled, feeling as though the term foolish imbeciles was directed at them, prompting them to tread more cautiously. After attendance was taken, it was time for practical work in pairs. Snape instructed them to concoct a Scabbers potion. Honestly, dealing with slugs was rather unappealing, and Elaine grimaced, yet her hands worked diligently. Anna was busy crushing snake fangs. Professor Snape patrolled the classroom, always appearing silently behind them, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Compared to Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff bore the brunt of his acerbic remarks. "Remove your cauldron from the flames and add 2 porcupine quills. As I have emphasized," he instructed. "Then stir clockwise 5 times. A pink mist began to rise above the cauldron, indicating they were nearing completion. Once the potion turned blue, success would be theirs. "Done," Elaine exclaimed with a beaming smile, shaking the potion bottle in her hand. "It seems this girl, whose head is filled with nonsense, has begun to grow quite arrogant." Startled, Elaine felt a shiver run down her spine as Professor Snape stood behind her, his gaze piercing. "Professor," she stammered. Snape glanced at her before moving on to the next student, unleashing his sharp tongue. "Fool. Move your cauldron aside before adding. Use your giant troll brain and stir clockwise 5 times. As the class concluded, students rushed out of the classroom, fearing they might be engulfed by potions if they lingered a moment too long. Chapter 6, Cedric. Elaine and Anna made their way to the Great Hall. The intense focus required for potions had drained their energy, leaving only culinary delights to soothe their weary spirits. Anna, still shaken, placed a hand on her chest and exclaimed, "Merlin, Professor Snape is terrifying." Elaine nodded in agreement. "Cruel and unapproachable. My perfectly brewed potion earned me no extra points. He only smiles upon Slytherin students." Anna leaned in closer, whispering, "Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw aren't the worst. Gryffindor is. It said he has a deep-seated disdain for Gryffindor students." Elaine recalled the scenes from the original text where Gryffindor frequently lost points, resonating with her thoughts. "Hey Elaine, how was your first class?" Cedric, upon entering the Great Hall, noticed the girl grappling with a frown and a plate of steak. "Good afternoon, Diggory." Elaine's response was listless. He surveyed the room, observing that the first-year students all bore similar expressions. "What happened in class?" "We just finished potions." Cedric nodded knowingly. Indeed, the first class at Hogwarts with Professor Snape could be somewhat of a blow to one's confidence. Every professor has their own style. Not all are so severe. For instance, Professor McGonagall is fair, Professor Binns is knowledgeable, and our headmaster is quite amiable. Cedric was right. Professor Sprout was undoubtedly the gentlest and most optimistic witch at Hogwarts. In stark contrast to the trepidation of potions class, Elaine thrived during herbology that afternoon. 5 points to Hufflepuff for Miss Bird's correct answer. Congratulations to Miss Granger for 5 points to Gryffindor. Miss Bird and Miss Brown have completed the task first, earning 5 points. With her years of experience caring for plants, winning Professor Sprout's praise was a walk in the park. After class, Elaine did not return to the dormitory with Anna. She needed to head to the library to complete her assignments. This was a habit from her previous life, never bringing home what could be finished at school. The library, located on the 2nd floor of Hogwarts Castle, housed thousands of shelves filled with countless tomes. Madame Pants, the librarian, always kept a watchful eye on the students, ready to expel anyone who made noise or damaged books. Elaine first sought relevant materials in the book section before tackling her essays. She had to write an 8-inch potion essay and a 5-inch herbology essay, both extensions of classroom content, which posed no challenge for her. Having gathered her resources, it was now time to compose her papers. After extensive comparisons of various sources, and considering the properties of slugs and snake fangs, they cautiously selected the method outlined in the book Magical Potions and Elixirs, adhering to its descriptions. Notably, the characteristics of porcupine quills were imperative. It must be said that the pressure of studying at Hogwarts was practically negligible. With only 2 or 3 classes each day, no early or late study sessions, and no after-school tutoring, the coursework was engaging and relevant, ensuring direct employment in the magical world upon graduation. Such a school would have been highly coveted in her past life. The Hufflepuff common room radiated the essence of the house, characterized by a circular layout and a yellow-black color scheme. Sofas, a fireplace, bookshelves, and vibrant plants adorn the space, with windows revealing dandelions outside, creating a cozy atmosphere. A group of badgers huddled on the sofas, sharing snacks and gossip. As Elaine approached, they were discussing Cedric. "Elaine, would you like to join our Cedric Diggory fan club?" one girl inquired. "Cedric fan club?" "Yes, it's an organization devoted to the guardian of Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory. Many upperclassmen are members," they chimed in eagerly. The fan club's members spanned all 4 Hogwarts houses, boasting a considerable number. "Does Slytherin have members too?" someone asked, astonished. Of course. No one can resist Diggory's charm. Elaine pondered this. It was indeed true. Though merely a 3rd year, his handsome visage was already striking. Not to mention his excellent grades and gentle demeanor. Elaine agreed but politely declined. "Thank you, but no. By the way, Elaine, you seem to have a good rapport with Diggory. Did you know each other before? I saw you 2 talking together at lunch." The little badger beside me displayed an expression brimming with curiosity. "I merely encountered Senior Diggory on the train, having not known him prior. During lunch, he simply inquired about our class situation. If you doubt my words, you may ask Anna, who was right beside me at the time." Anna nodded in affirmation. The lack of fresh gossip left everyone somewhat disinterested, and the conversation swiftly shifted to the topic of the Savior. As a prominent figure in the British wizarding world, every action of the illustrious Harry Potter garnered immense attention, and many students spoke of him with admiration. "I wonder if he would consent to sign my autograph. How would you know unless you try? What if he agrees? Potter appears somewhat frail, quite unlike my previous imaginings. What did you envision him to be like?" She pondered sleepily before bed. Hufflepuff certainly has its ear to the ground. Elaine adapted well to life at Hogwarts, bustling from one classroom to another during the day. In the afternoon, she would write her assignments in the library, becoming familiar with Hermione, who often frequented the same space. In the evenings, she shared gossip with the warm and inviting Hufflepuff common room and the little badger, in an endless cycle. Her frequent accumulation of points also made her quite the celebrity at Hogwarts. Not only was she popular among the badgers, but it was also difficult for other houses to speak ill of her. After all, who could resist a beautiful badger with outstanding academic performance and a pleasant demeanor? In the eyes of the professors, she was undoubtedly an exemplary student, except for Professor Snape. It remained uncertain whether her previous encounter in Diagon Alley had left a negative impression on him, or if it was simply his disdain for any house other than Slytherin. Regardless, Professor Snape had never awarded her even a fraction of a point for her impeccable potion quality. Except for her assignments, of course. In her past life as a pure-blooded student of herbology, she was well-versed in crafting exceptional essays. Even someone as stringent as Snape had no choice but to grant her a satisfactory of her papers. Chapter 7 Draco. "Good morning, Anna." "Good morning, Elaine. What classes do we have today?" "Let me see Transfiguration, Charms, and Astronomy tonight," Elaine replied as she flipped through the timetable. "Which house are we sharing classes with?" "Ravenclaw." "No, it's Slytherin." "Ah." Elaine fell silent for a moment, observing Anna's laboriously crafted hairdo. "Would you like me to help you with it?" "Really?" Anna turned her head in surprise. "I have no idea what to do with them." As Elaine braided her hair, she inquired, "Is there a problem with sharing classes with Slytherin? You seemed quite shocked just now." "It's not that there's a problem. It's just that everyone says Slytherin is filled with dark wizards," Anna lowered her voice, "and they are often so arrogant and exclusive, so. What do you think?" Elaine quickly finished Anna's hair in a fishbone braid, adorning the ends with a lovely hair ribbon. "Merlin, this looks stunning. Your hands are so skilled." Anna admired herself in the mirror before turning to embrace her. Professor McGonagall, a registered animagus, always showcased her abilities to the first years, and this year was no exception. Upon entering the classroom, Elaine's gaze was drawn to the tabby cat on the podium. "It's Professor McGonagall." They arrived relatively early, and Anna, pulling Elaine with her sparkling eyes, took a seat in the second row. That blasted Potter. How dare he refuse a request from a Malfoy? The voice preceded the arrival of its owner, unmistakably Draco. A group of Slytherins stepped in, the one in the center sporting a head of neatly combed golden hair, his words laced with indignation. He was flanked by 2 burly minions. Pansy Parkinson chimed in beside him. "Potter has no sense of appreciation. He can only mingle with Weasley. As they passed the second row, Draco cast a glance at them, and upon noticing their Hufflepuff uniforms, he scoffed and unhesitatingly seated himself on the other side. As class began, the tabby cat jumped off the podium and transformed into Professor McGonagall, prompting exclamations of surprise from the students. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she declared, and no one is permitted to misbehave in my class. Otherwise, I shall expel them. With a flick of her wand, the podium transformed into a pig, only to revert back moments later. Everyone was captivated, eager to begin. Transfiguration involves transforming one object into another, encompassing transformations between inanimate objects, living beings, and even between the two, including partial and complete transformations. The students recalled the recent display of Animagus transformation, and the podium turning into a pig with newfound clarity. Now, we shall learn the most basic transfiguration, transforming a matchstick into a needle. Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student. Although 11 years had passed since entering the magical realm, Elaine still found it utterly astonishing. She marveled at the matchstick that had morphed into a sewing needle on the table. Hufflepuff earns 10 points. The classroom fell silent and Hufflepuff erupted in cheers. While Slytherin felt their pride wounded, particularly Draco, who glared menacingly at the beaming Elaine. If she knew, she would surely think him ill-tempered. She was merely sharing some tips with Anna, not grinning in delight. Before transforming, you must be aware of the needle's appearance and material. What it looks like, whether it has a pattern or not, its length, what it's made of, gold, silver, or iron. Once you have these details firmly in mind, you can proceed step by step with the transformation. With Elaine's assistance, Anna successfully transformed the matchstick into silver within 10 minutes. Slytherin earns 5 points. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated once more. Draco proudly held up his needle, seemingly nonchalantly glancing at Elaine to showcase his exquisite patterned gold needle. Unfortunately for him, Elaine remained focused on guiding Anna, not lifting her head. By the end of the transfiguration class, only 3 students from the 2 houses had successfully transformed their matchsticks, prompting Professor McGonagall to exempt them from writing essays. Elaine felt immense joy. Hooray, no essays to write. Professor Flitwick, a diminutive wizard, taught the charms class. Rumor had it that he was a champion in the dueling tournament during his youth. Unsurprisingly, Elaine once again earned points for Hufflepuff, while Draco, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly followed suit with his spells. One could only describe this relentless competitive spirit as vexing. It is worth noting that the classrooms at Hogwarts are quite intriguing, with some, like the charms classroom, featuring desks arranged sideways, while others, akin to divination, exude an air of mystery, as if each classroom possesses its own unique character. If Professor Binns's history of magic is a mental assault, leading to a wave of slumber within 20 minutes, then the defense against the dark arts class is a physical assault, particularly on one's sense of smell. Professor Quirrell, with a large scarf wrapped around his head, emanated a potent odor of garlic. His lessons were stuttered, and he was easily startled, with even the slightest noise setting off his sensitive nerves. Once class was over, everyone rushed out of the classroom, eager to breathe in the fresh air. Merlin's socks, Professor Quirrell is terrifying. How could he endure that stench for so long without batting an eye? Anna wore an expression of relief, and Elaine shared her lingering apprehension. Quirrell's head bore the mark of Voldemort, leaving Elaine uncertain about whom to admire. Thankfully, Quirrell only taught them for the first year. Otherwise, enduring such an atmosphere for 7 years at Hogwarts would be utterly despairing. Finally, the much-anticipated Friday arrived, with Hufflepuff having only one flying class for the entire day. Gryffindor's Longbottom had fallen from his broom during the previous day's flying lesson, and had been sent to the hospital wing. Meanwhile, Harry and Draco had engaged in a dispute, chasing each other through the skies, culminating in Harry being taken away by Professor McGonagall. No one seemed to notice that a subtle shift had occurred in their dynamics. Despite the chaotic flying lesson between Gryffindor and Slytherin the day before, it did nothing to diminish Hufflepuff's excitement for the upcoming class. Elaine was enjoying her breakfast in the hall, when a flurry of owls swooped in. She gently removed the Daily Prophet from Alice's grasp, ruffled its feathers, and offered it some crumbs of bread and biscuit. The newspaper was filled with official statements, but the news of Gringotts being robbed caught her attention. It seemed the Philosopher's Stone was now at Hogwarts. Clearly, everyone was taken aback by this revelation, engaging in lively discussions. Anna, sandwich in one hand and newspaper in the other, nudged Elaine with her elbow. Did you see? Gringotts was robbed. Why is the Wizarding Bank managed by goblins? Elaine posed another question. It's rather strange that there is only one bank in the entire European magical world, and it's not run by humans. Ah, but now I'm a witch too, so that's alright. Well, it seems it has always been this way. Anna was at a loss for an answer. Well, let us hope our vault is safe. It is said that Gringotts' underground vaults are guarded by dragons, so the security should be quite assured, right? Safe. Later, Harry and the others even flew off with the Hufflepuff cup on a dragon. Sunshine is a rare commodity in England, but fortunately the weather was splendid today. A rare day of bright sunshine. The flying lesson was scheduled for the afternoon, and Madame Hooch was already waiting on the lawn, with 2 neat rows of old brooms beside her. Everyone stood next to their brooms, then extended their right hands above the handles, chanting, up, up, up. The voices rose and fell like a chorus. Elaine's broom rolled on the ground, prompting her to shout more forcefully, up. The broom leapt into her hand. Seeing that everyone had grasped their brooms, Madame Hooch began to demonstrate how to properly ride a broom and take to the skies. On my command 1, 2, 3. Perhaps haunted by the previous day's flying lesson, Madame Hooch was particularly cautious, hovering protectively around her students like a hawk. This alleviated some of Elaine's anxiety as she carefully controlled her broom, lifting off the ground and hovering a few feet above, her heart racing. By the end of the flying lesson, she was able to fly slowly at a low altitude. One cannot expect a person disinterested in sports to possess any great talent for flying. Chapter 8. Hermione and Harry. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the girls' golden hair. While tiny specks of dust floated in the air, Elaine sat at a windowside table in the library, leafing through a hefty tome. Oh, Elaine. Hermione, clutching a stack of books, sat across from her and lowered her voice. Have you finished the herbology essay? I've gone through a lot of resources but couldn't find any information on the bubotuber. The bubotuber looks like a harmless stump, but actually contains pulsating green pods inside. You can find it in the Complete Guide to Carnivorous Plants, Elaine whispered back. Oh Merlin, that essay 6th year book, Hermione exclaimed, immediately earning a death glare from Madame Pants. She covered her mouth and whispered even softer than before. No wonder I couldn't find it. But Elaine, you've already previewed 6th year material. I just enjoy reading. It's nothing, Elaine replied. Hermione's expression was hard to decipher. If being praised by all the professors was nothing, then Hufflepuff's gem count would be the first to disagree. To Elaine, the herbology of the magical world was quite similar to Muggle botany, though the magical plants were far more fascinating. The herbology texts not only provided information on the plants, but also featured dynamic illustrations, allowing for a comprehensive understanding. For instance, the book she was currently reading was titled Magical Aquatic Plants of the Mediterranean and Their Characteristics. As dusk fell, Elaine finally emerged from her literary reverie, realizing it was quite late. After completing her essay, Hermione left the library, seemingly calling out to her as she departed, but Elaine was too absorbed in her book to hear clearly. She patted her empty stomach, affirming that mental sustenance was indeed fulfilling. With mealtime long past, Elaine resolved to seek out some food in the kitchen. I'll just draw a bowl of fruit and scratch a pear to find it. She grasped the green doorknob and opened the kitchen door, revealing a room nearly the same size as the hall, cluttered with pots and pans. A house elf, adorned with a tea towel embroidered with the Hogwarts crest, appeared before her. Could you fetch me something to eat? Oh, it's Dobby's fault. Dobby let the missy go hungry, it exclaimed, banging its head against the wall. Be quiet this instant. Merlin, how could she forget the nature of house elves? Elaine found herself exasperated, adopting a serious demeanor and commanding, bring me some food. She felt as if she could devour a cow. After a plate of pasta, a slice of apple pie, and a bit of pudding, her stomach was finally satisfied. Before departing, she instructed Dobby to prepare some biscuits to share in the common room. However, before her biscuits were ready, she encountered Harry as he entered through the door. Harry greeted hesitantly, surprised to find others in the kitchen at this hour. Good evening, Harry, I'm Elaine Bird. Elaine observed Harry, who was still donned in his Quidditch training gear, his hair tousled and glistening with sweat. Did you come here straight after training? Elaine inquired. One morning, news of Harry receiving a Firebolt 2000 had spread throughout Hufflepuff, along with the announcement of his becoming the youngest Seeker in Hogwarts history. It seemed that Gryffindor Quidditch captain would wanted to keep this under wraps, with Harry as his secret weapon. Yet clearly the secret had been leaked. Harry nodded. Today's training ran a bit late, and I missed dinner by the time I got to the hall. You should try the apple pie. Dobby bakes it really well. Dobby, she explained, he's a house elf at Hogwarts. They usually take pride in serving wizards. Elaine thought it best to clarify to avoid a repeat of the incident where first years were locked out of the platform. She summoned a house elf. Harry's eyes widened as he beheld the diminutive creature, with pointy ears and a simple tea towel, realizing that the food at Hogwarts was prepared by them. Elaine waved her hand dismissively, praising Harry without hesitation. You're amazing. Becoming a seeker is no small feat, especially as the youngest in Hogwarts history. He scratched his head shyly. You're also very impressive, excelling in your studies. The professors often praise you. While this exchange sounded like mere flattery, Elaine sincerely meant it. Accepting the biscuits Dobby offered, she smiled and said, I must be off now. Have a pleasant evening. Also, it's easy to catch a cold after sweating. So you might want to change your clothes. Poor Harry turned beet red, clearly embarrassed. Thank you for the reminder, Elaine. Once back in the Hufflepuff common room, Elaine shared the biscuits with everyone and handed the day's assignments to Anna before sinking into a comfortable sofa. We were just talking about you. Anna pulled out some parchment, leaning over the table to begin referencing her essay. What were you saying about me? Elaine asked, puzzled, glancing at her and adding, remember to reference, don't just copy. I know. Anna replied without turning, it's not so much about you, but related to you. Hearing this made Elaine even more curious. Hannah chimed in, it's about Parkinson from Slytherin. She seems to be spreading some bad rumors about you. Huh? Elaine was even more confused. She knew Parkinson, the girl who followed Draco around, but why would she do such a thing without reason? I heard it's because of Malfoy's attention on you. You know, Parkinson has never liked girls who steal Malfoy's attention. Anna squeezed beside her, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of discovering gossip. What is your relationship with Malfoy? Wait, let me gather my thoughts. Why would Malfoy be interested in me? Don't you know? Should I? Elaine replied, bewildered. Then why do people say Malfoy is paying attention to you? Elaine countered, perhaps it's just rumors, mere fabrications. Anna stroked her chin thoughtfully. Slytherins are a bunch of self-serving purebloods. Believe me, Malfoy is not a suitable choice for a boyfriend. Those insufferable men are not worthy of you. Are wizards really that mature? Elaine exclaimed in shock. At this age? In my past life, I was still playing with dolls. Observing the curious expressions of those around her, Elaine realized that if she did not clarify the situation, rumors would likely spread like wildfire by tomorrow. She never doubted the rapidity with which the Badgers disseminated information. Merlin knows how wronged I am. How on earth did such absurd tales emerge? I haven't even spoken to Malfoy. And I am merely 11 years old. It's far too early to contemplate such matters. Not too early at all, Anna interjected. Most people get engaged right after graduation. If you don't seek someone now, will you wait until after graduation? Setting aside the question of whether one could even find a match, the familiarity of schoolmates is unmatched. There are so few in the British wizarding community. Everyone is somehow related. Many children from wizarding families claim to have known each other since childhood, only to marry right after graduation. Anna is correct. My parents fell in love at Hogwarts, a senior chimed in. Mine too. They were a Hufflepuff and a Ravenclaw. My mother was a Gryffindor. By the way, Elaine, you're Norwegian, aren't you? Elaine bit into her cookie, perplexed as to how the topic had returned to her. Yes, both my parents are Norwegian. Is Norway fun? I hear it's very cold there. It's all right. Once you get used to it, the cold isn't too bothersome. Chapter 9. The Room of Requirement. That night, thick clouds obscured the sky, stars dim and lifeless. In the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory, Elaine glanced at Anna to ensure she was truly asleep, then stuffed her pillow under the blanket to create the illusion that someone lay there. Only then did she drink the invisibility potion she had prepared earlier. Tiptoeing out of the dormitory, and passing through the deserted common room. Once outside in the corridor, she exhaled softly. Her first night excursion at Hogwarts had officially begun. The target of this nocturnal adventure was the Room of Requirement. As a space that could not be pinpointed on the map, it played a significant role in the original narrative. Elaine was drawn to its unique quality of fulfilling requests. She needed a place to be alone. Despite her seemingly blissful time at Hogwarts, filled with daily activities, Elaine understood herself well enough to know that prolonged communal living could become tiresome. She desperately required a solitary space. At Bird Manor, she often spent time alone, whether tending to the gardens, perusing books in the library, or brewing potions, never allowing anyone to disturb her. The stillness of Hogwarts at night was profound. Even the portraits had succumbed to slumber. Elaine carefully made her way to the 8th floor. Before the tapestry depicting the giant clubbing the hapless Barnabas, she focused intently, silently repeating, I want a cozy room to be alone. After passing by 3 times, the wall remained unresponsive. This shouldn't be. The tapestry was correct, the repetitions were correct, her concentration was correct. Why was no door appearing? Doubting the situation, she silently repeated, I want a comfortable room. Frowning deeply at the unchanged wall, Elaine felt utterly perplexed. Just as she feared she would return empty-handed, a smooth door quietly materialized. No way. Does the Room of Requirement have a delay? In the first flying lesson for Gryffindor and Slytherin, Draco abruptly tossed a memory ball, and Harry swiftly pursued it on his broomstick. The students on the grass were captivated by Harry, none noticing Draco's change in expression as he hovered in midair. Fire, death, despair. Everywhere lay the bodies of former classmates, the once majestic Hogwarts castle reduced to ruins. No one anticipated that he would experience a temporal shift after the battle, leaping from 1998 to 1991, returning to 7 years prior. Draco coldly observed as Potter was escorted away by Professor McGonagall. He remembered this scene. Hogwarts' youngest seeker Harry. The rule prohibiting first years from joining the Quidditch team now appeared ridiculous. His former anger and injustice seemed laughable. Although he did not understand why he was given a second chance, the current dispute held no significance. During these days, he meticulously reviewed the events that lay ahead. The resurrection of the Dark Lord, the downfall of the Malfoys, the betrayal of Crabbe and Goyle, Dumbledore's demise, and the discrepancies within his memories. Elaine Bird, Draco mused over the name. In his previous life, the only notable Hufflepuff, aside from the prematurely deceased Diggory, was absent. If this bird truly existed, he would certainly recall her. However, whether she was a person or a ghost could be tested. With just a hint of interest from him, someone would naturally act on his behalf. Indeed, the foolish Parkinson had perfectly grasped the implication. If returning with knowledge of future events was a tangible advantage, then reverting to the magic level of an 11-year-old was its only drawback. The lack of magical prowess rendered many spells beyond his reach, compelling him to seek the room of requirement to practice. In his previous life he had repaired the vanishing cabinet here, yet tonight felt somewhat different. Who? Draco pushed open the door to the room of requirement, keenly sensing the presence of another individual outside. Elaine gasped, her breath caught in her throat. The door swung open, revealing a robed figure emerging from within. Now she understood why she had struggled to locate the room of requirement earlier. There was someone inside, obstructing her entry. I see you. So you were here. She stood frozen in place, holding her breath, waiting until the robed figure departed without noticing her before letting out a long sigh of relief. Immediately, she hurried away, eager to leave the 8th floor. Tonight was not suitable for a night excursion. She would return another day. You've been found. At the corner. Elaine froze in place, her wand poised and ready. A pair of pale hands grasped her robe, and the voice was youthful, the height similar to hers. It must be a first year. Draco raised an eyebrow while stroking the fabric in his hands. It appeared she was a Hogwarts student. Since all Hogwarts robes came from Madame Malkin, Malfoy, as a prominent patron of the robe shop, naturally recognized the materials. Disguise revealed. Disarmament spell. The two spells shot forth simultaneously. Surprisingly, Elaine's disarmament spell failed to disarm him. Instead, it backfired, exposing her. It's you, Elaine Bird. Draco was quite taken aback by this outcome. Realizing her exposure, Elaine boldly stepped forward, determined to discern which first year possessed such talent, quick enough to yank at his robe. Malfoy. She scrutinized him, the platinum hair unmistakably identifying him as Draco Malfoy. Yet the peculiar circumstance of him emerging from the room of requirement raised questions, as did the powerful spell he had cast, which indicated something was amiss. Caught off guard by Elaine's sudden tugging at his robe, Draco initially flinched but then composed himself. This was the perfect opportunity for a test. Are we really going to stand here in a stalemate? He surveyed the surrounding stone pillars and portraits. Inside the room of requirement, Elaine sat on the sofa, lips pursed, cradling a cup of hot cocoa, as the nearby fireplace crackled with warmth. Unexpectedly, I found myself entering the room of requirement, albeit accompanied by Draco. I realized with a mere glance that I was no match for his prowess. What do you wish to discuss? Elaine discerned that Draco had no arbitrary reason for bringing her into the room. His demeanor indicated he had intentions. Do not rush me. I am merely curious. Draco sat across from her, exuding a sense of eager anticipation. How did you come to know that the room of requirement was here? I saw it in the library, Elaine replied, observing his rebellious posture, her lips curling slightly in irritation. And what brings you to the room of requirement? I require a space for solitude. Then why are you at Hogwarts? Draco's voice grew softer, as if muffled by a thin veil. At the Bird Manor. An owl had delivered the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, and she had opened the window to let the little creature in. In that moment, the joy of seeing an owl washed over her once more. The vast expanse of the library, the exquisite roses in the greenhouse, the carefree days spent playing in the garden with her father, and the earlier memories of stumbling along with the company of house elves flooded her mind. No, stop. Memories flipped like pages in a book, and as she sensed the imminent return to a past life, Elaine screamed internally, struggling against the tide of recollection. Stop. With a resounding thud, the pages scattered. Chapter 10. Beneath the Room of Requirement. Elaine blinked awake, disheveled and in torment. Draco was not much better. His once orderly hair was now a chaotic mess, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. She quickly drew her wand against Draco's throat, demanding, "You are not a Malfoy. Who are you?" He was compelled to tilt his head back, his once haughty visage now pallid from magical exhaustion. "I am Malfoy." "Nonsense. What first year would wield the Dementor's kiss? Believe it or not, I assure you, I am genuine." He grasped the wand at his throat and gently pushed it aside. Having already perceived her bluff, Elaine regarded his unwavering expression as she relinquished her wand, realizing that neither of them held the upper hand. A profound silence enveloped the room. Just as Elaine began to drift into slumber, a rustling sound jolted her awake. "Are you certain you wish to rest here?" Draco resumed his flamboyant tone. Gazing at the boy, now neatly attired in his black robes, Elaine cursed under her breath. She pressed her aching head and stood, retrieving the invisibility potion from her pocket watch and downing it in one gulp. "Let us proceed." The Slytherin and Hufflepuff common rooms were both situated underground, necessitating their journey together. The castle was eerily quiet at midnight, so quiet that the sound of their breathing was audible. Perhaps due to her resistance against the Dementor's kiss, Elaine felt as though her mind was shrouded in cotton. They descended through the 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th floors. Suddenly, hurried footsteps shattered the silence, accompanied by a high-pitched cat's meow. "It's Mrs. Norris." Elaine swiftly produced a vial of invisibility potion, urging Draco to drink it. At this moment, discovery would spell disaster for them both. However, judging by the commotion, it seemed other unfortunate souls had been caught wandering the halls by Filch. "Damn it. Don't let me catch you little brats." Filch, lantern in hand, searched the vicinity but found no one, grumbling as he led Mrs. Norris away. Elaine let out a sigh of relief and prepared to leave the misfortunate third floor. "Wait." Draco's hushed voice halted her. "What is it?" Elaine replied, exasperated. "Look ahead." Her pupils dilated in shock as she witnessed Harry, Hermione, and Ron screaming as they burst through a door, seemingly pursued by some unseen terror. "Is it haunted?" No. There are no ghosts in the wizarding world." She shook her head. It appeared they had stumbled upon the three-headed dog. Draco observed the scene thoughtfully. By the time they returned to the dormitory, it was well past midnight. Elaine collapsed onto her bed, exhausted. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and all she desired was sleep. The consequence of her late night was that she missed lunch the following day, but fortunately it was the weekend, sparing her from missing classes. Once again, she was grateful to be in Hufflepuff, the closest house to the kitchens. Elaine sat with a plate of food before her, while Cedric, in stark contrast, exuded elegance. "You do not look well," Cedric noted hesitantly, clearly concerned by Elaine's pale complexion, her lips devoid of color. "Perhaps it is due to a lack of sleep yesterday. I will rest more when I return. If you feel unwell, you must visit Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary." Under Cedric's watchful gaze, Elaine nodded. "I will, thank you, Cedric." The infirmary was a place she absolutely could not go. If Madame Pomfrey inquired about her condition, revealing that it was a result of resisting the Dementor's kiss would be disastrous. There was a chance it might even attract Dumbledore's attention. She could hardly withstand the Dementor's kiss, let alone that of a master like the headmaster. Once the narrative in her mind was exposed, who knew what kind of butterfly effect it could trigger? She had considered confiding in Dumbledore, but an unsettling premonition warned her that doing so would lead to dire consequences. Yet, to remain passive in the face of so much unresolved anguish weighed heavily on her conscience. Aware of her limited abilities to alter the fates of others, she felt compelled to act. Otherwise, her rebirth would hold no meaning. Thus, she had introduced Harry to the existence of house elves, a small step toward a greater cause. The effectiveness of the seeds she had planted with Harry remained uncertain, but Draco's peculiar behavior was a definitive concern. Was it a time travel? A rebirth? Or perhaps a complex potion? The latter thought startled Elaine. If someone were indeed impersonating her, then her encounter last night had been akin to a brush with death. It seemed prudent to keep the alchemical products given to her by Onad near at hand, defensive trinkets, inconspicuous yet life-saving. On another note, the practice of mental shielding needed urgent attention. Additionally, practical combat training was essential. Yesterday's ordeal had made her painfully aware of her inadequacies. The war would not show mercy simply because one was a student. Elaine? Elaine snapped back to reality, finding it difficult to ignore the concern in Cedric's eyes. She could only reiterate, "I assure you, I am fine. I was merely lost in thought." Unsure if Cedric believed her, she chose to act as though he did. "Perhaps you could simply call me Cedric. Senior feels too formal." Elaine doubted her lackluster appearance was convincing. Very well, Cedric. If your extensive fan club knew I could call you by your first name, they would surely envy me. She winked and smiled teasingly. Fan club? Cedric raised an eyebrow. Ah, you were unaware? Elaine's eyes widened in alarm. Had she just blundered? She hastily denied, it's nothing. I misspoke. I'm full and shall take my leave. Chapter 11. The Eve of Halloween. After class, Elaine and her roommate strolled through the crowded corridors, books in hand, discussing the evening's Halloween feast. This is my first Halloween at Hogwarts. Me too. I wonder what the feast will be like this evening. Perhaps it will be similar to the opening ceremony? Suddenly, a figure rushed past them, nearly colliding with Elaine as she chatted. How careless. Anna scolded. I'm fine, see? I wasn't hit. There's no need to be upset, Anna. Elaine patiently consoled her friend, though the silhouette that had just passed felt somewhat familiar. Did you not find that person just now a tad recognizable? Elaine inquired. Anna pondered for a moment, uncertainty flickering across her features. It seemed to be Hermione Granger from Gryffindor. She appeared to be running away in tears. Ah, the Halloween Eve incident with the troll. Indeed. Hermione had been hiding in the girls' restroom, weeping due to the floating spell incident, while Harry and Ron valiantly battled the troll that had invaded the school. It was during this tumultuous moment that the trio forged a profound friendship. Come on, Elaine, we must hasten back, Anna urged. You go ahead, I'll check on Hermione. Elaine replied, handing her book to Anna before sprinting along Hermione's path until she reached the girls' restroom. Hermione? Hermione? Are you in there? The sound of muffled sobs reached Elaine's ears as she paused outside a stall. What happened? Hermione remained silent, merely sobbing. All right. Perhaps I should wait until you feel a bit more composed. I'll be right here. Just call me if you need anything. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Hermione finally opened the stall door. Her eyes swollen and red, bearing the weight of her sorrow. Elaine offered her a handkerchief. Hermione took it, dabbing at her tears, only for new ones to spill forth. I'm so sorry. Would you be willing to share what transpired? Thus, Elaine learned of the despicable actions that had been directed at their dear Hermione. How outrageous. It is utterly unacceptable to treat our brilliant Hermione in such a manner. Only a fool like Ron would dare utter such nightmarish words. Your beautiful face looks unlovely when it cries. And am I not your friend? With that, Elaine stepped forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Of course. Hermione nodded shyly, returning the hug, her voice thick with emotion. Meanwhile, the festive atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Professor Quirrell's exclamation of troll. The great hall descended into chaos, prompting Dumbledore to take charge, directing the prefects to escort the students back to their respective dormitories. Follow me. First years, do not stray. Harry and Ron finally remembered Hermione, whom they had inadvertently left behind. Hermione. Doesn't he know about the troll? They lagged at the rear of the group, seizing the opportunity to dash off in another direction, oblivious to the turmoil in the great hall. Elaine and Hermione, however, were unaware of the mayhem as they prepared to depart. I'm truly sorry, Elaine. Thank you for staying with me for so long, Hermione said bashfully. Oh, Hermione. How many times have you apologized today? Friends do not need to say sorry. Elaine winked at her. Let us go. We should still make it to dinner. Suddenly, a foul stench assaulted their senses, causing both to cover their noses. A low rumble and the sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously. Elaine's eyes widened. The troll was approaching. Run. She grasped Hermione's hand, urging her to flee before the troll could discover them, casting the disillusionment charm as they dashed outside. The troll was grotesque, with rough skin and clumsy limbs, its massive frame atop a foolish head. As they slipped past its feet, the troll's tiny eyes brimmed with confusion, unable to comprehend why it could hear sounds yet see no one. It dragged a massive club toward the girls' restroom. And moments later, the sounds of destruction erupted from within. Hermione bent over, resting her hands on her knees, gasping for breath, still shaken. Elaine gently patted her shoulder. Concern etched across her face. Are you all right, Hermione? I'm fine. Hermione shook her head, suppressing her fear while a flicker of curiosity emerged. Why is there a troll in the school? We'd better ask Quirrell. Just then, Harry and Ron, having slipped away from the crowd, arrived at the restroom's entrance. Their faces pale with fright, believing Hermione was still inside. I'm here. Hermione called out to them. Ah! Ron shrieked, startling Harry with his panicked cry. Something gross touched me. In the empty corridor, the atmosphere shifted as the troll swung its club, and Harry began to sense that something was terribly amiss. Memories of horror films from his childhood flooded his mind, where eerie environments often heralded unspeakable horrors. Hermione is in danger. Without hesitation, Harry dashed toward the restroom. But Elaine swiftly grabbed him, dispelling the disillusionment charm in front of Harry and Ron. Seeing Hermione suddenly appear unharmed, Ron's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between her and the end of the corridor. "ITITSU. I'm fine. Elaine helped me escape." Hermione, moved by the concern on Harry and Ron's faces, stepped forward and hugged them tightly. Elaine took a step back, smiling as she observed Ron's flushed cheeks. "What on earth is going on?" Harry inquired. Hermione recounted the events in detail, eliciting gasps of shock from her friends. The troll continued to wreak havoc within the restroom, splintering wood and sending water splashing everywhere, creating utter chaos. "Friends, I believe we must take our leave. The professors are likely on their way," Elaine interjected. "Unless you wish to lose points," she added. But it was too late. As soon as she spoke, Professor McGonagall rushed in from the other side, followed closely by a limping Snape and Quirrell. The four friends exchanged worried glances. They were in serious trouble. Fuming, Professor McGonagall trembled with anger. "What kind of nonsense are you playing at?" Professor Snape strode forward, wand in hand, towards the troll, while Quirrell followed him, visibly shaken. Hermione stepped forward, taking the blame upon herself. "It was my fault, Professor McGonagall." Ignoring the astonishment of Harry and Ron, she lowered her gaze and continued. "I read about trolls and thought I could defeat it, but they stopped me just in time. Your actions were exceedingly foolish." McGonagall did not conceal her outrage. "Miss Granger, I expected more intelligence from you, but it seems I was mistaken. Gryffindor loses 5 points for your impulsive recklessness. As for you, Miss Bird, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Weasley, you each gain 5 points for stopping Miss Granger's actions and preventing a more serious incident. I hope that in the future, you will inform a professor when faced with danger. We will handle it." Before they could celebrate, Snape's deep voice cut through the air, dripping with mockery. "You should count yourselves fortunate to be alive after that encounter with the troll. Now immediately, return to your common rooms with your troll-sized brains." Once back in the Hufflepuff common room, Elaine reassured her worried Badger friends, especially the anxious Anna. She refrained from mentioning her encounter with the troll, instead stating that they had been discovered by professors on their way back, and ordered to return to their dormitory. Chapter 12. Cooperation. In November, the cold air swept southward, and temperatures began to plummet, prompting wizards to don thick garments. In stark contrast to the chill, the young witches and wizards brimmed with enthusiasm, for the Quidditch matches were approaching. Players trained tirelessly on the pitch, braving the biting winds. Hogwarts was enveloped in the spirit of Quidditch, with Gryffindor set to face off against Slytherin. Harry, having been granted a spot on the team as a seeker, garnered high hopes from Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood. One crisp morning, Elaine donned her thick robes, wrapped a yellow and black scarf around her neck, and held a jar of blue flames as she prepared to head to the Great Hall. Following the Halloween troll incident, her friendship with Hermione and the others had deepened significantly. The jar of flames in her hand was a gift from Hermione, who had taught her the warming charm as a token of gratitude. Today marks Harry's inaugural Quidditch match, yet Elaine has no intention of attending. She has matters of greater importance to attend to. The hall is suffused with the delightful aroma of sumptuous food, as everyone animatedly discusses the forthcoming game. When Elaine spots Harry, he is nervously pushing his food around his plate. "You must eat at least a few bites of breakfast," she insists. "I don't want anything," Harry replies, his appetite vanishing at the mere thought of the impending match. "Then perhaps just a piece of toast," Hermione suggests. Indeed, one cannot perform well on an empty stomach. Turning around, Harry notices Elaine beaming behind him. "Good morning, Hermione." Harry, Ron, Elaine greets them. Quidditch is an exceedingly physically demanding sport. Ample energy is essential for optimal performance, she adds. "Good morning, Elaine." Hermione responds. I believe Elaine makes a valid point. All right then. Harry reluctantly reaches for a sausage. Elaine and Hermione share a knowing smile. "By the way, I'm here to cheer you on in advance. Go Harry. You'll emerge victorious." By 11 o'clock, nearly everyone has made their way to the Quidditch pitch. Elaine ascends the labyrinthine moving staircases to the 8th floor. "I require a Slytherin-style room," she muses. Rich green silk drapes hang elegantly, several leather sofas are arranged in the center, and a plethora of silver ornaments adorns the hearth. "Is this what your Slytherin common room looks like?" Quite somber and uninviting, she remarks. Draco sprawls across an entire sofa, impervious to Elaine's jibe. She does not expect a reply and takes a seat on another sofa. Since their last nocturnal escapade, Elaine has kept her distance from Draco, maintaining an unspoken understanding between them. This time, it is Elaine who has initiated their meeting. She seeks to validate certain suspicions. Gazing at the flickering flames in the jar, she adopts a nonchalant tone. "I have a question, which I hope Mr. Malfoy will answer truthfully. When did you reincarnate?" At her words, Draco slowly straightens, cold sweat trickling down his back, his throat dry. How did you know? If Draco were any calmer, he might have heard her heart racing. Clearly. The initial premise was riddled with flaws. Of course it was a guess. After our last encounter, the more I pondered, the more peculiar it seemed. Without mentioning his spellwork that surpasses student proficiency or his familiarity with the room of requirement, his behaviors that diverge from the canon are sufficient to raise suspicion. After becoming acquainted with Hermione and the others, Elaine had subtly inquired whether Draco had ever caused them trouble. What did Harry say? He remarked. I find it strange. Ever since Professor McGonagall took me away during flying class, Malfoy hasn't bothered me. Has he finally wised up? No matter how hard an adult tries to masquerade as a child, they remain distinct. Having endured growth, confusion, turmoil, and death, how could Draco resemble the arrogant, carefree boy who incessantly spoke of his father? Like the dawn that cannot rise and the dusk that cannot fade, he is forever different from the resplendent morning sun. Do you not perceive it yourself? Elaine inquires curiously, her gaze fixed on Draco's slate-blue eyes. Your eyes are shrouded in gloom. His eyes darkened slightly. So when did you return? Was it after becoming a Death Eater? Following the war? Or after marrying and having children? Elaine leans forward, her expression brimming with curiosity. After the war, Draco states, fixing his gaze on the girl before him, a smile suddenly breaking across his face, though it does not reach his eyes. And you? Where do you hail from? He queries, cautioning her not to attempt to deceive him. In his previous life, there was no Elaine Bird at Hogwarts. Ignoring the oppressive atmosphere, Elaine radiates an air of buoyancy as her suspicions are confirmed. 30+ years from now. Do not misunderstand. I was only 20 when I died. Observing the twitch at the corners of Draco's lips, Elaine preemptively counters any forthcoming sarcasm. In a sense, as the only two individuals currently aware of the future, our objectives align. His gaze becomes distant, a smirk playing on his lips. You think you can collaborate with Malfoy? Allow me to introduce myself. Elaine Bird, a pureblood witch from Norway. My father is the current head of the Bird family. My mother hails from the Slytherin lineage. I believe our collaboration will be quite enjoyable. Elaine extends her hand first, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Draco hesitates for a moment before slowly grasping her delicate hand. Pleasure to cooperate. Having accomplished one of her objectives, Elaine feels elated as she descends with a joyful step, thinking she might still catch the match. The invitation to collaborate was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. She understands that attempting to rewrite the past alone is exceedingly limited in scope. Partnering with the reincarnated Draco, without revealing the truth, seems an excellent choice. Moreover, she harbors a personal hope. Thin paper cranes escape for me. Elaine has long forgotten the origin of this phrase, yet it remains etched in her heart. The journey of youth is often fraught with obstacles. If possible, she wishes for his path to maturity to be more peaceful. But since Draco has already been reborn, why not join forces to clear the way for other naive young wizards? As she hums a tuneless melody, skipping to the next step, she abruptly falls silent. For she has spotted Dumbledore standing at the next staircase, his back turned towards her. Chapter 13 Dumbledore. Dumbledore is clad in deep blue robes, his silvery hair cascading down to his waist, able to be tucked into his belt. Heaven knows how desperately she wishes to feign ignorance and slip away, but alas, she cannot. She approaches him with trepidation, concealing the flame jar behind her back. Good day, Professor Dumbledore. Ah, Miss Bird. Dumbledore turns to face her. I have already seen it. She sheepishly reveals the flame jar, apologetically explaining, it's for warmth. Bluebell flames, a splendid idea. Your magical control is remarkably refined, Dumbledore commends. Perhaps I should award Hufflepuff 5 points. That was not my idea, Elaine shyly clarifies. It was Hermione's masterpiece. She gifted it to me. An honest child. 5 points for Gryffindor, Dumbledore declares as he returns the jar to her. And 5 points for your honesty. Thank you, Professor. She exclaims joyfully, contemplating how she might utilize it openly henceforth. Would you mind accompanying this old man for a short walk? Dumbledore gazes at her gently. Elaine's mind races. How has she caught Dumbledore's attention? Was it Halloween? Or just now? Surely, her identity as a time traveler hasn't been revealed? Suppressing her tumultuous thoughts, she draws upon her acting skills, presenting herself as an ordinary 11-year-old student. Of course, it would be my honor, Professor. Oh, just call me Professor Dumbledore. Elaine falls half a step behind as they descend the staircase, passing by portraits that shift and sway. Everyone has gone to watch the Quidditch match. Did Miss Bird not join them? I simply lack the enthusiasm for Quidditch that others possess. After all, my flying abilities are rather subpar, Elaine replies. biting her lip as she struggles to formulate her words. Moreover, the outcome is beyond doubt. Gryffindor is bound to win. Perhaps we can consider Miss Bird has just made a prophecy? A prophecy? That is not a prophecy, Professor Dumbledore, she replies, slightly taken aback, and earnestly states. I merely have faith in Harry. It seems you share a good relationship. Of course, we are friends, she responds without hesitation. Dumbledore wipes his eyes. A hint of nostalgia in his expression. Harry is fortunate to have a friend as steadfast as you, Elaine. She smiled, revealing her perfectly white teeth. I too am delighted to have a friend like Harry. Oh, friendship. She mused, casually shifting to another topic. Pomona has a fondness for you. She mentioned that your aptitude in herbology is remarkable, far surpassing that of your peers. Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff. Perhaps my lifelong passion for plants is the reason. I often cultivate flowers at home, relishing their blooming splendor. Dumbledore gazed into her amber-like, luminous eyes, feeling a warmth in his heart. If Pomona consents, you may petition her for an exemption from herbology classes, requiring only your participation in the final examination. What a delightful surprise. This would afford her more time for her own pursuits. Hooray. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Moreover, Minerva has also praised you to me. Elaine's mouth fell slightly agape, struggling to believe that the notoriously stern Professor McGonagall would commend her, and after her astonishment, a tinge of embarrassment followed. I merely learn at a quicker pace. It's nothing extraordinary. Under Dumbledore's gentle gaze, Elaine's wariness heightened, yet her cheeks flushed with shyness. She had never dared to underestimate this great wizard. Cheers erupted from nearby, as people animatedly discussed Harry's capture of the golden snitch. Oh, it seems the outcome of the match aligns with what Miss Bird predicted. Dumbledore winked at her, saying, Thank you, Miss Bird, for accompanying this old man on a stroll. It is my privilege. Well then, Professor, farewell. I must seek out Harry. Elaine beamed as she bid Dumbledore goodbye, making her way toward the crowd to congratulate Harry. The Gryffindor Quidditch team approached, but Harry was not among them. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as she casually inquired about Harry's whereabouts from someone nearby. Excuse me, have you seen Harry? Hey, look what I found. A little badger. Here to find Harry. Fred, what does she want with Harry? I have no idea. Why don't we ask her? Elaine stared blankly at the two identical red-haired boys who had approached her. She distinctly remembered having asked only one person a moment ago. They chimed in unison. What do you want with Harry? The Weasley twins, exuberant as ever. George, you've stunned her. Fred elbowed his brother lightly. No. It was you who startled her, Fred. No, I merely came to offer my congratulations. Elaine quickly clarified, and your performance on the field was absolutely splendid. Although she hadn't witnessed it firsthand, that didn't hinder her from embellishing. Brother, she praised me. She was clearly complimenting both of us. All right. Given that the little badger has good taste, we shall inform you of Harry's whereabouts. George and Fred draped their arms around each other's shoulders, looking down at the girl who barely reached their shoulders. He seems to have gone to find Hagrid, with his little companion, another added. Hagrid must have mentioned the Philosopher's Stone segment. Elaine decided against searching for Harry. Thank you, upperclassmen. I wish you a splendid day. George. Why do I feel like she's avoiding us? Fred pondered, stroking his chin. Your instincts are spot on, brother. George agreed, watching Elaine's retreating figure. Upon returning to her dormitory, Elaine finally relaxed, lying on her bed and gazing at the canopy above. She began contemplating the possibility of the Bird family becoming Hogwarts governors. This idea was inspired by Malfoy. According to regulations, the Board of Governors holds supreme authority over Hogwarts, capable of directly influencing the appointment of the headmaster. In the storyline, Lucius leveraged his position on the board to accomplish much. And then there was Umbridge, as the Ministry of Magic intervened in the school, bypassing the board entirely. If only she had prepared in advance, perhaps she could have been kept out. She certainly did not wish to encounter a pink toad at school. Or could they perhaps insert personnel directly within the British Ministry of Magic? Never mind, such matters should be left to Arnold to fret over. Children ought to focus on their studies. For instance, she should first seek the headmaster's approval for her exemption from herbology classes. Chapter 14, Nicholas Flamel. In the library. Merlin's socks, why don't we ask Elaine? She is so knowledgeable, she could surely answer our questions. Harry's arms hung limply at his sides, a towering stack of books before him, embodying a state of utter despondency. He could not fathom why he was toiling away in the library day and night searching for information on someone he only knew by name, instead of engaging in a thrilling Quidditch match on the field. Hermione snapped her book shut with a resounding thud, her eyes glimmering brighter than usual. You're right. Perhaps we should consult Elaine. But isn't this supposed to be a secret? Ron said hesitantly. We've been searching for a week. Do you have a better idea? Hermione countered. Ron let out a groan, burying his face in his arms on the table. Perhaps Hermione was right. They had no better alternatives. Ever since they obtained the name Nicholas Flamel from Hagrid, they had been scouring for information. Yet a week had passed with no results. After ensuring that Madame Pants wasn't watching, Hermione stealthily approached Elaine. The weather had turned increasingly cold, and the girl sat by the window, wrapped in a thick black and yellow scarf, her gaze fixed intently on the book in her hands. The sun was veiled behind clouds, casting a gloomy pall over the sky, which mirrored the somber mood of those around. Yet, sunlight seemed to particularly favor her, as a slender beam pierced through the clouds, illuminating her golden hair. This reminded Hermione of a painting she had seen of a divine maiden by a Muggle artist. She stood frozen, clutching her book, flustered. Hermione. What's the matter? Elaine inquired, regarding the dazed Hermione with curiosity. The still image sprang to life, and Hermione snapped back, vigorously shaking her head. How could she have thought Elaine possessed a touch of divinity? Elaine, do you know of a person named Nicholas Flamel? She settled beside Elaine, her brow furrowed. This question had perplexed her for quite some time. Are you referring to the renowned alchemist who is over 600 years old? Oh, Merlin's trousers. He is actually 600 years old. Hermione inhaled sharply, then realized. That was why she couldn't find him in recent records. He had been around for over 6 centuries. He is considered the father of European alchemy, reputed to have created the Philosopher's Stone, which grants immortality. Thank you, Elaine. You've been immensely helpful. Elaine watched as Hermione excitedly shared the news with Ron and Harry, lost in thought. Since they had learned of Nicholas Flamel ahead of time, would Harry still confront Snape and quarrel at Christmas? Before her questions could find resolution, Elaine encountered a new dilemma. The greenhouse was nestled in a corner of the Hogwarts gardens, a dome-shaped structure housing a plethora of magical plants. Elaine, gloved hands cradling a pot of vine-like plants resembling snakes, trailed behind Professor Sprout, listening intently as she explained the precautions for transplanting. This is the juvenile version of the Devil's Snare. First-year students will encounter them in the next herbology lesson. This plant thrives in dark, damp conditions, so we must place it away from sunlight. Professor Sprout, clad in dragonhide gloves, skillfully placed the young Devil's Snare into a pre-dug hole. As an additional requirement for her exemption from herbology, Professor Sprout had requested that she visit the greenhouse once a week to tend to the plants. Elaine accepted with delight. Knowing that first-year witches and wizards were confined to the first greenhouse for their classes, which housed only a selection of benign and commonplace plants. Now, however, she could traverse between several greenhouses, tending to a greater variety of magical flora. This opportunity allowed her to correlate the knowledge gleaned from her textbooks with the tangible specimens before her. Professor, are you familiar with the cobra lily? She inquired, turning to retrieve the final seedling of the Devil's Snare that required replanting. Professor Sprout pondered for a moment before responding. That is an exceedingly rare sentient plant, known to inflict bites on creatures within its vicinity. It sounds somewhat akin to the Chinese chomping cabbage, Elaine remarked. Ah, but it is quite different. Professor Sprout replied with ease. The Chinese chomping cabbage indiscriminately bites any creature within its range, and contains no toxins. However, neglecting a wound inflicted by the cobra lily can indeed prove fatal. Yet, its venom can be harvested to create an antidote. She removed her dragonhide gloves and beckoned Elaine to follow her. The cobra lily has been extinct for many years, but there are still a few specimens of the Chinese chomping cabbage in the final greenhouse. We can go take a look. After observing the fearsome Chinese chomping cabbages, Elaine returned to her dormitory alone. The events leading to her current situation began with the heap of gifts brought back by Onad. The once pristine surface of her desk was now cluttered with an array of packages, accompanied by several discarded boxes. Standing before her mirror, she admired a new necklace adorned with a magnificent ruby encircled by diamonds, flanked by blossoms crafted from red tourmaline and diamonds, exuding sheer opulence. In addition to the extravagant necklace, there was a box of pearls and several unmounted gemstones. These were gifts frequently bestowed upon her by Onad. Yet, who could tell her what the inconspicuous black sphere before her was? It is a seed, exchanged from the locals, and purportedly their totem, Onad explained with a glance. I thought since you have a fondness for flora, I would bring it back for you. You may plant it if you desire, or discard it if you wish. I shall give it a try, she replied, casually planting the unidentifiable seed in her garden. After arriving in England, this matter slipped from her mind until yesterday when her house elf sent her a photograph revealing a cluster of cobra-like creatures sprouting in her garden. The house elf lamented that this peculiar plant had decimated a significant portion of her cherished flowers. Merlin knew the shock that gripped her upon receiving such news. As though each word was a jolt to her nerves, she rushed to the library to conduct research, discovering the name Cobra Lily and a brief description within the pages of an ancient tome, but no further information was available. Thus, she received the elucidation from Professor Sprout mentioned earlier. Spreading out her parchment, she relayed the Cobra Lily's characteristics to her house elf, and resolved to replant her garden's flora, ensuring they were distanced from the source of toxicity. Furthermore, she recognized the value of safeguarding the Cobra Lily. From Professor Sprout's explanation, Elaine perceptively understood it bore significant potential. Chapter 15. At Christmas. Hogwarts transformed into a winter wonderland in December, with snowflakes cascading down, thick layers of snow accumulating along the roadside, and the Black Lake frozen solid. The Room of Requirement had supplanted the library as Elaine's favored refuge. Naturally, on 5 out of 10 occasions, she would encounter Draco. Their initial rivalry had morphed into a strained coexistence. Steam wafted from the cauldron as Elaine added the final ingredient and stirred meticulously, her features obscured by the mist. "What are you brewing?" Draco inquired, approaching from the opposite side, a sheen of perspiration gracing his brow. The Room of Requirement was divided into 2 sections. One where Elaine concocted potions, and the other where he practiced spells. "An invisibility potion," she replied, continuing her movements as she poured the elixir into crystal vials, sealing them meticulously. As an aficionado of nocturnal escapades, possessing a surplus of invisibility potions was undoubtedly advantageous. "Here are a few for you. I shall pay the market price," Draco said, taking the potions with a drawn-out tone, for the Malfoys were not lacking in funds. Elaine shrugged, gesturing for him to take what he wished. It would be foolish not to profit. She nodded slightly, withdrew her wand, and approached the dueling platform. "Shall we have a friendly bout? Bring it on," they exclaimed simultaneously, raising their wands in salute before casting spells in unison. Sandstorm, Armored Protection, Petrification, Disarm, Bind swiftly. After several rounds of confrontation, they both teetered on the brink of exhaustion. Elaine, summoning her resolve, seized the opportunity to bind him in place with a stunning spell, then executed a Tarantaligra. "Yield," she declared, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes as she released the spell under Draco's intense gaze. During their frequent sparring sessions in the Room of Requirement, she had often found herself at a disadvantage, making today's victory all the more gratifying. "I heard you were exempt from herbology class?" he inquired, raising his chin in a haughty manner. "Indeed, Dumbledore and the headmaster permitted it," she replied, reclaiming her wand and settling onto the sofa. Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Draco's expression darkened, evidently recalling something. Rather than seeking Dumbledore, why not inquire with your head of house? It was not her narrow-mindedness that prompted her response. Rather, the notion of a Slytherin approaching Dumbledore for special privileges was as implausible as Snape awarding points to Gryffindor. As for how to persuade Snape, that was beyond her concern. "I must take my leave," Elaine announced, gathering her findings from the day. Draco would emerge shortly thereafter, allowing her to avoid being seen in connection with him. After all, a Hufflepuff and a Slytherin had no reason to intersect. In the common room, the prefect was distributing stay-at-school registration forms. "Elaine, are you staying for Christmas?" She signed her name on the form. Onod had already informed her via letter that he would not be returning home for Christmas, and rather than solitary confinement in the castle, she preferred to celebrate the holiday with her peers. Unlike the initial awe of the opening ceremony, the Great Hall was exquisitely adorned for Christmas. Towering Christmas trees graced either side of the hall, adorned with sparkling icicles and golden ribbons, with numerous flickering candles nestled within. Beautiful garlands composed of holly and mistletoe adorned the walls. Elaine was busy wrapping Christmas gifts in her dormitory. She prepared a lovely feather quill set for Hermione, complete with inks of various hues. For Anna, she crafted a vial of her homemade beauty potion. Harry received a set of Quidditch maintenance supplies, while Ron received a selection of Honeyduk sweets. Cedric was gifted a pair of yellow and black gloves, and Draco received a pair of exquisite emerald cufflinks. The professors and others received a token of confectionery each. Due to the sheer volume of gifts, the poor owl had been quite overworked, making multiple trips back and forth. Outside, the snow fell gently, and the number of Hufflepuffs remaining at school was scarce, with Elaine being the sole first year. Everyone gathered in the cozy common room. The crackling of the firewood resonating, and a plethora of snacks adorned the table. Elaine, bleary-eyed, made her way into the common room. "Merry Christmas, darling. Your gifts are over there," a senior student said, ruffling her hair. "Merry Christmas, senior." Following the direction indicated by the senior, She beheld a multitude of packages piled beneath the Christmas tree in the corner, instantly awakening her senses. Are all of those for me? Of course. The others have already unwrapped theirs. For the first time, Elaine gained a new appreciation for her friendships, realizing that while she had received many gifts at the manor, most were intended for the Bird family. This was the first instance she had personally received such an abundance of presents. As she approached, she noticed that the gift wrapping exuded a distinctly academic flair, predominantly featuring yellow boxes, followed closely by red ones, which made the 2 green boxes within stand out remarkably. Elaine promptly sat beside her, eager to unwrap the presents. She first opened one of the green boxes adorned with a golden ribbon, revealing an exquisite hairpin set with emeralds. Upon glancing at the signature, it was indeed from Draco. The other box, tied with a silver ribbon and lacking a name, contained a crystal sphere. Upon closer inspection, it astonishingly housed a lifelike orchid within. Elaine searched her memory for potential Slytherins who might have sent her a gift, but found herself at a loss. She set the crystal sphere aside and continued unwrapping. The crystal bracelet was a gift from Anna, while the 2 bags of sweets were from Ron and Harry. Hermione had gifted her a textbook on Muggle botany, which Elaine briefly perused. Its content was rather professional and decidedly dry. Onat's present was yet another piece of jewelry, a delicate diamond crown, the design resembling intertwining vines, embellished with 8 large diamonds and over 700 smaller ones, refracting a spectrum of colors. The professors had returned her queries with books pertinent to their subjects, along with encouraging cards to bolster her studies. Additionally, there was a headband from Cedric. Besides these, she also received sweets from the Weasley twins, which she strongly suspected to be prank products. After unwrapping her gifts, Elaine neatly set them aside, ready to head to the Great Hall. The holidays were a rare occasion to forego her school uniform. She donned a plush red coat with 2 long pom-poms dangling in front, her golden hair intricately braided and cascading down her chest. Before leaving, she pocketed a few more candies gifted by the twins. Harry sat at the table wearing a vibrant green sweater, flanked by the twins, who donned matching attire, while poor Ron found himself cornered between them. "Merry Christmas, Harry," Elaine exclaimed. "You look exceptionally handsome today." "Merry Christmas, Elaine. You look beautiful as well," Harry replied, his face radiating joy. This was the happiest Christmas he had ever experienced. Absent were the detestable Dursleys and the cramped cupboard, and most importantly, he had received a plethora of gifts. Chapter 16, Christmas Day. The Christmas feast was particularly lavish, with few students remaining at the school. Everyone gathered around a single table to enjoy lunch. Laughter and conversation filled the air, even eliciting a rare softening of Professor Snape's brow. "Hey, Badger. Have you tried the sweets we sent?" Elaine was slicing her pork chop when she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she found one of the Weasley twins. She could hardly distinguish between the 2. She produced the candy from her bag and inquired, "Is this what you meant?" "Yes, indeed," he replied. "Strawberry-flavored candy, quite delightful." The other redhead approached from behind and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry turned, his eyes questioning what was unfolding. Elaine raised the candy in her hand, her clear eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Would you care to try the candy? It's a new strawberry flavor." He glanced at the candy, then at George and Fred, and as his gaze returned to Elaine's expectant smile, he found himself yielding to the moment. Yay! Success! George and Fred cheered, their excitement palpable. Amidst the twins' jubilations, Harry finally sensed something amiss, and Elaine, suppressing her laughter, handed him a mirror. His face bore no unusual marks. His nose and ears intact, except for a shocking mane of pink hair. "Wait, hair? Pink?" Ron's booming laughter echoed, confirming Harry's realization that this was no illusion. Perhaps Harry's expression of shock softened Elaine's heart. "Actually, it looks quite lovely, really adorable. Could you manage to say that without laughing?" Harry shot her a mournful glance. "Ahem. My apologies, I shall try," she said, forcing her hand to suppress the corners of her mouth, yet failing. "I am simply predisposed to laughter." In the meantime, the twins had successfully pranked Ron with a piece of trick candy, turning his hair a vivid purple. "Next target, Badger," they declared, brandishing the candy jar. "I'll handle this myself." Elaine boldly extracted a piece and consumed it. A glance at her hair revealed it was not an outrageous hue. Her once golden locks transformed into a fiery red, a few rebellious strands playfully brushing against her cheek, which she tucked behind her ear. "Wow. Red hair truly is the most beautiful." Indeed, the twins chimed in unison. "How long will this last?" Elaine inquired. "About 2 hours. If one could choose the color. Extending the time a bit, believe me, many girls would adore it." Given the current standards of hair dyeing, a single treatment required no less than 5 to 6 hours. involving complex procedures and potentially unsafe chemicals. The art of hair dyeing dates back to ancient Egypt, where people invented plant dyes to darken their grays. By the 19th century, dyeing had become a fashion, transitioning from purely natural substances to synthetic dyes. George and Fred exchanged knowing glances, instantly recognizing the vast commercial potential therein. Historically, women have never been shy in their pursuit of beauty, seizing the moment while the others were distracted. One twin swiftly covered Harry's mouth and stuffed a piece of candy into his palm. The twins' antics drew the attention of the professors, yet the candy had already taken effect. So when the professors looked over, they beheld a spectrum of colorful heads, with the twins' green hair standing out the most. Dumbledore blinked and chuckled. They are certainly lively, aren't they? Professor Flitwick concurred. Young wizards are always brimming with imagination. In an instant, the focus shifted to the students, and no one noticed the fleeting moment of distraction on Snape's face. 2 hours later, their hair had returned to its original hues. Elaine, Harry, and Ron strolled through the snow-laden grounds of the castle, thick drifts of snow blanketing the ground, frost clinging to the treetops, creating a breathtakingly white panorama. Suddenly, a snowball struck Ron. Turning around, they spotted Fred and George wielding snowballs with bravado. The trio exchanged glances and promptly initiated a counterattack, thus commencing a snowball fight. Our side: Elaine, Ron, Harry. Opponents: George, Fred. Elaine launched a snowball with precision, hitting Fred squarely in the belly. Huzzah! A perfect shot. Snowballs flew in all directions. A delightful chaos ensued. Elaine's accuracy made her the primary target of the opposition. I can't take it anymore, I'm done," she gasped, bent over and panting, with snow covering her from head to toe. Another snowball struck her. "Hey Harry, hand me a snowball. I'll show you what I've got." When there was no response, she turned to see Harry wearing a sheepish grin. Realization dawned that she was being targeted by her own side. Molding a snowball, aiming and throwing, she executed the sequence flawlessly. "Hey George, you hit me. That was intended for you." "Harry, why are you throwing at me?" "Elaine, George is over there." "I am not George, I am Fred. I am Fred." The scene devolved into delightful pandemonium, with no one knowing who had hit whom, and snowballs flew freely. Laughter echoed across the snowy landscape, until one snowball struck Professor Quirrell squarely on the back of his head. The air fell silent, and Harry and Ron exchanged glances, fear reflected in their eyes. Observing the situation, Elaine hid behind a tree, quietly crafting a larger snowball, aiming carefully and launching it. Nearby, the twins joined in, pelting Quirrell's head relentlessly. "Hey!" Elaine cheered. This time, Harry and Ron's expressions shifted to sheer despair. "How can you treat a professor this way?" Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. Elaine and her companions stood in a row in the headmaster's office. Harry and Ron bowed their heads in silence while Fred and George exchanged mischievous glances. "We were wrong, Professor," Elaine said, lifting her chin filled with contrition. "It was I who first struck Professor Quirrell. If there is to be punishment, let it be directed at me, Professor." George interjected. "We also threw things and we apologize." Professor McGonagall observed the flurry of confessions, her ire diminishing somewhat, yet she maintained a stern demeanor. "Each of you shall serve 1 month of detention, in addition to other penalties. It is quite normal for children to be spirited and playful, Minerva." Dumbledore, seated at the head of the table, pushed forward a dish of sweets. "Would you care to sample some chocolate frogs? They are a new delight from Honeydukes." McGonagall, witnessing the eager glances of the young witches and wizards towards the chocolate frogs, felt her frustration wane. "Go ahead and indulge." Elaine scrutinized McGonagall's expression, confirming that she was indeed not angry, before stepping forward to take a piece of candy, with Harry following closely behind. "Merry Christmas, Professor Dumbledore." "Merry Christmas, Miss Bird." Chapter 17. The Ravenclaw Diadem. Fortunately, Dumbledore intervened to halt McGonagall's wrath. "Otherwise, we would all have faced a month of detention," Ron whispered outside the headmaster's office. Harry placed a hand over his heart, still shaken. He couldn't comprehend why Elaine was so audacious. Glancing back, he noticed Elaine animatedly discussing something with George and Fred. In truth, it was a one-sided mischief. "I never expected our little badger to possess a knack for pranks. Though she still lags behind us a bit." George and Fred draped their arms over Elaine's shoulders. She felt the weight and attempted to extricate herself. "Be careful, you two are too heavy. Don't squash me." In the next moment, their hands were playfully ruffling her hair. "Don't worry, little one. No matter how hard you try, you won't grow taller." They gestured with their hands. Perhaps due to a genetic anomaly, she had inherited none of her parents' height, making her the shortest among her peers, especially when compared to the older boys. This remark incensed Elaine, prompting her to stomp her feet as she grabbed the hands creating mischief atop her head. struggling to pry them away. I will grow taller. Yes. Yes, you will, they replied dismissively, causing Elaine to glare at them. Sensing her genuine annoyance, the twins immediately raised their hands in feigned innocence, insisting they had done nothing wrong. Elaine touched her hair. Indeed, her meticulously styled hair was now a disheveled mess, earning her another round of glares from the twins. Just then, Harry turned back to meet her gaze, and Elaine decisively abandoned the twins, striding towards Harry. George, you've upset the little badger. You upset her too. What shall we do? They chorused. What are you discussing? Elaine inquired. Why are you so bold? Harry hesitated. Ron chimed in. You hardly seem like a Hufflepuff. You're more like a Gryffindor. I'm not foolish, she retorted, staring at her toes as she hopped forward. Today is Christmas. The festive atmosphere is delightful. Besides, we have 4 Gryffindors here. Professor Dumbledore would never deduct points from us. Furthermore, she was unconvinced that Dumbledore held no suspicions regarding Quirrell's peculiarities. Don't worry. This matter is resolved and will have no aftermath. Yet the aftermath did arrive. The next day, Elaine found herself unfortunate enough to have caught a cold. She lay on her soft, thick bed, reluctant to awaken, her nose stuffed, throat sore, and feeling slightly dizzy. Touching her forehead, she noted a slight fever. Ah. I should not have, she lamented, recalling how enjoyable the snowball fight had been, vowing to partake in it again next time. Elaine felt as though she were walking on clouds as she drifted to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, I seem to have come down with a cold. Oh dear. Come here so I can examine you, Madame Pomfrey instructed, pressing her to the edge of the bed for a thorough checkup before producing a vial of restorative potion. It's nothing serious, just drink this. Elaine eyed the green concoction warily, shivering at the thought of its taste. I feel as though I am on the mend. Madame Pomfrey remained silent, regarding her with disapproval. All right, she relented, accepting the restorative potion and downing it in one gulp, her face contorting as steam erupted from her ears. Is there truly no one contemplating improving the taste of potions? Elaine questioned, exasperated from the depths of her soul. With steaming ears, she bypassed the great hall and headed straight for the kitchen, having risen early and gone directly to the infirmary, leaving her stomach empty. It was time to pay homage to her internal organs. The Hogwarts kitchen was a marvelous place, Elaine mused after satisfying her hunger. The entire day unfolded with her lounging in her dormitory, free from classes, library visits, or essay writing. Such leisurely days were blissful. The Christmas holiday passed in this delightful manner. Soon, Elaine returned to her routine of moving between classrooms, libraries, common rooms, and the room of requirement. Fortunately, through constant practice, her dueling skills soared, and her win rate was now nearly equal to Draco's. Did you know, Hagrid, that half-giant is raising a dragon? Draco lounged on the sofa, gazing at the flickering flames in the fireplace, his gray-blue eyes betraying no emotion. She knew not only of the dragon but also that soon Harry would encounter Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest. And then what? What do you plan to do? This latter question remained unvoiced, yet Draco understood her implication. No matter how terrifying Voldemort was to Elaine, he was merely a character from a book, even in reality. She possessed no profound comprehension of the Dark Lord's powers. Draco, however, was different. The terror and hatred from his past life were etched deeply into his bones. He attempted to speak but felt an invisible hand constricting his throat, rendering him unable to utter a syllable. Don't worry, Draco, trust yourself. Elaine noticed his unusual demeanor and offered comfort. If fate is destined to unfold, then all our endeavors are in vain. But it is evident that it can be altered. Just go for it. There is no sense in repeating the past. He remained silent. By the way, I need a room to hide something. The room of requirement swiftly transformed at Elaine's request. The elegant chamber vanished, replaced by a vast, cluttered space resembling a storeroom, cobwebs adorning every corner. The air thick with dust. Draco was startled by the transformation, standing vigilantly with his wand drawn. He had previously repaired a vanishing cabinet here. He surveyed the room and followed Elaine's lead. What are you doing? This place is filled with broken furniture and incomplete books, Elaine remarked as she scanned the area. Spotting a long-forgotten chocolate frog. Is this not Hogwarts' dumping ground? I am searching for something. Do you know of the Founder's relics? The Slytherin locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, and Gryffindor's sword? You mean to say there are relics of the Founders here? Elaine nodded under his incredulous gaze. The diadem is here. Speaking of which, 3 of the 4 relics had been turned into Horcruxes. The Founders knew their possessions were coveted by Voldemort and infused with their souls, surely inciting their fury to the extent that even their coffins could not contain it. The room was so expansive that they spent 2 consecutive days searching for the diadem. I found it, Draco. Before them stood a half-human-sized white stone statue adorned with a splendid diadem atop its head. the crown shaped like an eagle, inscribed at its base with the words, "The possession of exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure." Draco reached out, unable to resist the urge to touch it. "Wait. Keep your distance." Elaine grasped his hand, leading him away from the diadem. He suddenly awoke, bewildered and uncertain, soon engulfed by a profound apprehension. It possessed the power to bewitch the heart. What could it be? A dreadful suspicion flickered in his mind. Elaine slowly exhaled. "Are you familiar with Horcruxes?" "What?" Chapter 18. The Mind-Shielding Charm. They returned to the cozy silver-green room. Draco's thoughts consumed by the notion of Horcruxes, his demeanor heavy with concern, fearing temptation. They had left the diadem behind. However, Elaine's mood was entirely different. Revealing the truth about Horcruxes to Draco was a test. Each time she contemplated divulging something to others, a tremendous fear would surge within her, as if attempting to thwart her actions. Yet, just moments ago, she had felt no such resistance. Could it be due to Draco's rebirth? Compared to this unresolved query, a more pressing issue lay before them. It was known that Horcruxes could be destroyed by Gryffindor's sword, basilisk venom, and the fangs of serpents. Thus, how could they eliminate the lingering soul without damaging the artifacts themselves? Elaine fell into contemplation. For a time, the room of requirement was shrouded in silence. "Have you ever divulged future events to anyone else?" Elaine suddenly inquired, as if recalling something. "I hinted at a few things to my father, but didn't you?" Draco brightened, regaining his former haughty demeanor, as if the earlier discomposure had never been his concern. "If I could, would I even ask you?" Elaine remained silent. "No way." His brow furrowed, contemplating a possibility. "You can't speak of it?" Upon Elaine's affirmative response, his expression twisted further in confusion. "Then why can I? And what of his rebirth? What was the reason behind it?" The atmosphere grew tense once more. After a long pause, Elaine broke the silence. "The Malfoy Manor possesses a peculiar diary that can communicate with individuals. We must destroy it." "Is that so?" She nodded again. "I will keep an eye out for it once we return home." Draco stood at the door, the light casting an ambivalent glow upon him, half illuminated, half obscured. "You truly ought to practice the mind-shielding charm. You may not be able to withstand the soul-sucking attempts of others." He turned back, casting a sidelong glance as he added, "This young master is graciously willing to be your reluctant teacher. It is widely acknowledged that the mind-shielding charm is the most effective means of resisting soul-sucking. Ever since her encounter with soul-sucking at Draco's, the charm had become a part of her plans. The reason it hadn't been prioritized was the absence of a suitable instructor, but now that had changed. Potions class. This lesson required the brewing of forgetfulness potion. This potion could erase all memories, and there was no antidote. One could only wait for its effects to wear off naturally. The young witches and wizards trembled beneath Snape's menacing gaze, every nerve taut, but fortunately, no mistakes were made. Elaine methodically added the standard ingredients and mistletoe nuts to the mortar, grinding them finely, before incorporating the powder into the nearby cauldron with a counterclockwise stir. "Hufflepuff gains 2 points. A deep voice resonated, and astonishment swept through the classroom. Clearly, Snape awarding points to Hufflepuff was quite unexpected. Not to mention the recipient of Snape's generosity, Elaine and Anna exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disbelief. They remained puzzled about why Snape had awarded points to Hufflepuff until the end of the class. "Did you find Professor Snape a bit odd today?" Anna asked, perplexed. "Not just a bit. Rather, exceedingly strange," Elaine corrected her choice of words. Since the start of the term, despite her numerous flawless potions, Snape had never acknowledged her efforts. So why did he suddenly grant points today? Strange, far too strange. However, regardless of the reasoning, it ultimately benefited Hufflepuff. That's true. Time flew by. And soon it was Saturday. Elaine arrived early at the room of requirement. They had agreed to practice the mind-shielding charm every Saturday. To her surprise, Draco had arrived even earlier. Let us begin. The familiar scene re-emerged, memories being rummaged through by an unfamiliar force. Elaine cleared her thoughts, desperately resisting this power, but soon realized her efforts were largely ineffective. Thus, she attempted to anchor this force to a specific memory fragment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 1 minute, she failed again. Just as Draco was about to glimpse the memories of the girl in her infancy, he voluntarily withdrew from her mind. She reclined awkwardly against the back of the sofa, her magical energy nearly depleted. Despite this, a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Draco suddenly found her smile somewhat irksome. Once more, Elaine swallowed a potion to restore her magical energy, eager to try again. The tall, blonde man crouched on the ground, nervously extending his hands toward a figure in the distance, his voice tender. "Come here to Daddy." Draco followed his gaze, watching a 1-year-old girl unsteadily rise. Her chubby little hands flailing, producing cooing sounds. From their shared golden hair, Draco realized this was Elaine and her father. He observed as the toddler wobbled toward the man, only to stumble in the next instant, the man tenderly scooping her up and soothing her gently. Some memories long forgotten by Elaine resurfaced during this series of soul-sucking attempts, and she recalled this heartwarming scene with a blissful expression. Suddenly, the image shattered like broken glass, fragments falling away. Draco halted, realizing Elaine had expelled him from her mind. Not bad, though it would be better if you could do it a bit earlier next time. Elaine felt utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to nod, and collapsed onto the sofa like a sprawled cat. Draco was no less comfortable. At his current level, 2 attempts at soul-sucking were already his limit. He pulled out some candy and tossed her a piece. The refreshing taste of green apple filled her mouth, tantalizing her taste buds. She chewed a few times before swallowing. Is there more? Draco tossed her another. Perhaps too fatigued, Elaine unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, she felt a disorienting sense of time lost. The room of requirement was empty save for her, the lighting casting a dim yellow glow. She straightened her rumpled robes and tousled hair, glancing inadvertently at a pile of candy on the low table. Unwrapping a piece, the rich flavor of green apple burst forth in her mouth once more. After stowing the remaining candies in her pocket, she pushed open the door, revealing an inky darkness outside. It seemed she had slept longer than intended. Chapter 19. The Night Stroll. The night was dark and heavy, as if an endless ink had been smeared across the sky, obscuring any glimmer of starlight. Even though she was intimately familiar with the path back to the common room, she prudently consumed a vial of invisibility potion. In such a tranquil environment, even the faintest sound would be magnified. Mrs. Norris's senses were particularly acute. She must have sensed something, as the sound of the cat drew nearer. Elaine quickened her pace, timing her jump onto a moving staircase perfectly. Have you discovered something, Mrs. Norris? Filch, holding a lantern, called out to the empty staircase while Mrs. Norris inspected the surroundings, her eyes scanning for any sign of nocturnal wanderers. After a moment, they resumed their patrol. At that moment, Elaine had already been carried to an unfamiliar place by the staircase. It was a narrow corridor situated between the 4th and 5th floors, concealed behind a wooden door. To be honest, she had believed that door to be a mere illusion until today. After all, Hogwarts was filled with peculiar staircases and doors, and a false door was hardly surprising. The corridor, devoid of windows and fixtures, was plunged into darkness. Glimmers of light flickered. She quietly summoned a faint glow from the tip of her wand. Had any wizard been present to witness this scene, they would have noted a soft, albeit dim, light floating rhythmically down the corridor. Elaine, using the luminescence to survey her surroundings, found herself in a dark, narrow passageway that seemed to lead to an unknown destination. Devoid of paintings, suits of armor, or statues upon the walls. Proceeding forward for approximately 10 minutes, she reached the end where a winding pipe descended before her. The imposing pipe heightened Elaine's vigilance. She had not forgotten that Hogwarts housed a formidable creature, although the basilisk would not awaken until the following year. One could never guarantee that unforeseen events might not occur in the interim. She first checked her alchemical trinkets to ensure they were securely fastened, then opened her pocket watch, retrieving a small shard of mirror to hold in her palm. With that, she closed her eyes and slid down the pipe. The descent was long and steep, imparting a strong sense of weightlessness. After what felt like an eternity, her speed gradually diminished until she came to a halt. Instead of rising immediately, Elaine raised the mirror, cracking her eyes open just a slit to observe her surroundings. She found herself in a square room, barren of any furnishings, and upon closer inspection, she discerned that she was entirely alone, with no other breath but her own echoing in the stillness. Standing up, she noted the thick layer of dust that had gathered on her robes, evidence that the pipe had not seen visitors in many years. With a flicker of determination, she infused more magic into her wand, and the faint glow transformed into a brilliant light, illuminating the entire room. In the newfound brightness, the chamber revealed its true nature, and a look of bewilderment crossed Elaine's face. This was a room connecting various passageways, with a dark tunnel situated in each wall. The pipe she had just descended was merely one of many. A Hogwarts labyrinth, perhaps? Consulting her watch, she noted it was 1 o'clock in the morning, not too late yet. Trusting her instincts, she chose the leftmost tunnel, which twisted and turned, causing her to lose count of the number of bends she navigated. Upon emerging, she found herself in a dense forest, still shrouded in darkness with no stars or moon in sight. The distant calls of unknown creatures added an unsettling ambience to the inky night. Glancing back, Elaine saw that the exit had become completely obscured by flourishing vines. Could this be the Forbidden Forest? She mused. It was said that the Dark Forest was vast, with only the section nearest Hogwarts designated as the Forbidden Forest, existing in a state of non-interference with the school. Many magical creatures called it home. Yet this area did not appear to be on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. At the very least, she could not see the castle amidst the towering trees that blocked her view. Elaine dared not venture far, merely circling the vicinity. But even this limited exploration yielded ample surprises. Every few steps, she encountered a sprig of wormwood or a patch of flowroot. Who wouldn't be astonished? It was no exaggeration to say that herbs were abundant here. Unfortunately, flowroot could only be harvested during the full moon, and she would have to wait until her next visit. With a heart full of treasures, she retraced her steps back to the staircase. A week from now, on the full moon, she would return for the flowroot, and there were still 2 passageways left unexplored. Those 2 deserved her attention. This was to be her nocturnal endeavor. Not to mention the enriching activities awaiting her during the day. As Elaine pondered these thoughts, a sudden hand brushed her shoulder, startling her. Instinctively, her wand slipped into her grasp. "Shoo, it's me," came the whisper. Fred's familiar voice reached her ears as he covered her mouth with one hand, gesturing for silence with the other. Relieved, Elaine lowered her wand and pushed his hand away. "How did you find me? Let's not discuss it here. We should move to a different location." Obediently, Elaine followed him until they arrived at a wooden door, which he knocked on gently. "George, it's me. Open up quickly." George peeked through the crack in the door, urging them both to enter. Inside was a storage room filled with brooms, mops, and other cleaning supplies. "What are you 2 doing here? What are you doing here?" came their simultaneous inquiries as Elaine and George exchanged glances. "You go first." "No, you go first." "Perhaps I should just explain," Fred muttered. "When George and I were out exploring, we were caught by Filch and had to split up. I distracted him while George stayed here to wait for me." Clearing his throat, he continued, after shaking off Filch. "I saw Elaine on the stairs and brought her along." "Wait, you saw me on the stairs?" Elaine's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at herself. "Of course. You're hard to miss standing there," Fred replied. Elaine glanced down at herself. The invisibility potion had worn off, and upon checking the time, she saw it was 3 in the morning. "Then it's all right. The potion's effect lasts only 2 hours. It should have worn off by now." She sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. "I completely lost track of time." "Potion?" George and Fred raised their eyebrows in unison, their expressions mirroring each other's amusement. "Here it is," Elaine said, producing 4 vials of potion for them. "Cool. This will make night excursions even more fun." Elaine stifled a yawn. "Are you 2 planning to continue? Our night's itinerary is far from over." "Then I'll head back. You 2 carry on." "A true gentleman would never let a lady return alone," Fred said. "Would you agree?" "Of course. Allow us the honor of escorting this lovely lady back to her common room," he added, gesturing gallantly. Elaine chuckled at their antics, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "Then let us be off, gentlemen. It is our privilege." Chapter 20. Flying Lessons in Unicorns. As March's winds ushered in the first whispers of spring, the slumbering Hogwarts began to awaken from its winter hibernation. The thick ice covering the Black Lake melted away, revealing the glorious, ancient castle beneath. The witches hurriedly shed their heavy robes for lighter dresses. On the expansive lawn, Madame Hooch conducted flying lessons for the young witches and wizards. Accompanied by Anna, Elaine flew at a leisurely pace, her altitude modest yet steady. "You can go ahead and fly on your own. No need to worry about me," Elaine urged. "But you look quite tense, Elaine," Anna replied, shaking her head as she maintained the same height as her friend. "It's fine, see how steadily I'm flying? I won't attempt any dangerous maneuvers. This is far too easy for you. Just be careful." After receiving Elaine's assurance, Anna accelerated her broom towards the horizon. For someone eager to join the Quidditch team, this indeed felt a tad too simple. Once Anna flew off into the distance, Elaine kept her speed constant, never straying from Madame Hooch's line of sight. As the saying goes, one must possess self-awareness. Whether exploring the castle at night or venturing into the Forbidden Forest, she always acted within the confines of her safety. However, flying was a different matter. After months of practice, she had come to a stark realization regarding her abilities. In a word, inept. After a while, she seized the opportunity, when Madame Hooch was distracted, to glide over to a large tree nearby for a brief rest. The tender new grass lay flat against the earth, and Elaine settled down, extending her hand to savor the softness. Spring was truly in the air. Yet before she could fully indulge in the sensation, a broom landed smoothly before her. "I knew you'd come this way." Elaine chuckled at Anna's familiar tone. This was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired. Nearly every flying lesson, She would sneak away only for Anna to come fetch her. Grasping Anna's hand, she swung herself onto the broom. Considering Elaine's presence, Anna kept her pace moderate. Where to? Elaine inquired from her perch at the back. How about the Quidditch pitch? I just saw our house team practicing. Anna maneuvered the broom towards the Quidditch pitch. Great idea. From a distance, one could discern individuals diligently training within the confines of the pitch. Anna descended at the edge of the field, and they casually selected a spot to observe the practice. To be honest, Elaine found herself rather perplexed. With her scant knowledge of Quidditch, she could only ascertain that Cedric was an exceptional seeker, having just captured the golden snitch a mere moment ago. Anna erupted in jubilant cheers, with Elaine following suit. As if summoned by fate, Cedric's amiable and clear voice reached them. Elaine, are you here to watch our training? Both girls nodded in unison. Would you like to participate in the Quidditch tryouts next year? Cedric inquired further. I'm afraid my flying skills are rather lacking, Elaine quickly interjected, shaking her head in refusal. Anna, on the other hand, possesses quite commendable skills and has a deep passion for Quidditch. Bursting with excitement, Anna expressed her fervent desire to become a Quidditch player. In that case, I look forward to your joining us next year, he replied, before calling over another boy with short hair. This is Andrew, our chaser. Andrew. This freshman wishes to try her hand at Quidditch. Could you take her for a flight? Come on, freshman, let's head over there. Andrew mounted his broom and swiftly ascended, with Anna eagerly racing after him. The way you caught the golden snitch was absolutely brilliant. Truly a paragon of Hufflepuff. Elaine praised, giving a thumbs up. The young man, taken aback by the unexpected compliment, felt a faint blush grace his handsome features. He opened his mouth to respond, but the field echoed with a call for him. Cedric. Your teammates are calling you, Elaine reminded him. The youth hesitated. Don't worry, I'll wait here for Anna's return, just don't keep them waiting. He cast a worried glance towards the pitch. Be careful. Half an hour later, Anna flew back, her excitement bubbling over as she chattered incessantly upon seeing Elaine. You won't believe the wealth of knowledge I gained today. Senior Andrew taught me so many Quidditch techniques. He is truly incredible. Once I digest these skills, my flying prowess will surely improve significantly. Most importantly, he said, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I can definitely join the team next year. Anna remained in a state of exhilaration for the entire day, only settling down as night fell, and she drifted into slumber. For Anna, the day had come to a close, yet for Elaine, the nocturnal escapades were just beginning. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, two small lights floated in the air. As the two individuals under the effects of an invisibility potion could not see each other, Elaine and Draco relied on the flickering luminescence to ascertain their positions. Since Draco had not sought trouble with Harry upon his rebirth, the encounter with Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest was thus averted. Elaine had initially intended to venture into the Forbidden Forest alone to see if she could rescue the unfortunate unicorn, but to her surprise, Draco voluntarily proposed to accompany her. The invisibility potion lasts only 2 hours, so remember to replenish it when the time comes, Elaine whispered, mindful of the myriad magical creatures within the forest. As she wished not to disturb them, the deeper they ventured, the more dense the mist became. The cool moonlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, while the dry branches and leaves crunched beneath their feet. After 3 hours of searching without sighting a unicorn, they instead uncovered numerous herbs. Yet, fortunately, Merlin seemed to favor them. Wait, Draco halted her, retracting the glow from his wand. Look over there. Elaine held her breath, fearful of startling the creature ahead. It was a young unicorn, small in stature, its body a pristine white, with a beautifully golden horn. It was bending down to drink from the stream. This was not the unicorn slain by Voldemort. Draco evidently recognized this as well, tugging gently at her robe. They stealthily retreated. With a sudden crack, someone stepped on a brittle branch. They froze in place, too late. The young unicorn had already approached them. It paused a meter away, tilting its head in curiosity. Elaine could see the confusion reflected in its clear eyes. Then its nose twitched, and it continued forward until its horn gently prodded Elaine's robe. The atmosphere grew tense. Overwhelmed with joy radiating from her heart, Elaine decisively dispelled her invisibility. She raised her hand, gently caressing its soft fur. The young unicorn did not resist. It quietly allowed the girl to stroke it. Draco, observing from the side, was utterly bewildered by Elaine's revelation. It was well known that unicorns favored pure-hearted witches over wizards. He remained hidden, hesitant to make a sound. Meanwhile, Elaine had now touched the stunning golden horn. The young unicorn exhibited no signs of aggression, appearing exceedingly docile under her touch. In the tranquil night, the silvery moonlight illuminated them, and no words could encapsulate the beauty of the moment. The pure-hearted girl remained blissfully unaware that she had stirred a serene pond. In the distance, a long, melodious call echoed, the mother calling for her child. "Are you leaving?" Elaine asked softly. The young unicorn nuzzled her hand affectionately before bounding away without a backward glance. Although this nocturnal excursion did not yield the sight of the unfortunate unicorn, it confirmed that at least 2 unicorns inhabited the forbidden forest. They hurried back to the castle under the cover of darkness. The journey back shrouded in silence, one lost in the joy of the unicorn, the other in a whirlpool of thoughts. "Good night, Draco," Elaine bid him cheerfully. "Good night," he replied. What was amiss with him? Did something transpire that she was unaware of? She gazed curiously at Draco's flustered retreating figure. Chapter 21. A Fortunate Night. This state of affairs persisted into the following day, within the room of requirement. "What's wrong? You've been distracted since last night," Elaine remarked, narrowing her eyes as she pulled Draco, who had been struck down by a curse, to his feet. "This is not your usual self." Draco rose with her assistance, brushing off his robes, his eyes flickering momentarily. "It's nothing, carry on." "Very well then." Obstacles galore. Flocks of birds. In the blink of an eye, the sun dipped below the horizon, and Elaine made her way directly to the great hall, entirely oblivious to the way Draco seemed torn between words, burdened with tasks. She was aware that tonight marked the full moon, and the licorice root they had discovered last time had ripened. As night fell, Elaine smoothly slipped out of the common room to the narrow corridor where she had previously found it. She had visited during the day, only to discover that the wooden door she had assumed was a mere decorative piece was, in fact, impenetrable in daylight. After several attempts, she realized that the door would only open after dusk. Navigating through the narrow corridor, long pipes and winding passages, she arrived back at the forest. The licorice root glowed softly under the moonlight as she took out her tools and began to harvest. An hour later, she straightened her back, massaging her weary shoulders. She had gathered all the licorice root she had previously discovered. Elaine surveyed the area, her curiosity piqued by the sight of movement in the distance. With so many herbs in this small area, there must be even more precious plants further afield. However, she was also keen to explore the other 2 passages. Biting her lip in indecision, she thought, perhaps it is best to leave it to Merlin. Producing a galleon, she decided, one side for staying to gather herbs, the other for returning to explore the 2 passages. The coin was tossed into the air, flipping rapidly before landing in her palm. 1, 2, 3, it's the reverse side. Following Merlin's guidance, Elaine retraced her steps back to the square room. With 4 passages before her, she chose the one opposite the pipe. Holding her wand aloft, she felt an inexplicable unease creeping in, striving to suppress the anxiety swelling within her as she ventured down the path leading underground. In the pitch-black corridor, the sound of dripping water echoed, accompanied by a damp atmosphere. Water. Humidity? As Elaine ventured further, the moisture in the air became increasingly palpable, reaching a level that could no longer be overlooked. She felt her mind faltering. Who would have imagined a secret passage hidden beneath the black lake? At the end of the corridor, a faint luminescence emanated from a translucent barrier that separated her from the lake's waters. Tentatively, she extended her hand, finding no resistance as she directly touched the cool surface of the black lake. So, this barrier only keeps the water at bay? Elaine mused, observing her dampened fingers. She promptly turned and retraced her steps, her return marked by a sense of urgency that contrasted sharply with her earlier caution. As she withdrew her hand, an overwhelming unease surged within her, every cell in her body clamoring to flee. She understood that lingering any longer could yield irreparable consequences. Meanwhile, a nondescript stone at the lake's bottom flickered, causing the surrounding fish to momentarily halt before they swam away, flicking their tails. The journey back felt interminable. She quickened her pace to a run. At last, the familiar confines of her room came into view, and she dashed forward, gradually alleviating the sense of impending doom that had gripped her. Elaine pressed her hand to her chest, breathing deeply until her heartbeat steadied. She pondered the terrifying entities that might reside in the Black Lake. Mermaids? Giant squids? Grindylows? After fruitless contemplation, she turned to the final corridor, which appeared indistinguishable from the others. Cautiously, she took a few steps forward, feeling no sense of danger, and thus ventured further with renewed confidence. The passage was not lengthy, extending about 500 meters, culminating in a decaying wooden door. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing a square room filled with strange symbols etched into the walls. Elaine brought the light closer, her expression one of bewilderment. Such runes, she had encountered in the room beneath the Tower of Bird Castle, albeit in a more dilapidated state here. Onad had mentioned that the runes in the castle formed a teleportation array. Could this be another magical formation? The similarities in the runes, the teleportation array, and the interconnected corridors of the Black Lake Forest seemed to coalesce into a revelation, though she felt she was grasping at shadows. By the time Elaine returned to her dormitory, the elusive inspiration still evaded her. Lying wide-eyed in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. There was undoubtedly a crucial piece of information missing. She sat at her desk, retrieving her quill to organize her clues in her notebook. Based on the condition of the runes, it was clear that the castle's runes were of a later date than those of Hogwarts. If both were indeed teleportation arrays, could these two places be interconnected? The founding purpose of Hogwarts was to shield young witches and wizards from Muggle harm. If that were the case for the teleportation array, it could serve as a lifeline in emergencies, though she remained ignorant of its destination. One corridor led to the castle interior, another to the Black Lake, a third to the forest, and the last appeared to be the suspected teleportation array. The narrative had also alluded to numerous secret passages leading to the outside world, resembling an expansive underground network. She retrieved a piece of parchment to write to Onod, seeking further knowledge regarding magical arrays, particularly teleportation arrays. The library had not crossed her mind. Knowledge of such long-lost arrays would either be absent or confined to the restricted section. Rather than laboriously seeking permission from professors, she would rather enlist her family's assistance. The Ollery was situated atop the West Tower, a considerable distance from the Hufflepuff common room in the basement. Stealthily avoiding Filch and Mrs. Norris, she made her way to the West Tower. I can hardly believe that 3 students brazenly disregard school rules to wander at night. Professor McGonagall's voice, strained with suppressed anger, resonated sharply in the night. Elaine paused, glancing down at herself. Splendid, the invisibility potion was still effective. She peered out, witnessing Professor McGonagall's fury directed at a dejected Harry, Ron, and Hermione, with Filch lurking nearby. You 3 are out climbing the astronomy tower at 1 in the morning. Had it not been for Mr. Filch's report, I would never have believed such a thing. No, there's another one attempting to climb the West Tower. Miss Granger. I had thought you the most disciplined of all. How could you join them in breaking the rules? Hermione looked utterly crestfallen. And you, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. Do not think you can escape. You will all face severe punishment. Human form reveal. Chapter 22 Voldemort. Elaine, a bystander to the unfolding drama, felt the grip of fate tighten around her neck. Struggling to break free, she caught a glimpse of a dark cloak and the faint, bitter scent of potions wafting around her. Help me, save me. Snape grasped the girl by her collar, as one might carry a despondent cat. Professor McGonagall. I believe you overlooked this little troll. Merlin. Professor McGonagall appeared on the brink of fainting from rage, her chest heaving violently. 4 of them. For students out at night. Snape dragged Elaine before them, letting out a cold huff. Elaine lowered her head, unable to meet Professor McGonagall's gaze, while the others remained as silent as quail. Miss Bird, who granted you permission to roam the grounds at such an hour? Especially during this perilous time. You shall pay for your actions. Each of you loses 50 points plus detention. Professor McGonagall declared. What? 50 points? Harry gasped. Gryffindor would lose 150 points for this. Now, return to your dormitories immediately, no matter what you intended to do. Professor McGonagall breathed heavily. You have deeply disappointed me. Word of your nocturnal escapade reaching Professor McGonagall has already spread. In the room of requirement, Draco spoke nonchalantly. Don't mention it. It was discovered by Professor Snape. A human form reveal, just like when you found me that day. Elaine muttered under her breath. It's no surprise, being a Slytherin, their inherited sharpness is undeniable. Headmaster? Yes. She forced a smile. Who knows why Snape was there? However, there is good news. Harry sent Hagrid's dragon away yesterday. Foolish Gryffindor. Alienating their classmates for 150 points. The tale of Harry Potter and his friends causing Gryffindor to lose 150 points spread like wildfire, turning him into the most despised figure among Gryffindors overnight. Draco's disdain for Gryffindor was almost palpable. Even without his involvement, they were still caught. Elaine rolled her eyes discreetly, attempting to regain his attention. I mean, I will be punished in the Forbidden Forest alongside them. I'll join you. All right, when the punishment time arrives, I'll let you know, be prepared. She made an okay gesture. Prepared for what? Naturally, for facing Voldemort. After leaving the room of requirement, her first stop was the Ollery. She still had not sent Onod's letter. Then she made her way to the greenhouse. Although the deduction of points had caused no stir in Hufflepuff, it was still due to her that 50 points were lost, and she needed to make amends. In truth, since Elaine's enrollment, Hufflepuff's points had soared, rivaling those of Ravenclaw. After an afternoon of diligent effort, Professor Sprout generously awarded her an additional 20 points. In the days that followed, first-year witches and wizards would witness Elaine fervently accumulating points in class, frequently answering questions, promptly completing tasks, and exhibiting an unwavering enthusiasm. It wasn't until the night they ventured into the Forbidden Forest that she finally ceased this relentless pursuit of points. They followed Filch to the exterior of Hagrid's hut, where he cast a sullen gaze upon them throughout the journey, attempting to intimidate the students with his words. "It's nearly time. We should be departing," Hagrid announced as he approached with Fong in tow. Together, they made their way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid raising his lantern high, indicating a winding path that led into the darkness. "Do you see those silvery bloodstains? They belong to a unicorn. We must locate that poor creature." Harry stared intently at the bloodstains, while Elaine noticed his unease. "Are you all right, Harry? Do not worry. Nothing will happen," she reassured him, casting a concerned glance. Hermione, standing nearby, echoed her worry. "Harry Bird, you two pair off and head this way. I'll take Hermione and Ron to search over there. Remember to signal if you find the unicorn." The moon hung high and sparse clouds drifted across the sky. Harry, holding the lantern, walked alongside Elaine into the Forbidden Forest. "Elaine, who could possibly harm a unicorn?" Harry inquired. She pondered for a moment before articulating her response. "It's difficult to say. Unicorns are incredibly beautiful creatures. Their horns, hair, and blood possess potent magical properties. For instance, unicorn tail hair can be used as a wand core, and their blood can prolong life. Draco is the only known Death Eater who has used unicorn tail hair as a wand core. To my knowledge, there are dark wizards who specifically hunt them, even if it curses them in the process." She solemnly presented Harry with a black obsidian necklace adorned with silver chains. "Keep this. It will protect you in times of danger." Harry grasped the chain tightly, nodding earnestly. Unbeknownst to them, Draco, who was stealthily following, cast a glance at the necklace in Harry's hand, then down at the identical one around his own neck, his expression darkening. When Elaine had given him the necklace before their departure, he had felt a secret joy, not anticipating that it was a wholesale item. It was true that such necklaces could save lives in critical moments. She was not exaggerating. She had at least 10 of them stowed away in her pocket watch, all provided by Honored. After proceeding a little further, the sound of a cloak brushing against the ground suddenly reached their ears. They became alert, and Elaine immediately brandished her wand, signaling Draco. Beneath the moonlight, a unicorn lay on the ground, a shadowy figure hunched over it, drinking its blood. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. A sharp pain compelled him to clutch his forehead, where a scar throbbed. The sky darkened, the silvery moonlight obscured by thick clouds, as a suffocating panic began to spread. The figure raised its head, and Harry glimpsed a face, terrifyingly blurred beneath the cloak, drifting ominously towards them, sending a chill down his spine. "Protect us all." Elaine had already cast a protective charm the moment Voldemort appeared. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. 2 green lights shot towards the Dark Lord and Harry respectively. Harry turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. In a flash, he questioned whether he was hallucinating. How else could he hear Draco's voice and the green light that shot past him? Elaine also turned pale, shocked that Voldemort, possessing Quirrell, could still cast the killing curse. She leaped forward, pushing Harry to the ground. Simultaneously, she shouted, "Fires of fury!" A massive wall of flame surged forth, forming an impenetrable barrier between Voldemort and themselves. A tremendous pain engulfed Elaine as she felt her strength rapidly waning. Just as she was on the verge of succumbing to darkness, she vaguely heard a panicked voice. Chapter 23. Awakening. The towering flames drew everyone's attention. All spells cease. The arriving professors worked in unison to extinguish the flames. Upon seeing Elaine lying motionless on the ground, Snape's pupils constricted. He rushed over, relieved to find she was still alive, and quickly scooped her up, striding towards the hospital wing. "Oh Merlin, what has transpired here?" Professor McGonagall surveyed the chaos, the air thick with a pungent odor. Dumbledore's expression was grave, clearly taken aback by the day's events. "Minerva, return to calm the students and ensure no one leaves their dormitories." He turned to Harry, who had collapsed, adding, "Pomona, take Harry to the hospital wing. Phileas, accompany me. The Centaurs and Hagrid will remain in the Forbidden Forest to handle the aftermath." Professor Sprout embraced the distraught Harry. "Come along, child." At the moment Elaine collapsed, a wave of panic seized Draco, his heart feeling as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, sharp pain coursing through him. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his inner hatred and fear, aiming his wand at the figure, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "Cruciatus." This time, the curse struck the mysterious figure. Draco staggered towards Elaine, who lay lifeless, her complexion pale as parchment, devoid of any color. Harry knelt beside her, surrounded by a scattering of shattered gems. Just as they reached out to touch her, Professor Snape was the first to lift the girl in his arms. By the time Madame Pomfrey settled Elaine and Harry, the moon was high in the sky. Snape gazed at the two lying quietly in the hospital wing, his eyes dark as a still deep pool. The echo of Madame Pomfrey's voice reverberated in his ears. The killing curse has drained your magical energy. Follow me. His voice was icily detached. Draco followed Snape to the dungeons in a daze, still reeling from the moment Elaine was struck by the curse. Even as Snape acknowledged his presence, he remained silent. In the dimly lit potions office, Snape's cold gaze scrutinized Draco, now visible and disheveled, his robe stained and eyes hollow. You had better provide a satisfactory explanation for today's events. Ah, the brain-blocking curse. Truly my finest pupil, he sneered. My godfather, Draco managed to utter, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. At that moment, a green flame erupted in the fireplace, and Lucius emerged, having hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news. Elaine awoke 2 days later, her eyes fluttering open in a daze, her memories frozen at the moment she pushed Harry to the ground. My dear, you are finally awake. A voice filled with joy exclaimed, a man grasping her hand in excitement, then lowering his voice as if recalling something. Are you feeling unwell? Elaine weakly responded, Father. Do not speak, I will fetch Madame Pomfrey. With that he hurried off. She will be fine. Just a few more days of rest, Madame Pomfrey assured, conducting a thorough examination, and handing several potions to Honored. Make her drink these. Coughing, Elaine found the potions as vile as ever. Honored gazed at her with concern. Knowing well the panic that had gripped him upon receiving Dumbledore's letter, a killing curse had struck his daughter. Had it not been for those alchemical products, his poor Elaine would have departed from him forever, like her mother. After consuming the potions, Elaine soon fell into a deep slumber again. Watching her sleep, Honored strode out of the hospital wing, his eyes filled with suppressed fury. Previously lacking the mood, now that his daughter had awakened, he intended to confront Dumbledore for a satisfactory explanation. The birds were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the headmaster's office was far from pleasant. Dumbledore gazed at the assemblage with a slight headache. Cold Draco, stern Severus, and the furious bird. None were particularly amenable. The portraits of past headmasters on the walls remained silent amid the tension. Professor Dumbledore, I believe you owe me a reasonable explanation. Honored was the first to voice his concerns. I had always thought that Hogwarts was the safest haven in the British wizarding world, and I had placed my utmost trust in it, as did my daughter. Yet, the reality is that Elaine suffered an unforgivable curse in what was supposed to be the safest of places. This compels me to question the strength and security of your esteemed institution. Mr. Honored, Hogwarts will provide you with a satisfactory response regarding this matter. Dumbledore's keen and wise gaze was concealed behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. In fact, we have already identified the perpetrator of this incident. The unconscious Quirrell was brought forth. Yet Honored remained unmoved, casting a cold stare at Dumbledore as he elucidated the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, I must impart to you the brutal truth. The Dark Lord has not perished completely. He lingers in some shadowed corner. Previously he had possessed Quirrell, persistently attempting to prolong his life with unicorn blood, until thwarted by Mr. Potter and Miss Bird. Following that, he gravely injured students, and that fragment of his soul was ultimately obliterated in the fierce flames conjured by Miss Bird. Dumbledore's expression was grave. The malevolent Dark Lord is poised to rise again. The portraits of former headmasters murmured in astonishment at this revelation, while those present showed little reaction. Malfoy and Snape had already learned of the entire situation from Draco, and had reached an agreement to erase Draco's involvement from this affair entirely. As for Honored, he remained even less perturbed. Voldemort's power at its height barely roamed the British Isles, posing no threat to Norway, situated on the Scandinavian peninsula. Unbeknownst to the adults engaged in negotiation, Elaine was busy comforting Harry. Elaine, are you feeling better? Hermione inquired with concern. Harry recounted the events to them, and they were filled with anxiety, visiting daily. Elaine shook her head, propping herself up slightly. I'm fine, much better now. Madame Pomfrey said I should be out of the hospital wing in a few days. I appreciate your help with the Forbidden Forest, Harry said. A hint of guilt etched upon his youthful face. It wasn't your fault, Harry. My conscience wouldn't allow me to watch my classmates perish before my eyes, especially when I had the ability to intervene. Elaine fixed her earnest gaze upon Harry's green eyes, sensing the gravity of the moment, yet managed a reassuring smile. You need not feel guilty. I never undertake endeavors without assurance. Look, I'm quite well now, aren't I? Harry nodded earnestly, grappling with the notion that his own weakness had led to Elaine's injury, feeling inferior even to Malfoy. That day, I heard Mal. Chapter 24. After awakening. Elaine shook her head, interrupting his impending words. If you truly feel remorseful, perhaps you could lend me your class notes? I feel rather lost after missing several lessons. Harry's eyes widened. She had just brushed past the brink of death and still remembered her studies. Oh, of course, I can lend you my notes, Hermione replied, tilting her head slightly, as if to say she had anticipated this all along. I've brought them with me. Ron and Harry exchanged glances. Was this the world of diligent students? Suddenly, they felt that the snacks they held were rather unseemly. Elaine accepted their Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and chocolate frogs. The bedside table piled high with various treats sent by classmates upon hearing of her injury. Hey, these are wonderful gifts. How did you know I wanted this? As she unwrapped a chocolate frog, she discovered a card depicting an unfamiliar wizard. Hengist of Woodcroft, she read aloud. He was a wizard who lived in the Middle Ages and the founder of Hogsmeade, the only wizarding village in Britain. He entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry at the age of 11, and was sorted into Hufflepuff. Hogsmeade? Harry inquired. The only wizarding village in Britain. Entirely populated by wizards, no muggles, Ron replied, his voice filled with longing. Honeyduke's candy shop is there, with an abundance of sweets, and the Three Broomsticks serves delicious butterbeer. Harry's eyes sparkled with desire. Only third-year students and above were permitted to visit Hogsmeade on designated Saturdays. Hermione mercilessly shattered their dreams. Oh Merlin, we're only first years. Actually, we could ask upperclassmen to bring us something when they go to Hogsmeade, Elaine suggested. The Hufflepuffs are quite friendly. That's exactly how it is. The upperclassmen often bring us little trinkets, Elaine added. Great idea, Harry exclaimed, looking at Ron. Ron frowned, clearly recalling some unpleasant thoughts. Come on. George and Fred won't be so kind. They LL just prank me. Harry sighed. Then we'll just have to ask Percy or someone else. They continued to chat until Madame Pomfrey arrived to usher them out. Draco stood outside, his demeanor melancholic. Although he harbored as much concern as anyone else, upon hearing of Elaine's awakening, he rushed over, only to find himself lacking the courage to face her. Guilt, worry, and remorse threatened to engulf him. Draco. Why don't you come in? The girl noticed him. He shuffled forward to the bedside, overwhelmed with shame, his throat dry as if stuffed with cotton. Could you sit down? It's tiring to look up at you like this. Apologies. Draco complied and sat beside her. Are you feeling any better? Not bad. Just a bit tired. I should be out of the hospital wing in a few days, Elaine replied, observing the bloodshot eyes of Draco with a sigh. I am an adult now, responsible for my actions and their consequences. I underestimated him and overestimated myself. You don't need to, he quickly interjected. No. This is not your fault. He insisted. If I had not been so fearful and weak, the killing curse could have ended his life. It was my missed opportunity. Seeing him again engulfed by guilt, Elaine swiftly changed the subject. Can you tell me what happened afterwards? I saw my father as soon as I woke. When did he arrive? Draco lowered his voice. Mr. Bird arrived on the day you were injured, and has remained by your side. Shortly after you fell unconscious. The professors arrived to quell the flames, and Dumbledore caught Quirrell attempting to flee. He added, the fragment of his soul within Quirrell was also consumed by the flames. He did not mention that he had cast the Cruciatus curse on Quirrell. And you? Did you use an unforgivable curse? Will the Ministry and Dumbledore punish you? Her concern for him warmed Draco's heart, dispelling some of the clouds that surrounded him. No, my father and the headmaster managed to suppress the matter. They are now aware of everything concerning the future, and will negotiate with Dumbledore. Elaine pondered for a moment. Then we no longer need to tread carefully in our future actions. A series of rhythmic knocks interrupted them, and Honored and Dumbledore stood at the door. Father, Professor Dumbledore. Elaine greeted them with a sugary smile. Good day, Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Bird. Draco immediately rose, politely greeting them, embodying the very essence of a young gentleman. Honored scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. The little Malfoy could disguise himself well, but his intentions were still discernible. Young Mr. Malfoy, I have heard Elaine speak of you. You are indeed a scion of the Malfoy lineage, and upon meeting you today, I can see you are a young talent. Thank you for your kind words. In my eyes, Elaine is the true prodigy. He cast a glance at the expression of the other party and, discerning the moment, politely suggested his departure. I must return to my classes, so I shall not intrude upon your gathering. Honored nodded slightly and shifted his gaze toward Dumbledore, who had been observing the group with his characteristic kindness. Noticing Honored's attention, Dumbledore stepped forward and in a gentle tone, addressed Elaine. Miss Bird, I am deeply sorry for the ordeal you encountered at school. This matter is a result of our oversight, and we shall take full responsibility for the compensation. I sincerely hope Miss Bird will recover swiftly. After expressing his concern with a few more kind words, he refrained from mentioning anything regarding dark magic. Once Dumbledore had taken his leave, Elaine turned to Honored with a mysterious glint in her eyes. "Father, what did you discuss?" "The headmaster didn't he even inquire about the dark arts?" Honored calmly elucidated the reason. "We never anticipated that you would attend school in England. We all presumed you would be going to Durmstrang. Do not forget, Durmstrang does not prohibit the dark arts, and our family, the Birds, is not to be underestimated. Moreover, there is a mysterious figure in England who will not relinquish the opportunity of allying with the Birds, even if he cannot persuade us." Elaine nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the Bird family had indeed secured considerable advantages this time. The Birds and the Malfoys had expressed a willingness to cooperate. "And by the beginning of the second year, you will have access to the exclusive carriage for board members." "Board member?" He glanced at Elaine, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and chuckled. "Is being a board member at Hogwarts truly worthy of such elation? Well, I am set to study here for 7 years. Having a board member in the family should make things more convenient." Elaine chuckled. "I absolutely must keep that pink toad out of the school gates." Honored ruffled her hair, pondering whose temperament she had inherited. "Remember to take care of yourself. A clever bird would never place herself in peril. Should you encounter any significant matters, you may seek out Dumbledore." Elaine appeared somewhat astonished, surprised by Honored's trust in Dumbledore. "He will ensure your safety in order to win over the Birds." Honored did not elaborate further and continued, "I shall likely be occupied during the summer. Your grandmother will come to England to take you to the Sirdyram estate." "Hooray!" Elaine exclaimed, her spirits lifted. Her maternal grandmother and grandfather cherished her deeply since her mother had passed away. "But father, do remember to think of me." "All right. You focus on recuperating. I shall take my leave now." Honored stood, gently kissing her forehead, and then departed without hesitation. Managing 2 days for her was the utmost he could muster. Chapter 25. The House Cup. As the end of term approached, the young wizards busied themselves preparing for the impending examinations, resulting in a noticeable decline in the number of nighttime mischief makers. In the library, Hermione was diligently studying alongside Harry and Ron. "Merlin S. socks, why do we need to remember the times when the Waterstone Gargoyle goes on strike?" Ron lamented, his heavy head resting on the book, the tedious history of magic nearly overwhelming his mind. Hermione glanced at him before refocusing on her studies. "If you wish to advance to the second year, it would be prudent to memorize this information." Ron grimaced, his eyes darting about restlessly, confusion crossing his face when he noticed something. Why is Elaine associating with a dark wizard like Malfoy? Harry, upon hearing this, paused in his page-turning, lowering his gaze to conceal his emotions. "I heard from the upperclassmen that Professor Binns doesn't test on overly difficult material. This is all common knowledge." Unexpectedly, Harry displayed a newfound seriousness toward his studies, his previous nonchalance replaced by diligence. For the Forbidden Forest incident had made him acutely aware of both the strength of his enemies and his own vulnerabilities. With a sigh, Ron muttered to himself as he recited the knowledge points. The connection between Slytherin's Malfoy and Hufflepuff's bird became common gossip around Hogwarts within a mere week. As the news spread, the Hufflepuff Badgers breathed a sigh of relief. It made sense if the families were negotiating, for they could hardly believe that they would witness Malfoy exhibit even a hint of amiability. Elaine felt equally helpless. Ever since her discharge from the hospital, Draco had made their amicable relationship quite public. Even Anna had inquired about their connection on multiple occasions, until she finally silenced them by mentioning the two families' collaboration. Elaine and Draco sat across from each other, revising their various subjects. The fireseed shrub, a plant that burns incessantly, relentlessly destroys its surroundings. Does this imply that its combustion is limitless? They do not always burn. They typically cleanse their environment, eliminating competition for their progeny. Or perhaps their seeds require high temperatures to germinate. There are several fireseed shrubs in the greenhouse, as well as in the caverns of the Forbidden Forest. Lowering her voice, Elaine continued. Reluctantly, the end-of-term examinations arrived as scheduled. After the final History of Magic exam concluded, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the room. Elaine felt significantly lighter. Although she did not fret over her grades, who would refuse the prospect of a delightful summer? Due to Quirrell's premature resignation, Snape took over the defense against the dark arts class, leaving everyone disheartened after completing this subject. The final scene of the Philosopher's Stone had been disrupted, and they smoothly transitioned to the day before the holiday. First years had 8 subjects. Elaine achieved an E in flying lessons while securing OS in all others, tying for second place with Hermione. Draco claimed the top spot, attaining OS across the board. The entire school gathered in the Great Hall, anxiously awaiting Dumbledore's announcement regarding the House Cup. Elaine glanced at the colored gems representing each house. Slytherin led, while Gryffindor trailed behind. With a beaming smile, Dumbledore rose to announce, "Another academic year has concluded, and now I shall declare the House Cup's recipient. Slytherin, 462 points Ravenclaw, 416 points Gryffindor, 312 points Hufflepuff, 415 points. However, we must consider certain circumstances. Due to Mr. Harry Potter's fearless bravery, I shall award him an additional 20 points." As Dumbledore's words faded, the hall fell into an expectant silence, all eyes eagerly awaiting the final outcome. And Miss Elaine Bird, for her remarkable resilience in the face of danger and her unwavering protection of her classmates, I shall award her 50 points. Hufflepuff has thus secured the House Cup this year, which means a small change in our decorations is in order. As his words concluded, the hall's decor transformed from green and silver to yellow and black, with badger motifs adorning every corner. Cheers erupted from Hufflepuff, and someone began calling Elaine's name, which quickly escalated as more voices joined in, expressing their joy. Elaine buried her face in her hands, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was truly mortifying. The atmosphere at the Slytherin table grew bleak, with Pansy Parkinson glaring daggers at Hufflepuff, her fork bending under the pressure of her grip. Just a bunch of foolish Hufflepuffs. Why should they be awarded the House Cup? She turned to Draco, seeking affirmation, only to find him fixated on that insufferable bird, which ignited her fury even further. "Draco, you can't possibly be interested in that pretentious bird, can you?" Draco suddenly displayed a hint of impatience and retorted coldly, "Parkinson, you have overstepped." Pansy's face flushed with anger, and as she attempted to retort, she met Draco's fierce gaze, prompting her to clamp her mouth shut, her resentment deepening. A pale, slender Slytherin boy seated across from them observed this exchange with a thoughtful expression. Outside King's Cross Station, an elegantly poised elderly woman fixed her gaze intently on the throng of passers-by, accompanied by a dashing gentleman who drew the attention of onlookers. Suddenly, a golden-haired little girl dashed towards them, arms outstretched, embracing Elaine tightly. "Grandmother's little darling, have you missed me?" "Indeed. I think of you every day, grandmother." Elaine nestled Eva in her arms, indulging in affectionate whims. "Oh, Onod, how could you send her so far to study in England? My dear little one must be famished and frail. There exists a kind of thinness that only elders perceive." Eva Serdidrum, Elaine's grandmother, a world-renowned master of dueling, at this moment appeared no different from those doting grandparents. "I have indeed gained some weight, and it was my own decision to attend Hogwarts." Elaine, somewhat overwhelmed by her grandmother's affection, cast a pleading glance towards Alan, who was watching the scene unfold with amusement. Alan, chuckling, pinched his niece's cherubic cheeks and remarked, "Mother, it's getting late. We must return to Norway soon." "Indeed, we cannot allow Elaine to go hungry," Eva nodded vigorously, setting her granddaughter down. "Uncle, when will you return?" Elaine inquired. Unlike her father Onod, who was perpetually engrossed in business, Alan had no familial obligations to manage or offspring to rear. Since graduating from Durmstrang, he had been traversing the world under the pretense of savoring life. After several unsuccessful admonitions from their grandfather, he had been allowed to pursue his wanderlust. "Just a fortnight ago, I returned from Congo, an African nation where I procured many local specialties for you. I assure you, you'll find them delightful." Chapter 26, First-Year Holidays. Trondheim, located on the western coast of Norway, serves as the capital of Srtjarndelag County. The Serdidrum estate is nestled in this ancient city. As Elaine and her companions emerged from the fireplace, they were greeted by Andrew Serdidrum, who awaited them in the grand hall. He was a stern-faced elder, perpetually maintaining an air of cold superiority. At this moment he held a newspaper, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings, yet upon closer inspection, one could catch the old man's furtive glances toward the fireplace. "Grandfather!" Elaine exclaimed joyfully as she rushed forward. Andrew's lips twitched into a fleeting smile, only to quickly revert to their previous stoicism as he fixated on the newspaper, ignoring Elaine's enthusiastic greeting. Noticing his disregard, Elaine cleverly looped her arm through his, and began to shake it playfully. Grandfather, why won't you acknowledge me? I've missed you all so dearly." "I see now. Elaine is no longer your favorite." Her voice trailed off, and she released his arm, feigning a pout. Andrew let out a mock grunt, continuing to peruse the newspaper, unmoved by her antics. Realizing her act of faux tears was ineffective, Elaine pinched her thigh sharply, the pain prompting genuine tears to flow. Clearing his throat, Andrew took out his wand and cast a pain relief charm on the spot she had just pinched, then asked, "Is Hogwarts enjoyable?" Elaine paused, instantly grasping the underlying question. As a professor at Durmstrang, Andrew naturally hoped his family would attend there. And yet Elaine had dashed off to Hogwarts without so much as a word. She smiled shyly and replied, "It's not enjoyable at all. It would be far more entertaining with you around. You won't believe it, but Hogwarts doesn't even teach dark arts." With that, she chattered animatedly for half an hour, finally appeasing Andrew. At the dinner table, everyone savored a sumptuous meal, while Elaine sat quietly, adhering to the decorum that Andrew valued so highly. He regarded talking while eating as a grave breach of etiquette, and having just reconciled with this cantankerous old man, she was reluctant to provoke him again. After dinner, Elaine returned to her bedroom in the Cedric estate. This was a spacious room with a grand balcony overlooking the garden below. Trondheim, being at a high latitude, experienced long days and short nights during daylight saving time. Thus, after just 4 hours of slumber, the sun began its ascent just below the horizon, heralding a new day. Despite the brevity of the night, Elaine felt well rested. At that moment, she was cozily nestled in a comfortable chair, engrossed in a book, with several others nearby. These tomes were her cherished studies on magical formations, some of which had been sent by Onod through the house elf, while others she had discovered in the family's library. In addition to studying magical formations, observing plants was also part of her daily routine. These extraordinary plants were gifts from Alan, many of which were unique to Africa. Elaine found it fascinating how the same species could exhibit vastly different properties and appearances, depending on their continent of growth. The ensuing days passed in a whirlwind of rigorous training. One day, recalling her lackluster practical skills, she approached her beloved grandmother, the dueling master Eva, to request training. Though Eva typically indulged Elaine, she was unwaveringly strict when it came to dueling. Her standards were exceedingly high, and each training session left Elaine sore all over. Mornings were spent reading or tending to plants, afternoons were dedicated to training with Eva, and evenings were reserved for studying the intricacies of magical formations, until 1 month later, when everything changed. Onod returned unexpectedly. He and Andrew spent an entire day in hushed conversation in the study, leaving no one privy to their discourse. Soon after, Elaine found herself accompanying Onod back to England. In a state of confusion and disbelief, Elaine was taken aback when Onod informed her that they had only a month to restore the teleportation magical formation in the castle, and that it required both of them to draw it simultaneously, rather than her merely assisting. "Hold on, let us set aside the urgency of this task for a moment. Given my incomplete understanding of ancient runes, how could he possibly expect me to do this?" Elaine pouted, channeling her magic to sketch peculiar runes in the air. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as drawing runes demanded intense focus and precise control over her magic, requiring a seamless execution. A single mistake would necessitate starting over from scratch. Elaine toiled day and night for 20 days, relying on potions to sustain her, striving to successfully complete the runes. When the final rune was finally inscribed, she flung her wand aside, closed her eyes, and reclined, falling into a deep, peaceful slumber. While Elaine was fervently studying, Onod was equally industrious. As a sacred space for channeling immense magical power, the method of drawing a magical formation could vastly alter its effects. During this time, he meticulously completed the fragmented runes and determined the drawing method and the flow of magic. Upon awakening, Elaine was greeted by a comprehensive diagram of a directional teleportation formation, leaving her sprawled on the sofa, staring at Onod in a daze. "This is the complete magical formation. You must replicate it in 10 days. Elaine." "Father, I am merely 12 years old, and I have no desire to meet an untimely demise." Her eyes glazed over as the daunting task loomed before her, appearing as though a mere glance could lead to her demise. Onod, gazing at the ceiling and the floor, deliberately avoided her gaze until Elaine's unwavering stare made him uneasy. "Once you complete your task, I shall grant you the azure." The azure was the family heirloom of the bird family, a signet ring adorned with Sri Lankan grey-blue sapphires on either side, intricately engraved with heather patterns in the center. She raised an eyebrow, feigning discontent. "That ring will eventually be mine anyway. Do you believe there are other heirs?" With a huff, Onod retorted, "Are you truly unaware of whether I have other heirs? Alongside my treasury, you may select 2 items of your choosing." 3. Onod's treasury housed only the rarest of treasures, each piece a cherished possession. Although he often gifted her exquisite items, none could compare to the treasures within his vault. "Very well." As she gazed at the eager agreement of Onod, Elaine felt a flicker of hesitation. Over the years, the only moment he had gifted her something from the vault was the opulent scepter he had bestowed upon her at her birth. Thereafter, he had never retrieved anything else. Tentatively, she extended her finger and gestured 5. 5 items? Upon witnessing Onod's dark expression, she quickly retracted her finger. "Just kidding. 3 items it is. Let us settle on that. Chapter 27. The start of second year. In order to memorize the intricate design of the magical array, Elaine first practiced on paper until she could replicate it flawlessly from memory, before finally tracing it with her magical energy. After enduring 20 relentless days of toil, she made significant strides in her control over magical power. However, a new dilemma arose. A complete large-scale magical array demanded a colossal amount of magical energy, and Elaine often found herself depleted before even completing a third of it. Eventually, she had to resort to consuming magical potions while continuing her work. By the time they stood in the room designated for inscribing the magical array, it was already midnight on the eve of the new term. During this time, Draco had sent her a letter, inquiring if she wished to visit Diagon Alley together. It was then that she realized she had yet to procure her school supplies, compelling her to send the house elf on a trip to Diagon Alley. In the dimly lit room, a flicker of light illuminated the space, with Onold and Elaine positioned at opposite ends. Let us begin. Taking a deep breath, Elaine waved her wand, meticulously sketching symbol after symbol along the traces within the room. This was a hexagram magical array, also known as the Star of David, composed of 2 triangles, one upright, symbolizing fire, and the other inverted, representing water. Sweat trickled down her temples as Elaine concentrated intently on her task, sparing no effort. She consumed vial after vial of the energy-restoring potion until, after 5 or 6 arduous hours, she completed the final stroke. Their magical energies flowed within the array, silver light emanating from the magical core, gradually expanding outward, enveloping the outer design and the magical conduits, until the outermost ring of the magical array was filled with shimmering silver. Elaine's eyes widened in astonishment. The silver glow extinguished after 5 minutes. Was that it? Was this the culmination of her relentless efforts? Onold rubbed his throbbing temples and stepped outside. The teleportation magical array required 2 arrays to be interconnected to function. This array was directional and could only be activated once the counterpart was restored. Elaine recalled the incomplete magical array within Hogwarts and hurried after Onold. So, Father, do you know where this magical array leads? Do not pry. You will be informed when the time is right. Very well, I shan't ask. She mimicked a zipping motion at her lips. At that moment, the sun began to rise on the horizon. She forced herself to freshen up and adorned her hand with the ring symbolizing the heir of the bird family. Onold escorted her to King's Cross Station. Stay safe. If you need anything, use the two-way mirror to contact me. I shall join you for Christmas. His broad palm gently caressed his daughter's head, his gaze filled with tenderness. The two-way mirror was his compensatory birthday gift to Elaine. Yes, I will. Goodbye, Father. They shared a brief embrace. Elaine located the compartment belonging to the bird family on the train and quickly settled in, finding a comfortable position to catch up on her sleep. She had been so fatigued on the way to the station that her eyelids had been waging war against each other. This past month, she felt like a mere emotionless drawing machine, devoting her days to sketching magical arrays, even neglecting her own birthday. Thankfully, it wasn't a total loss. When Draco came to find her, he discovered Elaine already deep in slumber. He gently closed the door and took a seat beside her. She appeared utterly exhausted, dark circles beneath her eyes betraying her fatigue, her head tilted to one side. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his arm, gently leaning her against him until her head rested on his shoulder, ensuring her comfort. Elaine's eyelashes fluttered, signaling the possibility of awakening. Draco stiffened, but she merely adjusted her position and continued her peaceful slumber. As Elaine slept soundly, Draco found himself overcome by weariness as he gazed at her serene profile, gradually succumbing to sleep himself. When the train gradually came to a halt, Draco gently nudged the still drowsy Elaine. Elaine, wake up, the train has arrived. She opened her sleepy eyes, her gaze unfocused and dazed, clearly still caught in the remnants of slumber. Draco, what are you doing here? Let us discuss that later. We should disembark. Oh, all right. Draco observed her sluggish reaction, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he guided her to the carriage. It was only when they boarded a carriage drawn by Thestrals that Elaine began to fully awaken from her groggy state. Upon noticing Draco beside her, she recalled her previous appearance, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. I'm sorry, Draco. I must have dozed off. He waved it off nonchalantly. Not a problem. At that moment, two students clad in Slytherin robes approached the carriage. Draco, so this is where you've been, exclaimed a dark-skinned boy, his gaze lingering momentarily on the ring adorning Elaine's finger before extending his hand. Beautiful Miss Bird, the treasure of Hufflepuff, allow me to introduce myself. I am Blaise Zabini. Elaine scrutinized Zabini, noting the depth of emotion reflected in his elongated brown eyes. She took his hand, and the boy bowed slightly, performing a delicate kiss on her hand. Charmed to meet you, Mr. Zabini. Draco watched the interaction with a brooding expression as another boy spoke in a cool tone. Theodore Knott. Elaine nodded in acknowledgement. I am Elaine Bird. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Knott. Once all the students had boarded their carriages, hundreds of them lifted off into the sky, as if invisible steeds were pulling them. How do these carriages take flight? Blaise asked, pointing to the empty space in front of their carriage. Thestrals. Hogwarts carriages are drawn by thestrals. Only those who have witnessed death can see them, Theodore replied with a glance. Blaise nodded thoughtfully, and the group fell into silence. The first-year wizards underwent a similar emotional journey to that of the previous year during their sorting ceremony, and Elaine watched them with keen interest, noting their anxious expressions. Perhaps due to Draco's influence, the narrative of Harry and Ron missing the train had also been altered. She spotted Ginny Weasley, the Rose of Gryffindor, being sorted into the house amid her brother's cheers. The subsequent proceedings mirrored those of the past. Dumbledore's speech, followed by a sumptuous feast, and finally the singing of the school song. Elaine reclined upon the long-absent four-poster bed, releasing a contented sigh, after her extended nap on the train. She wasn't feeling overly fatigued. Thus, she engaged in late-night conversations with Anna, who recounted her summer travels to France and Italy, bringing gifts for Elaine. Elaine shared tales of her fulfilling yet bruising training under Eva. Amid a wave of nostalgia, they gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 28. The Notebook. The first thought that crossed Harry's mind upon receiving the course schedule for the academic year was the prospect of attending herbology classes alongside Elaine. Outside the third greenhouse, students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff awaited their turn. Last year, they had attended classes in the first greenhouse. Harry scanned the crowd, searching for Elaine among the throng of badgers. However, before he could spot her, Professor Sprout approached with an expression of concern, followed closely by the impeccably polished Lockhart. Professor Sprout opened the door to the third greenhouse, ushering the students inside one by one. In the next moment, Lockhart abruptly blocked her path, igniting a sense of foreboding within Harry. In the blink of an eye, he heard his name called. Hey Harry, I've been wanting to have a word with you. As Lockhart placed his hand upon his shoulder and closed the greenhouse door, Harry dared not glance at Professor Sprout's expression. He struggled for a moment, while Lockhart firmly gripped his shoulder, a saccharine smile adorning his face. I just inquired with Professor Sprout, he said. As Harry begrudgingly followed Lockhart into the greenhouse, he noticed Hermione addressing questions about mandrakes. Her ability to recall information from books always impressive. 10 points to Gryffindor. Harry looked around, still unable to spot Elaine. What are you looking for, Harry? Ron leaned in, whispering. I'm searching for Elaine. She seems to have missed class. Harry glanced at the professor, who was demonstrating a row of young mandrakes to the class. Professor Sprout mentioned that she has exempted her herbology class this year, requiring only attendance for the final exam. Ron's tone revealed a hint of envy. If only I didn't have to attend class. Harry remained silent, his spirits dampening. Elaine excelled in herbology to the extent of exemption. Hermione effortlessly recited knowledge, and Ron excelled at wizard's chess. It seemed he alone bore the title of the boy who lived without the corresponding achievements. Oblivious to Harry's turmoil, Elaine was presently in the headmaster's office, exchanging glances with Dumbledore. One hand clutched the sweets Dumbledore had given her, while the other held a notebook. Earlier that morning, Draco had handed her a notebook that belonged to Tom Riddle, and after a moment's hesitation, they sought out Dumbledore. The events of the previous school year weighed heavily on both, compounded by Onat's assurance that Dumbledore could be trusted regarding the collaboration between their houses, prompting their joint appearance in the headmaster's office. Yet, having waited for 5 minutes, Dumbledore remained silent, his gaze warm yet expectant. Professor Dumbledore, we've discovered something. Ah, Mr. Malfoy, Miss Bird, it is quite rare to see students from Slytherin and Hufflepuff getting along so well, Dumbledore remarked. Draco's downcast eyes flickered with shadow, while Elaine adopted a serious demeanor, proclaiming, Professor, I believe that friendship should not be shackled by prejudice. In truth, nothing should be constrained by the perceptions and rumors of the world. It is the integrity of our hearts that we should value. She softened her tone, allowing a smile to return. Besides, there is no rule against inter-house friendships. 5 points for Miss Bird's courage and enlightened perspective. You are correct. No regulations hinder your friendship. If only everyone could think this way. Elaine remained silent, as house prejudices ran deep within Hogwarts. She could only hold herself accountable, not others. Dumbledore observed the two with a gentle smile, suggesting, why not try some of the sweets? They are delightful lemon drops. The previously somber atmosphere dissipated instantly, and Elaine unwrapped a sweet, the sugary flavor bursting in her mouth. After chewing it with a satisfying crunch, she approached Dumbledore, placing the notebook before him. Much to his surprise. Then pulling out a quill, she began to write in the notebook. "Hi, I'm Andy, what's your name?" In elegant cursive. The response appeared, "Hello Andy, I am Tom Riddle. Did you find my notebook?" Staring at the words, Dumbledore regarded her solemnly, while Elaine continued to write. "Yes. I found it in an old classroom. Are you a student at Hogwarts? I don't recall hearing your name." "Thank you. I am indeed a student at Hogwarts. I accidentally misplaced the notebook." Elaine paused her pen, recalling the prearranged narrative with Draco, indifferent to whether Dumbledore believed it, as long as the matter could be discreetly resolved. "Professor, as you can see, this is a magical notebook. Draco and I discovered it last term in an old classroom." Dumbledore's wise eyes bore into her, encouraging her to continue. "Out of curiosity, we sought information on its owner, and ultimately found a special trophy inscribed with Tom Riddle's name in the trophy room. Awarded for extraordinary contributions 50 years ago. It seems to possess magical properties. We have never encountered a magical object that can communicate freely with a person. It feels as though it possesses a soul." Elaine recounted her tale in one breath, observing Dumbledore's reaction. He appeared deep in thought as the slumbering portraits were roused, their gazes fixed upon them. Draco stepped forward to add, "During our conversation, we also discovered he frequently mentioned the Chamber of Secrets, which unnerved us. After much contemplation, we decided to bring it to your attention. Their story was riddled with inconsistencies, yet it mattered little. The information had been conveyed, and that was all that was essential." Dumbledore closed the notebook, addressing them. "Thank you very much, Mr. Malfoy and Miss Bird, for this information. This notebook is far too dangerous, and I shall study it carefully." Once they departed, a silver, translucent phoenix swiftly soared from the headmaster's office towards the dungeons. Chapter 29 Lockhart. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I am your professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, a recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin. Elaine closed her eyes, wishing to avert her gaze from the flamboyantly dressed man at the lectern, clad in a pale lavender robe. This period had been unusually hectic, causing her to momentarily forget about this charlatan. Lockhart continued to prattle on about his exploits and accomplishments. Moreover, as an internationally renowned author, I have penned numerous bestsellers such as Wandering with Werewolves, Journeying with Giants, and A Clash with Ghosts, which have captivated the magical community. Now let us begin with a brief quiz. He distributed a test paper to each student. Elaine stared blankly at the paper, filled with inquiries about birth dates, favorite colors, and desired gifts, to the point where she scarcely recognized the name Gilderoy Lockhart. She had to apply for an exemption from Defense Against the Dark Arts. Not only was Elaine disinterested in answering the questions, but the others also found the absurdity of the quiz perplexing. "Merlin, I thought the last class was an exaggeration by Gryffindor, but it seems," Anna remarked with a look of disdain. "I hear many of his admirers are beginning to doubt their own judgment." Hannah chimed in, gesturing toward a girl on their left who was a fan of Lockhart. "But after today, it's hard to say." Half an hour later, Lockhart began collecting the papers, muttering the answers to each question aloud. Elaine submitted her blank sheet. Not even bothering to write her name, Anna followed suit, mimicking her actions. Then he held up Wandering with Ghouls, dramatically reading passages that glorified his heroic persona. Merlin's socks. I can only imagine how unbearable the upcoming Defense Against the Dark Arts classes will be. Anna buried her head in her book. While Professor Quirrell had been insufferable last term, at least they had learned something. This year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class felt like a farce. "At least he hasn't brought in Cornish pixies to deal with us," Elaine pointed out, glancing at her books on the desk. "You could bring some other books to read next time." "Great idea." As soon as class ended, they eagerly departed the classroom, with Elaine mentally calculating her progress in learning magical runes. She aimed to familiarize herself with all the magical symbols before Christmas and comprehend the structure and operational principles of magical arrays by the end of the school year. The previous summer didn't count. She had merely been following the patterns, replicating what she saw. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead. Elaine turned to see a crowd gathered in the corridor. She approached Hermione, who stood outside the throng. "What transpired earlier, Hermione?" "It was Harry." Hermione raised her chin slightly, signaling Elaine to look that way. "Hello, Harry. May I take a photograph with you?" "Hello, Colin. I'm afraid that won't be possible." Harry's expression was far from pleasant. Anyone would feel irritable being accosted 7 or 8 times a day. "What a shame. I would love to have another signed photo of you." Elaine accompanied Hermione inside, where they found Harry and his enthusiastic admirer Colin. "I know you, Miss Paget, the jewel of Hufflepuff. You secured the House Cup for Hufflepuff last year." And you're a good friend of Harry's. May I have a photo and your autograph? Elaine's expression of amusement abruptly stiffened. This was not good. She had become the subject of the spectacle. If she were guilty, she wished for legal retribution rather than being asked for her autograph by a first-year student with a camera in front of everyone. Taking a deep breath, she forced a polite smile. Thank you, Creevy. The House Cup is the result of collective effort from all Hufflepuff students. I'm not particularly fond of photographs. That's fine, Harry suddenly said, glancing at the camera in Colin's hands. I can take a picture with Elaine. What? Elaine stared at him in disbelief, only to notice the flush creeping up his ears, prompting her to amend her words. Creevy, would you kindly take a picture of us together? The words we and together seemed to possess a certain magic, firmly ensnaring Harry's ears. Colin nodded excitedly, quickly adjusting his camera and directing them to stand side by side. With a click, the photo was taken. In the image, they stood shoulder to shoulder, sunlight filtering through the glass and illuminating their surroundings, their faces beaming with joy amidst the bustling crowd. At Harry's request, the photo was printed in 2 copies. Holding it, he felt a tumultuous flutter in his chest. Colin seemed less bothersome now. Hermione wore a knowing smile. Unfortunately, she could not exempt herself from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, as that required Professor Harlow's consent. However, when Dumbledore inquired about Elaine's reason for seeking exemption, she tactfully described Professor Harlow's teaching style, hoping to catch Dumbledore's attention. Inside the room of requirement, Elaine was using magic to sketch runes on an open circular platform. Since the start of the term, she had designated the room of requirement for studying magical formations, specifically requesting an empty room with a desk. Elaine, where have you been disappearing to lately? You vanish right after class, Anna asked, reclining on her bed in the girls' dormitory. Have I? I suppose that's true. I've spent nearly all my free time in the room of requirement. I'm just studying. Merlin, you're already so skilled. And yet you're still so driven. Without waiting for Elaine to retort, she continued, do you know what tomorrow is? What day? Elaine blinked. Quidditch. Tomorrow is the selection for Hufflepuff's Quidditch team. I don't care. You're coming with me tomorrow. If you don't take a break, you'll drive yourself mad with studying. Of course. I will go to cheer for our beloved Anna, Elaine replied. The gentle morning breeze brushed over the lawn, and the Quidditch pitch was already bustling with people. Anna nervously swallowed, linking her arm with Elaine's. What should I do, Elaine? I'm feeling a bit anxious. What if I don't make the team? Elaine comfortingly patted her back. Don't worry, no one in the second year is as adept at flying as you are. What if there are others from upper years? Then summon the determination you had last year to defeat them. Next, Anna Brown, for the position of chaser. Go Anna. Elaine focused intently on the pitch. From her limited understanding of Quidditch, Anna's performance was exceptional. Once the quaffle was in her hands, she deftly maneuvered with agility and unexpected angles, sending it soaring through the opposing team's hoops, leaving the keeper utterly caught off guard. I'm so thrilled, Elaine. Elaine raised her hands to high-five her. I told you. You could do it, Miss Hufflepuff Chaser. Congratulations on becoming one of us. A tall boy with short hair approached. Senior, this is all you're doing. Without your guidance, I might not have made the team. Elaine beamed and, sensing their conversation heating up, quickly bid them farewell. Chapter 30, Trick or Treat. Time passed amidst the intricate runes until Elaine finally realized that Halloween had arrived once again, with pumpkins and bat decorations adorning the Great Hall. As far as the eye could see, the hall had transformed into a sea of pumpkins, with enormous jack-o'-lanterns capable of holding 2 or 3 students placed on the floor, while quirky little pumpkins floated in the air, and pumpkin-themed dishes were served on the dining tables. There were also odd little wizards in bizarre costumes, and Elaine felt out of place in her school robe. She sat at the long table, admiring everyone's outrageous outfits. Vampires were the most common theme, alongside pirates and aliens, elements borrowed from the Muggle world. Trick or treat. Trick or treat. George and Fred popped up on either side of her, wearing skeleton masks with bulging pockets. Elaine laughed, retrieving some mint candies from the table. Let me guess. Trick doesn't mean handing someone a rotten egg or a poop egg, does it? Fred, I can't believe we seem to have such an image in Elaine's eyes. Oh, Merlin's socks, how utterly heartbreaking. George theatrically clutched his chest, pretending to be heartbroken. Then, under Elaine's skeptical gaze, he added with a chuckle, Don't look at me like that, little Elaine. We've merely prepared some firecrackers. As he spoke, he pulled a few firecrackers from his pocket and placed them in her hands. Meanwhile, Fred expressed his dissatisfaction with Elaine's lackadaisical attitude. Hey, don't think I don't know you just grabbed that candy from the long table. You're so dismissive of us? Perhaps. It's possible I completely forgot today is Halloween Eve, Elaine stammered. Fred scrutinized her from head to toe before reaching for the mint candies. You really got lucky there. George and he exchanged knowing glances, and in unison they said, now guess who I am. Get it right and you get candy. Elaine stared at the identical twins. Caught in a dilemma. She pointed to the one on the left. You are Fred, and the one on the right is George. Wrong. Yes, George, I'm Fred. The one on the right insisted. No, I'm Fred. Yes, George, the other countered. So did I guess right or wrong? Of course you guessed wrong. They pulled out a handful of candies, which Elaine had to catch with both hands. 2 large hands ruffled her hair. Now that you've received our candy, you're officially part of the trick or treat crew. Now, let's go spread the word. With that, they tugged Elaine's arm, dragging her towards the long tables of other houses. Wait. The candies will fall. Trick or treat. Trick or treat. Trick or treat. Cedric observed Elaine's sparkling eyes and glanced at the 2 red-haired boys in masks, a smile flashing across his face. He pointed at the long table and asked Elaine, what kind of candy do you want? Wow. Elaine exclaimed, her mouth agape at the sight of the overflowing array of candies on his table. So this is the power of the Hufflepuff house mascot. I want this one, and this one, she exclaimed excitedly, naming several varieties she had never seen before. Did you receive all of these? Most are from classmates. If you like them, you can have them all. No, just a little will suffice. As they conversed, George and Fred exchanged mischievous glances. Cedric leisurely handed out candies to Elaine, not forgetting the Weasley twins in the process. Throughout the banquet, Elaine and the twins darted about, eagerly seeking sweets, and she spotted Anna whispering with her Quidditch upperclassmen in a corner. The atmosphere reached its zenith with the arrival of the skeleton dance troupe. Witnessing this, George and Fred unleashed a few laboriously pulled fireworks, which burst forth in a dazzling display within the hall, igniting the revelry. Professor McGonagall observed the trio, who were stirring up trouble with their pyrotechnics, her brow furrowing in disapproval, though she hesitated to voice her concerns. Relax, Minerva, we ought to relish this festivity, Dumbledore remarked, holding a wine glass, sensing the impending excitement. Look, they are about to approach. McGonagall nodded, her expression softening as she absorbed the joyous ambience of the hall. Unbeknownst to Elaine, they had nearly forfeited house points as they scoured Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw for treats, deliberately avoiding Slytherin due to the historical enmity between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Naturally, they remained oblivious to the eager anticipation of those harboring sweets. Now their sights were set on the professors. Dumbledore has the most candies. Professor McGonagall, our headmistress, will surely provide us with some as well. And Professor Sprout, she will too. George and Fred bent down, their heads huddled together in conspiratorial whispers, occasionally glancing up to scout for the professors. Nukenji, Nutrikeri, Professor, they exclaimed, bouncing up to Dumbledore and McGonagall with hopeful eyes. Happy Halloween, children. Dumbledore chuckled, distributing handfuls of lemon drops, while Professor McGonagall, with a gentle demeanor, offered candies as well. Thank you, professors. Happy Halloween, Professor Sprout. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. They soon found nearly all the professors, save for Snape. Elaine hesitated, glancing at the frostily expressioned Snape not far away, who appeared as though he were observing something rather distasteful. George and Fred exchanged glances suggesting he seems rather displeased. Perhaps we should skip him? No. We even approached that peacock Lockhart. There's no reason to avoid the Snake King. Their remarks ignited a resolute determination in Elaine as she strode toward him, the twins hurriedly following suit. Professor Snape, no candy, no trickery. Snape regarded the trio before him, a Hufflepuff and 2 Gryffindors, and 2 Weasleys at that, and nearly suppressed a scoff. Pray tell, what do you miscreants mean by no candy, no trickery? He crossed his arms, elongating his words in a slow drawl. Unfazed, Elaine widened her eyes, determined to convey her sincerity and anticipation. Miss Bird, Mr. Weasley, his lips pursed. He swiftly produced a box of candies and tossed it at them. Thank you, Professor Snape. Happy Halloween. Elaine's eyes sparkled as she and the twins dashed away. They didn't stop until they exited the hall. Woohoo! They cheered, high-fiving each other. This is utterly unexpected. We were prepared to be deducted points. Yet Snape actually gave us candy. I must treasure this box of sweets. It's from Professor Snape, Elaine declared. By the time they returned to the hall, the banquet was nearing its conclusion. She trailed behind the crowd, her arms laden with 2 large bags of candy acquired from the night's escapades. Chapter 31, Parseltongue. The attendees chattered animatedly about the conclusion of the feast, still craving more. Suddenly, the lively chatter ceased, and the procession halted. Elaine's heart raced as she sensed something amiss and hurried to the forefront of the line. Beware of the air, she called out, alerting others. there stood Harry, Ron, and Hermione, frozen in shock, with the petrified Mrs. Norris hanging from a torch. The surrounding silence was so profound that a pin could have been heard dropping. A weight settled in Elaine's heart. She had already handed her notebook to Dumbledore, yet the basilisk had still emerged. Draco and his entourage pushed through the crowd, assessing the scene. Harry and his friends appeared paralyzed with fear, while Filch, arriving on the scene, screamed and clutched Mrs. Norris, subsequently accusing Harry of harming his cat. Elaine exchanged a glance with Draco, sensing that an unforeseen incident had transpired. Mr. Filch, perhaps Mrs. Norris is still alive, Elaine spoke softly to the agitated caretaker. Impossible. She is already stiff, Filch shouted, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. You lot are in cahoots. You've killed my cat. Perhaps Miss Bird is not mistaken, Filch. We need to examine Mrs. Norris, Dumbledore interjected as he rushed in. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Bird, please follow me. Professor Dumbledore, my office is quite nearby. Let us head there, Lockhart quickly offered. Thank you, Gilderoy. Lockhart graciously led the way, while Filch cradled his cat in despair. As they passed Slytherin, Elaine caught Draco's worried gaze and subtly shook her head before continuing alongside the professors. Lockhart's office was as flamboyant as the man himself, adorned with his photographs. Dumbledore and Snape were examining Mrs. Norris, while poor Harry and his friends, particularly Harry, were brimming with anxiety. Lockhart rambled on about various theories and experiences, pushing Filch closer to the brink of despair. Elaine suppressed the urge to cast a spell at Lockhart. He was simply insufferable. Miss Bird is correct. She is still alive, Dumbledore concluded swiftly. This appears to be petrification. Mrs. Norris has merely been petrified. Under the incredulous gaze of Filch, Dumbledore added, we merely need to wait for the mandrakes to mature to brew the antidote. Let me handle it. I'm quite adept with that potion. Even if Lockhart interjected eagerly. It seems I should be the potions master in this school, Snape coldly interrupted. Ignoring the embarrassed Lockhart, Dumbledore surveyed the room, resting his gaze on Harry, his friends, and Elaine. Now, Severus, you all must accompany me to the headmaster's office. Do not fret, Harry. I believe you are not responsible for this. Elaine quietly approached Harry to offer comfort. We believe you too, Hermione and Ron chimed in, drawing closer, aware of more than they let on. Harry pressed his lips together. If Dumbledore suspected him, he would undoubtedly be expelled from Hogwarts. Honeyduke's fudge. Harry began hurriedly as they entered the headmaster's office. It wasn't me. We just happened to pass by. There's no evidence suggesting you did it, Harry. Dumbledore assured him, his keen eyes providing a sense of relief. Where were you this evening? Snape abruptly inquired. Why didn't you attend the feast? They clamored to explain. We attended nearly headless Nick's death day party, and many ghosts can vouch for us. And afterward? Why didn't you go to the Great Hall? I hardly think attending a ghost gathering is a suitable experience for the living. Harry recalled the peculiar, indescribable sound that seemed to resonate solely within his ears, rendering him incapable of explanation. Harry, perhaps you should trust Professor Dumbledore. Only by speaking up can we assist you, Elaine suggested softly. Snape regarded them with a scornful gaze. Harry remained silent for a moment. Perhaps Elaine was right. He should place his trust in Dumbledore. So, what exactly was that sound? He inquired. Dumbledore and Snape, upon hearing Harry's account, exchanged glances that bore an unusual gravity, both aware of the implications that loomed within their minds. Wait a moment. Dumbledore commanded as he retrieved his wand and uttered an incantation. With a sudden flourish, a black serpent materialized upon the floor. Before their startled screams could escape, Dumbledore deftly grasped the serpent. Harry, why don't you attempt to communicate with it? Harry hesitated, but then endeavored to converse, producing a sound that resonated as a hissing noise to the others. Ron and Hermione gasped, exclaiming, Parseltongue. Parseltongue? Harry inquired, bewildered. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore made the serpent vanish. Parseltongue refers to the ability to converse with snakes. Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House, was known to be a Parselmouth. Harry felt increasingly perplexed, asserting that he belonged to Gryffindor, not Slytherin. He then recounted the incident from the previous year when he had set a snake free. Harry, Parseltongue is a rather unsettling ability, and I hope you and your friends can keep this matter confidential, Dumbledore advised him earnestly. We will certainly keep it to ourselves. They promised. So shall I, Elaine added before they turned their attention back to her. Now you three should return, Dumbledore instructed. Miss Bird, please remain. Once they departed, only Dumbledore, Snape, and Elaine remained in the headmaster's office. Miss Bird seems to be privy to some knowledge, Dumbledore remarked, his gaze fixed on her with curiosity. Elaine let out an ambiguous laugh, the situation having shattered her previous good spirits. If destiny is indeed malleable, then the events of this evening appear suspicious. Professor, is that notebook still in your possession? Dumbledore, as if struck by a thought, turned to search for the notebook. Snape's eyes darkened as he scrutinized the space between Elaine and Dumbledore. Chapter 32, The Quidditch Match. 10 minutes later, Dumbledore shook his head solemnly at them. Elaine ground her back teeth in frustration. The Horcrux they had acquired had vanished, and surely it couldn't have found its way back into Ginny's hands. Professor, it is imperative that we identify who had the audacity to pilfer from the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's piercing gaze swept over the portraits of past headmasters. The previous headmaster, Armando Dipet, squinted and thought. No suspicious individuals have visited. Could it be an animagus or a polyjuice potion? Elaine queried. That remains uncertain, the portraits replied hesitantly. Very well, we shall handle the ensuing matters. A young wizard ought to enjoy ample rest, Dumbledore instructed. Severus, would you be so kind as to escort Miss Bird back to the common room? Come along, Miss Bird. Must I implore you, my poor old professor? Snape remarked, striding toward the exit without a backward glance. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. Though reluctant, she followed Snape. The journey was silent, with Elaine preoccupied by the events of the day that weighed heavily on her mind. We have arrived. Snape's icy gaze bore down on the oblivious Elaine, akin to a giant oblivious to its own ignorance. Good night, Professor Snape, she hastily bid farewell, resolutely ignoring his scrutinizing glare. The Hufflepuff barrel lay ahead. She knocked in the required manner, and swiftly entered after the door opened. However, the common room, which should have been cloaked in darkness, was ablaze with light. Elaine, are you all right? Anna sprinted from the sofa to her side. Seeing Anna's worried expression and the anxious faces of their peers waiting in the common room, Elaine comprehended the situation all too well, a warmth flooding her heart. I'm fine, Anna. Professor Dumbledore merely had a few questions for me. Relieved by Elaine's unaffected demeanor, Anna's curiosity soon bubbled forth. Did Madame Loris truly perish? And what of the Chamber of Secrets? Has Potter really opened it? Elaine, facing the inquiries of her classmates, began recounting the events, of course, sharing only what she could. Madame Loris is merely petrified. Once Professor Sprout's mandrakes mature, a potion can be brewed to restore her. As for the Chamber of Secrets, amidst the witch hunt hysteria, Slytherin held the belief that Muggle-born wizards should not be admitted. Thus, it is said that the founder Salazar Slytherin left behind a chamber, which would unleash a monster to cleanse Hogwarts of Muggleborns when the time was ripe. Yet, the credibility of this tale is dubious. Considering that no previous headmaster has ever discovered such a chamber, one must also question what sort of creature could survive for thousands of years in such confinement. Harry and his companions merely stumbled upon it. Even if the chamber were genuine, Slytherin would hardly select a Gryffindor as his heir. This explanation largely alleviated Hufflepuff's fears. If all goes well, by tomorrow, this news will have spread throughout Hogwarts. They must resolve this matter before greater panic ensues. The young wizards continued to discuss the rumors surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, while Elaine distributed the sweets she had brought from dinner. Afterward, she approached the fireplace. Cedric lounged on the sofa by the hearth. Upon seeing Elaine unscathed, he opened his mouth, then sighed, ultimately condensing his myriad sentiments into a single phrase. It's a relief to know you're safe. You had us all worried. Her eyes welled with warmth. Despite her own lack of harm, she felt unexpectedly moved. Everyone, you should get some rest. It's quite late, the prefect, Macmillan announced as he patted her shoulder. As expected, the following day, the rumor that the chamber was a fabrication spread like wildfire. Harry and his friends faced no ostracism due to this incident. Elaine scrutinized Ginny closely, and she did not appear to bear the marks of being drained by the notebook. Draco, however, expressed his dissatisfaction upon learning of the notebook's disappearance. Elaine also felt it had been unwise to entrust it to Dumbledore. She should have sent the basilisk and the fragment of soul within the notebook directly to Merlin. Now that the basilisk had been awakened, the situation had become even more troublesome. Until they retrieved the notebook, none of them could afford to act rashly. On the count of 3, whistle, Miss Hawke, Elaine announced loudly. She sat in the stands, her binoculars in hand, as the Quidditch pitch filled with spectators. As November arrived, today marked the match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. She had initially been reluctant to attend, but Anna insisted on her presence to analyze the strategies of the two houses. Unable to resist, Elaine found herself seated in the stands. However, when her binoculars shifted toward the Slytherin team, she noted, with surprise, Draco's presence. When had he joined the team? She had no recollection of it. As the players mounted their brooms and ascended, the Quidditch match commenced. After watching for a while, She realized she could not keep up with their pace and set her binoculars down. To her right sat an excited Anna, while to her left was another equally enthusiastic young wizard. Elaine concluded that she ought to study magical formations at the Room of Requirement. The sky darkened, and heavy raindrops began to fall, yet the match continued. Elaine lifted her head, brandishing her wand, as rainwater trickled down her forehead. Waterproofing charm. She cast the spell on those around her. I can't thank you enough, Elaine. Without you, I would be at a loss, Anna exclaimed, her face brimming with gratitude as she embraced her before swiftly returning her attention to the game. Though touched, Elaine felt the sentiment was fleeting. Rain could not dampen the wizard's fervor for Quidditch, with cheers erupting from all directions. Suddenly, however, a few dissonant voices pierced the air. The golden snitch has appeared. It's over there. Be careful. Get out of the way. Watch out. What? What is happening? Elaine gazed bewildered at the pitch, and in the next instant, a rogue bludger hurtled toward their stands with alarming speed. George and Fred chased after the rogue bludger, shouting warnings of watch out, in an attempt to intercept it before it could strike someone. Meanwhile, the elusive golden snitch soared through the air with a cunning speed. Harry leaned forward, urging his broom to accelerate, for he had spotted it. The golden snitch. Watch out. The mischievous voices of the Weasley twins reached Draco's ears as he pursued the snitch alongside Harry. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch sight of the bludger heading towards Elaine's stands. What? A bludger? Damn it. Hurry. Faster. He exerted every ounce of strength to make his broom fly towards the stands, a fierce determination flashing across his face. Protect everyone. Chapter 33. The Astronomy Tower. A gasp rose from the stands as, in a moment of peril, the bludger collided with a transparent barrier. Elaine, are you all right? Are you all okay? The twins rushed forward to grasp the now damaged bludger, sighing in relief that it had not harmed anyone. I'm fine. Before Elaine could finish her sentence, icy, damp arms enveloped her. It was a frantic Draco rushing to her side. Draco? She stood frozen, at a loss for words. Potter caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor has triumphed. Potter! 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 A tremendous cheer erupted, and Draco suddenly withdrew his hands, coming back to his senses. Hey mate, Flint is looking for you. George gripped his broom tightly with one hand, clenching the bludger with the other to remind him. Yes, he looks as furious as a bull, Fred chimed in. Draco and Elaine turned their gaze to the field, where Gryffindor surrounded Harry in celebration, while the Slytherin Quidditch captain glared angrily in that direction. Go on. He really is looking for you, Elaine urged. After Draco took off, Elaine instinctively exhaled in relief. She had a vague understanding of Draco's feelings, but she constantly reminded herself that she was still young, only 12, and all she wanted was to focus on her studies. She turned to the twins and said, You should head back too. Gryffindor is celebrating their victory. George opened his mouth to say something, but Fred tugged at his sleeve, shaking his head. Once they had all departed, they left behind a Hufflepuff stand still in shock, buzzing with gossip. Elaine, you and them, stop it, we have nothing. All right. I hadn't even finished my sentence, and you already know. Your curiosity is practically bursting forth. Elaine feigned a smile. The commotion did not escape the professor's notice, and through the Hufflepuff's back and forth recounting, they learned the full extent of the incident. Hufflepuff earns 20 points for Miss Bird's bravery in protecting her classmates at a critical moment. Professor McGonagall announced, We will investigate the cause of the bludger's erratic behavior, and provide you with an explanation. Elaine felt that the matter was likely more complicated than it appeared. In the original story, the chase after Harry was caused by Dobby. So who was behind the rogue bludger now? What a perfect protection charm, though it pales in comparison to my own experiences. In a year with the Yeti of Tibet, I once faced, Lockhart rambled on, gazing at the barrier in front of the stands. Gryffindor's lions surrounded Harry, Wood following closely, his eyes blazing with admiration. Harry, you caught the golden snitch again. Absolutely sensational. You are the finest seeker in history. Harry smiled shyly, though his gaze frequently drifted to the sky. Draco had abandoned his attempt to seize the snitch at the last moment. What had he gone to do? Hey George, Fred. Come quickly. Everyone is heading to the common room to celebrate. Another teammate called out to the approaching twins. Coming. They gracefully dismounted their brooms and strode forward. As evening fell, the campus, which had been bustling all day, gradually quieted down. Harry paced back and forth at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. When Professor McGonagall sought out George and Fred to inquire about the rogue bludger, he learned of the incident that had transpired during the match. Although George reassured him that the bludger had ultimately been intercepted, Harry remained deeply concerned. Harry? Elaine hurriedly emerged from the common room, her robe draped over her shoulders. A first-year wizard had informed her that Harry Potter was waiting for her at the door. "Elaine, you weren't hurt today, were you?" Harry asked as he approached. "The bludger? I'm fine. I managed to deflect it. And I haven't congratulated you yet, Harry. Well done on catching the golden snitch. That was merely a stroke of luck, and besides, Draco didn't he even attempt to catch the snitch." Harry scratched his head, replying. Elaine felt unable to comment on this, as Draco had relinquished his pursuit for her sake. "Are you sure we should be talking here?" A Gryffindor approached the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, and with Harry being the famed savior, it was enough for a headline in the next Hogwarts Daily. The last headline had been about Draco in a hurry. Harry felt his cheeks flush as he observed the bustling crowd around him and stammered, "Then, perhaps we should find another location." They made their way to the astronomy tower, where the gentle breeze carried a coolness, and the black lake shimmered under the moonlight. Elaine leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. At that moment, Harry felt a sense of calm wash over him as they began to relish this rare tranquility. After a while, Elaine's soft voice broke the silence. "Do you know of Oedipus? The tragic protagonist from Greek mythology?" "Yes, that's him. The one tormented by fate, who desperately tried to escape it, only to be ensnared by it." Elaine stared vacantly at the black lake, her voice ethereal. "Harry, do you think it is good or bad for a person to foresee the trajectory of their fate?" Harry was at a loss for words. He was born a savior, destined to oppose the Dark Lord. If a person desperately seeks to alter their fate, and fate is not immutable, is that good or bad? Elaine pressed on. He pondered her words, envisioning a reality where fate could be altered, where his parents had not perished, and he bore no unsightly scar upon his forehead. That would undoubtedly be a good thing, he asserted resolutely, even if such a change could provoke unforeseeable consequences. Like a butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon rainforest instigating a tornado in Texas, Elaine turned her head to regard the youthful savior. She was unaware of the storm her actions might unleash. Even though she had firmly resolved to rewrite her difficult narrative, moments of confusion were inevitable. To escape such emotions, she immersed herself in learning and absorbing knowledge, burying herself in books. For only then could she stand firm when the next storm approached. Harry gazed at her, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination. "Of course, we cannot remain passive in the face of fate." "You are right, Harry," Elaine smiled brightly, fixing her gaze on his emerald eyes. "But we should return to rest now. If we linger, we might end up embarking on a nocturnal adventure." They descended the astronomy tower step by step, the campus growing ever quieter. "Kill him." His kill. Chapter 34, The Basilisk. Harry halted, feigning composure, but his pale complexion betrayed him. "I heard that voice again." Elaine's breath caught in her throat. "It's the basilisk." "Harry, close your eyes. Do not move until I say so." She hastily retrieved a mirror from her pocket watch, clutching it tightly in her hand while taking hold of his other hand. "Now tell me, which direction is that voice coming from?" Harry shut his eyes, straining to discern the direction. "Left. It's to the left." Elaine cautiously examined the mirror. To the left was a solid wall. The basilisk must be in the pipes. "It's moving away. The sound is going downwards." She waited an additional 2 minutes, until Harry confirmed that there was complete silence before allowing him to open his eyes. "Let's go find Dumbledore. That monster from the Chamber of Secrets is back." Elaine pulled Harry along as they sprinted towards the headmaster's office. "Lemon snowball, honey buzzing candy, licorice cockroach cluster." Elaine recited the names of candies in one breath. As she reached cockroach cluster, the door swung open, and her expression faltered momentarily. "Professor Dumbledore." Harry heard that voice again. "Where is it?" Dumbledore's voice was steady and powerful, imbued with a calming reassurance. Harry steadied himself and replied, "On the way from the astronomy tower to the castle's main building, I heard it boasting about killing someone." At this, his anxiety resurfaced. "Professor, that monster is exceedingly dangerous. Fox, go find Minerva and instruct everyone to remain in their dormitories and not to venture out." The phoenix let out a cry and flew out the window. "Go find Severus." Elaine and Harry widened their eyes as a silver-white translucent phoenix materialized from the tip of Dumbledore's wand and soared away in the next moment. "That was his Patronus. What about us, Professor? What are we to do?" Harry inquired. Dumbledore fixed them with a steady gaze, only averting his eyes once he was assured they would follow him. "Stay close to me and do not wander." The potions office. The cold, dreary chamber was cluttered with various disturbing materials, the flickering fire in the hearth offering little warmth. Snape, wielding a quill, rapidly graded papers, and from the deeply furrowed brow, it seemed the results were less than favorable. Suddenly, a phoenix-shaped Patronus emerged from the fireplace, bearing Dumbledore's voice. "Severus, the monster from the Chamber of Secrets has re-emerged." His eyes were as dark as the night, calm and inscrutable, while his pale visage resembled a heavy, overcast sky, threatening to unleash a storm at any moment, sending chills down one's spine. Elaine and Harry trailed closely behind Dumbledore, unwavering. The voice of the basilisk was faint and elusive, as if deliberately luring them. They arrived at an abandoned girls' lavatory, where the weeping Myrtle emitted a piercing scream before vanishing down the toilet. The sound faded away. They stood before a basin that appeared no different from the others, save for the tap adorned with a small serpent. Don't tell me you are here to tour the girls' lavatory, and how did these two little trolls end up here? Snape's acerbic voice cut through the air, clearly eager to deduct points from these two wayward, oblivious young wizards. Hisses, Dumbledore uttered, producing a sound akin to that of a snake, causing Harry's eyes to widen. Dumbledore was fluent in many languages, and Parseltongue was merely one of them, Elaine explained beside him. In the time they spoke, the water in the basin had entirely vanished, revealing a large pipe capable of accommodating a person. Do not be alarmed, Severus. They have discovered traces of the monster, Dumbledore stated. I will descend first, Severus. You follow last. Wait, Professor. Elaine produced a palm-sized mirror, waving her wand. Shatter. She distributed the fragmented pieces of the mirror among them. This may prove useful, Professor. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow slightly at her pocket watch, recognizing it was more than just a simple extension spell. Dumbledore was the first to slide down the passage, followed closely by Elaine and Harry, with Snape bringing up the rear. The tunnel twisted and turned, unkempt and slick with grime. After a considerable descent, they arrived in a vast, dimly lit tunnel. Elaine was no stranger to such a scene. It resembled the network of passages behind the door that only appeared at night. The glow flickered. As they entered the tunnel, their shadows danced ominously on the walls, adding an air of terror. Harry involuntarily recoiled, suppressing a gasp as a massive figure obstructed their path. What is that? He whispered. A snake skin. Judging by this, the basilisk must be at least 20 feet long. Snape replied coldly. If anyone had been uncertain before, they should now be aware of the creature lurking within the chamber. Petrification, Parseltongue, pipes, mirrors, and this vividly colored serpent skin all pointed to the existence of the basilisk. Harry felt a wave of confusion. A basilisk? What is that? Legend has it that the first basilisk was birthed by a vile Greek wizard named Herpo the Foul, who hatched a rooster's egg using a toad, resulting in a solid green serpent. That is the basilisk. Elaine continued to educate Harry, ignoring Snape's scrutinizing gaze. Previously, no one had dared to speak plainly. She had been too hesitant to voice it herself, stumbling over her words with vague implications that made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Gazing directly into a basilisk's eyes would result in instant death, while merely catching a glimpse would lead to petrification. No wonder you gave us mirrors, Elaine. It all makes sense now, Harry exclaimed in realization, recalling the puddle of water by Moaning Myrtle when she had been petrified. Absolutely correct, Elaine affirmed, giving a thumbs up. Additionally, the basilisk's fangs are venomous, and only phoenix tears can provide an antidote. They had traversed past the enormous snake skin, and a stone wall engraved with entwined serpents, entering a chamber adorned with massive serpent-patterned pillars. The sound of their footsteps echoed throughout the room, and with each step Harry's heartbeat quickened. Passing the last pair of stone columns, a colossal stone sculpture of a wizened face loomed ahead. Beneath the statue, a figure clad in a pink robe with golden hair lay on the damp, water-stained ground. He emitted a gasp, instinctively looking toward Dumbledore, only to find himself utterly alone. Chapter 35. The Diary. Not only was Dumbledore missing, but Snape had vanished as well. Elaine stepped forward and squeezed his hand, shaking her head ever so slightly. It's Lockhart. Is he dead? Harry trembled as he asked. No, he is still alive, a gentle voice responded. Following the sound, a black-haired boy stood nearby, observing them, surrounded by a faint mist that obscured his form. Who are you? Me? Tom Riddle, a student of Hogwarts 50 years ago. He approached with an air of nonchalance, a slight smile gracing his lips. 50 years ago? But you look so young, Harry remarked, scrutinizing Riddle, who was tall and clad in Slytherin robes, resembling any boy of 15 or 16. That is because I am merely a memory that has resided in this diary for 50 years. He halted 2 meters from Harry, calmly pointing at the notebook scattered beside Lockhart. Elaine observed their exchange with a peculiar expression. Neither of these two, 16-year-old Voldemort and the savior Harry, acknowledged her presence. Elaine stood by, attentively listening, her wand at the ready in her pocket. Voldemort is my past, present and future, Riddle murmured, fiddling with the wand. Harry focused intently. That was his wand. He had completely failed to notice it was missing. Riddle used Harry's wand to inscribe the name Tom Marvolo Riddle, then with a flick transformed it into I am Voldemort. A simple game of spelling. Harry's breath quickened, his chest heaving. It was him, he had killed his parents. The events that followed unfolded at an accelerated pace. When Harry proclaimed that Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard, he successfully provoked Riddle's ire. Riddle emitted a hissing sound, his patience having worn thin. Eager to witness the lifeless body of the one who had vanquished the future version of himself, Fawkes flew in, carrying a bundle, his golden red feathers illuminating the dim chamber. The phoenix circled once before dropping the bundle onto Harry's shoulder. He caught it, inside was the tattered sorting hat. Riddle erupted into manic laughter. "Oh, that hot. Has Dumbledore become senile?" The statue of Salazar Slytherin suddenly began to tremble, revealing a vast passageway from which the sound of slithering reptiles emerged. The basilisk was about to emerge. Harry thrust his hand into the sorting hat. Elaine cried out. Without hesitation, Harry reached into the hat, feeling its smooth, hard, and icy touch. He grasped the object and pulled it out with force. It was a gleaming silver sword. The rustling sounds grew increasingly nearer, and Fawkes took to the air, letting out a sharp cry. Harry abruptly closed his eyes, gripping the sword tightly, his nerves taut with tension. In the split second before the basilisk emerged, Elaine also shut her eyes, one hand clutching her wand, the other gripping a shard of mirror. Riddle chuckled triumphantly. "Harry, I have prepared some gifts for you. Once I eliminate you, no one will stand in my way. Kill that boy." The colossal form of the basilisk surged towards Harry, while Fawkes circled above, pecking fiercely at its eyes. The serpent writhed in pain, and Harry swung the sword violently towards the source of the noise. The metal sank into flesh. He struck the basilisk. Elaine, discerning her position, unleashed a barrage of powerful curses. Shatter. Thunderous explosion. Obliterate. Her abilities struggled to contain the raging fire. Should the flames spread, they would consume them all. "No. Leave. Leave that bird. Go kill that boy," Riddle shrieked. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through, lifting Harry into the air before sending him crashing to the ground. He let out a cry of despair. Elaine felt a tightening in her chest, her rational mind reminding her that Dumbledore and Snape were nearby, and Harry would be safe. Yet, her instincts overtook her thoughts, and she opened her eyes. "Harry." She rushed towards him, not daring to look back. The two hidden figures observed the unfolding scene in the Chamber of Secrets. At the moment Harry was sent flying by the basilisk's tail, Snape's wand moved instinctively. "Do not interfere, Severus." Dumbledore's hand pressed firmly against his wand, his blue eyes piercing into his soul. Snape silently withdrew his wand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the chamber. Under Fawkes' relentless beak, the basilisk's enormous yellow eyes erupted in a spray of foul blood. It was now utterly blind. Elaine helped Harry to his feet, his robe torn and stained with blood. They exchanged a glance and advanced towards the basilisk. Harry leaped high, sword raised above his head, and struck down upon the serpent's skull, cold blood splattering across his face. Elaine, equally resolute, unleashed 4 bone-shattering spells aimed at the creature's heart. With a resounding crash, a heavy object struck the floor, sending dust swirling. Riddle's piercing voice echoed. "It is you who have forced my hand." He directed a curse at Harry. "It matters not. The basilisk is dead, and you shall soon follow. The infamous Harry Potter is doomed." Even before Riddle withdrew his wand, Elaine seized the Gryffindor sword and dashed towards the neglected diary scattered across the ground. She raised the sword, gripping the hilt with both hands, and stabbed fiercely at its center. A surge of black ink erupted forth, and Elaine held onto the sword with unwavering determination. Riddle's body erupted with hollow bursts, and he gazed at the girl with disbelief, sorrow, and anger entwined. "No, Elaine. You have betrayed me." With a piercing, agonizing scream, his soul dissipated. Elaine dropped the sword, clutching her chest as she collapsed to the ground, a searing pain radiating through her torso. "Elaine." Harry stumbled towards her. "I'm fine." Elaine used his strength to stand, her expression as grim as Snape's. The last words of the diary resonated within her, shocking her as much as anyone. Betrayal could only occur where trust once existed. Had she truly had a close relationship with Voldemort? Was it all a conspiracy? A ruse? Or was there truth to it? Snape strode towards them, his black robe swirling with his movements, tossing a vial of potion to each of them. "Drink it." Dumbledore was examining the basilisk nearby, while Fawkes landed on his shoulder. Lockhart remained unconscious on the cold floor, but no one paid him any mind. It was only after they left that Snape reluctantly levitated him. Chapter 36. The New Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Dawn broke, dispelling the night. Not a single young wizard at Hogwarts was aware of the events that transpired the previous night. Colin Creevey, who should have been petrified, had also escaped unscathed. Only the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students were puzzled by the sudden increase in the number of gems. Lockhart was taken away by the Ministry of Magic on the third afternoon. Accused of stealing memories from multiple individuals and harming wizards, he might spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Meanwhile, Elaine discovered that the out-of-control bludger was indeed Lockhart's doing. But Professor, there's still one question. How did the diary end up in Gilderoy Lockhart's hands from the headmaster's office? Elaine inquired. Lockhart discovered it in his office. No one knows what transpired in between. Dumbledore answered gently. But secrets will eventually be unveiled, just as conspiracies will inevitably come to light. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Pierre Brissac, your new professor for defense against the dark arts, a graduate of Beauxbatons. A tall man with striking features stood at the podium, delivering his introduction with fervor. I bet he must be French, Anna whispered. Elaine wholeheartedly agreed. The man was humorous and articulate, nearly capturing the hearts of all the girls present. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he was as brilliant on the inside as he was on the outside. The students of Hogwarts were not keen on a second Lockhart. Now, please close your books and take out your wands. Cast spells at me, he continued amidst the perplexed gazes of the students. Reading alone will not shield you from danger. After all, you cannot throw your books at your enemies when they approach. Under Pierre's direction, the students each launched their attacks, but unfortunately, most were disarmed within a minute. Next, Elaine Bird. The Hufflepuff students fixed their gazes on Elaine, their last hope. They exchanged dueling salutes. Bind quickly. Armor up. Elaine took the initiative. Seeing her binding spell evaded by Pierre, she immediately cast another protective charm. The next moment, his disarming spell reached her. But the weakened spell had no effect due to the protective armor. Obstacles abound. Flames ablaze. Pure water like a spring. Weather charm. A massive storm cloud gathered in the classroom, concealing powerful lightning within its dark depths. Pierre's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to seriousness. If he had only exerted 3 parts of his strength against the other young wizards, he now needed 6 or 7 against Elaine Bird. Disarm your weapon. Elaine loosened her grip, and before she could realize it, her wand had flown into Pierre's hand. Anna was the first to applaud, and soon the classroom erupted in applause, partly in admiration of the new professor's prowess, and partly in awe of Elaine's capabilities. Pierre cleared his throat, signaling for silence. 10 points to Hufflepuff. Miss Bird. Your abilities are impressive, particularly your reflexes, which rival those of adult wizards. However, the inadequacy of magical power remains your most significant flaw, which is why, after casting several spells in quick succession, I was able to effortlessly seize your wand. Elaine, who had previously dismissed the new professor, now recognized his formidable abilities. Indeed, the lack of magical energy is her greatest shortcoming. On the battlefield, a wizard, once depleted of their power, is akin to a sheep awaiting slaughter, or a fish on the chopping block. As everyone knows, the disarming charm is an exceptionally practical spell. When a wizard is deprived of their wand, their offensive capabilities diminish by a staggering 80%. Some may argue that wandless magic does not require a wand, but it is essential to acknowledge that only a rare few wizards can master such magic. Perhaps unbeknownst to many, the disarming charm is an area of effect spell. As demonstrated, disarm your weapon. With a flick of his wand, the wands of 7 or 8 individuals closest to the podium fell to the ground. With a bit more force, he could even send an opponent flying or render them unconscious. One boy was instantaneously disarmed and propelled backward, crashing into the wall. He healed as if nothing had happened. The students stared at him with intense fascination. They had never contemplated that a seemingly simple disarming charm could hold such intricacies. Very well, the remainder of this time is designated for free practice. I expect to witness your progress before our next class. With that, he waved his wand, stacking all the desks and chairs at the back of the room. A week later, Pierre had become the most popular professor at Hogwarts, his handsome appearance and formidable prowess having won the hearts of all the young witches and wizards. His popularity soared even higher after a knowledgeable student enlightened the others about the Brissac family of French wizards. Elaine. Elaine. Ha. What is it? Elaine snapped back to reality, halting her steps and turning around. What were you daydreaming about? I've been calling you the entire way. Anna panted as she rushed over. Nothing, just pondering today's essay. Elaine replied with an apologetic smile, moving to support Anna. You've been acting strangely lately, always so distracted. Just yesterday in potions class you almost lost points. She muttered. Anna was right. Elaine had indeed been frequently lost in thought. Riddle's words had left an indelible mark on her heart, compounded by her stagnation in learning the magical array, leaving her in a state of disarray. The brain closure charm had also been temporarily set aside. Since that day of the Quidditch match, She and Draco had not met privately again. Even during Snape's potions class, she had become so distracted that she nearly ruined a potion. Had it not been for Anna's timely reminder, she likely would have faced detention from Snape. I think you're just worn out. You carry books around all day. And even Ravenclaw doesn't seem as diligent as you. Anna took the book from Elaine's arms and pulled her toward the castle's exit. What you need most now is relaxation. Not more reading. Frost once again clung to the treetops as autumn transitioned into winter, and wizards donned their scarves anew. Perhaps Anna was right. She indeed needed to take a proper break. They walked along the snow-covered path, their footprints disappearing beneath the falling snowflakes, leaving a vast expanse of white. As they traversed the path, the frozen black lake came into view. Are they ice skating? Elaine inquired, pointing at the figures gliding across the lake. Of course. What do you think? Isn't this a delightful way to unwind? Who had the brilliant idea to skate on the Black Lake? I don't know. By the time I noticed, there were already quite a few people here, Anna shrugged. Let's hurry over. Upon closer inspection, Elaine noticed that everyone wore a pair of smooth ice skates beneath their shoes. She drew her wand and transformed her footwear. I'm off to have some fun, you keep at it. Anna raised her fists in encouragement, and Elaine looked up perplexed. Chapter 37, Ice Skating. An exceptionally proficient transfiguration, Zabini remarked as he stood before her, one hand behind his back and the other extending toward Elaine. Fair lady, may I invite you to join me? Elaine raised an eyebrow, noticing that Anna had already engaged with others, and placed her hand in his. If you don't mind the possibility of falling. It must be said that when Zabini sought to charm a girl, he did so with remarkable ease. He was measured in his approach, possessing a wit that never embarrassed others, always ready to compliment every aspect of her being. From her attire to even the slightest improvement in her skating. I have never encountered a witch as wise as you. You are like the ancient Athena gracing the present world. Blaise, has anyone ever told you that you truly have a knack for winning people over? Does that mean Elaine has feelings for me? Blaise's eyes, brimming with affection, reflected Elaine's visage. Of course. She released his arm and glided ahead. Who wouldn't like someone handsome and amusing? Just like now, with his assistance, she had progressed from unsteady standing to gliding smoothly. Yet still, she could not shake the thought that Blaise's gaze, so tender even toward a dog, would hardly be captivated by her. Just as Elaine did not trust him. Blaise never expected Elaine to utter a single sincere word. He slightly bent his knees, allowing his arms to swing naturally, and soon caught up with her. My lady. Discarding what has been used is hardly a commendable habit. Elaine skated alongside him, and in contrast to her struggle, Blaise moved with ease, even circling around her. Very well. I concede. It is my fault. Allow me to express my apologies by having this gentleman take me for a spin. Blaise, observing her mischievous demeanor, grinned without changing his expression. It would be my honor. In the Hufflepuff common room, Anna lay sprawled on the sofa, utterly exhausted from an afternoon of frolicking. How do you feel? Was today not delightful? Elaine asked, casting a sidelong glance at her with a bemused smile. Are you referring to ice skating or something else? Of course, ice skating. Anna straightened up, responding earnestly, though the smile at the corner of her mouth undermined her seriousness. What else would I be talking about? It was indeed enjoyable. And then? That's all. Elaine pinched her cheek. What else could there be? Anna slumped back into the soft sofa. You're quite dismissive. All right then. Instead of worrying about me, why not share something about yourself? Elaine settled beside her, casually taking a piece of candy and popping it into her mouth before smiling and offering one to Anna. Me? What is there to discuss? Anna took the candy unguardedly, chewed a few times, and her expression immediately contorted into a grimace, lips pursed. What is this? It's so sour. Sour candy, Elaine winked, and Anna instantly understood. She held out the candy with a neutral expression to another person, and within 10 minutes, nearly everyone in the common room had experienced the sourness. Meanwhile, the instigator, Elaine, had already slipped back to her dormitory. As December approached, Christmas was just around the corner. This year, Elaine would be spending Christmas with Honored. Thus she boarded the Hogwarts Express. She did not sit in the front carriage with the professors, but instead casually found a seat at the back. By coincidence, Hermione was inside. Hi Hermione, is anyone sitting here? Just me, come on in. Hermione held a book on her lap. Elaine took a seat opposite her, curiously asking, what are you reading? Still studying during the break? Of course not, it's a storybook. Hermione closed the book to reveal the cover, which read the tales of Beetle the Bard. Why aren't you in the front? Elaine sighed slightly, propping her head on one hand while gazing out the window, her other hand absent-mindedly tapping the table. Have you had a falling out with Malfoy? Hermione always seemed to sense sensitive matters. Is it that obvious? Elaine raised an eyebrow, realizing it was indeed true. It is quite apparent. Ever since your families collaborated in the first year, you two have been inseparable. Wherever you are, he is never far behind. Elaine gave an awkward smile, surprised she had not noticed. However, it has been 2 months since I last saw you both coming and going together this semester. Now, you do not even frequent the Board of Governors' carriage. It is evident that a discord has arisen between you. I have simply been quite busy this semester, with little time to socialize, Elaine retorted. And what does Zabini have to say? Hermione inquired, placing her book on the table and leaning slightly forward. Do not be surprised. I was present on the day of the skating event as well, yet you failed to notice me. Your attention wholly devoted to Zabini. Elaine shyly touched her nose, reluctant to elaborate further. Very well, Hermione. Let us discuss another topic, like this book, for instance. All right, though I have yet to finish it, Hermione kindly obliged, shifting the conversation. Where did you leave off? The Fountain of Good Fortune. Meanwhile, Draco sat in the carriage at the other end, his brow furrowed, acutely aware that Elaine was evading him upon seeing the empty compartment. Draco, you seem rather peculiar and lost in thought lately, inquired Pansy Parkinson, seated beside him. Across from them, Blaise chuckled, bemused by the fact that he had become someone to be avoided. Blaise, if you remain silent, no one shall mistake you for a mute. Draco coldly glared at him. Do not harbor such anger, Draco. I merely speak the truth, Blaise replied with a resigned smile. If you wish for silence, I shall oblige. Just as Pansy's words trailed off, a knock resounded upon the compartment door. 2 blonde girls stood outside, Daphne Greengrass and her sister Astoria. May we join you? Daphne asked, glancing into the compartment, which already housed 3 occupants. Please do, Draco said, rising to exit. The expressions of the 3 girls faltered instantly. With Draco's departure, Blaise seized the opportunity to steer the conversation, revitalizing the atmosphere. As Draco stepped into the corridor, he found himself momentarily bewildered amidst the bustling throng, scanning the surroundings before pulling open another compartment door. As expected, Theodore was engrossed in a book, offering only a slight nod of acknowledgement before returning to his reading. Draco silently seated himself. Outside the window, snow-capped mountains loomed, the train weaving through them with a mournful whistle. Chapter 38, Christmas. On Christmas morning, snow fell heavily outside, and the fireplace crackled cheerily. A grand Christmas tree, adorned by the owner himself, stood majestically in the hall. Merry Christmas, Father, Elaine exclaimed, descending the stairs in a festive white dress with red fringes, a diamond brooch gleaming at her chest. Merry Christmas, my dear. Honored approached and embraced his daughter. Did you enjoy your gifts? Of course. They are splendid. She pointed to the diamond brooch on her dress. After breakfast, Elaine nestled beneath the Christmas tree to unwrap presents. The number this year surpassing that of the last, with many from her classmates at Hogwarts occupying a considerable space. First were the Hufflepuffs. Their yellow and black wrapping contained an array of candies, chocolates, and stationery, items that were universally appreciated. Elaine received similar gifts from unfamiliar classmates, all opting for candies and stationery. Anna and Cedric gifted her a necklace and a bottle of perfume, while Elaine reciprocated with a Quidditch model set for them, as well as for Harry and Draco. She summoned a house elf to neatly arrange the candies before continuing to unwrap gifts. The gold and crimson boxes were unmistakably from the enthusiastic Gryffindors. The first she opened was Hermione's, a pink book titled 108 Ways to Captivate Boys. Elaine's expression darkened momentarily before she found it amusing, recalling that she had sent Hermione a rare edition of The Origins of Transfiguration. Next was Harry's gift, likely influenced by Hermione's suggestion, a set of feather quills that changed color automatically. She gave Ron a wizard's chess set, and the twins a prankster's kit. George and Fred's present was particularly amusing, a snowman encased in a crystal ball that would never melt, which danced clumsily when touched. Finally, 3 silver-green parcels remained. One contained an unnamed orchid brooch. Another housed an exquisite pendant of the goddess of wisdom, undoubtedly from Blaise. As she slowly unwrapped the last parcel, attributed to Draco, she was taken aback to find a handwritten tome on mind cloaking and soul extraction notes, accompanied by an ornate invitation. A week later, a banquet would be held at Malfoy Manor. She returned these items to her bedroom before seeking out Honored. Father, shall we attend the banquet at the Malfoy estate? Yes. This gathering is to formally announce the collaboration between our families to the English community. Uncharacteristically, Honored was not seated at his desk but rather lounging on a small sofa on the second floor, his azure eyes deep and gentle. You seem to get along quite well with that Malfoy lad. Elaine sat beside him, sullen and silent. Honored, intrigued, asked, Did he bully you? No, Elaine shook her head. Then it appears you are the one harboring grievances. Honored understood Malfoy's sentiments. Yet it was evident that his daughter was preoccupied with other matters. He has not confessed his feelings, has he? What are you talking about? How could such a confession occur? We are still so young. Elaine coughed at the absurdity, realizing only now that her father possessed a penchant for gossip. I misspoke, he quickly handed her a glass of water. As the heir of the Bird family and the sole descendant of the Cedric line, you have the right to express your thoughts and to refuse anyone. At least in England, you need not bow before anyone. Honored gently stroked her hair, observing as Elaine pondered his words. Even Dumbledore? Even Dumbledore. In the days that followed, Elaine cast aside her studies, spending her time either by the fireplace or in the greenhouse, even penning a letter to Hermione to vehemently denounce her Christmas gift. For days after Christmas, an unexpected guest arrived at the castle. Green flames erupted from the fireplace, and a man clad in wizarding robes stepped forth. Elaine, who had been dozing, was startled awake by the commotion. Upon recognizing the visitor, she raised her voice. Professor Brisac? Is there anything more frightening than seeing a professor appear at one's home during the holidays? If so, it would be the revelation that this professor was a close friend of Honored. Miss Bird has performed exceptionally well in class. I have never encountered anyone her age so outstanding. Honored, you truly have a remarkable daughter. Honored laughed heartily. I have heard that your son graduated and immediately joined the French Ministry of Magic. He is equally accomplished at a young age. Elaine maintained a smile as she listened to their pleasantries, her toes in a frenzy. This is Elaine, the next head of the Bird family. Honored formally introduced his daughter to Brisac, then turned to Elaine. This is your Uncle Pierre, my dear friend. Hello, Uncle Pierre, Elaine responded amiably. They continued their conversation until evening. Poor Elaine had scarcely enjoyed a few days of leisure before being enlisted for courses in defense against the dark arts and dark magic. Pierre Brisac remained at the castle, teaching Elaine defense against the dark arts in the morning, and guiding her in dark magic in the afternoon. Aside from the 3 unforgivable curses and several powerful dark spells, the definition and scope of dark magic were rather nebulous. Many wizards would unconsciously employ some forms of dark magic. Generally, dark magic is categorized into malevolent curses, jinxes, and hexes. Malevolent curses, being the least severe form of dark magic, are frequently utilized during duels or pranks, such as the stunning spell and the blasting curse. Jinxes are more sinister, including spells that cause one's teeth to grow uncontrollably or toenails to extend. Curses, as the most severe form of dark magic, are epitomized by the 3 unforgivable curses. Pierre meticulously elucidated the intricacies of the Fiendfire to Elaine, a dark enchantment that, while possessing a relatively low barrier to entry, proves exceedingly challenging to control. Once unleashed, this spell spreads rapidly, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike, thus mastery over its containment is paramount. They stood face to face in an expansive circular arena. With a flick of his wand, Pierre conjured a fireball. Curiously, this fireball showed no inclination to grow in size. Elaine's eyes lit up. If she could also master the control of Fiendfire, she need not fear its uncontrollable nature. Aside from its counter-curse and the universal banishment spell, water and incombustible materials can also impede its advance. He then summoned a barrier of water that encircled the fireball, and Elaine observed the Fiendfire diminishing until it was extinguished. What you must do now is confine the Fiendfire within this circular platform. Pierre guided Elaine away from the platform. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a roaring inferno of Fiendfire. Magical energy surged into her wand, but within mere moments, the flames began to threaten to exceed their bounds. A sense of trepidation washed over Elaine. She certainly did not wish for these infernal flames to consume everything in their path. Sweat trickled down her forehead as the searing heat elevated the surrounding temperature. Just as she felt her resolve wavering, a colossal barrier of water rose, intercepting the Fiendfire at the platform's edge. Elaine exhaled in relief, and subsequently felt a surge of exhilaration. What a rare opportunity to practice without the fear of the flames spreading. This was a chance not to be missed. The formidable water barrier provided her with a profound sense of security, and by the end of the Christmas holiday, she had successfully confined the flames to half the platform's area. A remarkable improvement indeed. Chapter 39, The Malfoy Gala. The opulent Malfoy Manor, nestled in Wiltshire, England, boasted fountains that refracted the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors, while beautiful white peacocks strutted gracefully in the gardens. Draco and the Malfoy couple were busy welcoming their guests. Lucius, with his satin-like, light golden hair tied back, wielded his serpent-headed wand with an air of pride. The aloof and cold gray-blue eyes characteristic of the Malfoys reflected his demeanor. Draco, compose yourself, do not neglect your manners. Yes, father. He frequently cast anxious glances towards the manor's entrance, his entire being exuding anticipation. Lucius, do not be so harsh. Young Draco is merely eager to see his friends. Narcissa interjected gently, adorned in an elegant black gown. Lucius fixed his gaze ahead, wisely refraining from further comment. 2 carriages appeared in the sky. The first drawn by 2 grey thestrals, a breed of winged horses from the north, flying at remarkable speed. The second carriage was pulled by the native British breed, the Abraxan. Both carriages landed gracefully at the manor's entrance, and 3 individuals disembarked. Our guests have arrived, Lucius announced, ushering his family forward. Honored, welcome to Malfoy Manor. A captivating figure captured Draco's full attention. She donned a delicate yellow gown, its hem slightly flared, and atop her elegantly styled golden hair rested a tiara of diamond vines, harmonizing beautifully with the orchid brooch adorning her chest. Elaine was engagingly polite as she greeted the Malfoys. And who might this be? Lucius inquired, glancing at the wizard beside Honored. Pierre Brissac, my dear friend from France, currently serving as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. At the mention of the surname Brissac, a flicker of recognition crossed Lucius's eyes, and his smile broadened. Forgive my lack of hospitality, Mr. Brissac. Following another round of courteous exchanges, they finally entered the banquet hall before the next wave of guests arrived, who were eager to converse with them upon hearing the names Bird and Brissac. The atmosphere was lively with clinking goblets. Elaine remained by Honored's side, listening intently as he introduced each guest. Though it was rather tedious, she did not wish to refuse her father's kindness. This was a compulsory lesson for an heir, marking her formal entry into the social sphere. Look at her. She is practically beaming down there. The Malfoy Gala invitation was not easily obtained. Hence the drawing room on the second floor was filled with children from pureblood families, predominantly Slytherins. Pansy, mind your language, Draco admonished. Daphne, seated beside her, shook her head in disapproval. They could not cause a scene at the Malfoy Gala. Although Elaine undoubtedly invited envy, she was distinct from the girls destined for arranged marriages. The head of the Bird family had practically declared her status as an heir to everyone. Unlike the boys upstairs, who had yet to be formally introduced into society, Elaine was already engaged in lively conversation with numerous guests. Blaise was engrossed in a game of wizard's chess with Theodore, oblivious to their whispered exchanges. Pansy sulked on the sofa while Daphne offered her quiet comfort. After another round of introductions, Elaine subtly adjusted her stiff smile, prompting Honored to suggest, why not go upstairs and find your friends to play? It was time for Elaine to step away, having lingered by his side long enough. Nodding in agreement, she flashed an impeccable smile as she ascended to the second floor, not believing that the interactions among young wizards could offer her any respite. May I come in? Elaine. You have finally arrived. Draco welcomed her with open arms. Elaine felt a wave of relief as he exhibited no signs of discontent, allowing her to relax. I cannot be blamed. After all, Malfoy Manor is simply enchanting. I was utterly captivated by the decor of the hall. You must be cautious then. Draco will surely insist on taking you to see the white peacocks, Blaise quipped, having finished his chess game, and approached them with a teasing grin. In their childhood visits to the Malfoy estate, Draco had always proudly led everyone to see the white peacocks, time and again without fatigue. Elaine found it amusing to witness this endearing side of Draco. Those were merely childhood memories, he replied, blushing as he sought to redeem himself. Beautiful Elaine. Each time I see you, my heart races with an extraordinary fervor. Blaise pressed a gentle kiss on the back of her hand. Your sweet nothings grow ever more enchanting. Blaise, I wonder which girl shall capture your heart in the future. I thought you were already aware of my feelings, he replied, his elongated gaze filled with melancholy. Elaine chuckled softly. Elaine, those two are Goyle and Black, Draco interjected. Following his gaze, she noticed Crabbe and Goyle gathered around a table, casually eating, offering her only polite smiles upon noticing her presence. A few girls approached, and Draco introduced one in a blue gown, Elaine. This is Daphne Greengrass and her sister Astoria Greengrass. The younger girl shyly smiled at her. Then he gestured to the girl on the right. This is Pansy Parkinson. Her father is Hector Parkinson. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Parkinson, Elaine greeted, her smile flawless in contrast to Pansy's more reserved demeanor, who barely managed to muster a greeting. After the girls exchanged pleasantries, Elaine turned her attention to the last individual present. Theodore sat alone in a corner, absorbed in a game of wizard's chess, clad in a deep blue suit, the exquisite diamond cufflinks glinting occasionally. That is Theodore Knott. You met him during the carriage ride at the beginning of term. I remember, Mr. Knott mentioned him earlier, Elaine replied as she approached him. Chapter 40, The Malfoy Gala Below. Make your move here. A delicate, pale hand appeared on the chessboard, poised to take the piece he had hesitated to play. Theodore lifted his gaze slightly to glance at the girl, only to let his eyes fall again, his long eyelashes obscuring any emotions that stirred within him. He picked up the next chess piece and placed it on the board. Elaine's eyes sparkled with excitement as she settled into her chair, fully engrossed in the game of wizard's chess. Theodore was a rather reticent individual, often remaining taciturn at school. Yet, one could not deny his exceptional intellect as a wizard. The match was intensely competitive, with each move exchanged until they barely managed a stalemate. Both felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. As Theodore began to rearrange the pieces, the silver and bronze tokens glimmered with a metallic sheen against the enamel board. "Your cufflinks are exquisite," she remarked suddenly, causing him to pause momentarily. His gaze now fixed intently on Elaine's sky-blue eyes. "Thank you. Your brooch compliments you splendidly as well. Have you finished?" The group was preparing to take a stroll in the garden. "Would you like to join us?" Draco extended his arm in an inviting gesture. Elaine took hold of it, with Theodore trailing behind. The group, filled with laughter and chatter, made their way to the garden, where Blaze charmed the girls present, making them beam with joy. The remnants of snow, not yet fully melted, lined the pathways, and many flowers bloomed in defiance of the season. Elaine and Theodore gradually fell to the back of the procession. "Do we know each other from before?" Elaine's voice was barely a whisper. The orchid brooch adorning her chest was a last-minute choice before leaving, as she had always trusted her instincts. As it turned out, the anonymous gift-giver of Christmas presents for the past 2 years had materialized. "Yes, we do." He caressed the orchid cufflink on his sleeve, his voice as cold as snow under the sun. "When was that?" Theodore's breath hitched. He had considered that she might not remember, yet when the moment arrived, he found himself disoriented. 5 years ago, when we were 7, the bitterness hidden in his cool tone was imperceptible to her. The Knot Manor had once welcomed a girl from Norway, who was vibrant and lively, a stark contrast to the somber and lifeless estate. "Theodore, let us play wizard's chess. I'm quite adept at it." The name Theodore, meaning gift of God in Greek, implied that his parents must have anticipated his arrival with great hope. "Did you know that in Norse mythology, Knot is the embodiment of night? She drives the chariot of night drawn by frost horses, heralding the onset of evening. In an ancient Eastern kingdom, there exists a flower known as the orchid. To me, Theodore resembles a solitary orchid in the tranquil veil of night, gracefully blooming beneath the tall trees, exuding an innate fragrance. Perhaps I shall bring some orchid seeds the next time I visit. Theodore, when they blossom, you shall see me again." Regrettably, within the Knot Manor, the orchids continued to bloom, and yet he still could not behold her. Elaine felt a lump rise in her throat, and she opened her mouth to express a few halting words. "I'm sorry, but I don't recall any of this." She was all too familiar with the feeling of unmet expectations and the pallid waiting of one person, akin to waiting for a butterfly beneath a glacier for eons. Long ago, when flowers had flourished there, a butterfly had once visited. "This is not your fault." He gazed at Elaine's profile, observing her lashes tremble with guilt, her lips pressed together in unease. He never believed it was anyone's fault. Since the story's other protagonist had forgotten, he would unreservedly bring the orchid to their rendezvous. "Would you like to see an orchid?" Theodore inquired. "Huh." In response to Elaine's puzzled look, he drew forth his wand. Orchid bloom. An orchid blossomed at the tip of his wand, which he then plucked and offered to the girl beside him. Elaine hesitated for a moment before taking the orchid from Theodore's palm, tucking it delicately behind her ear. "Is it beautiful?" Her eyes sparkled with delight, her smile radiating warmth, creating an ambience where it was difficult to discern whether the flower outshone the girl, or vice versa. "Indeed, it is beautiful." The warm winter sun broke through the clouds, casting its glow upon him, and he heard the sound of the flower blooming. "Elaine, Theodore, what are you two doing back there?" "We're coming." Elaine hurriedly caught up with the front of the group. "Did you pick the flower? It suits you perfectly, it's lovely." "Is it just the flower that's lovely? Surely the person is even more so." "Thank you, I think so too. How come I never noticed you were so narcissistic? There's much you've yet to discover." "It's not too late now." Only Draco looked perplexed at the garden, unable to recall any orchids being planted at home. The train pulled into the station, the night steed drawing the carriage towards the castle, and the once quiet Hogwarts buzzed with life once more. Elaine languidly reclined on her bed, enveloped in soft bedding that brought her warmth. Time reverted to the day following the banquet. As the goddess of night departed, the daylight blanketed the earth, and Elaine knocked on the study door. Nord was seated at his desk in comfortable loungewear, a thick stack of documents spread before him. "Father, what has happened?" He closed the documents, intertwining his fingers in a gesture of attentive listening. "You've been restless since last night. Did those children vex you?" "No. They haven't the power to vex me." Nord regarded her quietly. Elaine sat across from him, fingers twisting her skirt. Have I ever been to Not Manor? Have you remembered? His expression shifted, anxiety creeping into his tone. Elaine's heart sank. She had indeed been there. If she had been skeptical upon hearing Theodore's account, Nord's words now seemed to confirm her memory issues. Observing her astonishment, Nord's heart eased slightly. Since she had not regained her memories, someone must have informed her. Did that Not boy tell you? Elaine nodded, then inquired, why do I have no recollection of this? Because of a magical surge. He sighed heavily, leaning back in his chair. Not long after we returned from England, you experienced a magical surge, rendering you unconscious for 2 whole days, which alarmed us all. And then? Her mind raced with conjectures. When you awoke, you had forgotten everything prior, but thankfully, there was no threat to your life, so we did not compel you to remember. Elaine furrowed her brow, but she was acutely aware of her memories from before. Have you not realized that all memories prior to the age of 7 do not appear from your own perspective? Nord's words struck her like thunder, leaving her head buzzing. Those overlooked details, the dissonance she had forgotten, rushed back to her in a flurry. The tender lullabies of women cradling infants. The images of toddlers taking their first steps while playing under their grandmother's watchful gaze. All of these were presented from an omniscient perspective. She had never noticed this before. After losing her memory, they had extracted their own recollections, which was why these images played out as if under the all-seeing eye of a deity. And because Not was far away in England, there were no memories of Theodore within. This also elucidated why Hogwarts had sent her an acceptance letter. But wait. Why had she experienced a magical surge? Why hadn't he the lost memories compelled her to remember? Why must they fill her gaps in this manner? While some of her existing uncertainties had been resolved, new questions emerged. All right, it's time for your defense against the dark arts lesson. Pierre is waiting for you downstairs. Nord glanced at the clock in the corner, decisively cutting off her impending questions. Do not fret over this matter. What is meant to be remembered will be recalled. If it cannot be remembered, what difference does it make? Are you not still yourself? Nord is indeed correct. What is meant to be remembered will eventually resurface. Can she really force it? Time rewinds back to the school. Elaine, nestled in her warm bed, is reluctant to rise. Who wouldn't he cherish the comfort of a cozy cocoon? Early in the morning, Anna braved the biting cold to attend Quidditch practice, a testament to her unwavering devotion. It wasn't until half an hour later that Elaine reluctantly emerged from her slumber, wishing she could remain in her dormitory all day if not for the dueling club scheduled for the afternoon. Professor Brissac's method of familiarizing students with spells through practice in defense against the dark arts class received widespread acclaim. At the behest of her classmates and with Professor Brissac's endorsement, the dueling club would convene every Saturday afternoon. Of course, Elaine's covert influence remained unacknowledged. In the afternoon, everyone gathered in the great hall, where the long tables had vanished, replaced by an expansive space conducive to dueling. Professors Brissac and Flitwick stood on the platform, while Snape lingered in the shadows at the side. Anticipation filled the air as everyone directed their eager gazes toward them. Now the dueling club is officially open, Professor Brissac announced decisively. A fervent cheer nearly echoed off the walls of the hall, as Professor Flitwick amplified his voice to reach every corner. To commemorate this joyous occasion, I shall engage in the inaugural duel with Professor Brissac. Elaine's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The prowess of Professor Brissac was well known, and Professor Flitwick had once been a champion in dueling competitions. Such a caliber of duel was a rare spectacle. The two professors exchanged formal bows, and promptly launched spells at each other. The platform erupted into chaos, with sand swirling, water colliding with fire, and an impressive display of magical might. Professor Snape had to erect a barrier in front of the stands to shield the students from the tumult. Many younger witches and wizards, who had never before witnessed such advanced spells, were treated to a visual feast as familiar incantations were executed with flair by both professors. Ultimately, Professor Brissac was outmaneuvered and sent sprawling from the dueling platform. Now, you may pair off and begin dueling at your discretion. Or feel free to challenge one another on the stage, the professor declared. Elaine had little interest in the platform and instead sought a quiet space to practice with Anna. More accurately, she guided Anna as the latter honed her skills. The professors patrolled the hall to ensure no careless young witch or wizard harmed themselves. Unfortunately, troublemakers often emerged in such moments. "Bird, do you dare to come up and duel me?" Suddenly, the hall fell silent, all eyes turning toward Parkinson on the platform. Hufflepuffs regarded her with a mixture of sympathy and admiration. What audacity! Who could forget Elaine's exceptional performance in defense against the dark arts? Who would dare provoke her? Upon closer inspection, it was a student from Slytherin, so there was no reason to worry. Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws who had attended defense against the dark arts with Elaine circled between the two, keen to observe. Anna no longer required Elaine's guidance and urged her to take the stage. Dueling alone can be rather dull. How about this? The loser must agree to one condition set by the winner. Elaine ascended the platform, resolute in her stance. She was no pushover. All right. You shall await my condition. Pansy Parkinson replied without hesitation. The professors offered no comment on the matter. Below, Harry anxiously watched, turning to Hermione. That Slytherin seems fierce. I hope Elaine won't get hurt. Hermione shot him a disapproving look. If Elaine were to be harmed, it would be you, not her. So refrain from speaking such ominous words. Meanwhile, within the Slytherin ranks, Blaise observed with crossed arms, intrigued, while Daphne stole a glance at the calm Draco. And Theodore was conspicuously absent. Disarm your weapon. Elaine swiftly concluded the duel, casting a disarming spell that sent Pansy's wand flying and her crashing to the ground. You have lost, Elaine declared, looking down at her from her elevated position. From this moment forth, you must keep a distance of 10 feet whenever I am present. With that, she leapt off the platform and returned to Anna's side, the hall buzzing with excitement. Many students' eyes widened, their minds racing. Was this not an exemplary way to resolve conflicts openly? One after another, challengers leaped onto the platform. The professors were compelled to introduce additional conditions and rules. Anna raised her thumb in approval, arching an eyebrow at Elaine. You were absolutely magnificent just now. If you practiced diligently, you could achieve the same level. Elaine mimicked her gesture, giving a thumbs up. Oh, come now, I know my own limitations well. Even with 80 years of practice, I might not catch up to you. Anna initially smirked but soon became animated. But when others speak of you in the future, I can proudly declare, that is my best friend. And they will gaze upon you with envy. It's simply too cool. All right, my best friend should get back to training. If you keep smiling, Snape will be upon us soon. Elaine whispered conspiratorially. Chapter 42, The Pentagram. Since Christmas, Elaine and Draco had resumed their previous rapport. The room of requirement remained their sanctuary. Your brain-blocking technique is ready for deployment. Thank you, Elaine replied, accepting the grape juice Draco offered, savoring the tart sweetness that filled her mouth. Honestly, the brain-blocking technique is exceedingly challenging, but fortunately, I have mastered it. Upon reflection, it had taken nearly a year for her to learn it. She hesitated, asking a question that made her uneasy. How long did it take you to learn it? Draco pondered for a moment. About a summer, Bellatrix taught me. Damn that curiosity. She chided herself for asking. Elaine frowned, yet she seemed to have forgotten something. What have you been reading lately? The girl's lovely brows knitted together slightly, adding an air of concern. Draco quickly shifted the topic, gesturing toward a pile of aged books on the table. Elaine extracted one for him. The ancient tomes contained even more archaic knowledge. Magic circles? Aren't those supposed to be extinct? He gazed at the multitude of books in awe. The Malfoy Manor library certainly had books on magic circles, but none so extensive, not even a tenth of this collection. I found these after clearing out the libraries of the Bird and Cedarum families, Elaine said, opening a yellowed book to reveal its pages. Look at this. Draco leaned closer, where an article on the pentagram awaited his gaze. In magic circles, the pentagram is typically associated with the soul, known as the Witch's Cross. The intersection of its lines serves as a gate to seal demons, while circular magic circles are used to protect the wizard themselves. And this one, she continued, flipping to another book. In the past, wizards often executed acts of destruction, devastation, and death by drawing the fourth magic circle of the earth element. When created, it also affected the summoned souls. Elaine exclaimed with delight, this means if we can create this magic circle, we could eliminate the Dark Lord's soul without harming the vessel. Draco paused, taken aback by the sparkle in her eyes. He was not particularly concerned with whether Ravenclaw's diadem remained intact. If fiendfire can destroy Horcruxes, why go through the extra trouble? As if sensing his thoughts, Elaine softly added, not only was Ravenclaw's diadem made into a Horcrux, but also Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket. Weren't they lost long ago? Draco could scarcely believe his ears. Dumbledore had permitted the relics of the founders to fall into oblivion. Indeed, but subsequently, they were discovered by the Dark Lord and fashioned into Horcruxes. Elaine remarked with a wry smile, not allowing him a moment to digest this revelation before hurling two more pieces of news at him. The locket was with Creature, the house elf residing at the Black family estate, while the Hufflepuff cup lay in the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange. I shall devise a plan for the Black estate. However, Gringotts presents a more formidable challenge, as those goblins will not overlook any intruder seeking to plunder their vaults. Draco pondered for a moment, There is no need for haste. Studying the magical array requires time. Oh, and the locket also affects the mind, so exercise caution. When the ice and snow have completely melted, spring shall arrive. And the research on the magical array will proceed in an orderly fashion. Draco joined the study group, and thus the number of individuals tormented by runes doubled. What of these books being family heirlooms? Elaine was acutely aware that the passage of time and the high demands on a wizard's abilities were merely part of the myriad factors contributing to the obsolescence of the magical array. The most significant factor was the lack of successors. When all knowledge is hoarded and left to gather dust, even the greatest of wisdom will eventually fade away. Only when more individuals possess the knowledge can there be a clash of ideas and the development of innovation. Moreover, relying solely on her efforts, the research on this magical array would take an eternity. That night, Elaine once again slipped out of the castle. Her supply of invisibility potion had been depleted and required replenishment. The Forbidden Forest was an excellent locale, brimming with materials suitable for potions. On an otherwise unremarkable night, save for the absence of a full moon, while there were indeed fluxweed to be harvested during the full moon, she had not forgotten the presence of werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. Though the werewolves resided deep within, it was better to err on the side of caution. Under the cover of darkness, Elaine ventured into the Forbidden Forest. The scars from the last time she was scorched by fiendfire had completely vanished. The charred earth now reclad in verdant foliage. She had found the jumping mushroom caps. At the base of a towering tree, a cluster of crimson fungi thrived. Elaine donned gloves and carefully unearthed them, placing them into a box. Today's haul was bountiful, as she had discovered most of the materials needed for the invisibility potion, with only a few, such as troll snot, requiring purchase. She also stumbled upon numerous other potion-worthy ingredients, such as the grasshoppers dwelling in the luminescent shrubs and fragrant hibiscus. A gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a nauseating stench. Elaine instantly rose, drawing her wand and surveying her surroundings with vigilance. Something was approaching. The pitch-black night was eerily silent, save for the rustling leaves, with the air thick with a suffocating, fetid odor. Suddenly, a rustling sound akin to many feet scraping against the ground echoed nearby. Fragmented. Without hesitation, Elaine directed her attack toward that direction. The incantation provoked it. It emitted a shrill cry and surged forward with alarming speed. It was a half-human height eight-eyed giant spider. Elaine's hair stood on end. Heaven knew that creatures with numerous legs terrified her, and this spider possessed 8 eyes. She gripped her wand tightly, clumsily evading the web and venom. She should have consulted the almanac before venturing out. No, in the wizarding world, she ought to have consulted a divination before stepping outside. Sectum sempra. The curse sliced through it like an invisible sword, inflicting a massive wound, with green blood gushing forth. The pain intensified the spider's onslaught. Seeing the spell effective, Elaine unleashed more sectum sempra upon the 8-eyed giant spider. The creature's wounds multiplied, until it eventually collapsed heavily before Elaine could exhaust her strength. Without pausing to rest, she immediately retrieved a vial to collect its venom. The venom would dry soon after the spider's demise, so she needed to act swiftly. Acquiring venom from a living 8-eyed giant spider was out of the question. A small vial could fetch 100 galleons on the market, a highly coveted substance. 3 minutes later, the final drop of venom was captured in the crystal vial. Content: Elaine stowed the bottle in her pocket watch. Merlin had indeed favored her, as her decision to venture out tonight proved fortuitous. Chapter 43, Confinement. Ooh. Footsteps echoed behind her. A gaunt figure with mid-length hair had appeared beneath the moonlight. As dark as ink. This was it. Who else could it be but Snape? Elaine inwardly lamented, feeling as though her heart had turned to ash as she approached. Professor Snape, what a coincidence. I presume Miss Bird's wits remain intact, and she is aware of her identity. Thus she should also be cognizant of the current time. Or do you believe you can now disregard school rules at your whim? Snape's low voice was laden with sarcasm. The illustrious Miss Bird, the hope of Hufflepuff, has now managed to single-handedly slay an 8-eyed giant spider. Sprout will surely be overjoyed. He placed particular emphasis on the word overjoyed. She stammered a few words. Deciding silence was her best recourse, especially given that she had been caught red-handed. There lay the corpse of the 8-eyed giant spider as evidence. Snape shot her a fierce glare before scoffing and striding back toward the castle. Elaine dutifully followed, her demeanor respectful, eyes fixed straight ahead. Now return to your rightful place. Snape lingered at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, elongating his tone. Miss Bird, 20 points deducted, 1 month of confinement. A month? Elaine gasped, incredulous. She could finish 2 books in that month-long confinement. It appeared Miss Bird was not pleased with this punishment. Then it shall be 2 months. Professor. A month of confinement is what I deserve. I shall certainly mend my ways and implore your forgiveness. Elaine interjected before her confinement could be doubled. Snape narrowed his eyes, fixing her with a steady gaze. Elaine felt a wave of regret wash over her. You had better mean that. Starting tomorrow, come to my office every night at 8. Hogwarts lights out at 11. Arriving at 8 would mean spending at least 2 hours in the potions office each evening. This realization deepened Elaine's despair. Draco. I'm doomed. Professor Snape has sentenced me to a month of confinement. She sighed deeply, glancing at the potions essay in her hands. Draco paused his writing, raising an eyebrow at her. Night roaming? She nodded gravely and recounted the events. To her surprise, rather than offering sympathy for her plight, Draco regarded her with an odd expression. So you used Sectum Sempra in front of your godfather, and he acted as if he hadn't seen it? Not interrogating you, and instead escorting you back to the common room? Do you think it's possible he genuinely didn't see it? Elaine swallowed hard. Sectum Sempra was a spell of Snape's own invention, and according to the timeline, Harry had yet to encounter it. And she had, just last night, used it right under Snape's nose, and not just once. Her demise was imminent. In an instant, she envisioned 108 ways to meet her end. A target struck by Sectum Sempra would bleed profusely. Even if her godfather hadn't seen her cast it, he could deduce from the wounds. What if it was too dark to see clearly? Elaine made a final effort to convince herself. Draco remained silent, casually shifting his attention back to his essay. The quill hovering just above the parchment, a mere centimeter away. Elaine closed her eyes. Why had she brought this up? Now she had inadvertently reminded him of a painful subject. I'm sorry to have brought up an unpleasant memory. It's fine, I've grown numb to it. He replied softly, yet the vulnerability in his eyes was unmistakable, almost as if he had no intention of concealing it. Please don't be sad. She stammered, desperately wishing to console him, but at a loss for how, managing only to clumsily utter a few words. Observing his heart-wrenching fragility, a sense of urgency gripped her, and she fixed her gaze intently upon his eyes. Rest assured, with my presence, you shall not suffer harm again. No one shall cause you distress. The brass fixtures radiated a brilliant glow, and Elaine's cerulean eyes reflected his visage completely. Draco's heart softened. After all, it was she who had endured more pain. He vowed to protect her. At 7:55, Elaine bid farewell to the concerned Draco, approaching the cellar with a solemnity akin to marching towards her fate. Drawing a deep breath, she knocked on the door of the potions office. Moments later, the door creaked open. Instead of Severus Snape, she was greeted by a boy clad in Slytherin robes. Theodore? Elaine paused, inquiring, have you been confined as well? He shook his head while ushering her inside. Very well. Theodore hardly seemed the type to be punished. Severus sat at his desk, expressionless as he graded papers, his voice devoid of warmth as he commanded. Dispose of that bucket in the corner. Beneath the laden shelves of potions lay a large bucket filled with slugs, and Elaine's face paled. The thought of handling such slimy, repugnant creatures was revolting. She glanced at Theodore, who was brewing potions, then back at the slugs. Finally, with a stoic expression, she lifted the bucket to a vacant table, donned gloves, and began her task. Despite her aversion, her movements were precise and swift, determined not to let the slugs linger in her grasp a moment longer than necessary. An hour later, the bucket was nearly empty. Professor, I have completed the task, she announced. Snape paused in his grading, surprised by her efficiency, having anticipated a longer duration. What materials are required for the shrinking solution? He queried. Some peeled shrivel figs, 5 slices of caterpillar, a piece of rat spleen, uniformly sized daisy roots, and a drop of leech juice, Elaine replied without hesitation. And for the calming draught? 10 porcupine quills, a moonstone, a bundle of valerian root, a pinch of unicorn horn, and 5 drops of sneezewort syrup. And for the joyous potion? Shrivel figs, porcupine quills, mugwort infusion, castor oil and peppermint. And the veritaserum? Salamander, dittany feather, venom from a venomous tentacula, and a beetle. Initially, she was able to think through the proportions, but as Snape's inquiries quickened, she resorted to naming the ingredients directly. It was not until she had recited a dozen potion recipes that Snape allowed her to leave. Goodbye, Professor Snape, she whispered as she gently closed the door, then fled, feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Theodore, quietly brewing potions, felt puzzled at some of the recipes. It was clear that some ingredients had been omitted or included unnecessarily. Yet the professor had not corrected her. He silently noted this in his mind. Chapter 44. The Marauder's Map. Professor Brisac delighted in practical application, rarely adhering to textbook material or assigning essays. Today's lesson focused on the Patronus charm, the sole spell capable of repelling Dementors, preventing them from siphoning joy. Thus, students needed to concentrate intently, recalling their happiest memories. As Brisac spoke and demonstrated, Elaine's mind wandered. The Patronus charm, Dementor's Azkaban. Suddenly, she remembered. Sirius Black was still imprisoned in Azkaban. No wonder she felt a sense of forgetfulness upon hearing Bella's name. It was the memory of Harry's godfather that had eluded her. Speaking of Sirius, one could not overlook the treachery of Peter Pettigrew. She needed to devise a means to expose this matter. If she acted swiftly, Harry might see Sirius at the train station by the end of the school year. Elaine Bird. Brisac's call snapped her from her reverie, and she found herself under the professor's scrutinizing gaze. Come demonstrate the Patronus charm. Of course, Professor. She focused, conjuring memories of joy, receiving letters from owls, attending Hogwarts, spending time with family, fragments of happiness from her 12 years. Expecto Patronum. A small silvery wisp, reminiscent of steam, erupted from her wand. Though modest in size, it was indeed present. Hufflepuff gains 5 points, Brisac acknowledged, nodding with satisfaction. Most wizards never mastered the Patronus charm in their lifetimes, and Elaine's achievement was commendable. I do not expect every one of you to master this spell, but before your graduation from Hogwarts, you should at least reach the level of Miss Bird. The Patronus charm, truly one of the oldest and most powerful defensive spells, proved elusive for all but Elaine in this lesson. This matter required the attention of Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic, so they must first be informed that Pettigrew was indeed at Hogwarts. Was there a way to compel him to reveal himself? As she knocked on Snape's office door again, Elaine was still pondering solutions. Theodore opened the door once more. Snape sat at his desk in his customary pose, his expression weary, dark circles beneath his eyes betraying a severe lack of sleep. Your task today is the energizing potion. Elaine and Theodore searched the cabinet for the necessary ingredients. This potion, a remedy for colds, would emit white smoke from one's ears upon consumption. The energizing potion was not difficult to brew. With careful attention, they could avoid errors. The office was hushed. Save for the scratching of quills on parchment and the bubbling of cauldrons, a faint bitter tang permeating the air. 50 minutes later, they nearly completed their potions simultaneously. Snape glanced at their work and dismissed them. Are you in the office every day? Elaine inquired as they exited. Only on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Professor Snape teaches me advanced potions, Theodore replied. Elaine understood. It was a privilege extended to the diligent student. I thought you were confined as well yesterday. It startled me. Why were you startled? Because you hardly seem the type to break school rules for a nighttime escapade, she remarked, tilting her head in appraisal. That may not necessarily be true. Oh, a Slytherin venturing out at night would likely go unnoticed. True. I have yet to hear of a Slytherin losing points for nighttime escapades, she conceded, unlike her own 2 instances of being caught. As they reached the staircase, the Slytherin common room lay in one direction, while the Hufflepuff common room was in another. After bidding Theodore farewell, Elaine prepared to head towards her own common room, when she caught a glimpse of Filch ascending the stairs. With the Mandrix still immature, he appeared quite lonely without Madame Pomfrey's company. An idea sparked. Resolutely, she turned towards Gryffindor Tower. She needed to find the Marauders map. This enchanted map, created by the Marauders, would be gifted to Harry by the twins during his 3rd year. However, she first needed to ascertain whether the twins had acquired the map. The Gryffindor common room was located on the 8th floor, guarded by the portrait of the Fat Lady. This was Elaine's first visit, and at nearly 9 o'clock. With over an hour until the Hogwarts curfew, it was not too late. She waited for a fortunate passerby. After a while, a girl with thick, auburn hair approached. Ginny Weasley immediately recognized Elaine, the Hufflepuff upperclassman. Hello, fellow student. Could you call for George Weasley and Fred Weasley for me? Elaine inquired. Of course, Bird, Ginny replied, momentarily surprised. Why would the upperclassmen want to see George and Fred? May I ask what you need them for? Elaine noticed Ginny's sudden tension and felt a bit perplexed. Did she appear intimidating? Wait a moment, that hair, that age, it was Ginny. A vague understanding dawned upon her, and Elaine offered a gentle smile. There's nothing of great concern. Dear Ginny Weasley, merely a few inquiries I wish to pose to the esteemed upperclassmen. Ginny observed that her expression bore no semblance of deceit, allowing her to exhale in relief. Please hold on for a moment. 2 minutes later, George and Fred emerged. I heard Elaine is looking for us, surely. She is not here to invite us for a nocturnal escapade? Fred remarked, glancing at the candlelit corridor while stroking his chin. It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility, Elaine chimed in. If the Marauders' map hasn't fallen into their hands, raiding Filch's office under the cover of night could indeed be an enticing proposition. So, it appears that only the second night of curfew has sparked such fervor. Perhaps that's a tad inappropriate? She hoped Snape would not make an unexpected appearance, or she would find herself in dire straits. He exclaimed dramatically. Merlin, I must be mishearing. Is someone genuinely inviting us for a midnight adventure? Little Elaine, our appearance fee is rather steep. George playfully interjected. 10 vials of invisibility potion? No. No, we don't require potions, Fred countered. Then what do you desire? Behold our latest invention. George retrieved a box of biscuits from his pocket. Elaine eyed him warily. The infamous pranks of the Weasley twins necessitated caution. Fear not, it merely possesses a hint of amusement. Really? She replied, half convinced. Indeed, Fred affirmed with a vigorous nod. Very well, Elaine accepted the box, adding, but I shall refrain from tasting it until later. You may dine at your leisure. Now that we have settled on our fee, let us discuss the matter at hand. Chapter 45. Beneath the Marauder's Map. Clearing her throat, she inquired, have you heard of the Marauder's Map? The Marauder's Map? The twins exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison. Ah, so this is the reason little Elaine summoned us? Elaine nodded. How disheartening. I had thought you missed us. But alas. Hey, that's rather disingenuous. You certainly didn't imply that just moments ago. Elaine facebombed, redirecting the conversation. I've heard there exists a Marauder's Map in Filch's office, capable of revealing all of Hogwarts' secret passages and tracking everyone's whereabouts in real time. She dangled a tempting bait. But how can you be certain this map truly exists? The twins queried. Do not question the credibility of a Hufflepuff source. If I dare to speak it, then it must hold truth, Elaine replied, employing a cunning sidestep. Very well, clever lady, but why summon us to join you? Merely because I was uncertain if you had discovered the Marauder's Map, though I cannot voice it so plainly. She flashed a feigned smile. While George and Fred's eager anticipation was nearly palpable, yet they continued to banter with her. Should I seek out others, then? They hoisted Elaine from either side, descending the stairs. Oh no, who could rival our expertise? Elaine clenched her fists as her feet left the ground. Put me down. Upon reaching the castle's ground floor, she promptly delivered 2 sharp punches to their arms. Ouch, I'm injured. Fred exclaimed. So am I. Elaine is too formidable. 2 punches and we're wounded. Elaine regarded their exaggerated expressions with a cold smirk. It was still before curfew. Although the castle was sparsely populated, it was not devoid of life. The astonishment of others witnessing Elaine being carried by the twins was matched only by her desire to deliver a sound thrashing to them. Fred discreetly glanced at the unfazed Elaine, casually releasing his grip, gazing at the ceiling and floor, all the while nudging George. Prompted by the cue, George, under Elaine's piercing gaze, pitifully uttered, "We didn't mean to." In a moment of distraction, Elaine fancied she saw 2 large dogs, freshly evicted from their homes, desperately trying to evade blame. Amusement washed over her as she realized she was not truly angry. George, noticing her laughter, shot a knowing glance at Fred, who promptly retaliated with a playful elbow. Filch's office lay in a small, windowless room behind the Great Hall staircase, dim light seeping through the partially ajar door. The trio stealthily concealed themselves around the corner, confirming that Filch was still within. Elaine checked her pocket watch. They had 40 minutes until 11 o'clock. We arrived too early. Once curfew struck, Filch would emerge to apprehend wandering students, marking their prime opportunity for action. After a moment of contemplation, George suggested, why not visit the kitchen first? I'm feeling rather peckish. The kitchen was her domain. Hogwarts kitchen was truly a Hufflepuff's haven. Excellent idea. Let us proceed to the kitchen. Thus, they redirected their course. By the time they returned from the kitchen, it was nearly 11, and true to form, Filch had left his office. George cautiously nudged the door open, ensuring there was no unusual activity, before beckoning them inside. The room was somber, the air thick with the scent of fried fish, furnished with cabinets and tables, and adorned with an array of shackles and handcuffs in the corners. Elaine exhibited no interest in the decor, her focus solely on locating the Marauder's Map. Hey Elaine. Come see our file. She approached the voice, discovering a drawer ajar, with George and Fred clutching a stack of documents. What is this? They unfurled a piece of parchment. Reciting March 2nd, 1992, George Weasley and Fred Weasley caught roaming the castle at night. That was merely last week. And this one, February 25th, 1992. We were caught launching dung bombs in the castle. How can he remember such specifics? Elaine was astounded. The thick stack chronicled George and Fred's misdeeds, far surpassing her own nocturnal escapades. She had thought her frequency of night adventures considerable, yet in comparison, she felt quite insignificant. Filch had created records for every student who violated school rules, and Elaine noted her own file, a meager single sheet. Furthermore, they discovered numerous confiscated trinkets, among which lay the Marauder's map she sought. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Ink began to materialize on the blank parchment, and in approximately 1 minute, the entirety of Hogwarts appeared upon it. George and Fred were utterly captivated, poring over passageways they had never before encountered. Don't rush. Look at this. Elaine adjusted the map, revealing numerous names. With this we shall no longer fear detection by professors or Filch. The three huddled together, searching for Filch's name. Locating it on the 3rd floor, presumably ascending. Let us move swiftly. I see a passageway quite near us. The newly discovered passage lay behind the Great Hall, requiring them to speak a specific incantation to a portrait to gain entry. The portrait of a witch clad in purple robes opened the passage without even stirring. George and Fred walked in succession, with Elaine sandwiched between them. The passage was not lengthy, nor did it harbor any peculiarities. They soon reached an expansive room adorned with numerous portraits, the cobwebs in the corners indicating that it had been long since anyone had visited. There are so many portraits here, Elaine remarked, illuminating the area with her wand. The figures within the frames remained motionless, seemingly in slumber. Do you recognize these portraits? George inquired. I do not. I've never seen them before, Fred shook his head. These portraits appeared entirely distinct from those outside. They seemed to belong to a bygone era. Elaine leaned closer to one portrait, elucidating. Observe their attire and artistic style. They reflect the characteristics of the 12th and 13th centuries. Could it be that they were placed here due to their magical energy being depleted? Quite possibly. Given that 7 or 8 centuries have elapsed since then. After admiring the portraits for a while, they took their leave. George and Fred were eagerly contemplating the remaining secret passageways, while Elaine declined their invitation and returned to the dormitory alone, parting with an agreement to alternate the Marauder's map weekly. Chapter 46. The Invitation. Professor Spinet's history of magic class was as monotonous as ever. His unvarying voice transformed into lullabies in the ears of the students, lulling them into slumber. Harry struggled to keep his eyes open, with only Hermione and Elaine still awake within his line of sight. Hermione, without a doubt, was the most diligent student in all of Gryffindor. Elaine appeared to be quite occupied. Hermione mentioned that she was rarely seen in the library, and when she was, she seemed to be in a hurry. For instance, even now during History of Magic class, she was engrossed in studying for other subjects. Knowledge slipped into Harry's mind in a sly manner, and quickly evaded capture before he could grasp it. His eyelids grew heavier, and his head began to droop until he finally succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Elaine, fervently scribbling away, completed her essay for the day. She stretched her wrists and met Hermione's gaze, sharing a smile as they observed the classroom filled with sleeping students. Wake up. Class is over. Hermione exclaimed, exasperated, as she roused Harry and Ron. One had fallen asleep at the start of class, while the other had dozed off midway, both equally guilty. Harry jolted awake, rubbing his eyes, only to find the classroom nearly empty, with just a few scattered students remaining. Let's go. If we delay, there will be no spots left in the library, Elaine urged as she approached them. Hermione took Elaine's hand, and the two witches made their way out, chattering amiably. The library? Ron exclaimed, bewildered. Can't they take a break? Harry silently followed them, picking up his book as Ron hurried to catch up. By the time they reached the library, Hermione and Elaine were already seated and engrossed in their reading. When did you arrange to go to the library? We had no idea, Ron said, pulling Harry to sit across from them. While you were sleeping, Hermione replied without looking up. Well, truly two devoted scholars, Ron muttered, retrieving his own essay. A hush fell over the table, with only Harry appearing distracted. He glanced at the essay in his hands and then at the others who were diligently studying. A soft tap on the tabletop brought his focus back. Elaine was watching him with concern, extending a small note toward him. What's wrong? You seem a bit unsettled. I'm fine, just unsure how to write this essay, he scribbled back on the note. You seem quite busy lately. Which essay? Potions or transfiguration? If you have questions, feel free to ask me. Elaine's handwriting was as elegant as she was, and after a moment of thought, she continued, not particularly busy. Mainly just learning new material and serving my detention. Detention? Harry exclaimed, completely unaware of this. I've been nearly driven to despair. I was caught out at night by Snape and received a month of detention. Harry rubbed his head, recalling the chilling image of Snape emerging from the shadows to apprehend the young wizard. A thought that sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, he was unaware that Snape had caught Elaine in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, the horror would have intensified. Are you all right? Harry's concern and sympathy were nearly overflowing, and Elaine smiled in response. I'm managing. I've completed a quarter of my detention. I simply have to brew a potion each night. And Snape hasn't been too hard on me. Relieved by her words, Harry was about to write again when another note was passed to him. Do you have any plans for the holidays? He bit his lip. After the break, he would return to Privet Drive, back to the Muggle world. None, he wrote back. Would you like to hang out? If all goes well, I'll be in England during the holidays, and I could come find you. Once Sirius was out of prison, she could go directly to Black Manor to visit Harry. My aunt and uncle won't allow me to associate with wizards, he thought, but before he could articulate his refusal, Hermione gently coughed, closing her book. What are you two up to? Ron, equally puzzled, looked up. Hermione, we're discussing plans for a holiday gathering. Would you like to visit the castle? Elaine extended her invitation. The castle? Ron exclaimed. Like Hogwarts? Shoo, keep your voice down. Madame Pants is looking over, Hermione cautioned. As Madame Pants scanned the library with a hawk-like gaze, seeking out the source of the noise. Perhaps we should step outside to discuss. It's too conspicuous here. Hermione suggested. The wind in early May carried a hint of excitement, heralding the approach of summer. They walked along the exterior of the castle as Elaine picked up on Ron's enthusiasm. The two castles are quite similar, but Bird Castle is a bit smaller than Hogwarts. Merlin, are you saying that the castle is your home? Elaine nodded. If you all want, we can explore the castle together, go boating on the lake, or play Quidditch. I can even come to pick you up. Sensing their hesitation, Elaine added, Don't worry, I'll handle your parents. She turned to the intrigued Hermione, saying, The castle has many books that aren't available elsewhere, lost ones. Let us go. When shall we play? Hermione recalled the book on the origins of transfiguration she received for Christmas and promptly made a decision. Ron, equally excited, joined in the conversation. And they began to discuss the details of their gathering. Harry opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing a refusal. Perhaps Aunt Petunia would allow him to go out after all. After her detention for the day concluded, Elaine returned to her dormitory and took out the two-way mirror. Onad's face soon appeared in the mirror, dressed in formal attire, with lavish decorations in the background, as if he were attending a grand event. Father, am I interrupting you? His voice was gentle, one hand holding the mirror while the other rested casually at his side with his wand. Not at all. Are you still awake at this hour? I just returned from my detention in the potions office, Elaine said with a sheepish smile, explaining before Onad could express concern. I was caught by a professor while out at night, but don't worry, I wasn't hurt, and the professor didn't punish me. A hint of exasperation flickered in Onad's eyes. I have but one request, please be safe. Elaine quickly interjected, I always am. I never go to dangerous places. As long as my instincts don't warn me, I consider it safe. Father, I've made plans to spend the holidays in England with my friends. She formally initiated the topic of conversation, sharing her arrangements under Onad's warm gaze. I invited them to gather at the castle. Considering that Hermione and Ron's parents might be concerned, I will visit them first and then take my friends to the castle. Mr. Weasley works at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, a rare promuggle in Britain. Don't forget to bring a gift when you visit, Onad. Well-versed in the customs of wizarding families, thoughtfully advised her on her plans. And don't forget to contact your grandparents. They believe you'll be spending the holidays in Norway. Father, will you have any free time? Elaine inquired. I'm afraid not, darling. I should be in America at that time. But I will send you a gift. His tone was filled with regret. Perhaps once you graduate and take over the family affairs, I might find the time. Well, maybe I can help you now, she said slowly, though her thoughts of her fulfilling daily life made her uncertain. A smile spread across Onad's mature face, pleased by his daughter's thoughtfulness, yet a mischievous glint emerged. Since you've put it that way, I can only reluctantly agree to your request. Elaine gasped internally, her inner self screaming, why did you say that? Well then, it's getting late. You should rest early, Elaine. Good night, Father. As the conversation came to a close, the demeanor of Arnold grew cold. The warmth in his eyes vanished in an instant, transforming him into the frigid patriarch of the Bird family, as the rumors had suggested. The opulent hall was now in disarray, with the host of the banquet sprawled helplessly on the floor, while the elegantly attired guests, having had their wands confiscated, cowered in corners, enveloped in a profound silence. Sir, we have located it in Mr. Rich's study, announced the tall wizard who had been waiting patiently, handing a box to Arnold. He was accustomed to Arnold's earlier gentleness, aware that the gentleman's subordinates knew well of his indulgence towards his daughter. Bird. This is Italy, not Norway. This is not a dictatorship of your making. Are you not afraid that I shall bring you before the International Wizarding Federation for your brazen actions? The corpulent host struggled violently to rise upon sighting the box, vociferously threatening to take them to court. Mr. Rich, I believe you have misconstrued a matter. If the Wizarding International Federation were to discover that you colluded with a dark wizard to pilfer the treasures of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, can you fathom who would be the first to face trial? The tall wizard smiled, yet his words sent shivers down Rich's spine. This item was clearly procured by me from a curse vendor. Under the unwavering gaze of the wizard, Rich's voice dwindled to a whisper. To admit to theft would only bring a fine. Angering that individual could lead to the downfall of the Rich family. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I am the one who stole the treasures of the Norwegian ministry. I shall personally confess to the ministry. The wizard, unfazed by the subtext in his words, chose to feign ignorance since the gentleman had expressed no dissent. Unbeknownst to Elaine, events were unfolding on Arnold's side. After concluding her call, she slipped into a peaceful slumber, dreaming sweetly throughout the night. The following day, she ventured to the 8th floor with the Marauder's map bestowed upon her by the twins. Pushing open the oak door adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin, she found Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall engaged in discussion. Upon spotting Elaine, they ceased their conversation. And Dumbledore inquired, Miss Bird, is there something amiss? Good day, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall. I discovered this at school, she said, producing the Marauder's map, and getting straight to the point. I solemnly swear I have not been up to mischief. Under the astonished gazes of the professors, she located Ron's name on the map, which indicated he was in the dormitory, accompanied by another name, Peter Pettigrew. McGonagall gasped. Is he not deceased? Dumbledore immediately considered the implications. A once heroic figure resurrected. The death of the Potters might harbor deeper mysteries. This individual is currently Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, Elaine added. Minerva, could you please visit the Gryffindor common room and bring him out? Dumbledore instructed, summoning his Patronus to orchestrate the arrangements. Miss Bird, could you enlighten me on how you stumbled upon this? Of course, Professor. Elaine handed him the map. George Fred. And I found it within the castle, and uncovered its extraordinary properties. Shortly thereafter, I noticed that a certain Peter Pettigrew was always trailing Ron and Harry. Yet no one by that name existed in Gryffindor. Upon investigation, I discovered it was Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. Coincidentally, a former recipient of the Order of Merlin First Class bore that same name. At that moment, McGonagall and Snape arrived almost simultaneously. A rat missing a toe was tossed onto the floor, and McGonagall drew her wand to cast the Animagus reversal and binding spells. A diminutive wizard with sparse and lackluster hair, exhibiting signs of alopecia, curled on the ground, his voice rising in terror. Years of living as a rat had nearly caused him to forget how to be human. Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew squinted at the repugnant man, gripping a vial of potion and forcing it down his throat despite the rat's struggles. Speak. Why are you still alive and what brings you to Hogwarts? Years ago, Sirius and I exchanged the identities of secret keepers because he believed it to be safer. No one would suspect me as the secret keeper, he stammered, attempting to shut his mouth, but under the influence of the Veritaserum, the truth poured forth in a shrill, high-pitched voice. So you betrayed the Potters. Snape seethed through clenched teeth. I did not do so willingly. My master coerced me into it. Later, I orchestrated an explosion to frame Sirius, and left behind a finger to vanish. After that, I became an animagus and lived with the Weasleys, who treated me as their pet. As Snape's gaze grew increasingly frigid, Wormtail began to weep profusely. I was forced. You have no idea how terrifying he was, Snape. For the sake of our shared history, spare me, I implore you. He attempted to grasp Snape's robes, but was deftly evaded. Elaine observed silently. Mindful of Snape's evident fury, she understood that her own attempt at discretion was futile. Subsequently, the youngest Weasley had brought him to Hogwarts 6 months prior, and upon sensing his master's presence, he had stolen the diary containing his master's soul, and handed it to Harold. Elaine's gaze sharpened. It was he who had caused the diary's disappearance. Wormtail continued to babble incoherently, while Snape's expression darkened ominously. McGonagall intervened to prevent Snape from executing Wormtail on the spot, suggesting that the matter be referred to the Ministry of Magic, as the injustice faced by Black had yet to be rectified. Dumbledore concurred, initiating contact with Cornelius Fudge. Perhaps Elaine's prayers were answered, for Snape did not spare her a single glance as he escorted the rat away. Chapter 48. Sirius. Professor, Elaine implored, her eyes glued to Dumbledore, or more accurately, to the Marauder's map resting beside him. Hufflepuff gains 20 points. Dumbledore amicably returned the Marauder's map to her. Make sure to use it correctly. Of course I shall. Exiting the headmaster's office, Elaine felt elated, confident that soon Sirius would be vindicated. In mid-May, Elaine finally concluded her month-long confinement, which also signified the impending final examinations. She halted her studies of magical circles and devoted herself entirely to revision. During this period, the academic atmosphere at Hogwarts grew exceptionally intense, as Elaine, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville Longbottom formed a study group for their finals. Hermione primarily focused on highlighting key points, while Elaine took charge of the practical segments. Professor Bresac, who disdained rote learning, indicated that the Defense Against the Dark Arts exam would likely involve dueling, akin to the dueling club, with their skills being relatively comparable. It was anticipated that the professor would place greater emphasis on students' reflexes and spell application, particularly regarding the spells they had practiced throughout the semester. In an empty classroom, they rehearsed spells. Harry and Ron practiced with each other, while Hermione provided guidance. Elaine was instructing Neville on the disarming charm. Noticing his round face, appeared quite dejected. "Am I truly that dreadful?" he lamented. "Why do you say that?" Elaine countered. This boy, born on the same day as Harry and another child of prophecy, had been inconspicuous during his student years, yet that did not hinder him from becoming a true Gryffindor swordmaster. "Because I always forget what I've learned and perform poorly in class." "Neville, you simply have yet to uncover your true potential, much like your prowess in herbology. Professor Sprout has praised your performance on more than one occasion." Elaine, a favored pupil of Professor Sprout, had managed to exempt herself from herbology for 2 consecutive years, a feat even first-year witches had heard of. Thus, Neville had no reason to doubt her words. Moreover, forgetting is not your fault, giving up is. If you surrender to the temptation of forsaking your efforts due to forgetfulness, that is when you truly falter. The young Neville, having witnessed the torment inflicted upon his parents, was left with deep-seated trauma that has lingered to this day. "Look," Elaine pointed to his wand-wielding hand. "This time it's far more precise than the last." Hermione approached him, saying, "You must have faith in yourself, as well as in us. None among us will abandon the others." Neville nodded vigorously, as uncertainty was supplanted by determination, and skepticism replaced by trust. The once timid Neville would unleash his own latent power. This study group persisted until the final day of May. The first week of June each year brought an atmosphere of anxiety to Hogwarts, as students prepared for a week of examinations. The Defense Against the Dark Arts exam was scheduled for the first day, which relieved Elaine, for Neville's anxiety had begun to affect her as well. She shuddered to think how much worse it would have been had the exam been delayed. Better to face death than to linger in such torment. As Elaine had anticipated, the exam material aligned perfectly, and at the last moment, Neville managed to push his opponent out of the designated area. "Neville, you were magnificent. You are sure to earn an E." Hermione praised him lavishly, detailing Neville's performance to Elaine, who gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Now that is your true strength." "Elaine, why don't you ask us how we did?" Ron and Harry emerged from the classroom. "You three? I never worry about you. Harry, your prowess in defense against the dark arts is unparalleled. And as for Ron, Hermione has marveled at your intellect more than once." Elaine's words caused the three of them to flush with embarrassment, especially Harry and Ron, who had not anticipated such high praise from 2 remarkable witches. "All right, let's go have dinner. We still need to prepare for tomorrow's herbology exam," Elaine urged, pulling Hermione toward the Great Hall. By the time the final History of Magic exam concluded, everyone was utterly exhausted. Even though Elaine was not particularly concerned about the exams, the tense atmosphere of the school had nonetheless affected her. After the exam week, they would remain at school for 1 more week, until the final day's feast was over. The Mandrix had matured, and the only victim of the Chamber of Secrets, Moaning Myrtle, had returned to her usual self. One morning, an owl flapped its wings as it entered the Great Hall. The messengers brought the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, with the headline about Sirius's exoneration dominating the front page. Soon the hall buzzed with discussion. Draco instinctively glanced toward the Hufflepuff table upon seeing the news. Who else could have orchestrated Sirius's early release from Azkaban, besides Elaine? At that moment, Elaine was feeding Alice, her agile owl. Alice, robust compared to other owls, exhibited remarkable strength. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall hurriedly called Harry away, and Elaine paused to stroke Alice, realizing that Sirius must have arrived. Clearly, others were also observing this scene. "Harry, he won't get into any trouble, will he?" Hermione asked anxiously, watching their departing figures. "Do not fret. Professor McGonagall's summons is a good sign." "Elaine!" Hermione exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Elaine had taken a seat beside her. The surrounding Gryffindors greeted Elaine with friendly smiles, one even recommending a dish to her. "You know what it is," Hermione asserted confidently. Elaine nodded, sipping her juice, and calmly replied under Hermione's urging. Perhaps this is news Harry would prefer to share with you himself. My telling it would not do it justice. All right then. We shall wait for Harry to tell us personally. Hermione speared a sausage onto her plate and asked, what are your plans for the next few days? We have a whole week left at school. Exploring Hogwarts at night, Elaine replied. Hermione stifled a gasp. Wasn't that a midnight adventure? Merlin, how could you think of sneaking out during the last week, right before the House Cup? If we are caught, it would be disastrous. Do not panic, Hermione. If I am bold enough to suggest it, I assure you I have the means to avoid detection. She reassured Hermione, her words filled with enticing promise. Do you not wish to join? The ancient, magical castle must harbor countless treasures. Hermione felt a flicker of intrigue but raised her head slightly, her expression resolute. Elaine clung to her arm, playfully pleading, Oh Hermione, your poor Elaine requires your company. Without you, the joy of this excursion would be greatly diminished. I am only agreeing because I fear you will be caught. Hermione's lips curled, struggling to suppress a smile. Hooray. Elaine eagerly poured her a glass of milk. Enjoy. Chapter 49, The Restricted Section. When Harry returned, he found Hermione proudly holding her head high while Elaine busily fussed beside her. What's going on with them? Ron shrugged. Who knows? Girls are always so odd. Hermione, you won't believe what I've just experienced. Harry exclaimed excitedly, revealing that he now had a godfather. This meant he had another family member. Godfather. Sirius. Ron and Hermione were taken aback, but their astonishment quickly turned to joy for their friend. Congratulations, Harry. Sirius will make a wonderful godfather. Thank you, Elaine. Even Professor Dumbledore told me it was you who discovered him, Harry said shyly, his face radiating with a bright smile. Before he could say more, Elaine gestured for silence, signaling him to keep it discreet. Friends, I must return to Hufflepuff. If I linger, Anna will come looking for me. She cast a glance toward the Hufflepuff table and winked at Hermione. Do not forget our agreement. What agreement? Ron inquired. It's a secret between the girls, they chorused. Later that night, at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, a head of thick, tousled brown hair peeked out, Hermione, who had arranged to meet Elaine. She scanned the area and spotted Elaine at the top of the stairs, holding a piece of parchment. What is this? The Marauder's map. Elaine unfolded the map and showed it to her. Our names are here, just outside the Gryffindor common room. Filch is on the 3rd floor. Hermione watched as Filch's name moved across the map, and sought out Ron and Harry's, which indicated they were in the dormitory. This is incredible. So this is what you meant by having a plan. And this. Elaine produced 2 vials of potion, handing one to Hermione while consuming the other herself. Invisibility potion. Effective for 2 hours. She recalled her past misadventures of being discovered and added, we might still be sensed by those with keen awareness. As soon as Hermione drank the potion, she completely vanished from Elaine's sight, akin to Harry's invisibility cloak. Once Hermione had also consumed the potion, they grasped each other's hands to avoid losing one another. Where shall we go? Would you like to explore the restricted section? Excellent idea. In the pitch-black night, the only sound was the soft rustle of their footsteps. They evaded Filch's patrol and reached the library's restricted section. A simple barrier separated this area, and Hermione exclaimed, I have never been here. There are even more books inside than outside. She gazed up at the towering shelves that made her feel remarkably small. Perhaps the school has deemed all books unsuitable for students to be stored here, Elaine mused, her fingers gliding over the spines of numerous tomes, searching by the moonlight for books on magical circles. As Hogwarts, a school of ancient lineage founded in 990 AD, surely possessed knowledge on the subject. In silence, they traversed in the silver moonlight, seeking knowledge and truth amidst the vast sea of books. Perhaps blessed by Merlin, half an hour later, Elaine discovered an entire shelf dedicated to the theories of magical circles deep within the restricted section. Besides the volumes she already possessed, there were approximately 20 titles she had never encountered. Elaine casually pulled out a book, surprisingly discovering a manuscript with indistinct handwriting, from which she could barely discern the words origin. The origin of the magical array? Furrowing her brow, Elaine placed it back on the shelf. She continued to browse through several more volumes, among which one nameless tome captured her attention. It contained descriptions of the defensive enchantments of Hogwarts, requiring multiple wizards to activate simultaneously. This reminded her of the highest-level protective charm used during the Great Battle, which seemed strikingly similar. Could the incomplete magical array from the secret passage also be documented here? Elaine, where are you? Came Hermione's gentle call. I'm here, Hermione. Regretfully, Elaine returned the book to its place, resolving to return another time or perhaps seek a professor's permission to access the restricted section. A flicker of light appeared as she waved her wand to guide Hermione's way. The effect of the invisibility potion still lingered for another half hour. They needed to prepare to return. Neither inquired about the other's recent discoveries. After escorting Hermione to the 8th floor, and watching her enter the common room, Elaine made her way back to her own house. In the following 2 days, Elaine revisited the restricted section, and finally finished the book, yet regrettably found no references to the incomplete magical array. Elaine, I brought you some cookies, you must try them. Anna burst into the dormitory, clutching several boxes of cookies, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Elaine picked one up. It appeared like an ordinary cookie, but upon tasting it, a rich creaminess enveloped her senses. Delicious. This is quite different from the previous custard cookies. Is it a new creation from the kitchen? I made them myself. This entire box is for you. I'll be stepping out for a bit. Anna's eyes sparkled as she pressed one of the boxes into Elaine's hands and dashed out. Elaine, momentarily bewildered by Anna's swift departure, placed the cookies on the table. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed another box of cookies on the table. Recalling it was a prank creation from George and Fred. Intrigued, she decided to sample one. Suddenly, with a loud pop, a beautiful canary materialized in the dormitory. Elaine marveled at her own golden feathers and attempted to flap her wings. Perhaps she had not grasped the technique, for after a minute, she reverted to her original form. Remarkable. This undoubtedly embodies their understanding of transfiguration, even touching upon the realm of animagi. Her gaze shifted between the 2 boxes of cookies, and with a spark of inspiration, she gathered the Marauder's map and the cookies before heading out. George, Fred, wait for me. Elaine called out to the twins, who were about to ascend the staircase. Waving her hand in greeting, they stood on the 4th floor landing, arms crossed. Brother, don't you feel something is amiss? Perhaps it's an unwelcome visitor. An unwelcome visitor? As Elaine approached them, she overheard this remark and raised an eyebrow, feigning indignation. How could I consider sharing the Marauder's map with you after such a statement? That was his nonsense. Fred quickly backpedaled, unhesitatingly throwing George under the bus. Really? Elaine said, her skepticism apparent. Indeed. More genuine than gold. All right. I'll reluctantly take your word for it. Elaine muttered as she handed over the map. There's no one in Hogwarts with a temperament as agreeable as mine. Chapter 50. The Canary Custard Cookies. The twins wisely refrained from commenting on her statement. George glanced at the box in her hand and inquired, "What's that?" "This. Just a little cookie my roommate gave me. Would you like to try some?" Elaine opened the box and offered them a cookie, taking one for herself. "Then I must give it a try." George picked up a cookie, his gaze fixed on Elaine, failing to notice anything unusual. The sweet, creamy flavor caused him to furrow his brow. The milk flavor is a bit too rich. A lighter touch would enhance it. I think it's just right. It suits me perfectly. Elaine took another cookie and extended the box to Fred. "Would you like one?" After observing that both George and Elaine showed no signs of change after consuming the cookies, Fred lowered his guard, and as he popped one into his mouth, he was met with George's booming laughter. "Ha ha ha, brother, you've turned into a gigantic canary, haha." Elaine joined in the laughter at the sight of the oversized canary on the floor. Unfortunately, the transformation was short-lived. Soon, Fred shed his feathers, grabbing Elaine by the nape as she attempted to flee. "How did you do that?" he inquired, referring to why only he had been affected. With no escape, she had no choice but to confess. Lifting the cookie box, she explained, "I marked them. Those laid horizontally are the normal custard cookies, and those standing vertically are the ones you gave me last time." "So Fred, it seems you simply had bad luck." George added fuel to the fire. "A splendid prank," Fred admitted, releasing her with a compliment. Is that it?" Elaine eyed them warily. "Now we're claiming this," George declared, snatching the cookies and violently mixing them together. Elaine couldn't help but internally mourn for the next unfortunate soul. This year, the House Cup belonged to Gryffindor, as Harry's victory in the Quidditch match against Slytherin, thanks to the Golden Snitch, significantly aided in Gryffindor's triumph. The yellow and black decorations were swiftly replaced by red and gold, and a deafening cheer resonated through the Great Hall, prompting Dumbledore to call for silence. Hufflepuff warmly accepted the gold and red hall, leading the applause for Gryffindor. With no flying lessons in second year, Elaine achieved 7.0 WLs in her end-of-year exams, earning the top spot. Hermione remained as exceptional as ever, while Ron and Harry also demonstrated remarkable improvement. Even Neville achieved commendable results. This brought immense satisfaction to both Elaine and Hermione, as it seemed the study group had indeed proven effective, rewarding their hard work. The atmosphere on the return train was exceptionally joyful. After confirming the gathering time with Harry and the others, they settled into their exclusive compartment at the front. Are you heading back to Norway for the holidays? Draco casually took a seat across from them, abandoning his companions in the Malfoy carriage without hesitation. Not returning. I'll be in England this holiday. Do you have any plans? Elaine queried, curious as to why he had broached this topic. The number of students on the platform dwindled until the last one boarded the train, signaling its departure. Draco feigned nonchalance as he extended an invitation. Would you care to stay at Malfoy Manor for a while? Ever since the last gathering, my mother has taken quite a liking to you. We could also discuss magical arrays. Malfoy Manor has a collection of books on the subject. Elaine pondered for a moment. Aside from the gathering planned with Hermione and the others, she had no other arrangements for the holiday. She felt a flicker of temptation but did not immediately acquiesce, merely stating that she needed to consult her family first. As evening approached, the Hogwarts Express arrived at King's Cross Station. Upon disembarking, they spotted the Malfoy couple amidst the crowd, their distinctive aura setting them apart from the throng. Father, Mother, Draco approached them. Lucius always exuded a cold, haughty demeanor, yet softened considerably upon seeing his son. Narcissa inherited the beauty of the Black family, and though equally proud, it did not diminish her charm. Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy. Good day. Elaine greeted them with poise and grace. Ah, Miss Bird, I have heard of your outstanding achievements. Truly, a tiger father does not beget a dog daughter. Lucius complimented. Elaine blushed modestly, just some insignificant accomplishments, far from Draco's excellence. My father often speaks of the illustrious Malfoy family in England. Lucius's expression appeared more sincere, and Narcissa took her hand, saying, just call me Aunt Narcissa. Aunt Narcissa, Elaine responded obediently. Has Xiaolong mentioned to you about visiting Malfoy Manor? Without waiting for Elaine's response, she continued, you must not decline. I have long dreamed of having a daughter as delightful and charming as you. A personal invitation from an elder cannot be dismissed lightly. Elaine had no choice but to acquiesce. She was greeted by Shasha, the house elf. Unlike wizards, some members of their kind possess magical abilities that surpass those of wizards. For instance, the Portkey spell is taught only to those who are 17 and older, yet house elves face no such restrictions. They can even employ this magic within Hogwarts. She grasped Shasha's hand, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to Bird Castle. The following week unfolded in a most leisurely manner for Elaine, as she commanded the house elves to ensure a flawless gathering. In the suburbs of London, the Grangers welcomed guests in their living room. Ever since their daughter Hermione Granger enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, they had been exposed to numerous wonders. However, nothing could compare to the astonishment they experienced today. The elegant Miss Bird, a classmate of Hermione's, arrived in a flying carriage to visit them. Although they had learned of this from Hermione, none could have anticipated her arrival in such a manner. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I must take my leave to meet Hermione. We still have to pick up another friend, Elaine announced after a brief chat. Hermione, brimming with excitement, had been eager since the previous evening and had risen early to prepare herself. A beautifully crafted carriage, capable of seating at least 8, awaited them on the Grangers' lawn. Elaine and Hermione climbed aboard in succession. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. The Grangers waved cheerfully as the carriage swiftly vanished from their sight. Miss Bird is truly remarkable, Mr. Granger remarked. Indeed, Mrs. Granger concurred. Not only does she exhibit impeccable manners, but her every action reflects her fine upbringing. Her eloquence effortlessly alleviates our worries. Even her gifts are exceptionally thoughtful. With this thought, Mrs. Granger turned to head inside, eager to experiment with the marvelous beauty potions. Chapter 51. The Flying Horse and Carriage. The carriage, drawn by a thestral, soared through the air, with the buildings below shrinking gradually and birds flitting beneath them. Magic shielded them from the high winds and chill, ensuring their comfort. Hermione observed her surroundings, noting the exquisite craftsmanship of the carriage, which was unlike the simple ones used at school. It featured plush cushions, gem-encrusted backs, and an exterior adorned with heather patterns. Elaine, do you think we might be spotted by muggles? Hermione asked, her excitement waning as she gazed at the retreating crowd. The thought of making the front page of the Daily Prophet was mortifying. Fear not, Hermione. The carriage is enchanted with a disillusionment charm, rendering us invisible to muggles. Elaine brandished her wand, urging the thestral to accelerate. Hermione's eyes widened at her actions. Wasn't the Ministry of Magic strict about underage wizards using magic outside school? The tracking spells within young wizards' wands would alert the Ministry. However, it was challenging to pinpoint which specific wand or wizard had cast the spell, especially in the presence of adult wizards, rendering the rule nearly ineffective. As Elaine explained, she showcased her wand to Hermione. Besides, this wand is not mine. It belonged to my mother. I'm sorry, Elaine, Hermione said, feeling guilty for bringing up such a painful subject, knowing that Elaine's mother had passed away long ago. It's all right. You know I don't mind. Would you like to try some of Shasha's new toffees? Elaine offered, producing a bag of sweets to redirect her friend's attention. Of course. Hermione understood that her friend was attempting to alleviate her guilt, and she willingly shifted the conversation. Who is this Shasha you mentioned? She is a house elf who has grown up alongside me. 12 Grimmauld Place who resides here. Hermione inquired, glancing at the doorplate. Neither Ron nor Harry lived here. She wondered whom they were seeking. Harry and his godfather. This is the ancestral home of the Black family. Harry has been staying here with Sirius during the holidays. Elaine knocked on the door of the house invisible to Muggles, and it opened swiftly. Come on, let's go inside. Elaine. Hermione. Harry sprinted to the door upon hearing the doorbell. After greeting Harry, Elaine took note of Sirius, who appeared gaunt, with an unmistakable melancholy and anxiety in his eyes. Evidence that the scars of Azkaban had yet to heal. Yet, his smile and the concern in his gaze towards Harry painted a picture difficult to reconcile with that of a wizard who had survived years surrounded by Dementors. He stepped forward and embraced each of the young ladies warmly. The melancholic yet handsome embrace did not cloud Elaine's mind. She presented the carefully prepared gift. Uncle Sirius. Please forgive my familiarity. This is a small token of my appreciation. Some calming potions, which I hope will be of assistance to you. Thank you. I heard from Dumbledore about your discovery of Wormtail. Sirius accepted the gift, ruffling Elaine's hair with one hand. You may simply call me Sirius. Sirius's perception of Elaine was complex. Had he not known she was a Hufflepuff, he might have mistaken her for a quintessential Slytherin. Her every gesture imbued with the ancient grace of a noble family, yet surprisingly endearing. After exchanging a few more words, Elaine recognized the reasons behind Sirius's popularity. Aside from his tumultuous life story and romantic flair, his striking appearance could easily capture many hearts. I shan't delay your upcoming plans. I leave Harry in your capable hands. Sirius said. The Thestrals flew towards the burrow, a house that defied all logic. Should a Muggle architect lay eyes upon it, they would surely exclaim in disbelief. Molly Weasley awaited them at the door. She first enveloped Harry in a warm embrace before turning her gaze to Elaine and Hermione. So you must be Elaine and Hermione. The children often speak of you. What splendid young witches you are. Upon entering the burrow, Elaine was captivated by the clock on the wall, which displayed the whereabouts of each family member, a testament to the ingenuity of wizards and their love for family. I've baked some fruit pies. Come and have a taste. Molly called from the kitchen, bringing forth the pies and brewing some tea. Ronnie, your friends have arrived. Elaine, as usual, presented her prepared gifts, practical household items and Muggle trinkets. The Muggle products were intended for Arthur Weasley, but regrettably, Mr. Weasley was at the Ministry of Magic today, and she did not get to see him. These gifts are far too extravagant. The wizard chess set you gifted Ron last time took us by surprise, so valuable. I can't believe Ron accepted it. Molly disapproved. They are merely practical items, hardly extravagant. Ron is quite skilled at wizard chess. It was just a small token of my appreciation. Elaine replied as she and Hermione chatted with Mrs. Weasley downstairs while Harry had gone upstairs to find Ron. Before long, a clamor of noise echoed from above. Ron rushed down in a panic, followed by the twins wielding spider toys and a bemused Harry. Little Ronnie. Come and see what this is. George. Fred. No pranks. Mrs. Weasley shouted. Fred, Mum is angry. George and Fred abandoned their frightened brother and darted over to Elaine and Hermione. Little Elaine, how could you have a gathering without inviting us? This is truly disheartening. One of them lamented. Indeed, she even invited little Ron. Another chimed in, expressing their disappointment at not being included alongside her loyal and dependable prankster companions and upperclassmen. Unfazed, Elaine raised her chin defiantly and declared, Who said I didn't invite you? Dear Wesley, I wonder if you would like to join us at our gathering? She countered. Who says that an invitation given in person is the only valid one? That's cheating, Elaine. George pointed out her flaw. Don't you think a face-to-face invitation carries more sincerity? Elaine gazed at them earnestly, even pulling Hermione into her scheme for added credibility. All right, we can't resist, but we have agreed to attend the gathering. Fred and George immediately dashed off to inform Mrs. Weasley about the event. Mrs. Weasley, a witch radiating maternal warmth, was particularly attentive to them, especially to Elaine. This unusual attention made Elaine feel somewhat out of her depth, as Mrs. Weasley's gaze was always filled with affection during their 2 hours in the burrow. Eventually, Elaine and her companions made a hasty exit from the burrow. Chapter 52, The Adventure. How cool! Exclaimed George and Fred upon seeing the carriage. I thought you would return via the Flu network. Elaine, overhearing them, smiled brightly as she pulled Ginny onto the carriage just as they were about to depart, inviting her along. You all said it was cool, so why should I use the Flu network? With so many modes of wizard transportation, Flu network, apparition, night bus, I specifically chose the thestral-drawn carriage for the thrill and spectacle. Once everyone was aboard, Elaine directed the thestrals towards their destination, the air filled with laughter and joy. The thestrals soared through the village, revealing the ancient castle ahead. The setting sun cast its golden rays across the land, illuminating the shimmering lake with a luminous sheen. As the heavy doors swung open, the gathering truly commenced. Boys, your room is on the second floor, Fred and George led the boys, who darted about the castle with unrestrained glee. Elaine took Hermione and Ginny up to the third floor to show them their resting quarters. This will be your exclusive room, she announced. Elaine, I absolutely adore this room, Hermione exclaimed, hugging Elaine joyfully. Ginny shyly nodded in agreement. The 2 rooms, adorned in Gryffindor colors, were furnished luxuriously, each featuring a grand wardrobe brimming with exquisite dresses. How could a gathering of good friends not involve a makeover? Elaine proclaimed, eager to engage in a real-life dress-up game. Moreover, Hermione's room boasted a massive bookshelf filled with unfamiliar yet perfectly suited titles. Ginny's room, on the other hand, was decorated with numerous Quidditch memorabilia and posters, including a signed photo from the Holy Head Harpies. From the carriage accommodating 8 to the meticulously arranged rooms, it was evident that Elaine had anticipated the arrival of the twins and Ginny. My room is the first one down the hall. They gazed into the soft green bedroom, fresh and vibrant. It's different from what I imagined, Hermione remarked. What did you envision? Elaine inquired, with Ginny looking on curiously. Opulent, heavy, perhaps in gold and black hues, with a warm ambience. Elaine chuckled, that perfectly aligns with what everyone thinks of me, like a traditional witch from a wizarding family or a Hufflepuff. Hermione paused, then burst into laughter. Dinner was set up similarly to Hogwarts, with an array of dishes laid out for everyone to serve themselves. In addition to familiar fare, there were Norwegian delicacies such as smoked salmon, stewed reindeer, salted lamb chops, snow troll soup, and Norwegian pancakes. The sumptuous feast left everyone feeling pleasantly stuffed, lounging on the sofas in a state of blissful lethargy. Elaine, does the castle have secret passages like Hogwarts? Fred and George asked eagerly. Harry and Ron perked up at this. Hermione and Ginny exchanged glances, exclaiming, oh boys. Of course, there might even be some surprises, and there's no curfew here, Elaine announced boldly under their expectant gazes, so everyone can play to their heart's content. Although Elaine had already searched the castle upon their arrival, there might still be undiscovered treasures. Besides, upon hearing their desire to explore the castle, the house elves had already begun their preparations. Awesome. The twins high-fived enthusiastically. You should join them, Elaine encouraged Hermione and Ginny. Hermione shook her head, disinterested, while Ginny appeared intrigued. Aren't you going, Elaine? Ginny asked. It wouldn't be fun for me. I know the castle's layout too well. Elaine playfully nudged Ginny off the sofa and towards her brother. Go on, have fun. Hermione and I will be waiting here for you. Once they had ventured off to explore the castle, Elaine settled next to Hermione and whimsically commanded, Sasha, bring me the book The History of Magical Circles from the bedroom. Before long, a peculiar small creature appeared before them, holding the book. Is this a house elf? Hermione inquired. Though she had heard Elaine describe these fascinating beings, witnessing one in person was still astonishing. How can a creature willingly submit to servitude under wizards, losing its freedom and receiving no equivalent reward for its labor? Elaine tactfully advised, if you have any thoughts, it's best not to be too radical. Their mindset has become quite rigid. Abrupt changes could not only threaten the interests of wizards, but also provoke the displeasure of the house elves. Remember, there are hundreds of house elves at Hogwarts maintaining the school's operations. Hermione frowned, ultimately absorbing Elaine's words. Our focus today is not on house elves but on this. Elaine lifted the book. Magical circles? Elaine handed the book to Hermione, sharing her thoughts. Would you like to give it a try? Learn something new outside of class. Hermione remained silent, attentively flipping through the pages, while Elaine leisurely sipped her tea. Draco was the first, Hermione the second. In time, more and more would join them in studying magical circles. Through these circles, they would forge a close-knit community based on talent rather than bloodline. As astute as Hermione was, she could hardly overlook the boundless mysteries and truths embedded within those unfamiliar runes. She closed the book, inhaling deeply. What a treasure! Elaine hummed a cheerful tune, knowing Hermione would never turn down knowledge. Aren't you going to tell Harry and the others? Hermione asked. My dear Hermione, not everyone has the luxury to pursue new knowledge after completing their studies, Elaine replied. If they have already passed their OWLs, I would happily include them. Hermione pondered this. Indeed, for young wizards, the OWLs were of greater importance. Realizing this, she listened to the cheerful melody in her ear and began to hum along quietly, while Hermione and Elaine enjoyed their delightful conversation. The adventurous crew was reaping rewards of their own. Although lacking Hogwarts moving staircases, the castle offered no shortage of fun. They uncovered wine cellars, basements, hidden rooms behind antique shelves, and discovered scattered trinkets, exquisite vessels, and alchemical products within. They presented their findings to Elaine, who waved her hands dismissively. The treasures you found today belong to you. Harry objected. We can't just take these things. After a moment of reflection, Elaine suggested, then choose a few that pique your interest to play with. Consider them gifts from me. She then produced some pendants, distributing one to each present. This is an alchemical product capable of withstanding harm, a safeguard that can protect you in critical moments. Without waiting for their refusal, Elaine ascended the stairs alongside Ginny and Hermione. We shall rest now, my friends. A night devoid of dreams ensued. Chapter 53. The picnic. As dawn broke over the horizon, light glimmered through the mist, and dewdrops glistened as they fell, heralding the arrival of a new day. Harry yawned as he made his way to the dining hall, where George and Fred were already enjoying their breakfast. Good morning, George. Fred. Good morning, Harry, they chimed in unison. Harry settled down and picked up a muffin, savoring its soft, delicate texture and delightful flavor. Morning, Harry, Ron said, sitting beside him. Harry glanced around and inquired, where are Hermione and the others? Naturally, Hermione and Ginny were in Elaine's room. What about this one? This headband perfectly matches the color of the dress. Or that lily of the valley hairpin on Ginny's right hand looks splendid too. Hermione sat at the vanity, clad in a sleeveless blue dress, her formerly unruly curls now flowing smoothly, while Elaine held a blue jeweled headband, gesturing as she considered its placement. Ginny displayed several hairpins for Hermione's approval. After some deliberation, Hermione chose the headband. Elaine gave an okay hand sign and began braiding Hermione's hair. The blue headband intertwined with the strands, soon completing the hairstyle, leaving only the end of the headband tied in a beautiful bow. How does it look? Merlin, this is truly magnificent. Hermione couldn't help but smile as she admired her reflection in the mirror. Elaine's skillful touch had transformed her entirely. This is merely an embellishment. You are already beautiful, which is why it appears so stunning. Elaine beamed as she admired her handiwork. Ginny, it's your turn. The three girls donned outfits from the same collection, with Elaine adorning Ginny with a laurel wreath and a fluffy white skirt. Elaine herself wore a pale green gown, her hair half up, complemented by a butterfly-shaped hairpin. When the girls arrived at the dining hall, Harry was nearly finished with his breakfast. Wow! Fred exclaimed, leaping beside Ginny. Who would have thought our little sister could be this beautiful? Wasn't I beautiful before? Ginny questioned with a teasing smile. Of course, George said, pinching Fred's arm to silence him. You are indeed beautiful, but today you look particularly radiant. Harry fidgeted in his seat, gripping a glass of juice. He had never seen Elaine so meticulously adorned. Having always seen her in school robes, he could scarcely imagine how the boys would react to this version of Elaine. Harry. What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Elaine inquired, tilting her head. He looked at her, his gaze snapping back as if jolted. Surely he must be ill. For his heart raced uncontrollably. And no, he stammered, stealing another glance and whispering, you look lovely today. Elaine caught this compliment, her lips curving into a smile as she softly replied, thank you, and you too look as charming as ever. A blush crept up his ears. On the verdant lawn, Elaine and Hermione sat leisurely in white rocking chairs, basking in the warm sunlight, beside a round table laden with an array of snacks and beverages. Ginny had changed into more practical attire to join them for a game of Quidditch, while Elaine and Hermione, lacking much talent in the sport, cheered them on from the sidelines. Ginny plays exceptionally well, Hermione remarked as Ginny executed plays with Harry and Ron against the twins. Elaine nodded in agreement. After all, Ginny had once been a professional chaser. Her remarkable Quidditch prowess was indisputable. As they conversed, Ginny successfully scored a goal. Hooray! Ginny's team scores. Elaine clapped enthusiastically. After 2 hours, the match concluded. How did it go? Who won? Elaine asked the house elf to set out more lounge chairs. It's a tie, Harry replied. The twins, with their superior stamina and skill, had a remarkable synergy, albeit they were just two against the combined talents of Harry, a prodigy who joined the Quidditch team in his first year, and Ginny, who was undeniably impressive, with Ron also stepping up his game in the latter half. Hence, the two teams ended up evenly matched. A gentle breeze swept across the lakeshore, bringing with it a refreshing mist, as the exhausted Quidditch players settled down to relish the serenity of the moment. Elaine squinted at the birds soaring in the distance. The lush forest framing a vibrant slice of sky. How about we have a picnic here? She proposed. Such splendid weather and scenery would be a waste not to enjoy a picnic. We could make our own barbecue, Hermione suggested. What's a barbecue? The others from the wizarding world asked, astonished. Elaine was taken aback, incredulous that the wizarding realm lacked barbecues. It's when you skewer ingredients on sticks, sprinkle them with seasonings, and roast them over a fire, she briefly explained. Though Harry had lived among muggles, his years spent in a cramped cupboard had left him oblivious to such experiences. Curiosity piqued. Everyone eagerly prepared the ingredients and tools, each keen to partake in the endeavor. However, some found their eyes were quicker than their hands, such as Ron and Elaine, whose concoctions had turned into a charred mess, unrecognizable as food. The twins nearby erupted into raucous laughter. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, Elaine stealthily snatched the skewered lamb from their grasp. These are all mine. George and Fred blinked in surprise, quickly recovering to chase after the fleeing Elaine. You dare to take our food? You will pay for this. Hey, you are too cunning. Elaine panted, returning to the picnic spot, her hands empty of lamb skewers. Upon turning around, she found them all back in the twins' possession. Here, Elaine, eat this. She felt deeply touched as she looked at the delicious skewers that Harry and Ginny offered her. Truly, it was Harry and Ginny, the little angels, who were the most considerate. Ron interjected, what about me? No one is looking at me. Hermione shoved a handful of vegetables into his hands. Quick, eat your veggies. Ultimately, Elaine did manage to enjoy the delicious skewers prepared by the twins, though this time not by theft. As the two eldest wizards present, George and Fred had taken charge of most of the picnic fare. According to Ginny, they had inherited their mother Molly's culinary talents. As Elaine bit into the lamb, her longing to visit the burrow surged to new heights. Chapter 54. Eric Peterson. After a day filled with merriment, the moon rose high, and the sounds of crickets serenaded the night. Elaine. That evening, Hermione and Ginny stayed in Elaine's room, but Hermione, gazing at the bed canopy above her, found sleep elusive. You and Malfoy. Ginny, who had previously closed her eyes, now opened them, eagerly joining the nocturnal conversation. Though Malfoy was only in his second year, his influence within Slytherin was significant, and his every action garnered attention. Even Ginny and her classmates had heard whispers of the relationship between Malfoy and Elaine. Elaine understood the implication behind their words. She turned her head, her voice softening. To be honest, I do not know. They were comrades aware of each other's backgrounds. An uncertain variable in a predestined fate. Allies striving for a brighter future. I cannot articulate our current state, but love feels like an abstract and elusive concept to me. I do not know how to define it. In her plans for the future, she had never intentionally reserved a place for such sentiments. The looming presence of Voldemort felt like a guillotine suspended overhead, threatening to fall at any moment. Perhaps she would not contemplate these matters until the Dark Lord was utterly vanquished. Hermione and Ginny found themselves enveloped in a brief silence, for such a response was unexpected. What do you think of Harry? Hermione inquired. Harry? Quite splendid, indeed brave, just, and rather charming. One can discern all the quintessential Gryffindor traits within him, Elaine remarked, holding Harry in high esteem. Yet, this was not the answer Hermione yearned to hear. What about considering George and Fred? Ginny interjected suddenly, adding, though they relish in mischief, their grades do not surpass yours, nor are they as popular. As she spoke, Ginny fell silent, for while she cherished Elaine and wished for her to become a sister-in-law, the thought of George and Fred was less appealing, and she refrained from voicing it. Both Elaine and Hermione chuckled, asking, are they aware of the image they hold in your heart? Ginny pursed her lips, vexed at herself for lacking an admirable brother to match Elaine. Why bother asking about me? Share if you have anyone you fancy, Elaine suggested. Hermione initially shook her head, then realized they could not see her. I have no one I fancy. I would rather spend that time engrossed in books. Elaine was momentarily taken aback. That was quintessentially Hermione. Me neither. Ginny's soft voice chimed in. This revelation surprised Elaine, as Ginny had always seemed quite fond of Harry. I aspire to be as outstanding and radiant as you, Elaine, Ginny asserted with a youthful determination that could not be overlooked. Then let us strive together to become even greater individuals. Come dawn, Elaine drove the carriage, returning her companions home one by one, leaving them all yearning for more, particularly Ginny and Hermione, whose bond had blossomed remarkably over these 2 days, finding it increasingly difficult to part. Had it not been for the impending school term, onlookers might have thought they were witnessing a heart-wrenching farewell. She also gifted Hermione several books on magical formations, indicating that she should write should she have any queries. Upon returning to the castle alone, Elaine anticipated a period of leisurely solitude. However, little did she know that her comfortable days were fleeting. Miss, I am Eric Peterson, one of the assistants to the master, tasked with assisting you in the forthcoming period. The brown-haired wizard stood before her respectfully, bearing news from Honored. Despite his efforts to temper his commanding presence, Elaine still sensed a hint of pressure and straightened her posture. Mr. Peterson, please hold for a moment. I must consult my father. Please do. Elaine retreated to her bedroom and opened the two-way mirror, eagerly speaking as soon as Honored appeared. Father, is that Eric Peterson someone you dispatched? What does he mean by assisting me in my work? Do not be hasty. Speak slowly. Honored soothed her impatience, explaining, Eric is a loyal subordinate. Having served me for a decade, since you have emerged in social circles, you will inevitably assume the Bird family's enterprises. He is here to aid you in managing these affairs. An heir with authority is a different matter from one without it. What if I botch things up? Merely some straightforward matters and not overly significant enterprises. They are provided for you to practice. Even if you err, it is of little consequence, Honored replied nonchalantly. Elaine found solace in his words. She concluded the communication, took a deep breath, and descended the stairs. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Peterson. You may simply call me Eric, miss. The master wishes all affairs to be governed by your discretion. He produced a stack of documents, stating, These are the enterprises entrusted to you by the master. Elaine nodded. Let us proceed to the study. The Bird family's enterprises were not only spread across the wizarding world, but also extended into the Muggle realm. The wineries and orchards were of little concern. Among the enterprises Honored had assigned to her were several herb cultivation estates, a shipyard situated in Norway, collaborative projects with various potion masters, 2 gemstone mines and processing facilities, as well as an alchemical product workshop. Honored deemed these simple and unimportant? All of these are entrusted to me? Elaine exclaimed in disbelief. Eric carefully clarified. These enterprises possess established operational models. You only need to manage new collaborations and unforeseen circumstances, without requiring the Miss to oversee every detail. This statement relieved Elaine. What you particularly need to pay attention to is this section. He extracted a few documents, detailing the alchemical processing workshop. Originally co-funded by the Bird family and the American Garfield family, but a year prior, the Malfoy family had also joined, transforming it into a tripartite collaboration. Though the Bird family retained a dominant position, certain details remained unresolved and required the Miss to provide direction. So that batch of wholesale necklaces and pendants was produced by our workshop? Wait, that is not the main point. Father truly holds her in high regard, entrusting such an important matter to a novice which like herself. In the ensuing time, Elaine shadowed Eric, learning to manage the enterprises. She scrutinized past reports and information on collaborators, processed new orders, and occasionally responded to letters from various responsible parties. After all, a change in direct superior necessitated utmost diligence in any realm. While Eric claimed to assist her, he bore a striking resemblance to a teacher, devotedly guiding her through various situations. Time slipped away amidst a flurry of letters and stacks of documents. Before long, it was the week leading up to the start of the new school year, and the time had come for her to visit Malfoy Manor. Chapter 55, Third Year Begins. This time, Elaine traveled via the Flu network. After a brief conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, Narcissa promptly sent Elaine off to spend time with Draco. Is this your room? Elaine followed Draco upstairs. He responded with an awkward hum, feeling a bit embarrassed to have a girl in his bedroom. Yet today's focus was not on that. He retrieved a wooden box from the bookshelf. Elaine opened the lid to find a pendant box engraved with serpentine patterns inside. A Slytherin pendant box? Indeed, obtained from the house elf creature. Sirius exerted considerable effort to acquire the pendant box from creature. Elaine glanced at it twice before closing the box. Prolonged contact with such an object could affect one's mind. Store it away. Once we successfully research the soul magic formation, we can dispose of it along with Ravenclaw's diadem. She recalled another matter. The valiant youth, the hero resting at the bottom of the lake. Did Sirius know about Regulus Black? Draco felt a pang of sadness as he recalled the truth he learned from creature. Creature will inform him after we handle the soul fragments within the pendant box. Then we must hasten. We cannot allow the hero to be sullied by infamy. Draco, we should have arrived earlier, Elaine remarked, observing the throngs of people. Watch out. Draco swiftly pulled her into his embrace. The growth spurts of third-year boys had made him significantly taller. Elaine, bewildered, lifted her face from his chest. What's wrong? A few little wizards almost collided with you just now, he stated calmly, though a subtle blush crept to his ears unnoticed. Oh, Elaine steadied herself. realizing the bustling crowd in Diagon Alley before the school year was indeed filled with many heedless young witches and wizards. Let us go. The rope shop seems to have fewer people, Draco suggested. Elaine stayed at the Malfoy residence for a week, and today marked the final day of the holiday as they ventured to Diagon Alley to procure supplies for their third year. What elective courses have you chosen? Elaine asked. Ancient runes and care of magical creatures, Draco replied, cautiously ensuring she wasn't jostled by the crowd. Care of magical creatures? Elaine hesitated, words caught in her throat. What is it? Nothing. Elaine shook her head, pondering the image of him being knocked down by Buckbeak's powerful hoof. And you? Which courses did you select? Ancient runes and divination. Divination? Draco questioned, doubting his own hearing, for she hardly seemed the type to enjoy such a subject. I merely believe this course might be rather easy to breeze through, considering Professor Trelawney doesn't seem particularly concerned with whether her students possess any real talent for divination. Professor Trelawney was somewhat eccentric, and her choice of this course was purely for the sake of convenience. Were it not for the usefulness of ancient runes to me, I would likely have opted for Muggle studies, Elaine added, as she was already quite busy and wished to avoid courses that demanded excessive time and effort. Madame Malkin had not changed at all compared to 2 years ago. Elaine and Draco had grown taller, though it was evident that Draco had outpaced her. We haven't seen each other for just over a month. Yet how have you suddenly grown so much taller? Elaine gestured toward herself and then toward Draco. He merely smiled without replying, as Madame Malkin interjected with a chuckle. Boys always seem to transform unexpectedly. When Mr. Malfoy visited last year, he was entirely different from now. Elaine nodded in agreement, noting that, at least in terms of appearance, he had swiftly transitioned from a small boy to a strapping youth. By the time they returned to Malfoy Manor, evening was approaching, and after dinner, Elaine and Draco headed to their respective bedrooms. Good night, Draco, sweet dreams. She called from the doorway, bidding him farewell. Draco softly replied, good night, Elaine. Upon returning to the familiar grounds of Hogwarts, Elaine realized that, apart from Draco, nearly all her classmates had matured, transforming from little children into vibrant young adults. Elaine, I've missed you so much during these 2 months, Anna exclaimed, drawing near. I've missed you too, Anna, Elaine responded, enveloping Anna in a warm embrace as they settled at the Hufflepuff table. The new students entered the Great Hall under Professor McGonagall's guidance, while Elaine engaged in conversation with those around her. Look, Elaine. There's a tall boy behind the new students. Anna tugged at Elaine's arm, urging her to glance toward the entrance. Elaine caught sight of a boy with brown hair, and casually remarked, perhaps he is a transfer student. After all, the wizarding world is not limited to Hogwarts alone. Sure enough, after all the new students had been sorted into their houses, Dumbledore stood and tapped the table. This year, we welcome a third-year transfer student from Durmstrang, Bernie Peterson. Upon hearing the name, Elaine narrowed her eyes. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon Peterson's head, and 5 minutes passed in complete silence. The murmurs among the students grew. It was uncommon for sorting to take such an extended period. Slytherin, the sorting hat proclaimed loudly. For a brief moment, the hall fell silent, and then a round of applause erupted from Slytherin. Bernie Peterson removed the hat, and calmly took his seat at the far end of the long table, alongside the first-year students. This drew the attention of several upperclassmen who regarded him with curiosity. Now, I must also introduce you to 2 new professors, the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Remus Lupin. As is well known, the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor at Hogwarts is notorious for its instability. Dumbledore continued. And the Care of Magical Creatures Professor, Rubius Hagrid. Lupin and Hagrid stood to greet everyone, while Severus Snape, seated at the staff table, appeared distinctly displeased. Many students were already familiar with Hagrid, who served as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Professor Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, looked exceedingly weary. Compared to last semester's professors, both Lockhart and Binns, he seemed overly haggard, with graying hair and an early onset of wrinkles, though he was at least neatly attired. Due to the absence of Dementors, Lupin had not performed the Patronus charm on the train to ward them off, leaving the students with a rather mediocre first impression of him. I truly miss Professor Binns, Anna lamented. She was not alone in her sentiment, as many others echoed her thoughts. However, Elaine found herself quite eager for Lupin's defense against the dark arts class, particularly intrigued by the prospect of confronting a boggart, curious to uncover what her greatest fear might be. Once the feast concluded and the first years were duly overwhelmed by the Hogwarts song, the opening ceremony came to a close. Thus commenced Elaine's tumultuous third-year journey. Chapter 56, Divination Class. The divination classroom was situated atop the North Tower, and after passing through a round trapdoor, The students entered this peculiar classroom. Elaine settled into a patterned armchair at the back, beside a small wooden round table. This arrangement was replicated in over 20 instances throughout the classroom. Anna had opted not to take divination, so it was likely she would have a new companion for this class. The lantern, wrapped in a red scarf, emitted a soft crimson glow. As students took their seats around the round tables, resembling an old-fashioned tea house. "Hello, is the seat taken?" Bernie Peterson, the transfer student from Durmstrang, politely inquired as he approached the table. "No, please feel free," Elaine replied. Once all the students were seated, the eccentric Professor Trelawney made her entrance, adorned with oversized glasses, a sequin shawl, and countless necklaces. "Welcome, I am delighted to see you in the material world," she proclaimed, gracefully settling in front of the fireplace. Her speech peppered with terms like fate and destiny, managing to frighten a few students in the process. Indeed frighten. Trelawney had mastered the art of a seer's tricks. All she needed was a few impressionable students to whom she could deliver ominous prophecies, and the selected students would naturally internalize them, often exacerbating the situation. Yet, it cannot be denied that she had indeed made a few genuine predictions. "This semester, we shall learn the basics of tea leaf reading," she announced, standing and meandering around the classroom. "Now you may retrieve a teacup from the shelf and bring it to me filled with water." Elaine drank her tea, then inverted her cup onto the saucer, waiting for the last drop to seep out. Peterson handed her the teacup, and Professor Trelawney instructed them to swap interpretations. Elaine offered her teacup to him, then consulted peering through the mist to see the future to compare the patterns. It appeared to be a door, accompanied by an arrow. The door symbolized new opportunities, while the arrow indicated that one had found the correct path. She set the teacup down and looked at Peterson. "Have you found the correct path?" "Of course," he replied without hesitation. Professor Trelawney wandered about the dim classroom, occasionally picking up a teacup to correct students' interpretations. Peterson still held Elaine's teacup, and he barely glanced at the book before beginning his interpretation. "It's a dog in a hand. This signifies that you will soon encounter a loyal friend who will offer you assistance." Elaine remained non-committal regarding this interpretation. "Dear, let me see the teacup," Professor Trelawney said, taking it from Peterson's hands, her large eyes gazing down as she spun the cup. "It's a duck, dear. This indicates that you have received incorrect information." Elaine nearly burst into laughter, glancing at Peterson, who had just conveyed the erroneous message to her, the meaning unmistakable. "I apologize, Professor. I lack the talent for divination." He earnestly addressed Professor Trelawney, then turned to Elaine. "Please forgive the inconvenience caused by my lack of skill." Professor Trelawney closed her eyes to sense the atmosphere, her voice wavering. "Child, this is not your fault. Not everyone possesses heightened perception. Such individuals are destined to struggle in glimpsing the future." After examining several more teacups, the professor declared the class dismissed. Everyone retraced their steps down the ladder they had ascended. Opinions on the divination class varied widely. Elaine strolled along leisurely with her book, soon falling to the back of the group. "Miss Bird, allow me to formally introduce myself." Peterson emerged from seemingly nowhere. Elaine nodded, surmising the implications of his forthcoming words. "I am Bernie Peterson, the sole heir of Eric Peterson. I previously attended Durmstrang Institute, where I excelled in transfiguration and dark arts. Hogwarts, however, does not teach dark magic." He added, "Of course, I am equally proficient in defense against the dark arts." Was the decision to transfer Eric's idea or my father's? Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the staircase of the North Tower as Elaine descended along the wall, with Peterson trailing half a step behind her. "In fact, it was my own decision," he continued, under Elaine's astonished gaze. "My father and Mr. Bode both concurred with my choice." Elaine remained silent. "I aspire to become your most trusted subordinate." The distant youth finally articulated his intention. Subordinate, his designation was quite explicit. Yet Elaine remained curious about why he was so intent on becoming her subordinate. "My father has met you before. He holds high expectations for you, believing you will eventually surpass Mr. Bode's achievements. I wish to follow you for life, just as my father followed Mr. Bode." Elaine recalled Eric's formidable presence, surprised that he held her in such high regard. Suddenly, another thought struck her. "What did you say to the sorting hat during your sorting? It seems to have taken an eternity." At this, Peterson suddenly appeared disheartened and muttered, "I asked it to place me in Hufflepuff, but it insisted that I belonged in Slytherin," stating that placing me in Hufflepuff would be akin to driving a wolf into a sheepfold. "So you've been at odds ever since?" Elaine suppressed a smile and inquired. He nodded. "From now on, you may simply call me Elaine." Bernie beamed. This indicated that Elaine had accepted his presence. For Elaine, the The mere approval of a nod from an honored figure was sufficient for her acceptance. As for trust, that would depend on his own capabilities. It soon became evident that Bernie Peterson was indeed quite competent. At least within Slytherin, his abilities garnered recognition. A prime example was at the Slytherin table, where he sat directly across from Draco. Draco had been the center of attention since the beginning of the school year. Surrounded by a group of young wizards from pureblood families, and later newcomers took pride in gaining their approval. However, Bernie received the same treatment as Draco within a week. Draco had no objections to Peterson being on equal footing with him. It was a well-known fact that Durmstrang only accepted pureblood wizards. And it was entirely natural for a remarkably talented pureblood wizard to be esteemed in Slytherin. What irked him was that the lad dared to covet Elaine. He had witnessed the two of them walking together, laughing and conversing more than once. Chapter 57. Professor Lupin. Elaine, what do you think of Peterson? Draco inquired nonchalantly within the room of requirement, feigning disinterest as he set down his rune-drawing tools and glanced at Elaine, who was engrossed in her sketches. He's quite good. Elaine replied, focused on drawing the fourth magical array for earth elementals, needing to memorize every detail. This response left Draco momentarily speechless as he waved his wand, continuing to familiarize himself with the runes in the air. Silence enveloped them for a time. Half an hour later, Elaine sighed in relief as she completed her drawing of the full magical array, finally finishing. She looked at the sullen Draco and asked, "Is there something bothering you?" Draco opened his mouth. What issue could Peterson possibly have? He had neither broken any laws nor violated any morals. On the contrary, many admired him. Did I not mention his background to you? What background? Draco queried. His father is a trusted subordinate of mine. Bernie's transfer was sanctioned by my father. Aimed at assisting my endeavors, Elaine stated, noting his clear self-positioning. Without acknowledging Draco's fluctuating mood, she continued, I intend to inform Hermione about the room of requirement. Granger from Gryffindor? Draco frowned. Yes, during the holidays, I gave her a few books on magical arrays. Hermione's progress has been rapid. She can now draw runes. Elaine explained calmly. She indeed required a base for collective learning, and the room of requirement was the most suitable venue. He pondered for a moment. The room of requirement was undeniably the prime choice. The greater their strength, the more leverage they would possess in the future. Is Peterson not participating? Wait a moment. There's no rush, Elaine smiled, sensing that this matter was far from concluded. Satisfied with her response, Draco's mood visibly brightened as he said, It's almost lunchtime. Shall we head to the Great Hall? Let's go. Elaine checked the time and realized it was indeed getting late. They walked side by side into the Great Hall, with Elaine scanning the Gryffindor table for Hermione, while Draco returned to Slytherin's section. What's wrong? Why does everyone seem so glum? Elaine questioned, puzzled by the somber atmosphere surrounding Gryffindor. Professor Trelawney had prophesied Harry's death in class, and although Professor McGonagall explained that Trelawney made such predictions every year, Hermione shot a worried glance at Harry, her meaning clear. Ron appeared even more troubled, gazing at Harry. Perhaps you should seek Professor Trelawney for a remedy. That's merely a bunch of meaningless tea leaves. Hermione could not help but retort. That is ominous. Every person who has witnessed an omen has met a grim fate. Ron was somewhat irritated. Hermione had clashed with the professor in divination class, and now she scoffed at Harry's impending tragic fate. Wait, can someone enlighten me on the specifics? Elaine interjected before they could escalate into an argument. Sirius has already reunited with Harry. How could this still be happening? Harry stared blankly at the vegetables on his plate, his mood utterly dismal. Hermione suppressed her frustration and elaborated on the events of the class to Elaine. Aside from the absence of the large black dog, the happenings in divination class mirrored the plot almost identically. The divination class was a chaotic mess, with a group of people wildly speculating, devoid of any semblance of truth. Hermione's impression of the class was abysmal. Indeed, I do not believe in these so-called prophecies. Elaine took a plate of French onion soup, the delectable food soothing her growling stomach. Setting that aside, when are you free? I have something to discuss with you. Hermione had enrolled in every elective course, and even with a time turner, she was exceedingly busy. How about tonight? The alignment of her friend's views with her own lifted Hermione's spirits a little. She selected a few delectable dishes to place before Elaine. Before leaving the Great Hall, Elaine offered Harry a few words of comfort. Draco did not provoke the Sphinx, and thus the subsequent plot involving the Time Turner rescue was avoided. Hagrid's first care of magical creatures class passed without incident. Later that evening, on the 8th floor of the castle, this is the room of requirement. Whenever you need a room, you can do as I just did. Elaine demonstrated how to enter the room of requirement to Hermione. This is truly astonishing. Hermione marveled within the spacious room. This will be our base for studying magical arrays. Elaine led her to a table filled with books, some of which she had gathered, while others Draco had sourced. We will conduct our research here. Malfoy. Hermione exclaimed in surprise. However, recalling their previous interactions, it did not seem entirely unexpected. You and Draco are just the beginning. Many more will join us in the future. Elaine's voice floated lightly, as if a breeze could sweep it away, yet Hermione could sense the determination woven within. Professor Lupin intended to confront his students with the boggart, whose news had spread throughout Hufflepuff the previous evening. This was due to the incident in Gryffindor's defense against the dark arts class, where Neville's boggart had transformed into a cross-dressing Snape, leaving the Slytherin students in a state of dismay throughout the day. Professor Lupin escorted the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students to the staff room, where the wardrobe containing the boggart was situated. The staff room was furnished with an assortment of mismatched old chairs and a weathered wardrobe. The boggart possesses the ability to penetrate your innermost fears, manifesting as your greatest dread. However, fret not. When many are present, it becomes harmless, uncertain of what to transform into. Professor Lupin pointed to the sole wardrobe in the room. When you erupt into laughter, the boggart will dissipate into thin air, he explained. However, our purpose today is not to vanquish it but to confront it. The incantation to deal with the boggart is ridiculous, accompanied by an imaginative visualization of its most humorous form. Repeat after me. The students raised their wands and shouted, ridiculous. Now one by one, approach the boggart. Thus, they formed a queue to confront their deepest fears. Anna clutched Elaine's sleeve, her nerves causing her tongue to stumble. What should I do? I'm terrified it might morph into a monster or a gigantic insect. Elaine gently reassured her, don't worry, just utter the incantation, and all will be well. Professor Lupin would not allow any harm to befall the students. Or perhaps I should go first, Anna suggested. No, I can do this. I must believe in myself. She encouraged herself. Next, Anna stepped forward with stiffened strides as Professor Lupin opened the wardrobe door, revealing a shattered broomstick on the floor. Her complexion paled, and she shouted, ridiculous. The broken broomstick vanished, transforming into a juggling clown. As Anna faced the boggart, Elaine was consumed with thoughts of her own potential fears. Insects. Failing an exam? Surely not the lifeless bodies of Cedric or Sirius, which haunted her thoughts. The mere notion sent a chill down her spine. If that were the case, things would take a dire turn. Next, Professor Lupin called. Elaine anxiously stood before the wardrobe. The clownish boggart rapidly morphed until it settled into the form of an adult woman. The woman had vibrant red hair, lifelessly sprawled upon the damp earth. Cold rain cascading from above. Even though it was merely a manifestation of the boggart, the chilling atmosphere and eerie essence were palpable. Elaine was engulfed in overwhelming terror. Her mind blank, each breath a painful struggle, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and splattering on the floor, her face turning paler than parchment. Who is she? Why does she take the form of my boggart? Gradually, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, trembling as she attempted to raise her wand. Typically so light, it now felt as heavy as lead. The classroom fell into a profound silence as Professor Lupin brandished his wand and shouted, ridiculous. He swiftly moved forward to catch the engulfed Elaine. Professor Lupin calmed the agitated students and hastened Elaine to the hospital wing. In the desolate wilderness, a crescent moon hung in the pitch-black sky, casting a pallid glow upon the earth. The darkness obscured the outlines of buildings, making them appear as ghostly visages. Elaine wandered through this unfamiliar terrain, reaching out as if to touch something, but an invisible barrier separated her from this world. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I headed? She questioned herself. No one answered, save for the distant, mournful cry of a raven. Confused, Elaine trudged forward, illuminated solely by the faint moonlight. She had no idea how long she had been walking. 10 minutes? An hour? She could scarcely perceive the passage of time. Suddenly, a woman with beautiful red hair dashed barefoot across her line of sight, like a brilliant meteor streaking through the somber canopy of the night. Hello, please wait. Elaine called out, but the woman seemed oblivious, continuing her desperate sprint. The cawing of the raven atop the withered branches grew more insistent, and Elaine felt a surge of fear, compelling her to follow the woman. Faster, faster. The woman ran with determination, her radiant red hair and black robe billowing gracefully behind her. Hurry, I must catch up. A sweet metallic taste surged from her throat, yet she pressed on, heedless of the sharp stones that pierced her bare feet, until a figure clad in black robes appeared in her line of sight. Tom. She cried out to the silhouette, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The terrifying Voldemort turned, his pale face set with crimson eyes. His voice was hoarse, devoid of emotion. Elaine. This is not a place for you. Then where is a place meant for me? That dark little house? The woman scoffed, recalling the place that had imprisoned her for years, from which she had finally escaped. Are you here to stop me? Stop you? She let out a derisive laugh. When have I ever had the power to stop you? She had warned him countless times, tried to deter him, yet he had still arrived at this juncture. Raising her wand, she aimed it at her former lover. Tom, if you persist in your obstinacy, only death awaits you. Voldemort let out a chilling laugh. Death? After I finish with Potter, I shall embrace immortality. The Dark Lord's maniacal laughter echoed, his twisted visage betraying an exhilaration at the thought of transcending death. The woman, despite her hollow heart, felt a wave of sorrow wash over her as she tightened her grip on her wand. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort regarded her wand, which showed no reaction, with disdain. Elaine, after all these years, you have not progressed at all. With a slight flick of his wrist, he cast a spell toward the woman, as he had done countless times before. Cruciatus. The excruciating pain engulfed the woman. She crumpled to the ground, her limbs convulsing as if swarms of ants were gnawing at her flesh. She bit her lip to stifle the cries of agony. Voldemort cast a cold glance at her pitiful state, his gaze as frigid as a serpent's, before turning away to walk toward the brightly lit house in the dark. Avada Kedavra. A piercing voice echoed behind him, but he continued unfazed. Elaine, hastily following the woman's footsteps, widened her eyes as she witnessed the woman's final moments. Struggling to rise, she pressed her wand against her slender neck. The woman then collapsed heavily before her, raising a cloud of dust. Her wand rolled to Elaine's feet. A flash of lightning split the night sky, a thunderous roar resonating from above, followed by a torrential downpour, mercilessly battering the earth. A baby's cry pierced through the storm. Elaine bent down, her rain-soaked hair clinging to her cheeks as she trembled, reaching for the wand. But at the moment her fingertips brushed the wand, she was plunged into darkness once more. What was the boggart of bird? Snape's hawk-like gaze swept over Lupin, as if attempting to unearth all his secrets. That audacious, troublemaking bird had been unconscious for 2 whole days after confronting the boggart during defense against the dark arts class. Madame Pomfrey could not discern any cause. Lupin's gaze flitted between Snape and Elaine's bed, disregarding Snape's penetrating stare, his tone composed. It is a deceased woman. A deceased woman? In the principal's office, Dumbledore observed the impasse between Snape and Lupin, feeling a throbbing headache compounded by the presence of a comatose bird. Remus, let us examine the circumstances of that moment, he said, stepping towards the pensive. A glimmering silver memory was introduced into the basin. Hermione, Elaine will be all right, won't she? Harry peered anxiously from the entrance of the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey had expelled all visitors from Elaine's side. Hermione bit her lip, almost as if reassuring herself. She will certainly be fine. Not far away, Draco's expression was inscrutable. Chapter 59, The Orphanage of the Woos. Elaine, Elaine. The tender voice of a child echoed in her ears. Was someone calling her? She abruptly opened her eyes to see a young girl before her. Why are you sleeping again? Miss Kelly said you mustn't sleep outside. Annie reached out her hand, attempting to help her up. Elaine then realized she was lying beneath a tree, its gnarled branches looming ominously above her against a gloomy sky. She did not take Annie's hand, instead rising from the grass on her own. Annie, unfazed, knew Elaine often seemed dazed. We need to go help in the kitchen, or Miss Kelly will be angry. What happens if she gets angry? Elaine inquired. Oh dear, how could you forget again? Annie stomped her foot. Elaine's inability to remember was notorious, her memory woefully poor. If it weren't for Mrs. Cole and Miss Kelly's fondness for her, who would willingly play with her? If Miss Kelly is angry, she won't leave us anything to eat. Elaine blinked and followed her into the old, desolate building. In the kitchen, Miss Kelly, a recent addition to the staff, was slender with a sharp chin, exuding an air of sternness. She glanced at the 2 tardy children and handed them a basin of potatoes. Get these done before lunch. All right, Miss Kelly. Annie adeptly crouched down to peel the potatoes. Elaine, seeing this, mimicked her actions and began to work. After finishing the potatoes, Annie led Elaine to the dining hall, their pockets filled with the reward of a sweet candy. The dining hall was a modest, large room furnished with many old but tidy tables and chairs. They arrived not too early. Most of the seats were occupied by children of various ages. Let's sit over there. Annie scanned the room, ignoring the corner, and walked directly to a table crowded with people. Amy will sit here. The girl named Amy glared menacingly at 2 younger children seated at the table, until they timidly vacated their seats. Annie and Elaine claimed their spots. Annie, why are you still bringing this little fool along? Amy snorted derisively. Annie had always been well liked here. Nearly every child was willing to play with her. Yet it was baffling why she consistently chose to accompany the dim-witted Elaine. Annie remained silent, producing the candy and extending it towards Amy. Without Elaine, she would hardly have caught Miss Kelly's attention, let alone receive any extra food. The other children at the table gazed at the candy with longing, one even swallowing hard. To the children of the orphanage, especially those who were yet unable to work, candy was a precious commodity. Elaine's gaze fell on a shadowy corner where a somewhat gloomy boy sat alone at a table. "Who is he?" she asked. Annie curled her lip, reluctantly replying. "Stay away from him, Elaine, he's a weirdo." "A weirdo?" Elaine pondered, slowly nodding. Lunch consisted of a steamed potato and a piece of dry black bread. Elaine took a couple of bites, the coarse texture causing discomfort in her throat, far less appetizing than roasted lamb. "Roasted lamb? What is that?" She gazed curiously at the bread marked with bite impressions. As night fell, Elaine lay on a hard little bed, beneath a rudimentary iron frame and faded sheets, with a low, cramped ceiling from which hung a rusted lamp. Her roommate, Annie, had already fallen asleep. Through a day of silent inquiries, Elaine learned that she was in the Woos orphanage, situated in London, surrounded by tall iron fences, perpetually emanating an air of decay. Elaine Cole, that was her name. The matron of the orphanage, Mrs. Cole, had found her and bestowed that name upon her. She twirled a lock of her not particularly long red hair, subconsciously feeling that her hair ought not to be red. Was it golden or black? She could not recall. Life in the orphanage was dull and oppressive. They spent day after day gazing at the narrow sky beyond the iron bars. The only source of intrigue was the boy whom Annie referred to as the weirdo Riddle. All the children loathed him yet feared him. Even Mrs. Cole avoided mentioning him. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Just as Elaine was about to push open the bedroom door, she halted, spotting a dark figure at the end of the corridor. Riddle stepped out of the shadows, his handsome face illuminated by the moonlight. Though clad like the other children, he always seemed out of place among them. He chuckled at the silent Elaine. "So you truly are a clueless fool. You are different from them," Elaine said slowly as he turned to leave. If he dismissed this statement, the next one tightened his pupils. "That little fool said, you are a wizard." He grasped Elaine's delicate neck, his cold gaze boring into her face like a slick, venomous snake slithering across her skin. "What do you know?" The terms wizard, magic, and Hogwarts flickered through her mind, ultimately settling upon a stack of thick books. Feeling the grip on her neck constrict, she coughed painfully. This cough seemed to awaken Riddle. He released her neck. Under his still menacing gaze, Elaine looked at him in confusion. "I don't remember." "Elaine." A sharp voice echoed nearby. It was Annie. She hurried over and pulled Elaine away, shouting, "Riddle, you weirdo. Stay away from Elaine." The commotion in the corridor caught Mrs. Cole's attention, and she rushed over, her fury igniting upon seeing the marks on Elaine's neck. "You insubordinate brat." Her lips trembled as she glared at the unrepentant Riddle. "Detention. 3 days of detention." As her words fell, Riddle was seized by a stout middle-aged woman and dragged away, his terrifying gaze fixed on Elaine throughout. Mrs. Cole first applied ointment to Elaine's neck before instructing Annie to take her back to bed, her expression stern as she departed. Inside the room, Annie continued to ramble about keeping away from Riddle, until Elaine finally closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. A vast and chaotic memory nearly overwhelmed Elaine's mind. In her dreams, she bore witness to another's life, one devoid of an orphanage and tasteless black bread. She observed the girl in school, at the market, surrounded by family, growing in familiar yet strange environments, experiencing joy and sorrow over a story, ultimately perishing amidst the ruins. Elaine awoke in the night. Who is she? She is me. Chapter 60, The Cave by the Sea. Annie noticed Elaine's newfound secret. She was often mysteriously scribbling in a notebook. Annie had stolen a glance, seeing only square-like lines that seemed to contain a wondrous magic. In the reading room, all the children of appropriate age were present. In the Woo orphanage there are no teachers, only a few staff members who come by occasionally to teach the children rudimentary spelling. Today, another lady from the kitchen is watching over them. As always, Annie has claimed the best spot, leaning against Amy and a few strong children, with Elaine joining their ranks. It is a common occurrence in the orphanage for the strong to bully the weak and for the many to overpower the few. As long as it does not escalate too much, Mrs. Cole wants to intervene. Thus, various small factions emerge. Among the girls, Amy is the most formidable. She can always command a few children to fetch her the best items at any time. The children in the orphanage have their own survival strategies. Being solitary leads to exclusion, and the consensus is to band together with the strong, older, and more powerful children. However, the Navi Elaine is an exception. She is favored by both the matron Mrs. Cole and Miss Kelly from the kitchen, while Annie, the most popular child in the orphanage, always keeps her close. No one dares to challenge their influence. Additionally, there is another oddity, Tom Riddle, whom they avoid. Tom sits in a corner of the reading room, clutching an old book, but his gaze is constantly drawn towards Elaine amidst the crowd. 3 days of confinement have rendered his demeanor even more somber. Sensing the scrutiny upon her, Elaine lifts her head to offer Riddle an innocuous smile, before returning to her picture book. The book holds little interest for her. Her thoughts drift far away. The mismatch of her small physique and powerful spirit resembles forcibly pouring a large basin of water into a tiny balloon, resulting in either a spill or an explosion. Yet, Elaine wishes not to destroy either. Thus, she compresses her boundless soul within her fragile body, constrained to the limits of her physical form. The consequence of this is that her mind frequently short-circuits. Each time the memories of her past life awaken, she experiences a fleeting clarity, only to succumb to the familiar short-circuiting shortly thereafter, in a cyclical pattern. Perhaps only when her body matures enough to fully accommodate her soul will this plight improve. Until then, she must remain vigilant, for the world is not a peaceful one. Upon returning to her room, Elaine retrieves her diary from beneath her pillow. Its front page boldly inscribed, "Be sure to document each day." The first half of the diary chronicles the daily life within the orphanage, entirely from a child's perspective, serving as a buffer for her muddled thoughts. The latter half is meticulously written in Chinese, detailing all the plots she can recollect, especially those concerning Voldemort, Tom Riddle. However, Elaine furrows her brow. The young Dark Lord has already turned his attention towards her, signaling that their tranquil days are likely numbered. Indeed, in the following days, Riddle's gaze becomes as relentless as a parasite, and she feels his eyes upon her constantly, an inescapable awareness. One afternoon, Elaine declines Annie's invitation to play. She stands alone beneath a massive tree in the backyard, its thick trunk reaching towards the gray sky, greedily siphoning nutrients from the surrounding plants. The other children are preoccupied with their games, oblivious to her presence. 10 minutes later, Riddle appears in her line of sight. "Do you possess some extraordinary abilities?" Elaine's words from that day have left a significant impact on him. It is as if a traveler in the desert has discovered an oasis. He has found a kindred spirit among a throng of fools, even if she does not share his intellect. Elaine blinks. Has he taken her for a witch? We refer to such extraordinary abilities as magic. She neither confirms nor denies the statement, concealing the fact that she has yet to experience a surge of magical power. Yet, Riddle, captivated by the notion of magic, fails to notice this omission. "I know of magic. I am unlike those fools." A sneer graces his lips, and a fiery fervor ignites in his eyes. "And what is a wizard?" Elaine shares with him tales of wizards, muggles, the Ministry of Magic, and Hogwarts, painting a picture of a wondrous and magnificent world. "How do you know this?" The fervor in his eyes has now morphed into obsession, primal desires crawling across his handsome visage as he yearns for greater power. Suddenly recalling something, Elaine acknowledges that she did not lie. It indeed came to her mind in a flash. This conversation seems to have opened a gateway to a new realm for Riddle, who begins to frequently demonstrate his abilities by levitating objects in front of her, and showcases a snake capable of conversing with him. Riddle believes they are of the same ilk. This situation incites great displeasure in Annie, who concludes that Riddle has bewitched the simple-minded Elaine. Fortunately, the orphanage has recently received donations from kind-hearted benefactors, softening Mrs. Cole's perpetually furrowed brow, allowing the children to embark on a seaside excursion. The salty sea breeze tousles Elaine's hair as she tucks the bothersome strands behind her ear, playing with Annie on the beach, constructing sandcastles. The damp grains of sand are easily molded, and they create a splendid fortress together. Suddenly, a hand reaches out without mercy, toppling their creation. "Dennis, what are you doing?" Annie exclaims, her frustration boiling over as she gazes at the crumbled fortress. "Ha ha ha, look at this little fool who actually knows how to build castles." Dennis, a 7-year-old boy who was sent to the orphanage 2 weeks prior, quickly rose to prominence among the boys after overcoming his initial fears. "Annie, you should steer clear of that little fool. She might infect you. We should play together instead. I will play with whomever I choose. It is none of your concern. You owe me for my castle." Elaine closes her eyes, reasoning that she should not bicker with a child, yet the fire of anger within her intensifies. Annie's shrill voice is a headache. To hell with it. She scoops up a handful of mud and hurls it forcefully at the boy's face, the filthy sand smearing all over him. Both Annie and Dennis are momentarily stunned, but it is Annie who reacts first, grabbing Elaine's hand and fleeing away. They cannot contend with that brute. They run until Dennis is too far behind to pursue them. Annie glances back to see Dennis has vanished from sight, then looks at Elaine, but says nothing, returning to the crowd with an untroubled expression. Chapter 61, Awakening. Dennis is missing. As evening approaches, the staff preparing to organize the children's return discover the situation. Annie clutches Elaine's hand, anxiety coursing through her. If the adults find out Dennis's disappearance is related to them, they will surely be severely punished. Elaine scans the crowd, and besides the annoying Dennis, Riddle is also nowhere to be seen. She racks her brain to recall any possible events. Her memories of her past life are fading, and soon she will revert to a state of mental short-circuiting. The cave by the seaside. They must be in the cave by the sea. Annie. I know where Dennis is, she whispers to Annie. I am going to find him. Are you crazy? Annie gasps in a hushed voice. If Mrs. Cole discovers this is related to us, the consequences will be dire. After a brief silence, Annie agrees. Elaine seizes the opportunity while no one is watching and darts towards the cave. And after she departs, Annie stomps her foot in frustration before heading towards Amy. In the dim cave, Dennis stands in terror atop a protruding rock, the floor crawling with colorful snakes, their tongues flicking as they advance towards him. Go away. Get away from me, you wretched things. He screams in panic, flailing his arms wildly. In the depths of the cave, Riddle watches him with a sense of satisfaction. Reveling in his ugly display, Dennis, relying on his brutish physique, incessantly provoked his own nerves. Under his leadership, the once terrified boys dared to frolic in his presence. Alas, he would no longer have the opportunity to challenge himself. When Elaine arrived, she found Dennis in a daze, a vividly colored venomous snake poised to slither up his calf. Her pupils constricted as she shouted, "Be careful." The startled serpents abruptly changed direction, sending a shiver down Elaine's spine. Elaine, are you going to save that fool? Riddle emerged from the depths of the cave, a small emerald snake coiled around his arm. Elaine discerned his displeasure, but Dennis could not afford to meet his end here. She endeavored to reason with him. Mrs. Cole will be here soon. Wizards cannot be discovered by muggles. The young Dark Lord immediately expressed his disdain for muggles, even inviting Elaine to witness Dennis's absurd foolishness. Elaine, on the verge of exasperation, felt an unexpected surge of courage as she strode past the serpents toward Riddle, grasping his hand and attempting to pull him outside. What are you doing? Riddle yanked his hand away, the small snake on his wrist hissing. Are you siding with that foolish muggle? We are of the same kind. If I side with him, Mrs. Cole and the other adults will come here. Elaine glared at him. Riddle fell silent. Freak. You are all freaks. Dennis suddenly shouted. Riddle narrowed his cold eyes, hissing twice, causing the snakes on the ground to slither even faster. Elaine could hardly bear to look at this fool courting death. She turned to Riddle and said swiftly, "If he dies here today, Hogwarts will not accept you. Your only fate is the wizarding prison." His retreat. Riddle cast a disdainful glance at Dennis, clearly invested in the notion of attending a magical school. It was hardly worth it for a foolish muggle. The snakes obediently withdrew, vanishing into the cave. Elaine's anxiety finally subsided, and just as she was about to lead Riddle out of the cave, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed her, and she collapsed before Riddle's alarmed gaze. In the distance, she heard the children calling for Dennis, and Riddle recognized the girl leading the group. Her name was Anne, Elaine's roommate. Upon returning to the orphanage, Mrs. Cole unleashed her fury, having discovered Dennis and the unconscious Elaine in a seaside cave. No matter how hard he tried, Dennis refused to divulge what had transpired in the cave, including the reason for Elaine's fainting. Fortunately, after just one night, the poor girl awakened. While everyone was busy, an unexpected guest arrived in Elaine's room. Riddle stood at the bedside, looking down at the girl until her eyelashes fluttered and she stirred from her slumber. Elaine, you had better provide me with an explanation. Who are you? The girl gazed at him, bewildered. Elaine is awake, Hermione exclaimed, observing the figure attempting to sit up in the infirmary. Harry and Draco rushed to her bedside, startled. Elaine's memory lingered on the defense against the dark arts lesson, vaguely recalling that her boggart seemed to be a deceased woman. Are you feeling better, Elaine? Harry inquired with concern. With Draco's assistance, she propped herself up, a pillow placed behind her back. What happened? You fainted during defense against the dark arts class. It has been 2 days since then, Hermione said, her face filled with worry. Elaine furrowed her brow, astonished at the passage of time. It seems I had an exceedingly lengthy dream, but now I can't remember. If you can't recall it, then don't dwell on it, Hermione advised, noticing Elaine's parched lips and turning to fetch her a glass of water. First, have some water. Elaine cupped the glass and sipped slowly, while Madame Pomfrey conducted her examination, and Harry and the others displayed even greater anxiety than she herself felt. Madame Pomfrey withdrew her wand and declared, aside from some weakness, there is nothing wrong, just rest for another 2 days. Elaine nodded obediently, and soon fatigue washed over her once more. Observing her state, Draco and the others quietly exited the infirmary. In the Slytherin common room, Bernie Peterson sat wearily on the sofa, surrounded by wizards who were cautious not to disturb him. Immediately following Elaine's fainting, he had informed Mr. Burbage and proceeded to handle the aftermath. Now, apart from the professors, no student from that Defense Against the Dark Arts class would be spreading rumors about the incident. Thanks to Elaine's good rapport, the Hufflepuff students were quite supportive of her, significantly easing his workload. After a while, footsteps approached, and he opened his eyes. Malfoy sat across from him, his expression a mixture of complexity as he said, "Elaine has awakened." Peterson gently acknowledged with a hum. "Aren't you going to see her?" Draco asked. "Let's wait a bit longer. The follow-up work is not yet complete. I must first inform Mr. Burbage that Elaine has awakened." Chapter 62, Shrinking Solution. After Elaine's discharge, she plunged into a whirlwind of studies. The inescapable coursework was one matter, but regular meetings with Draco and Hermione in the room of requirement, to discuss their progress in magical array studies, and exchange ideas were indispensable as well. Additionally, she had to manage the various properties entrusted to her, with owls delivering a stack of letters into her arms every morning. At this juncture, the role of a competent assistant became evident. Bernie, being Pierre's only son, undoubtedly inherited his father's knack for efficiency. He took the initiative to sort through the letters, presenting them to her based on their urgency and importance, while he handled trivial pleasantries on her behalf. She was so busy that she scarcely had time to ponder her boggart. Although hidden within it lay a significant secret regarding herself. The inability to recall it was simply a matter of her mind's self-protective mechanism, which naturally seeks to forget painful memories. Given her 2-day stupor, it was apparent that this secret was beyond her current capacity to bear. As October commenced, not only was Elaine swamped, but Anna also frequently vanished at dawn and returned late. The Quidditch season was upon them, claiming a substantial portion of her time for training. Finally, a moment to rest. Anna slumped onto the sofa in the common room, utterly exhausted from an entire afternoon of practice. The Hufflepuff common room was always warm and lively. Several young wizards gathered around the notice board, whispering excitedly about something. The first Hogsmeade weekend of the school year was approaching at the end of October. Elaine entered the common room, clutching several thick books, her mind still replaying the day's lessons. "Elaine." Anna's eyes sparkled as she pulled Elaine closer. "We can finally go to Hogsmeade for the weekend." Elaine's thoughts were interrupted, leaving her momentarily dazed. Anna patiently explained again, then asked, "So, who do you plan to go to Hogsmeade with? Is it not optional? Have the magical arrays been completed or the letters processed?" Elaine, wishing for 48 hours in a day, felt no excitement for the upcoming trip to Hogsmeade. She merely aspired to become an emotionless learning machine. Anna regarded her with disappointment, as if she had committed an unforgivable blunder. "Just wait. Before the end of October, someone will surely invite you." "Perhaps," Elaine replied dismissively. Yet perhaps Anna was right. As Elaine gazed at the bespectacled boy blocking her path, she recalled, "Burbage, may I invite you to Hogsmeade?" The boy, wearing a blue tie, flushed crimson. Elaine stared at him for 2 seconds, recalling that he was a decent Ravenclaw student. "I'm sorry, I haven't yet decided whether to go to Hogsmeade." The young man appeared noticeably dejected, yet he mustered his spirits and remarked, "If you have made your decision, you might consider me." Elaine nodded, observing him as he sauntered away with his head hung low. "What are you still hesitating for? That Ravenclaw was rejected. You need to hurry," Hermione urged as she watched Harry, who was indecisively contemplating. "Harry," Torn responded. "Elaine said she wanted to go to Hogsmeade." Ever since Sirius's escape from Azkaban, his life had visibly brightened. Places like Hogsmeade would surely not receive his aunt and uncle's approval for permission, but his godfather would. It was still a matter of deciding whether to go, not an outright refusal. Hermione sighed skyward. Rather than relying on Harry to invite Elaine, she would take matters into her own hands. "Are you going or not?" "If you're not, I shall." After declaring this, she strode ahead, and Harry's conflicted emotions dissipated like mist. He marched purposefully towards Elaine. "Harry," Elaine exclaimed, surprised by his school uniform. "Aren't you going to practice?" Since October, every house had been engaged in Quidditch training, and Anna sometimes brought back news of other teams. Gryffindor was among the most zealous, training regardless of the weather. According to Anna, Gryffindor's captain, Wood, was in his 7th year and was desperate to win the Quidditch Cup before graduation. Harry's well-rehearsed lines vanished and he scratched his head. "The recent training has been too frequent. Wood gave us a break." In truth, it was the discontent of the teammates that compelled him to do so. They walked side by side towards the Great Hall, and Elaine inquired, noticing Harry's hesitation, "Are you facing a dilemma?" "No, not at all," Harry quickly shook his head, finally gathering the courage to meet her gaze. Are you going to Hogsmeade at the end of the month? Elaine frowned. Is Hogsmeade really that enticing? Why is everyone asking? Besides that Ravenclaw and Harry, Draco had also expressed a desire to accompany her a couple of days prior. Harry watched her frown after completing her sentence, his heart racing. I'm sorry, Harry, I haven't made up my mind yet, she replied apologetically. Harry's heart sank, and he pondered whether he should be relieved that Elaine hadn't outright declined. It's fine. Let me know when you've decided. I'll head over there. Elaine nodded and walked towards the Hufflepuff table, where they had potions class in the afternoon and couldn't afford any carelessness. Figwort, caterpillar, daisy root. The potion ingredients were added sequentially into the cauldron, and a vibrant green solution gradually took shape. Elaine meticulously bottled the excellent quality shrinking potion, before proceeding to the stone basin in the corner of the classroom to wash her spoon. Hufflepuff gains 5 points. Elaine was unfazed. If Snape's first awarding of points to Hufflepuff was shocking, one would soon grow accustomed to it after several instances. To get used to it is absurd. That's Snape we're talking about, the head of Slytherin. For him to award points to Hufflepuff is nothing short of outrageous, and amused, observing Elaine's nonchalance. This couldn't be attributed solely to Elaine. Ever since she awoke from her fainting spell, Professor Snape had behaved rather peculiarly, and her intuition suggested this was tied to her boggart. That being said, while Snape awarded points to Hufflepuff frequently, he was equally merciless in deducting them. At the end of a class, the points gained and lost would typically balance out, rendering it a mere exercise in futility. Did you not pay attention? A rat's spleen requires only 1, not 2. Hufflepuff loses 2 points. Just like that. After class, Elaine packed her belongings, intending to head to the library to complete a potion assignment, a paper 8 inches long. Chapter 63, The Escape. Before the end of the month, a more significant event unfolded. The magic circle they had been researching to erase the remnants of souls had finally succeeded. Draco and Elaine stared intently as the pentagram magic circle began to glow, enveloping the room in silver light. At the center of the pentagram lay the Slytherin locket. Under their intense gaze, a translucent soul began to coalesce within the magic circle. Before the mysterious figure could utter a word, Elaine and Draco simultaneously activated the magic circle in an attempt to obliterate him. She understood well the adage that villains often perish due to excessive chatter. Tugging, tearing, vanishing. A plume of black smoke erupted, and the soul within the locket barely had time to emit a cry of anguish before it completely disappeared from this world. Yet it was not over. They replicated the process to eradicate the soul that had possessed the diadem of Ravenclaw. Ignoring the dazed Draco, Elaine summoned a sofa in the room of requirement according to her will, and reclined back upon it. They had begun preparing for the magic circle since yesterday afternoon, and it only concluded around noon today. She felt both ravenous and weary. The Dark Lord was formidable, tyrannical, a chasm Draco could not bear to gaze into. All his childhood suffering stemmed from that name not to be spoken. Even if given a second chance, he could not transcend the shadows in his heart. Much like the killing curse that had failed to take his life in the Forbidden Forest during his first year. He touched the locket and the diadem with trembling fingertips. The souls that had once clung to them had now completely vanished through their efforts, stripped of their beguiling powers. This was real. He had genuinely destroyed a Horcrux of the Dark Lord. He had crossed the abyss, if only partially. Yet that was enough to ignite his excitement. He yearned to share this indescribable exhilaration with Elaine. Only she could understand him. Elaine. He looked up, startled. He hadn't realized the girl on the sofa had already drifted into slumber. Her breathing steady and slow. A few strands of hair tousled about her face, and dark circles beneath her eyes were impossible to ignore. Draco summoned a blanket from the room of requirement, and gently draped it over her. Then he settled onto another sofa. The copper lamp flickered with a dim, warm glow. When Elaine awoke, it was already midnight. She sat up groggily, her eyes vacant as they stared into the void. Draco's heart softened at the sight of her disoriented expression, and he placed a plate of food before her, enchanted to retain warmth. Please eat something. I wouldn't want you to go hungry. He then handed her a cup of hot milk. The gentle warmth coursed through her hands, and Elaine finally roused fully. The aroma of food wafted through the air, and her growling stomach made its discontent known. She picked up a sandwich. Have you eaten? I already have, he replied, having procured these delicacies specifically for her from the kitchen. Hearing this, Elaine focused on satisfying her hunger. Peter seems to be looking for you. There must be some business that requires my attention, Elaine replied. Business? Yes, during the holidays. I took over part of the family estate. It must pertain to those matters. Elaine finished the last sip of milk, her once empty stomach now content. Draco knew she received numerous letters daily, Yet he was taken aback that she had begun managing family affairs at merely 13. Let us go. It's time to return to the dormitory. Elaine pushed the door open. If Anna discovered she hadn't returned all night, there would be trouble. Draco had ventured through the castle at this hour before, but tonight, the path from the room of requirement to the dungeon felt uniquely special. The hazy moonlight draped them in a silver sheen. He wished this path could stretch on forever, long enough for them to walk it for eternity. At the fork on the first floor, they bid each other farewell. He watched Elaine walk one way before turning to head in the opposite direction. Before Elaine could hand the diadem over to Dumbledore, she received a shocking piece of news. Peter Pettigrew had escaped from Azkaban. In just 6 months, this rat, who had been on the run for 10 years, had once again evaded capture through his animagus form. What is even more suffocating is that, in a bid to prevent the treacherous Peter Pettigrew from seeking revenge, the Ministry of Magic has decided to station Dementors at Hogwarts. What kind of inept individuals populate the ministry? Have they entirely forsaken reason? Elaine seethed with indignation. The Dementor, like a butterfly, had returned them to their starting point in an entirely different manner. Sirius, standing nearby, voiced his agreement loudly, affirming that he had felt the same way for quite some time. Dumbledore cleared his throat, signaling for them to temper their emotions. I have summoned you today both to inform you of this development, and to prepare you for what lies ahead, he stated solemnly. No one can predict where Pettigrew might flee, or what actions he might take. Harry swallowed hard, having learned the entirety of the situation from Sirius. Professor Bresac had once taught them the Patronus charm, yet he had failed to master it. Elaine winced at the memory of her meager silvery strands when she had attempted the spell. Dumbledore regarded them kindly. Do not worry, Harry. Remus will continue to instruct you. Elaine, do you think Pettigrew will come to Hogwarts? Harry inquired after leaving the headmaster's office. It is difficult to say. After all, Pettigrew has no compelling reason to set foot in Hogwarts. His circumstances differ vastly from Sirius's. Rather than fretting over a concealed rat, we ought to be more concerned about the Dementors. After all, while the rat may not necessarily make an appearance, the Dementors surely will. The next day, news of Peter Pettigrew's escape made headlines in the Daily Prophet, sending shockwaves through the wizarding community. No one had ever managed to escape the clutches of the Dementors at Azkaban. He was the first. Astute wizards quickly speculated about the Death Eaters, also imprisoned in Azkaban. If any of them were to escape, it would spell disaster. Who could fathom what the already deranged Death Eaters might become after enduring the torment of the Dementors? Hermione pointed out this reality with calmness. Elaine and Draco exchanged glances. Hermione was right. Such events had transpired in their previous timeline. After all, if even the Dementors could be manipulated by the Dark Lord, what was beyond the realm of possibility? Thus, it became paramount to bolster their own strength, suggested Bernie Peterson. Though Peterson, like Mr. Bird, deemed Voldemort a negligible threat. After all, a dark wizard who had only managed to dominate the British Isles during his peak hardly warranted their vigilance. If Voldemort could extend his reign of terror across Europe, or even to America, then they would have cause for concern. However, as the saying goes, under a roof one must bow one's head. With a young lady attending Hogwarts, he had to prioritize her safety. The urgency of the situation left Draco little time to dwell on Bernie Peterson's unexpected involvement with the Room of Requirement. They had engaged in hushed discussions for an entire afternoon. Chapter 64, Hogsmeade. Dementors congregated around Hogwarts. Although the Ministry of Magic fervently asserted that they would not breach the school's boundaries, unforeseen incidents could not be entirely dismissed. Consequently, a fervor for learning the Patronus charm swept through Hogwarts. Upperclassmen found it easier to master the spell than their younger counterparts. Even if one could not conjure a fully formed Patronus, a wisp of silvery vapor could still be produced. Elaine, who had never faltered in her magical endeavors, found herself utterly defeated by the Patronus charm this time. The outcome of her previous attempts remained unchanged. She had made no progress whatsoever. Expecto Patronum. Elaine sighed as she watched a meager puff of gas emerge from the tip of her wand. She glanced around. Harry's Patronus was beginning to take shape, and Hermione's silvery vapor was slightly larger than hers. Thankfully, Draco's was comparable to her own. The weekend dueling club had morphed into a classroom for learning the Patronus charm under the pressure exerted by the Dementors. As Elaine's attempts at conjuring a Patronus languished in the distance, October came to a close. Filch stood at the entrance to the Great Hall, meticulously checking the lists, ensuring that no unauthorized students slipped away. Hogsmeade was a wizarding village devoid of muggles, with numerous houses and shops dotting the landscape. From the train station, one path led to Hogwarts, while the other wound its way to Hogsmeade. Draco, hurry up. Let us head that way, Elaine exclaimed. leading Draco away from the carriage towards the candy shop. This was a tip she had received from an upperclassman. In Hogsmeade, Honeydukes was always the most crowded shop, so it was best to arrive before the throngs. Draco allowed Elaine to tug him along, her black skirt swirling gracefully in the air. Honeydukes was a destination every student frequented, offering an array of delectable confections. Colorful candies and various flavored chocolates were neatly arranged on the shelves, and upon crossing the threshold, an irresistible scent of sweetness filled the air. Fizzing Whizbees. Super bubblegum that fills your room with blue bubbles. That looks delightful, Elaine remarked as she perused the shelves. Purchasing a little of everything that caught her interest, including pear drops, licorice wands, and coconut ice. By the time they emerged to pay, a flood of students had finally begun to pour into Honeydukes. Where to next? Elaine asked, a bit abashed. Her earlier excitement had caused her to completely overlook Draco. Shall we check out Zonko's joke shop and Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions? Draco suggested thoughtfully. He had little interest in the items. But if it meant spending time with Elaine, everything became worth anticipating. Well, let us go to the joke shop then. The shop offered a plethora of prank products. They wandered around for a while, purchasing a few amusing trinkets. Butterbeer, the most popular drink at the Three Broomsticks Inn, was a must-try for nearly every visiting wizard, who would invariably indulge in a warm mug of the frothy beverage. Bartender, we would like 3 butterbeers, please. Hermione requested as they settled at a table not far from the bar. Merlin, she is truly enchanting, Ron mused. Harry followed Ron's gaze and there, behind the bar, stood Madame Rosmerta, a witch exuding charm and poise, every movement imbued with a mature allure. Before long, 3 mugs of butterbeer, topped with a frothy white foam, were ready. Harry took a sip, having never tasted alcohol, not even sweet, low-alcohol beverages. The alcohol tingled on his palate, prompting him to take another sip. Hermione, is that Elaine over there? Ron asked, noticing Elaine chatting animatedly with a boy whose back was turned to them. Hermione nodded slowly. Not only was it Elaine, but the platinum-haired figure was unmistakably Malfoy. She shot a glance at the silent Harry, wishing Ron's eyesight wasn't so keen. Truth be told, Hermione was not the least bit surprised to see Elaine and Malfoy together in Hogsmeade. From their time in the Room of Requirement, there had been an unspoken understanding between the two. Even earlier, Malfoy had treated Elaine differently from others. Hermione thought it would not be surprising to stumble upon them even at Madame Pootafoot's tea shop. After exiting the joke shop, Elaine, accompanied by Draco, had nearly explored every shop in the village. Eventually, they arrived at the Three Broomsticks to sample the renowned butterbeer. Although Draco likely would have preferred to visit the tea shop, a place reserved for couples, free from esoteric knowledge and towering stacks of letters, Elaine felt utterly relaxed today. The inn was warm and bustling, and she rested her chin on her hand, gazing intently at the opposite side, humming a tuneless melody. In the cozy atmosphere of the inn, Draco wore only a black shirt, with the top button conspicuously undone. As he swallowed a generous gulp of butterbeer, his Adam's apple bobbed. Draco, has anyone ever told you that your eyes are quite beautiful? The eyes are the windows to one's soul. And Draco's eyes are as beautiful as his heart. He chuckled, and those eyes, which had been praised by her, sparkled with delight. His voice was soft and hoarse, like the gentle crumbling of clouds at the horizon. You are the first. Elaine felt a wave of warmth wash over her cheeks. Perhaps she had indulged in too much drink. Since returning from Hogsmeade, the eve of Halloween had unfolded into a grand feast. Pumpkins of all sizes and bats adorned the great hall, and various banners twisted through the air like serpents. The students who had ventured to Hogsmeade excitedly recounted the day's events, and Elaine, caught in the infectious atmosphere, eagerly joined their conversations. Those little witches who had missed the trip gazed at them with longing. Several first-years darted about the hall, exclaiming, "Trick or treat! Happy Halloween!" Elaine handed them a generous handful of candies she had purchased earlier that day. "Thank you, senior." A shy girl beamed at her. "Go on and play." Elaine watched as the little witches joyfully scampered off to demand more sweets from others, unchanged from last year. "Here you go." A bag of candy was tossed in front of her, and Elaine clumsily caught it. Draco stood before her, tossing a bag of candies in his hand. "What is this?" she inquired, puzzled. "My mother made it," he replied, presenting her with the candies that had gone unclaimed last Halloween. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Draco's gray-blue eyes seemed capable of melting away all time and space. The revelry around them paled in comparison to the brilliance of his presence. Every ounce of his affection enveloping the girl like a spring stream. Elaine felt a flutter of confusion as she clutched the candy, nearly drowning in the gentleness of Draco's gaze. Fireworks, laughter, and the crowd faded as if they were drifting away, and Elaine saw the blush creeping onto her own cheeks reflected in his eyes. Chapter 65, Dementors. The spellbinding atmosphere was shattered by Theodore, whose icy demeanor created a stark contrast to the festive celebration. Draco, Flint is looking for you. Elaine finally emerged from the enchantment of his gaze, glancing at Theodore, and awkwardly remarked, "You all continue your conversation. I'll be off." Twice now, she had been ensnared by those enchanting eyes today. "You better be telling the truth." The warmth vanished from his eyes, leaving only indifference. With that, Draco strode toward the Slytherin table. Theodore's gaze remained fixed on the direction Elaine had departed, unchanging. The night breeze carried a chill that dispersed the warmth from Elaine's cheeks as she made her way outside the castle. The brilliantly lit castle loomed against the somber sky, with inconspicuous little flowers blooming by the roadside. Her thoughts were a tangled mess. Elaine gazed upward, where a full moon hung high in the sky. Ever since the Dementors had settled around Hogwarts, even the heavens had taken on a gloomy pallor, let alone the people within the school. They lingered like an inescapable shadow over everyone's hearts. Until today, the excursion to Hogsmeade and the Halloween Eve feast had momentarily lifted the oppressive atmosphere. The feast concluded with a performance by the ghosts, who formed various formations, and the third-year Halloween festivities ended amid laughter and cheer. In the days that followed, life resumed its usual rhythm. Neither Elaine nor Draco referenced the day's events, sharing a tacit understanding. The roster for the first Quidditch match of the school year was announced. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Harry was undoubtedly an excellent seeker, a fact beyond dispute. Nevertheless, Elaine chose to support Cedric, as she was a true Hufflepuff. As the match approached, the weather grew increasingly inclement. Torrential rain and thunder seemed intent on cleansing everything in their wake. "Miss Bird, tell me, what is the difference between a werewolf and a wolf?" Snape coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on the dazed Elaine. In appearance, a werewolf's snout and pupils are smaller than those of a wolf. In behavior, werewolves are more aggressive and hostile than wolves. Sit down. I hope Miss Bird does not presume to overlook the professor's lecture simply because she considers herself clever. Snape, replacing Professor Lupin for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, disregarded the previous lesson and forcefully lectured on the final chapter of Werewolves. Elaine recalled that fateful full moon, realizing that Snape was insinuating Lupin was a werewolf. Surely, the astute Hermione would connect the dots swiftly. The following day, Hufflepuff faced off against Gryffindor. The two teams took to the field amidst rumbling thunder and torrential rain, and Madame Hooch's whistle sounded distant, as if blown from outside the pitch. Elaine sat in the stands, cloaked and tense, acutely aware that the downpour affected not only the players' visibility, but her own as well. She remembered that the Dementors were supposed to appear during this match. The game was fiercely contested, with yellow and red players darting past the stands, and the cheers from both houses surged higher and higher. The rain did not dampen the enthusiasm for Quidditch. Even as it became difficult to distinguish one player from another, the team colors remained the only way to tell them apart. After 2 hours, the golden snitch finally appeared above the pitch. Two figures, one red and one yellow, swiftly lunged for it. Cedric's physique proved far more agile than Harry's in such weather. An eruption of cheers pierced the air as Cedric caught the golden snitch. The match was over. Elaine's heart, which had been racing, settled back into its normal rhythm with the final whistle. But in the next moment, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the Quidditch pitch. Hundreds of Dementors surrounded the field, their cold gazes fixed on Harry and Elaine. An unrelenting chill surged through Elaine's limbs, as if a frigid instrument were stirring within her chest. Joyful and happy emotions began to dissipate, while sorrow and despair took root. Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum! Countless silver wisps erupted from various wands, each person casting the Patronus charm with fervor, even as some young witches and wizards found nothing at the tips of their wands. The dark emotions gradually faded, the rain and cold sweat soaking their backs as they struggled to hold on. Amidst the gathering mist, a few solid patronuses, conjured by older students, stood resolutely at the forefront. At last, several larger, more corporeal patronuses arrived to drive away the Dementors. As the last of the joy-sucking creatures departed from the school, faint sobs could be heard across the pitch. The rain continued to fall, and a silver phoenix soared through the storm, circling the field again and again. In the Hufflepuff common room, everyone was still shaken by the sudden appearance of the Dementors. Elaine languidly nestled on a sofa by the fireplace, holding chocolates that the Badgers had offered her. Most of the spectators had witnessed the Dementors fix their terrifying gaze on her from beneath their cloaks, although they were unaware of the reasons. They had rallied to protect her, returning to the common room and showering her with chocolates and candies, fearful of leaving her with any psychological scars. Several girls pushed Cedric forward to the fireplace. As Elaine lifted her gaze, the girls stepped back in unison, leaving only Cedric behind. In response to her puzzled expression, he smiled gently and sat down across from her. Everyone is quite worried about you. I'm fine, just a bit shaken, Elaine replied, touched by their kindness. Her nose tingling with emotion. She offered Cedric a chocolate, yet had yet to congratulate him on his victory. Cedric smiled wryly. The appearance of the Dementors disrupted the order of the match. This victory is not as honorable as it seems. I had originally intended to engage in another match. Yet both the professor and Wood dismissed this suggestion. Elaine was momentarily taken aback. The handsome boy before her possessed a soul that sparkled like a diamond. She unveiled her first smile since this afternoon. The fact that both the professor and the captain of Gryffindor's Quidditch team held you in such high regard signifies that this victory is truly well-deserved. The triumph belongs to you. And it belongs to Hufflepuff. Chapter 66, Prophecy. This Christmas, Onod was still overwhelmed with commitments, and he expressed his apologies for being unable to spare any time. Elaine refrained from signing the stay-at-school registration form, having arranged to meet Mr. Malfoy as a collaborator during the holiday. Prior to this, she and Bernie had already discussed various collaborative matters concerning the alchemy workshop with Malfoy. This meeting was merely for the final signatures and seals. Life upon returning to school bore little difference from before, except that Draco occasionally roused her from her burdensome routine to venture into the village of Hogsmeade, under the guise of seeking respite. The Dementors remained stationed around the school, yet no one paid them heed, for the victors of this year's Quidditch Cup had been determined. Gryffindor, having triumphed over Ravenclaw and Slytherin, finally secured the Quidditch Cup, and would achieve this accolade before his graduation. A tremendous cheer erupted, transforming the Quidditch pitch into a sea of crimson. Elaine consoled the sorrowful Anna. But whether in joy or sadness, the emotions did not linger for long, as June loomed ever closer. As exams approached, students were compelled to enter a rigorous review phase. Compared to the third-year students, the fifth and seventh-year witches and wizards worked even harder, for they were to partake in OWLs and newts. Even the usually mischievous George and Fred set aside their pranks, immersing themselves in the library for hours. The examination week arrived, much to everyone's dismay, on a clear, cloudless day. Elaine effortlessly transformed a teapot into a turtle at Professor McGonagall's behest. I feel as though I conjured a sea turtle instead, she remarked. Hermione frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with this performance. Worry not, a sea turtle is indeed a type of turtle, Elaine nonchalantly replied as she passed by. Nearby students grew increasingly concerned upon hearing their exchange, especially since the turtle she had conjured still bore the appearance of a teapot's tail. The afternoon exam focused on Professor Flitwick's charms class, featuring a simple cheering charm. The history of magic was the easiest, requiring only the completion of a written test. Even the most forgetful young witches and wizards could fill the paper. Ancient runes required translating symbols like the N, EW, T, into English, a task not daunting for Elaine. Astronomy necessitated their presence atop Hogwarts' highest tower at midnight to observe celestial phenomena. Potions and herbology proved to be effortless examinations for Elaine as well. The most intriguing was Lupin's defense against the dark arts. This time, they did not convene in a tower or classroom, but participated in a uniquely outdoor examination. Elaine traversed past the deep waters of the Grindylow Pond, and the cavern brimming with redcaps, crossing through a marshland until she arrived beside an old trunk. Inside lay the final challenge, a boggart. Professor Lupin watched her anxiously, prepared to raise his wand at a moment's notice. Though he did not agree with her desire to confront this challenge. It was Elaine's own request. She had to face her deepest fears and conquer them. Clenching her wand tightly, she stepped into the trunk that housed the boggart. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. Just as Professor Lupin was about to intervene, Elaine emerged, pale-faced from within. Bard, are you all right? Lupin inquired. She shook her head, hoarsely replying, I'm fine, Professor. The final examination was divination. Professor Trelawney sat before a crystal ball, requiring each student to disclose what they perceived within it. Elaine, as usual, spun tales of foreboding. Her prophecies, much like previous divination classes, seemingly delighted Professor Trelawney, who even momentarily believed Elaine possessed a gift for the craft, far surpassing that of Gryffindor's Granger. What's the matter? Why are you all gathered here? Elaine asked Harry and the others, who were huddled in the corridor. We were discussing Professor Trelawney, Harry replied. Hermione appeared exceedingly impatient. In her eyes, Trelawney was nothing more than a charlatan, and divination was merely a pretense for a group of individuals to engage in nonsense. No, Hermione. You ought to listen to this prophecy, Harry insisted earnestly. If it indeed qualifies as a prophecy, Hermione muttered, linking arms with Elaine as they awaited Harry to recount the so-called prediction. After I finished my exam, Professor Trelawney suddenly transformed, becoming oblivious to her surroundings. She told me that the Dark Lord would return to power with the aid of his servant. What? Ron exclaimed, hastily covering his mouth before the others turned to him. Hermione furrowed her brow. Are you certain she didn't say that merely to draw your attention? Harry shook his head and continued, after saying this. Professor Trelawney seemed to forget what she had just done. It must be true. Elaine added, under the astonished gazes of her peers. She is a descendant of the renowned seer Cassandra Trelawney. The gift of prophecy is typically inherited through bloodlines. Although the professor can be somewhat unreliable, it cannot be denied that she possesses such lineage. Elaine opted for a more tactful expression. It's Peter Pettigrew, she declared, completely dispelling Hermione's doubts as she immediately recalled the traitorous rat who had escaped from Azkaban. What should we do? Ron asked in a state of panic. This matter should be reported to Dumbledore, Harry proclaimed, viewing Dumbledore as the greatest wizard in the world. Hermione nodded in agreement. You all go ahead. I have other matters to attend to. Elaine produced the diadem she had previously failed to deliver to Dumbledore from her pocket watch, and handed it to Hermione. What is this? Hermione inquired, examining the box in her hands. Ravenclaw's diadem, Elaine replied. You should give this to Dumbledore and say I found it in the old classroom. She concocted a rather unconvincing excuse. Ron and Harry stared at the two girls with wide eyes. This was a founder's relic. Why did these two witches speak of it as if it were some inconsequential trinket? The astute witch ceased her inquiries, waved at Elaine, and then led the two astonished boys towards the headmaster's office. Chapter 67. The Bard Manor. On the first day of the third week of June, all students departed from Hogwarts. As the train rumbled away from the station, you don't look well, Draco expressed his concern within the carriage. Elaine gazed out the window at the receding mountains, the afternoon sun casting its scorching rays upon the earth. She rubbed her temples, her tone drifting. Mi fine, Draco. I just suddenly recalled something, and it's been affecting my sleep. Draco, seated beside her under her puzzled gaze, refrained from inquiring about what she had remembered, and instead said, Then you should take a good rest. I'll wake you when the train is almost there. Elaine did not refuse. She indeed needed a sound slumber. Throughout the week following the exams, she often woke in the middle of the night, unable to muster her usual vigor. Leaning against Draco's shoulder, she gradually succumbed to sleep. Draco gazed at her tenderly, observing that the girl's slumber was far from tranquil, her furrowed brows resembling a shroud of mist, hinting at an underlying sorrow. Draco, Elaine, Blaise Zabini pushed open the carriage door, his voice falling silent upon witnessing the scene within. Draco cast a fleeting glance at him and whispered, What brings you here? Blaise, taking a seat opposite them with a slight arch of his brow, retorted, Am I interrupting something? Draco offered no response to his words, which rendered Blaise somewhat disinterested. He elaborated, I came here to escape. A Ravenclaw girl has been incessantly pestering me, and it's become quite bothersome. Draco tacitly permitted his presence. As twilight descended and the train journeyed from the desolate mountains toward the bustling city, they arrived at King's Cross Station. After bidding farewell to Elaine and Draco, Blaise stepped out of the station in search of the house elf's familiar figure. Instead of the elf, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Father. Onward opened his arms to welcome his rushing daughter. When did you return? Why didn't you inform me? Yesterday, Onward replied. I intended to surprise you. What a surprise indeed, she exclaimed, linking her arm with his as they exited together. I thought I wouldn't see you until next year. Aware of his oversight, Onward rubbed his nose, acknowledging that he had indeed neglected his daughter's feelings. In Norway, at Bird Manor, Elaine stood on the long-absent soil, inhaling deeply. Since enrolling at Hogwarts, she had not returned here. Everything in her bedroom remained unchanged, as if its owner had never departed over the past 3 years. No matter how splendid the outside world may be, it could not compare to the comfort of home. Meanwhile, distant in the village of Little Hangleton, the Riddle House echoed with long-forgotten voices. An elderly Muggle man eavesdropped outside, overhearing a conversation between two peculiar individuals. They spoke of wizards, the Ministry of Magic, terms that seemed to be coded, and even uttered phrases about Quidditch that made little sense. They were plotting murder with no hint of remorse. These were two perilous fugitives. The aged man tightened his grip on his cane, his shirt already soaked with sweat. I must report this, he thought. He attempted to sneak away from the Riddle House, but a timid voice interrupted him. Master, I encountered Harry Potter at Hogwarts and also a witch. The voice of Wormtail trembled. Her power far surpasses that of her peers. She discovered my true identity as an animagus spying at Hogwarts. Is that so? The chilling voice responded. Wormtail, can you not even deal with a little witch from Hogwarts? Master, I speak the truth. The man outside held his breath, straining to listen more intently to their exchange. The man muttered a few more words, but they were indecipherable. He could only hear the crackling of the fire in the hearth. What is her name? A sharp voice inquired. Elaine Bird, master. Her name is Elaine Bird. The man's voice took on a sinister tone as he savored the name. It seems we are to welcome back an old friend. What? Wormtail's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. Nagini seems to have returned. Nagini? What is that? The muggle wondered in confusion. A rustling sound came from the bushes, as if a colossal reptile was slowly making its way toward the house. He turned to look and was filled with terror as a gigantic snake approached him. Remarkably, the snake presented itself in a peculiar manner, then slithered through a hole into the house. He longed to escape from this eerie place, his hands trembling involuntarily. Unfortunately, the door swung open from the inside. On a fresh and bright morning, sunlight filtered through the mist, casting its glow on the treetops, while small clouds rolled across the sky like white waves. Elaine descended the stairs to find the house elf had prepared breakfast. Good morning, father. Onward emerged from the dining room, holding the day's newspaper. How did you sleep last night? He inquired. Excellently, Elaine replied without deception. Indeed, the previous night had been a rare good sleep. In the familiar and warm surroundings, she felt an immense sense of relaxation, awakening refreshed and free of the fatigue that had burdened her in recent days. Breakfast consisted of the familiar Norwegian bread, spread with brown goat cheese, accompanied by some sausages and ham. A glass of milk sat before Elaine, while Onward enjoyed a cup of coffee. They leisurely finished their breakfast before reading, strolling, and tending to the garden. This idyllic routine continued for an entire week. During these 7 days, Elaine thought of nothing, as if all her worries had vanished. The plants that once lay within the strike range of the cobra lily had been relocated elsewhere thanks to the diligent efforts of the house elf. Elaine made a point to inspect the culprit responsible for the chaos in the garden. The cobra-like plant thrived vigorously, claiming the entire northwest corner of the garden. Armed with various protective spells, Elaine stepped into its territory, and its fronds whipped toward her with a fierce whoosh. Disperse! Yet before they could touch her, they entirely vanished. The cobra lily grew even more agitated, launching a more ferocious attack. After several rounds, the once thick magical plant had been reduced to mere fragments of leaves by Elaine's hand. Sensing that this which was not to be trifled with, the cobra lily ceased its aggressive maneuvers. Elaine regarded the wilting plant lying on the ground. Pleased with its timely submission, she poured a large bottle of specialized nutrient solution at its roots and instructed the house elf, who had been quaking in fear nearby. Once it bears seeds, send them to me. If not, see if you can propagate it. The house elf responded respectfully. Chapter 68. North American Wizards. Mississippi. In the study, Bernie Peterson stood respectfully before her, his head bowed low. Elaine's fingers unconsciously tapped the tabletop, and as his anxiety mounted, she finally spoke. There shall be no next time. The week of leisurely days had not dulled Elaine's mind. Her father's sudden return, spending each day in her company, undoubtedly hinted that he had learned something. The only person capable of informing her father was Bernie. Although she appreciated their concern, Bernie ought to understand to whom his loyalty truly belonged. Bernie Peterson exhaled in relief, realizing he had deftly navigated the uncomfortable situation of reporting the young lady's state to Mr. Bird. Why did your father summon you? Elaine inquired. This morning, Eric and Bernie visited the manor. Currently, Eric Peterson is in your father's study. They are likely addressing matters pertaining to America, Bernie explained. Mr. Bird intends to prepare Elaine for the upcoming journey, so they will accompany us to America. The Wolvis Tower, a skyscraper located in New York, serves as the headquarters for the American Wizarding Federation. Unlike in Britain, this building is shared by wizards and muggles, although the latter remain oblivious to their existence. Mr. Bird. Welcome to America. A staff member in a suit approached them with a broad smile. Mr. Bird has developed numerous enterprises in America, and is quite a generous businessman. The Wizarding Federation has specifically dispatched him to extend their hospitality. Elaine and Bernie followed closely behind Onward and Eric, observing their cordial exchange with the American wizard. Who is this? The wizard inquired, gazing at Elaine and Bernie. This is my daughter Elaine Bird, and this is Bernie Peterson, Onward introduced. This is Mr. Tolliver, the director of the International Cooperation Division of the American Wizarding Federation. Miss Bird, I hope you enjoy your time in America. Tolliver greeted them warmly as they ascended to the upper levels. Jack, come and register Mr. Bird and his party. Tolliver summoned a young wizard and turned to explain, specifically addressing the 2 novice wizards who had just arrived in America. Every wizard visiting the United States is required to register. The young wizard named Jack promptly completed their registration, and it was the first time he had witnessed such warmth from Torifer since starting his job. Following this, Mr. Torifer graciously invited them to a gathering, to which Arnold declined, citing his busy schedule. Upon exiting the Woolworth building, the group made their way to a community inhabited by wizards, as most of New York's wizards reside in this area. Their abode was a modest 3-story building. Arnold advised the 2 excited young wizards, "Go and have fun, but don't stray too far. We have another banquet tomorrow." Elaine cheered, having long anticipated exploring the surroundings. Bernie, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, as it was his first time witnessing such exuberance from Elaine. Clearing her throat, Elaine quickly composed herself, relieved she had not made a fool of herself in front of her peers. The perceptive Bernie promptly diverted his gaze elsewhere. The 2 curious young wizards strolled through the streets of New York, where it was nearly impossible to distinguish between wizards and muggles based on appearance alone. They seamlessly blended into the crowd. In England, they would often encounter eccentrically dressed wizards at King's Cross Station each year. However, to assume that the relationship between wizards and muggles here was amicable would be a grave misconception. Due to the historical repercussions of the Purge, the minds of North American wizards are often clouded by a fear of exposure to muggles. Elaine and Bernie wandered through the streets like 2 ordinary teenagers, thrilled to be amidst the hustle and bustle. They observed numerous trendily dressed youths engaging in rap performances on the street. The hip-hop culture of 1990s America was thriving, prompting many teenagers to emulate it. Bernie frowned as he observed a group ahead, adorned with various metallic chains that clinked rhythmically with their movements. Such a style had never been seen in the nature-loving simplicity of Scandinavia, and most British wizards favored a more aristocratic elegance. This was his first encounter with American Muggle fashion culture, characterized by a language filled with rebellion, expression, and individuality. Elaine, however, embraced it wholeheartedly, and even joined in the performance with enthusiasm. "Hey, you sing quite well." A Latino boy approached her, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "I'm Benjamin Garcia. What's your name?" "Elaine Bird." Garcia furrowed his brow. "You're not American, are you?" Elaine nodded. "Of course, I hail from Norway. Would you like to join us in singing? Our group is short one member." He extended an invitation to the Nordic maiden. "Thank you, but I fear I must be on my way." Elaine smiled politely as she declined, while Bernie frowned deepened to the point of being able to squash a fly. "What a pity," Garcia shrugged. Having felt a strong connection to the golden-haired girl, they continued their exploration, and Elaine purchased numerous items not found elsewhere. The following morning, a service team arrived, led by a tall witch. Elaine selected a gray-blue sheer gown, its deep and tranquil hues embodying the softness and elegance of gray. Combined with the restraint and serenity of blue, the flowing fabric created lovely ripples with her movements. Her long hair was styled up, adorned with a simple diamond garland that complemented the vine-shaped belt at her waist. They were to attend a banquet hosted by the Garfield family, a significant entity in North America that maintained a favorable partnership with the birds. The atmosphere within the banquet hall was jovial and lively, filled with laughter and merriment in every corner. Adult wizards raised their glasses in cordial greetings, while Elaine and Bernie engaged with a group of young attendees. The guests who were invited to the Fields banquet were of notable status. In a short time, they acquainted themselves with many distinguished wizards, including the offspring of high-ranking officials from the American Magical Congress. As a soothing waltz began to play, Bernie extended his hand, and Elaine stepped onto the dance floor with him. Under the dazzling lights, the guests glided gracefully, their elegant movements harmonizing with their splendid attire. After one dance, Elaine joined several male wizards for another round before taking a break on the sidelines. Surprisingly, Bernie was quite popular in such a setting. His graceful dancing, effortless demeanor, and handsome appearance won the admiration of many girls. By the time the banquet concluded, it was nearing midnight. Chapter 69, The Quidditch World Cup. "How was your day?" Arnold inquired. "It was fascinating, but quite exhausting," Elaine replied. Although she had merely conversed with a group of underage wizards, she gleaned a wealth of information from their interactions. For instance, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was a staunch supporter of the current president of the American Congress, and the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures was eyeing a run for the next presidency. The actions and words of the young wizards often revealed the intentions of their families. Yet, who could ascertain whether the information she had acquired was intentionally leaked? The intrigue of mutual suspicion among a group of strangers was indeed captivating. However, given the choice, Elaine would much prefer to study obscure knowledge at school, rather than navigate the complexities of social gatherings. As the sun rose and the mist dissipated, various tents were erected in the campground, with many bizarrely dressed individuals bustling about. Harry followed the Weasley family to the site of the Quidditch World Cup. He eagerly observed wizards from around the globe. He had never before encountered so many wizards in one place. The only disappointment was that when he had written to inquire if Elaine would attend the Quidditch World Cup, she was still in America and could not provide a definitive answer. Excitement permeated the campground, and as night descended upon the land, countless magical traces and souvenir stalls sprang to life. Ron purchased a hat, a badge, and a figurine, while Harry and Hermione each bought 3 panoramic telescopes and 3 match program booklets. As distant, deep gong sounds echoed, countless lanterns illuminated the path to the stadium. Mr. Weasley had secured first-class tickets, and their box was located on the top tier. Following the crowd up the stairs, a rich burgundy carpet covered the steps. They arrived at the highest point of the stadium, in a box facing the golden goalposts. Before long, the room gradually filled with guests. When Minister of Magic Fudge greeted Harry like an old friend, he caught sight of the jealousy nearly spilling from Percy's eyes. As Percy had recently begun working at the ministry, "Lucius is here," Fudge announced cheerfully. Harry, Hermione, and Ron turned to see the Malfoy family entering the box. Draco, dressed in a black suit, followed closely beside his father. They settled into 3 seats in the second row. "What is he waiting for?" Ron asked in confusion, as Fudge stood still after finishing with the Bulgarian guests. "Perhaps there's another important figure arriving," Hermione speculated, her gaze directed toward the center of the box, where 2 seats remained vacant beside Fudge. "Here they come." A gentle rustling of footsteps sounded. Harry and Hermione's eyes widened as their partners, Elaine and Slytherin's Peterson, entered the box. "Miss Bird, welcome," Fudge exclaimed, stepping forward with a smile. "I apologize for my tardiness, Minister Fudge." "Not at all. The match has yet to begin." As he spoke, he gestured for Elaine to take her seat. As she passed the Malfoys, Elaine paused. "Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, it's been a while." The haughty Lucius greeted her with a smile. "Has Arnold not arrived?" "I apologize, Father. He is still preoccupied with business in America and truly cannot spare the time. However, he asked me to convey his regards to you." He paused to converse with the Weasley couple as well. Harry and Ron gazed at Elaine in astonishment, watching her engage in pleasantries like a grown adult, utterly bewildered by the transformation of their companion. Finally settled in her seat, Elaine awaited the commencement of the match. She had spent over a month in America with Bernie, during which she had once again witnessed her father's relentless industriousness. Since returning from the Garfield banquet, visitors had been a daily occurrence, some seeking collaboration while others came with requests. She had eavesdropped on nearly every conversation, and after each guest departed, Arnold would inquire about her opinions. It must be said that under her father's meticulous guidance, Elaine had made remarkable strides. Were it not for the significant events surrounding the Quidditch World Cup, she might have lingered in America until the start of term. Arnold had little interest in the Quidditch World Cup, continuing his endeavors in America with Pierre, while Elaine and Bernie returned to England. The first to take the field was Bulgaria's mascot, the Vila. Over 100 Vila graced the pitch, commencing a dance that grew increasingly frenetic, causing the audience's enthusiasm to escalate. The spectators were entirely entranced by the Vila's allure. Following them were the mascots of the Irish national team, a multitude of leprechauns clad in red waistcoats, who scattered enormous gold coins, inciting a frenzied scramble among the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, we now warmly welcome the Bulgarian Quidditch national team." A stream of red-clad figures burst forth from an entrance, eliciting fervent cheers from their supporters. Next came the Irish team in green, their fans' cheers overpowering those of the Bulgarians. Judging by the raucous applause and the reactions of those around, the match was proving to be exceptionally thrilling. Crumb caught the golden snitch, yet it was the Irish team that emerged victorious. The Irish national anthem resonated from all directions, as green flags waved throughout the stadium. The players from both the Bulgarian and Irish teams filed in between 2 rows of seats in a private box, taking turns shaking hands with the Minister of Magic from Bulgaria and Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic from Britain. Crumb entered amidst a throng of teammates, and Elaine regarded the exemplary Quidditch athlete and future Triwizard Tournament champion with curiosity. Upon noticing Bernie beside Elaine, Crumb paused momentarily before breaking into a friendly smile. "Do you know him?" Elaine inquired. "I had some interactions with Crumb during my time at Durmstrang," Bernie whispered to her. Elaine nodded in understanding, sensing that their connection was likely more profound than mere acquaintanceship. Once all the players had exited the box, the match officially concluded. The group that had been waiting nearby rushed to envelop Elaine. "Wow, you were incredibly cool just now." "Hey, Badger, we clearly don't know you well enough." George and Fred exaggeratedly mimicked Elaine's earlier exchanges. "I thought you wouldn't come to watch the match," Harry remarked. Draco chimed in, feigning complaint. Elaine, if you had told me earlier, we could have sat together. Their voices intertwined, leaving Elaine feeling overwhelmed, as if 1,000 ducks quacked incessantly in her ears. Ultimately, it was Hermione and Ginny who rescued her. The three witches linked arms affectionately and strolled towards the exit, merging into the surging crowd, leaving the boys behind, exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 70, Young Barty Crouch. As night fell, while a portion of wizards drifted into slumber, another segment of jubilant revelers remained awake. And from the nearby woods, loud jeers erupted. Soon after, a beam of green light illuminated the surroundings, rousing the slumbering crowd in the tents, who began to flee in a panic. Elaine tightened her grip on her wand and stealthily approached the woods, having already distanced herself from Bernie at the onset of the chaos. She needed to accomplish a few tasks alone. Several cloaked and masked wizards wreaked havoc, not only dangling a few muggles upside down for sport, but also igniting tents to incite further disorder. The Ministry of Magic officials were left in disarray, scrambling to organize a response to the sudden turmoil. The woods grew increasingly silent, the gnarled branches resembling a monstrous maw gaping in the darkness. Young Barty Crouch, a boy who should have perished in Azkaban, whose mother consumed the polyjuice potion in his stead, raised a found wand towards the sky and shouted, "Bone reappear!" A colossal skull and a serpent's image erupted into the sky, the inky blackness shrouded in green smoke, accompanied by piercing screams. The dark mark spiraled ominously above the camp, reawakening long-dormant fears, as wizards found themselves transported back to the dark times over a decade ago. Amid the chaos, the house elf Dobby, with a twisted smile, sought to warn the Death Eaters who betrayed their masters and reveled in wickedness that their masters' renown must not be forgotten. Sleep now. A dazzling red light became the last image in his fading vision. Sasha, you know what to do, Elaine whispered, and the house elf, who had remained invisibly by her side, promptly hoisted the unconscious Barty. A wave of concealed magical energy dissipated, and Elaine departed before anyone took notice. Once in a safe location, she removed her invisibility potion, adopting a panicked expression as she staggered away. Elaine, Draco called out to the figure in the distance, his concern palpable. Logic dictated that with Elaine's skills and intellect, she would not suffer injury in such an incident, yet he remained deeply worried. Are you hurt? Where did you go just now? I couldn't find you in your tent. Elaine pressed her hand against her rapidly rising chest as she replied, I lost track of Bernie at the onset of the chaos, and after that, I had no idea where I ended up. Hearing this, Draco exhaled in relief and led Elaine back towards the tents. The ministry officials were finally mobilizing to clear the scene, while poor Harry and his friends were mistakenly perceived as the culprits, even as the masked wizards had long since fled before being apprehended. After reuniting with Bernie, Elaine politely declined Lucius's invitation and used a portkey to return to Burrow Castle in England. After freshening up, Elaine lay in bed, her heart racing with excitement finally calming down. The day's tumultuous events had left her exhilarated. She closed her eyes and swiftly fell into slumber, for another challenging day awaited her. In the dimly lit basement, a woman gazed down upon the prostrate form of young Barty Crouch. His pale, blonde hair and wan complexion spoke of his prolonged confinement, rendering him frail. Awaken quickly, she waved her wand, anticipating Barty's return to consciousness. Who are you? He initially surveyed his surroundings with confusion, gradually realizing he was likely in a hidden chamber, and struggled to sit against the wall, his gaze falling upon a tall woman seated in the shadows. How tragic, Barty. After all these years, you failed to recognize an old friend. The woman lifted her eyelids, seated high above, and in a moment of daze, Barty glimpsed her striking red hair. He managed a faint, weary smile. How could I forget Elaine? Upon hearing her name uttered by Barty, her voice turned even colder. It is truly unexpected that the diminutive Barty, who ought to have perished in Azkaban long ago, still clings to life. It is a testament to the utter folly of the Ministry of Magic. You are no different, Barty remarked coolly, closing his eyes and disregarding the woman's provocation. He would not concede, for Elaine Cole, the witch who repeatedly obstructed his master's grand ambitions, and who met her demise on the same day as he, had inexplicably returned to life. Thus let him starve in silence. Observing his obstinate demeanor, the woman snorted disdainfully. It was only when her footsteps faded into the distance that he broke into a dazed smile. The red-haired woman was none other than Elaine, who had consumed an aging potion and donned a disguise. She pushed open the window of the study, and outside, a verdant landscape greeted her, accompanied by the occasional melodious chirp of birds. She recalled vividly the second time she faced a boggart during her defense against the dark arts exam. The memory she had sealed away burst forth at that moment. shattering the shackles of her already crumbling past. Her previous understanding was incomplete. This life was not merely her second existence, but her third. After perishing in an earthquake, Elaine was reborn as an orphan named Elaine Cole in the 1920s, residing in the Wool Orphanage in London. The 19th century in England, at the Wool Orphanage. Any true Harry Potter enthusiast would recognize the significance of this particular time and place. The subsequent tale unfolded much like those penned in countless novels. She inevitably encountered Tom Riddle, grew closer to him, and even fell in love. Alas, the previous Elaine lacked the power to alter the course of fate, helplessly witnessing Tom Riddle embark on his destined path, evolving from a lonely orphan into the fearsome Dark Lord. She watched as he ascended to great heights, hosted lavish feasts, only to witness his inevitable downfall. In the story's conclusion, unable to alter her own fate, Elaine succumbed to despair beneath her own wand, orchestrating her demise as a grand scheme. Elaine exhaled deeply, suddenly reminded of the memories from her past life that had left her in a state of perpetual unease. Yet, after nearly 2 months of contemplation, she had come to accept this truth with serenity. The grievances of her former life had dissipated with her death. The naive witch Elaine Cole, born of a Muggle orphanage, had vanished forever. The present Elaine was simply Elaine Bird. She strode confidently out of the study, for Voldemort's Horcruxes had been diminished by 3. The Golden Cup, Nagini, and Harry were temporarily beyond her reach. Thus, only the Resurrection Stone ring at the Gaunt Mansion remained. She could not squander the fruits of her labor from her previous life. Chapter 71, Mad-Eye Moody. On September 1, 1994, 2 months remained until the Triwizard Tournament, and 9 months until Cedric Diggory's demise. Hogsmeade Station. All new students gather here. Although Hagrid had become the professor of care of magical creatures, he had not relinquished his duty of welcoming the newcomers, leading them along the well-trodden path. Rain poured relentlessly, and the unfortunate first years were to embark on a boat in such dismal conditions, lacking even a waterproof charm. Come on, we should head towards the carriages. Draco and Elaine stood side by side, with Bernie lagging slightly behind. Elaine responded in kind, stepping into the rainy night alongside them. Under the guidance of a spell, the rain did not dampen their hair or clothing. Hundreds of carriages, drawn by skeletal thestrals, awaited them in the clearing, and they climbed into one. The carriage lifted into the air, the dark clouds obscuring the moonlight entirely, save for the occasional flash of lightning illuminating the earth. Bright torches dispelled the night as they traversed the corridor to the Great Hall, where the magically enchanted ceiling faithfully mirrored the inclement weather outside. Dark purple clouds churned overhead, accompanied by rolling thunder. Professor McGonagall ushered in the drenched young wizards, one of whom appeared as if freshly pulled from the water. Elaine watched with interest as the first years gazed in astonishment at the Sorting Hat, a traditional rite of initiation at Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat's raspy voice sang a song different from those of previous years, perhaps a new composition. The feast commenced with its customary abundance, and as Elaine savored treacle tart while chatting with Anna, whom she had not seen during the holiday, dessert followed the main course. Once everyone had finished, Dumbledore rose. I have an announcement to make. This year the school will not be hosting the Quidditch Cup. What? The students gasped, especially Anna and the other Quidditch players. They stared at him in disbelief, engaging in a flurry of hushed discussions. Dumbledore had not completed his statement. The cancellation of Quidditch surely had its reasons. Elaine, do you know something? Anna queried suspiciously, for while others may have been oblivious, she, as Elaine's roommate, was aware that Bird was one of Hogwarts' board members. Elaine smiled enigmatically at her, urging her to listen attentively to Dumbledore's address. Dumbledore raised his hand, and under his gaze, the hall gradually quieted. This year, we will host a larger and more spectacular event at Hogwarts, one that will last the entire academic year. Therefore, in consideration of the time and energy of both staff and students, I have decided to cancel. At that moment, a thunderous clap echoed, and the great hall doors swung open with a bang. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated a peculiar figure. Like everyone else, Elaine turned to scrutinize this individual. He limped toward the staff table, leaning on a cane, while droplets from his black cloak splashed onto the floor, leaving a serpentine trail. The large blue magical eye stood out ominously against his gray-white hair and weathered visage. Under the watchful eyes of all, the stranger shook hands with Dumbledore before taking his seat at the staff table. Allow me to introduce Professor Moody, who will be teaching defense against the dark arts this year, Dumbledore announced. It is Mad-Eye Moody, a distinguished former Auror, a familiar wizard provided as a tidbit. And now, another wizard gulped. It is said that after his retirement, he developed paranoia, often believing others wished to harm him, appearing somewhat unhinged. The hall fell silent, no one applauding in welcome, all captivated by the bizarre appearance of Mad-Eye Moody. He seemed utterly unconcerned by their reaction, taking out his curved flask to sip from. Dumbledore beamed at everyone. As I mentioned earlier, this academic year, we will host a most exhilarating large-scale event, the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore continued to elaborate on the origins of the Triwizard Tournament, while the young wizards stirred with excitement, eager to partake in this grand occasion. The atmosphere, previously subdued due to Moody, instantly became vibrant. Elaine's gaze flitted between Dumbledore and Moody, and no one could discern the thoughts swirling in her mind. After deliberation by the Department of Magical Sports and the International Cooperation Department, it has been decided that only students age 17 and above may participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore raised his voice slightly, his eyes sweeping over the Weasley twins, whose expressions had turned furious at this announcement. This is a necessary decision. The tournament is fraught with danger, and I do not believe students below 6th or 7th year possess the capability to compete. Elaine withdrew her gaze from Moody, turning to Dumbledore, only to meet a pair of gray-blue eyes. She paused, momentarily startled, before breaking into a radiant smile. We will select the most formidable champions to represent the school in the tournament, so those under 17 should not harbor any false hopes. He cast a meaningful glance at the restless students within the hall. Additionally, the delegations from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons will arrive at Hogwarts in October, and will reside and study with us throughout the entire academic year. I hope everyone can display their utmost enthusiasm. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he turned to converse with Mad-Eye Moody, while the students rose and surged towards the entrance hall. Elaine ambled leisurely behind the Hufflepuffs. Is this real? Draco approached her, subtly glancing at Moody at the staff table, recalling that in his previous life, Moody was impersonated by the young Barty Crouch. It is indeed true, Elaine replied. Barty is still confined in the castle's dungeons. She was curious to see if, without Barty infiltrating Hogwarts, Harry would still rise to the occasion, and how the Triwizard Cup would transform into a key to the door. Are you free tomorrow? Elaine smiled. Draco's heart skipped a beat at her gaze, his tone betraying his anticipation. Certainly. Then let us visit the headmaster's office together tomorrow. Elaine noted his reaction, deliberately elongating her tone, before abruptly changing the subject amidst Draco's eager expectations. Recognizing her mischievous demeanor, Draco retaliated playfully by pinching her cheek. Under the startled gaze of the girl, he let out a chuckle. Elaine stared at him, bewildered, feeling as though he was becoming increasingly captivating, surely a mere figment of her imagination. In a fluster, she stammered, I must return to the common room now. With that, she dashed away, leaving Draco standing alone. Chapter 72, The Headmaster's Office. The following day, the headmaster's office was a spacious and beautifully circular room, with peculiar containers swirling and emitting mist. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, and Fawkes perched upon a lofty gilded branch. Dumbledore stood in one corner of the room, gazing at them with a stern countenance. Are you prepared? We shall commence. Upon receiving affirmative replies, Elaine inhaled deeply, her wand tracing familiar runes in the air. As the final stroke was completed, a silver light enveloped the ring within the pentagram. Elaine and Draco activated the magical array simultaneously, and under the watchful eyes of all the portraits, the rising soul was extinguished before it could emit a scream. Professor Dumbledore, I trust you now believe us. Elaine downed a magical replenishment potion, and Draco did likewise. Compared to the previous year, their strength had significantly increased, allowing them to complete this feat without succumbing to exhaustion. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled subtly behind his crescent spectacles. His internal conjectures confirmed once again upon witnessing the destruction of Voldemort's lingering soul. Indeed, my dear children, he responded in a gentle tone. I have never doubted you. Elaine refrained from commenting on his words. Ever since the restoration of her memories from her past life, she could no longer suppress her desire to eliminate Voldemort, particularly during this critical time of the Triwizard Tournament. The opportunity she had painstakingly created could not afford a single misstep. She exchanged a glance with Draco, who stepped forward and spoke. Professor, 7 is a number imbued with great magical significance. God created the world in 7 days. Humanity is burdened with 7 deadly sins and 7 virtues, and the 7-pointed star array stands as one of the most elusive entities. However, unexpected changes often occur. After hearing this seemingly cryptic discourse, Dumbledore scrutinized Draco. The boy, wearing an impeccable smile, bore an uncanny resemblance to his father. He then glanced at the composed Elaine beside him, reflecting on his own advancing age. You are aware of what those are you not? Dumbledore inquired affirmatively. Are you referring to the diary, the diadem, the locket, and the gaunt ring? Elaine countered. Or perhaps the Hufflepuff cup, Nagini, or Harry? Dumbledore's pupils constricted, his mind racing like tumultuous waves. Elaine continued unabashedly. The diary was destroyed in my second year. The soul within the diadem and locket has vanished in the array just like the ring. I entrusted the diadem to Professor last year through Hermione, while the locket should be in Sirius's possession. If all goes as expected, Sirius must have learned of his brother Regulus's demise. As for the remaining 3 Horcruxes, the cup resides in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, and the serpent Nagini follows the Dark Lord closely. Harry, needless to say, is currently enduring that tedious divination class. With each Horcrux revealed, Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly grave. He stated, "I will find a way regarding the cup. Do not act rashly, as he is not someone you can confront at present." Elaine nodded. She had accomplished half of her objective for the day, and it was time to commence the other half. "Professor Dumbledore, may we borrow books from the library regarding magical arrays?" Madame Pants scrutinized the borrowing slip for the restricted section, repeatedly verifying that the signature truly belonged to Dumbledore. Ultimately, she could only watch Elaine and say, "Find the books and exit promptly. Do not engage in any mischief inside." "I shall adhere to the rules, madam," Elaine replied politely. She adeptly located the shelf containing the books on magical arrays, took 2 volumes, and exited the restricted section without hesitation. Upon seeing her emerge, Madame Pants no longer paid her heed. Elaine approached Madame Pants to complete the borrowing process, but as she turned, she nearly collided with someone. Fortunately, the individual steadied her arm, preventing an unfortunate mishap. Elaine squinted, the sunlight casting a warm golden hue over the ancient wooden shelves, rendering her momentarily unable to discern the figure before her. "Are you well, Elaine?" It was Theodore, looking at her with concern. "Oh, I'm fine, thank you, Theodore." Elaine returned his gaze, noticing he held a book in one hand while steadying her with the other. He naturally released his grip and asked, "Did something happen between you and Draco? I didn't see you both in class today." Transfiguration and charms were attended jointly by Slytherin and Hufflepuff. "Nothing significant. We just visited the headmaster's office." There was no need for concealment, as many Gryffindors had witnessed them leaving the office. Elaine, clutching her books, glanced at Madame Pants, who was observing them from a distance, and suggested, "Would you mind if we spoke elsewhere? This isn't the most suitable location." Theodore nodded, of course. Madame Pants processed their book borrowing and emphasized the warnings on the borrowing slip. "If you tear, damage, or defile these books in any way, I shall ensure you face the gravest consequences within my authority." After leaving the library, the 2 walked side by side outside the castle, the last rays of the setting sun illuminating the earth. "Are there books on magical arrays in the library?" "I don't recall seeing any." Theodore broke the silence, having noted the title, while processing his borrowing. "This one," Elaine said, pulling out an ancient tome to hand to him. "I retrieved it from the restricted section. Would you like to take a look?" They settled on the grass, each engrossed in their respective books. This serene atmosphere persisted until the final sliver of sunlight disappeared beyond the horizon. "How does it feel?" Elaine inquired. Theodore's cool visage revealed a passion for knowledge, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "May I join you?" Elaine paused. Although she had indeed contemplated inviting Theodore into their study group, he had preemptively voiced the thought. "How did you know it was us?" "It's quite evident. This book, Advanced Magical Arrays, is obviously not a simple text," Theodore replied nonchalantly. "Crafting advanced magical arrays is not a solitary endeavor, so there must be others collaborating with you." "Is it Draco?" "Not only him. There are also Bernie and Hermione." Theodore caressed the pages of the book, each one belonging to a sage wizard intimately connected with Elaine's wisdom. "Might I be the 5th?" he inquired, pushing the conversation to its limits. Naturally, Elaine would not refuse such a request. In fact, she was quite delighted. Her tone brimmed with evident joy. "Of course. Your presence is most welcome." Chapter 73. The Unforgivable Curses. The study group for the magical array of the House of Requests had expanded to 5 members. Hermione cast a glance at Elaine, who was explaining concepts to Nott, then shifted her gaze to Malfoy and Peterson, who were diligently engaged in their studies. They had all gathered here due to Elaine, yet Hermione found herself in the same predicament. With this thought, she exhaled deeply. The deeper she delved into her studies, the more obscure and challenging they became. The intricacies of the magical array surpassed all she had learned thus far, demanding an immense investment of time and effort. The more she struggled, the more she recognized the profound depth of Elaine's expertise in magical arrays, both theoretical and practical, seemingly effortless. If Elaine were aware of the lofty image she projected in Hermione's eyes, she would likely find it both amusing and perplexing. After all, she had merely benefited from her reincarnation, having spent decades in her second life mastering this knowledge. a feat that could not be matched by their mere 1 or 2 years of study. Yet, despite this self-reflection, Elaine remained astounded by Theodore's intelligence. In Slytherin, his presence was not particularly prominent, perpetually overshadowed by Draco and Bernie. Only during this time did Elaine truly grasp what it meant to possess genuine talent. His ability to unravel complexities and draw connections was unparalleled. Eventually, his pace of learning even surpassed that of Bernie. Avada Kedavra, Mad-Eye Moody commanded. Controlling a spider as it scuttled across its silken web, his scarred visage appeared particularly fearsome, and his enormous magical eye seemed capable of penetrating the secrets of all present. He surveyed the classroom filled with stunned young wizards. Yesterday, when I demonstrated the unforgivable curses to Gryffindor and Slytherin, their reactions mirrored yours exactly. Remain ever vigilant, he bellowed, causing everyone to flinch. Without a sufficiently strong will, you will be as helpless as this spider, subject to manipulation. This curse had once brought significant trouble to the Ministry of Magic, as it was often impossible to discern whether certain wizards acted of their own volition or under coercion. Elaine remained transfixed on Moody as he demonstrated the remaining 2 curses following the soul-sucking curse. A malevolent green light enveloped the spider, rendering it motionless on the podium. A somber atmosphere enveloped the classroom. Students bowed their heads, their expressions rife with trepidation and unease. They were rendered speechless by the series of unforgivable curses, as if their tongues were bound. The killing curse bore no counter-curse, and to her knowledge, only 2 individuals had survived its wrath. His calm gaze swept over every face in the classroom, ultimately resting upon Elaine's. You must remember, the 3 curses, Cruciatus Imperius and Avada Kedavra. Any one of them used against a human is sufficient to condemn you to Azkaban. Elaine continued to take notes without a flicker of distraction in her demeanor. Silence reigned, with all present too fearful to utter a sound, lest they disturb the oppressive quiet, save for the soft scratching of quills against parchment. When the bell finally rang, students surged out of the classroom like a flood, animated conversations erupting from every mouth. Elaine Bird, come to my office. Moody's voice cut through the commotion, instantly silencing the corridor. Countless sympathetic and pitying glances were cast toward Elaine, as if she were heading not to an office, but to some perilous den of dragons. Very well, Professor, Elaine responded with composure, waving to Anna as she followed in Moody's wake. The Defense Against the Dark Arts office welcomed yet another occupant. In stark contrast to Lockhart's flamboyant tenure, Moody's office was filled with dark magic detectors. Moody settled into the chair behind his desk, lifting a flask to his lips before finally directing his gaze toward the unflappable Elaine. I've heard from Dumbledore that you survived an encounter with the killing curse during your first year. This was no secret that could not be spoken. Elaine regarded the true Mad-Eye Moody, a courageous Auror, with great respect. She understood his intent. Before her, only Harry had been an exception. Yet their situations were incomparable. One faced a fully matured Voldemort, while the other contended with a fragment of a soul inhabiting Quirrell. Professor, in truth, my experience cannot be likened to Harry's. That does not negate the fact that you are indeed alive, Moody interjected. Elaine furrowed her brow momentarily, removing a bracelet from her wrist and offering it to him. This is an alchemical product with defensive properties. After I was struck by the killing curse, all my other adornments shattered. If there is any merit to speak of, it lies with them. Alchemy is indeed wondrous. He examined the bracelet with one eye, while the other, his magical eye, scrutinized Elaine with an unsettling intensity. The office fell into silence. After a moment, Moody returned the bracelet to her. Dumbledore and I agree that you are one of the most exceptional students in Hogwarts history. I have never doubted his judgment. Elaine was taken aback. She had not anticipated such high praise from Dumbledore. If only you were 17, you would certainly have a place in the Triwizard Tournament, he lamented. Elaine smiled but refrained from responding. Moody reiterated, you must remain ever vigilant. I will, Professor. Elaine gently closed the office door behind her and made her way to the Great Hall, the faint scent of alcohol clinging to her from Moody's office. Good afternoon, Elaine. A few Gryffindor students approached her, and she greeted them with a smile. The classroom, reminiscent of a quaint old tea house, was suffused with the sweet aroma of spices. The lamp on the round table cast a dim, ruddy glow, while the fireplace crackled softly, enveloping the room in a warm, soothing draft. Professor Trelawney spoke in her ethereal voice. Different planets emit differing radiances. We must observe the stars to practice divination. It is quite challenging. The tranquil and harmonious atmosphere rendered the small classroom exceptionally serene, the crystal balls on the shelves shimmering with enchanting light. Elaine took her customary seat in the armchair in the corner, the dim surroundings and ethereal background sounds lulling her toward drowsiness. Yet, regrettably, this was not an opportune moment for slumber. Professor Trelawney distributed a chart to each student, requiring them to fill in the planetary positions at the time of their birth. Elaine yawned while calculating, Mercury, Pluto. It was not until the class bell rang that she emerged from her state of fatigue. Did you not rest well last night? Bernie inquired as he approached her. Not merely did I not rest well, I did not rest at all. She had been occupied throughout the night. Chapter 74, The Siren. When asked what she had been busy with, the answer was simple, nocturnal wanderings. Navigating the familiar path between the 4th and 5th floors, Elaine deftly pushed open the wooden door and traversed the narrow corridor and vast pipes into a spacious chamber. She ignored the passage leading to the forest and the fragmented magical array, her feet steadfastly directing her toward the route leading to the Black Lake. The damp mist gradually enveloped her skin, sending a shiver coursing through her. The water glimmered with an otherworldly light. Unlike the frantic escape from her first year, this time her heart bore no sense of trepidation. Elaine calmly cast a bubblehead charm upon herself, a transparent protective sphere, allowing her to breathe freely underwater for an extended period. As she passed through the membrane, the cool waters of the Black Lake immediately enveloped her. She skillfully navigated downstream, the moonlight filtering through the surface, illuminating her path. Suddenly, Elaine found herself holding her breath. A massive tentacle waved in the distance, followed by 2, then 3, until the entire colossal creature came into view. It was a giant squid, a friendly, semi-domesticated inhabitant of the Black Lake. She cautiously navigated her path away from the giant squid's direction. Although it displayed no aggression towards the Hogwarts students, she certainly did not wish to be ensnared and dragged ashore by it. The deeper she descended, the dimmer the surroundings became. And by the time she reached the lake's bottom, she could rely only on the flickering bioluminescence for illumination. However, tonight's endeavor was just beginning. Searching for a stone on the vast lakebed was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, yet she possessed an abundance of patience. The austere castle loomed over the Austrian landscape, sharing this moonlit glow with Hogwarts far across the English Channel. At the highest tower of Nurmengard, the infamous dark wizard Grindelwald was imprisoned. His mismatched eyes glimmered with an otherworldly sheen, like a wanderer in a shadowy labyrinth catching sight of an exit under the cold moon's guidance. I see the future. The time has come. The moment is ripe. We must act. A deep voice resonated in the ears of his loyal follower outside the door, who stifled his inner elation and replied in as steady a voice as possible, "Yes, sir." This night was destined to be sleepless, as countless figures hidden in the shadows sprang into action, like intricately interlocking gears encircling the European continent, ushering everyone toward an unknown conclusion. Found it. Elaine gazed at the unremarkable stone in her hand, its edges softened by the lake's relentless currents, indistinguishable from any other stone. In truth, it was merely an exceedingly ordinary stone. Elaine's gaze wandered for a moment. At least it had been so over a decade ago. But since she had placed it at the center of the magical circle, it had transformed into something extraordinary. It was during the dark decade of Voldemort's reign, at the height of the Death Eater's power. At that time, she had just concluded her journey in Africa, and the long-vanished Elaine Cole had once again set foot on British soil. From Tom Riddle to Voldemort, everything had long been foretold. Deeply entrenched in the currents of fate, Elaine understood that Riddle was destined to become the fearsome Dark Lord, and the First Wizarding War was inevitably on the horizon. Yet, she still clung to a flicker of hope. What if there were a way to alter this course? Fortunately, Merlin had been kind to her. She had gleaned knowledge about sacrifice and deities while among Africa's primitive tribes, although the combination of these two terms often conjured thoughts of malevolence. Nonetheless, at that moment, Elaine had no other recourse, so she sacrificed her soul and audaciously struck a bargain with the divine. The past could not be altered, but the future still held promise. The benevolent and magnificent entity graciously acquiesced to Elaine's plea, granting her the opportunity for rebirth and the right to become a variable in the tapestry of fate. It is challenging to articulate the emotion she experienced then. Indescribable, intangible, incomprehensible. To prevent a recurrence of the dissonance between soul and body that plagued her during her time at the orphanage, she actively sealed away parts of her memory using the magical circle. Additionally, she established an anchor point, a stone imbued with the essence of her soul, before unhesitatingly casting it into the Black Lake. When she returned to Hogwarts, at the opportune moment, those sealed memories would gradually awaken. What transpired thereafter? It seemed the Dark Lord's spies were omnipresent across the British Isles, and they apprehended Elaine in Hogsmeade. The recollection abruptly ceased as Elaine placed the stone down and swam back in the direction she had come from. The Slytherin dormitory, situated underwater, allowed her to clearly see the giant squid gliding past the window. However, It was unlikely anyone would be gazing out at the Black Lake in the early hours of the morning, except for Draco, who was seated at his desk, engrossed in writing a letter. His roommates were sound asleep, the scratching of his quill against parchment punctuating the silence until it eventually ceased. Draped loosely in his robe, he casually set down the quill, a slight smile playing on his lips as he gazed out the window, lost in thought. The lake's water sparkled across his handsome face, as if the deity of the Black Lake had tenderly bestowed a kiss upon him. It was only when his originally half-closed eyes gradually widened that he caught sight of a graceful silhouette reflected in his pupils. Elaine's eyes sparkled as she greeted Draco, who stood there, dumbfounded, through the window. "Good evening, Draco." Her voice could not penetrate the Slytherin dormitory, so she formed the words with her lips. "Wait. How are you in the water?" Draco exclaimed, startled, his somewhat raised voice rousing his roommates, who blinked in confusion before being quickly swept away by drowsiness. Noticing this, Draco mimicked Elaine's gesture, forming the words, "Why are you in the water?" "Don't worry, just a little nocturnal adventure. Diving in the Black Lake during a midnight escapade is perfectly normal," Elaine mused nonchalantly. Her pale fingers touched the window, sketching a smile. "Aren't you happy to see me?" Draco remained silent, his gaze fixed almost obsessively on the girl in the water. Elaine had no idea how enchanting she appeared at that moment. The lake enveloped her form, her golden hair floating behind her, and the slight upward tilt of her eyes exuded an irresistible allure. He imagined he saw a siren singing a beautiful melody under the moonlight, willingly offering his beating heart, merely for that captivating smile. Chapter 75. Snape's Poison. Merlin. Has Snape lost his mind? He actually said he would poison us. After class, Ron stormed out of the classroom, seething with anger. Harry said nothing, feeling utterly drained after potions class. In fact, all fourth-year Hogwarts students were acutely aware that this academic year was considerably more demanding. Every professor had assigned more homework. "Poisoning?" Elaine inquired. "Elaine?" Ron exclaimed, startled. The Gryffindor potions class was shared with Slytherin, and encountering Elaine unexpectedly took him aback. "What are you doing here? Just passing by?" "No. I came to find Harry." Elaine shook her head. "Looking for me?" Harry asked, bewildered, pointing at himself. "Yes, Dumbledore wants you to come to the headmaster's office." Elaine linked her arm with Hermione's, while Ron trailed behind, holding Harry's book. "I just overheard you talking about Snape and poisoning." Elaine expressed her confusion. Hermione explained. "In potions class, we were learning about antidotes, and Professor Snape hinted that he would randomly poison someone before Christmas to test whether our antidotes are effective." Elaine gasped in disbelief. "Surely no one would believe that? What do you think?" Hermione countered. "Well, given Snape's temperament, such a statement could indeed frighten a good number of young wizards, even though it's utterly ridiculous." Just as Hermione was about to ask Elaine if she wanted to go to the library, she caught sight of a figure in her peripheral vision, and thus she shifted the topic. "Look, someone is eager to have you all to themselves." Elaine followed Hermione's gaze, and there stood Draco at the end of the corridor, waiting, striding toward them against the light. "I'm heading to the library," Hermione said, releasing Elaine's arm and giving her a gentle push. A smile on her face as she walked away in the opposite direction. Ron stood there, confused, glancing from Hermione's retreating figure to Elaine and Malfoy, before hurriedly chasing after Hermione. Draco, pleased by their discretion, raised an eyebrow and said, "Come, dear Miss Elaine, now it is just the two of us." Elaine mirrored his tone, replying, "How could I refuse an invitation from the dear Mr. Malfoy?" Outside the castle, they strolled side by side, engaging in casual conversation. Unconsciously, their hands brushed against each other. Draco cast a glance at the oblivious Elaine, lowering his gaze as a restless warmth surged within his heart. He reached out, quietly taking hold of the nearby hand, gripping it tightly before its owner could react and withdraw. The warmth of their intertwined hands sent a subtle current coursing through Elaine's palm, quickening her heartbeat. With her tacit consent, their palms pressed closely together, intimately intertwined, complemented by the shy blush that crept up her cheeks, creating a breathtaking tableau. Clearing his throat to divert the conversation, Draco remarked, "The representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving soon." Elaine calculated the date, realizing that there were only 8 days until October 30th. Their arrival would mark the official commencement of the Triwizard Tournament, followed by the selection of participants, with the first event commencing in November and Christmas celebrations in December. As she contemplated this, she mused on how swiftly the semester had passed. "Why did you stop?" she inquired, puzzled by Draco's sudden halt. He spoke earnestly. "May I apply to be your dance partner for the Triwizard Tournament ball in advance?" Elaine was momentarily taken aback, feeling his grip tighten, and then, under his nervous and astonished gaze, She gently squeezed her fingers between his, softly declaring, "Application approved." Draco's mind erupted with vibrant fireworks, his elation bubbling like boiling water, ready to spill over at any moment. Elaine stifled a smile at his somewhat foolish expression, which quickly transformed into a radiant grin. In the Slytherin common room, Blaise observed Draco's occasional silly smiles with keen interest. "What's wrong with him?" Daphne asked, passing by with her younger sister. Blaise shrugged. "Who knows? Perhaps he's just being foolish." Chapter 76, The Goblet of Fire. On the evening of October 30th, 1994, outside Hogwarts Castle, the professors had dismissed their classes early, and everyone was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and excitement. The heads of the four houses stood at the forefront. Behind them lined the small wizards. "Elaine, how do you think they will arrive? By thestral or broomstick?" Anna, positioned to Elaine's left, continuously scanned the surroundings. "Both methods are possible," Elaine acknowledged, her focus entirely on her right hand beneath her robe. The Hufflepuff and Slytherin teams stood side by side, and at that moment, someone to her right was shamelessly squeezing her fingers under the cover of his wizarding robe. Their fingertips brushed against each other, creating what felt like a wordless exchange. Elaine attempted to withdraw her fingers, but found them gripped even tighter. Turning her head, she caught Draco pretending to gaze elsewhere. "Oh, let me see. The Beauxbatons delegation has arrived," Dumbledore suddenly announced. Where? Students exclaimed, their excitement palpable. "They are above the Forbidden Forest," a sixth year shouted, pointing skyward. "I see it." "What is that? A fire dragon?" an excited first year exclaimed. Elaine lifted her head, and beneath the deep blue sky, a colossal figure sped past, swiftly approaching the castle. Soon, everyone discerned the true nature of the enormous entity, a gigantic powder blue carriage drawn by 12 thestrals. As the carriage drew nearer, the thestrals' massive hooves thudded against the ground, startling the first few rows of students into stepping back. All eyes were fixed on the magnificent carriage before them, and as they anticipated, the golden-embellished doors swung open. A boy clad in blue silk garments leapt down, feeling around the exterior of the carriage until a golden spiral staircase gradually emerged, upon which he bowed respectfully to the carriage. First to descend was an enormous black high heel, followed by its owner. Hermione inhaled deeply. "Merlin, she is truly tall." The largest figure at Hogwarts was Hagrid, yet beside this lady he seemed dwarfed. Dumbledore was the first to applaud, and others soon joined in a chorus of welcoming claps. "Dear Madame Maxime, welcome to Hogwarts." He nearly kissed the back of her hand without needing to bend down. Madame Maxime offered an elegant smile, her deep voice resonating. "Dumbledore, I hope all is well with you. These are my students," she added, waving her other hand. 12 or 13 students stood behind Madame Maxime, all adorned in elegant blue silk robes. Elaine scanned the group, and Draco quietly asked, "What are you looking for?" "Fleur Delacour," she whispered. "I heard she has Vila blood." Perhaps due to the angle, she could not discern which among them was Fleur after searching for a while. During their conversation, the Beauxbatons representatives had already entered the hall, while the remaining students stood waiting for the Durmstrang wizards to arrive, many shivering with cold. "Haven't you cast a warming charm?" Draco observed Elaine's hand growing colder and noticed her bare neck frowning. She shook her head, having come directly here after class without thinking of the charm. Draco discreetly drew his wand to cast a spell, and as if that were not enough, he removed his own scarf. Elaine felt a warmth envelop her neck as a long scarf infused with his warmth wrapped around her. Having swiftly completed this act, Draco feigned nonchalance, gazing into the distance alongside the others. Elaine arched her brows. "Stop pretending, they all saw you." Snape cast a cold glare at the fidgeting pair, the silver-green scarf on Elaine's neck particularly conspicuous. He bit back a sarcastic remark, his gaze piercing like a knife. Theodore from the Slytherin team remained silent, while Bernie beside him calculated Draco's odds of passing Mr. Bode's test. Amidst his thoughts, a low rumbling sound resonated from below, as if something was about to break free. Bernie realized that the Durmstrang team had arrived. From their vantage point, they could easily overlook the Black Lake, where the water suddenly became tumultuous under the night sky, massive waves crashing against the shore. A colossal whirlpool formed at the lake's center, and slowly, a magnificent ship emerged from the inky depths. The ancient vessel from Durmstrang disrupted the tranquil waters, exchanging glances with Hogwarts Castle's welcoming gaze. "Wow." As the ship fully surfaced and sailed towards the shore, the young wizards erupted in awe. The ship anchored, and a group of individuals clad in thick fur cloaks disembarked, making their way along the cobblestone path towards the gathering at Hogwarts. Leading them was the Durmstrang headmaster, Karkaroff, who spoke as he walked, his voice rich and mellifluous. "Hey Dumbledore, my old friend, how have you been?" I am well, Professor Karkaroff, Dumbledore replied, shaking his hand. They exchanged pleasantries as they entered the Great Hall, followed closely by the students. Elaine's excitement surged as she beheld a stern-faced wizard behind Karkaroff, prompting Draco to curiously inquire, "Who is that? Do you know him?" "That is my grandfather, Andrew Surdyram, a professor of transfiguration at Durmstrang." Her grandfather had not mentioned he would be attending Hogwarts, if his intention was to surprise her. Elaine had to admit that Andrew's plan was indeed successful. Draco, taken aback, nervously asked, "Is your grandfather easy to get along with?" "Good question." She recalled Andrew's usual demeanor, casting a sympathetic glance at Draco, patting his shoulder before joining the throng at the Hufflepuff table, leaving a somewhat apprehensive Draco behind. Once all the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts had settled into their seats, only the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang remained at the entrance of the Great Hall, deliberating on which house table to join. There stood Victor Krum. Every Quidditch enthusiast was well acquainted with him, and Annie gazed eagerly at Krum as he conversed with his teammates at the door. "Elaine, do you think I could ask him for an autograph?" she exclaimed. "They will be staying at Hogwarts for an entire academic year. You have plenty of time," Elaine reassured her, suppressing Annie's eager anticipation. It was not just Annie. Half of the students at Hogwarts had their eyes fixed on Krum, while the other half admired the girls from Beauxbatons. Annie mused. "Where do you think they plan to sit? It would be splendid if they chose Hufflepuff." Elaine glanced at the Beauxbatons students already seated at the Ravenclaw table and replied, "Probably Slytherin." Bernie Peterson mentioned he had a good rapport with Krum during their time at Durmstrang. No sooner had she spoken than the Durmstrang students headed towards the Slytherin table, with Krum taking a seat next to Bernie, engaging him in friendly conversation. In the warmth of the Great Hall, they removed their heavy fur cloaks, revealing their striking scarlet uniforms. Annie let out a heavy sigh. Chapter 77, The Goblet of Fire. Once all the students were seated, the faculty took their places at the head table. Andrew found a seat beside Karkaroff, with Ludovic Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and Bartemius Crouch following suit. Dumbledore remained standing until everyone was settled, then addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and ghosts, good evening." His voice, imbued with warmth and mirth, resonated throughout the hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I trust you will find joy within these walls. And I am pleased to announce that the Triwizard Tournament will commence following our dinner." With that, Dumbledore took his seat, and Karkaroff immediately leaned in to engage him in conversation. The house elves had spared no effort in preparing the evening's feast, presenting a veritable cornucopia of dishes, many of which hailed from foreign lands. "What is that?" Ron inquired, pointing at a large platter that resembled a seafood medley. "French cuisine. It's quite delectable," Hermione replied, having sampled it the previous summer. She glanced at Harry, who appeared somewhat out of sorts, and offered him a plate of the foreign dish. "Harry, give this a try. It's quite good." "Thank you, Hermione," he said, accepting the dish under her concerned gaze. The scene outside the castle was not only witnessed by the students of Hufflepuff and Slytherin, but also by several members of Gryffindor. The silver-green scarves stood out starkly against the yellow and black of their house uniforms. Meanwhile, Elaine was blissfully unaware of the happenings nearby, radiantly greeting Andrew at the head table. "Grandfather." She waved enthusiastically. Andrew Surdyram initially shot her a disapproving glare for her lack of decorum at the dining table, though it bore no weight on Elaine. Observing her insistence to greet him, he eventually cracked a slight smile. Satisfied by his response, Elaine thought to herself that it was quite acceptable. It would indeed be peculiar if her grandfather ever appeared overly amiable. Krum at the Slytherin table observed this interaction with a contemplative expression. It was well known that Professor Surdyram was the most formidable instructor at Durmstrang, with only a handful of students ever having earned his favor. Even Krum, who was considered a star pupil under Karkaroff, could not curry Surdyram's approval. "Bernie, who is that?" he inquired, glancing toward the Hufflepuff table. Bernie paused, his knife hovering midair. "Elaine Bird. You saw her at the Quidditch World Cup." Krum's eyes widened in recognition. "Ah. The witch seated beside you?" He had a vague recollection of Bernie and her occupying the front row of the box. As the main course came to a close, dessert was served as per tradition. Elaine chose a previously unseen milk pudding, its texture delightfully smooth and creamy. Once dessert was cleared away, a palpable tension and excitement filled the hall, with all eyes intently fixed on the head table. Dumbledore rose, gazing down at the youthful faces with a smile, declaring, "The moment has finally arrived. The Triwizard Tournament is about to commence." Elaine sensed the quickening breaths of those around her. "However, before we proceed, allow me to introduce two guests whom some of you may not yet know. They are Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Mr. Ludovic Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. The hall erupted in a modest applause, with Bagman smiling and waving to the crowd. In the past few months, Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman have tirelessly worked in preparation for the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore continued. After discussions, they will join me, Madame Maxime, and Mr. Karkaroff in the judging panel to adjudicate the champion's actions. At this, the students perked up, their attention keen. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Mr. Filch, please bring forth the box. No one noticed when Filch had slipped into the shadows along the wall of the Great Hall. He approached Dumbledore, donning an old tailcoat and cradling an ornate wooden box adorned with jewels. The students murmured among themselves regarding the antiquated box. Upon inspection, this year's tournament would consist of 3 tasks, assessing the champion's courage, skill, and reasoning abilities. I am sure you are aware that 3 champions will represent their respective schools in this competition, making the selection of these champions the focal point of everyone's attention. The hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes riveted on Dumbledore, eager not to miss a single detail. He drew his wand and tapped the box that Filch had placed before him, retrieving a somewhat rough-hewn goblet made of wood. Elaine gazed at the goblet of fire. It appeared unremarkable, save for the flickering blue and white flames that danced within. The goblet was indeed a fair selector, choosing champions without reproach. Yet, despite its prowess, it remained an inanimate object, subject to the influence of powerful magic. As Dumbledore mentioned the age restriction of 17, many younger witches and wizards displayed their discontent. Particularly, the Weasley twins, George and Fred, seemed to scoff at this limitation. The Hufflepuff Badgers glanced toward Cedric at the end of the table. For if anyone among them was likely to be chosen as a champion, it would undoubtedly be him. Elaine followed the gaze of those around her, spotting the charming young man engaged in light-hearted conversation with his peers, every gesture exuding grace. This reminded her of her first encounter with him on the train during their first year, when he was still a somewhat naive boy, now transformed into a true champion. If only I were 17, Elaine mused aloud, garnering unanimous agreement from her companions. Indeed, she is exceptional. If she were to enter, she would surely be selected. What a pity. What a pity that I am still far from 17, Elaine interjected mercilessly, interrupting their fantasies. Rather than lament, why don't we speculate on who the 3 champions might be? Crumb is undoubtedly the champion from Durmstrang. His prowess as a renowned Quidditch player is evident to all. But who do you suppose might represent Beauxbatons? I have no idea. I don't know anyone from Beauxbatons. As for Hogwarts, I'm casting my vote for older student Diggory. Me too. As the dinner concluded, the students began to flow back to their respective common rooms. In 24 hours, they would finally learn the identities of the 3 champions. Chapter 78. The Great Ship. The following morning, the Great Hall was abuzz with students. At the center of the entrance hall stood the Goblet of Fire, encircled by a line. Good morning, Hermione. Hermione turned around to see Elaine, who had just emerged from the dormitory. Good morning, Elaine. Is there a group activity today? The group activity referred to everyone gathering in the room of requirement to study magical runes. As academic demands increased day by day, nearly everyone was overwhelmed with their commitments, and they could only spare moments to discuss and research together. Elaine hurriedly waved her hands. No, today is a day of rest. I've been utterly swamped lately. Please spare me, Hermione. What have you been so busy with? Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I haven't seen you in the room of requirement or the library. Managing the Bird family estate, Elaine sighed, resting her head on Hermione's shoulder, her tone laced with melancholy. Bernie and I have occupied an empty classroom, spending all day sorting through letters. She grimaced. Just the sight of an owl gives me a headache now. Hermione understood well. She had adapted to the fact that her friend was a wealthy heiress with responsibilities since 3rd year. Yet with Bernie as assistance, it seemed she hadn't been this exhausted in a long while. It's different now. Previously, my responsibilities were merely the size of a thumbnail, and now, Elaine illustrated with her hands, drawing a large circle. It's this much. Why the sudden increase? My father informed me just last week. Elaine, you are now a mature heiress, and I have an important matter to entrust to you. His serious demeanor had made me incredibly anxious, leading me to believe something catastrophic had occurred. Elaine cleared her throat, attempting to recreate the scene for Hermione, her expression soon falling. Then he entrusted me with all the family assets except for those in America. The next day, I was inundated with an overwhelming deluge of documents and letters delivered by owls. Although she could always contact Arnold through the two-way mirror when problems arose, it only alleviated her workload slightly, and she couldn't reach out every time she encountered a challenge. Hermione regarded her sympathetically. Then you should take the day to relax. By the way, What are all those people gathered around doing? Hermione observed a group of around 20 individuals clustering near the entrance hall. She glanced toward the goblet of fire, noticing everyone was watching to see who would submit their names. Elaine asked with enthusiasm, "Who is participating?" "Everyone from Durmstrang has submitted their names. Our school has the likes of Warrington, Angelina, and George and Fred." "George and Fred?" "They took an H potion and ended up with white beards." Hermione suddenly burst into laughter, and Elaine couldn't help but join her at the thought. "What a pity. I missed that scene," Elaine lamented, regretting not rising earlier. "Hermione, have you had breakfast yet?" Hermione shook her head. "Not yet. Harry, Ron, and I are about to seek out Hagrid. Would you like to join us?" Elaine also shook her head. "I have other arrangements. But we can walk the same path for a while." "Very well." After finishing breakfast, they made their way toward the castle's exit. Upon reaching the grassy area near the Forbidden Forest, Elaine parted ways with them. "Where is she headed?" Ron asked, watching Elaine's retreating figure. "That direction leads to the Black Lake," Harry speculated, uncertain. "Where do you think the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students are sleeping?" "The Beauxbaton students are coming from outside to the Great Hall today." They soon discovered the answer to their question. Approximately 200 yards from Hagrid's hut stood a massive powder blue carriage, with Beauxbaton students bustling into it. Ancient ships lay ghost-like upon the water, their grand sails emblazoned with crests furled, leaving only the towering masts visible. Elaine stood by the Black Lake, locking eyes with a Durmstrang boy on the deck. "Hello there. Is Professor Serdiov aboard?" "Of course," the boy replied, startled. "May I come aboard?" Elaine asked, tilting her head, a position that was rather uncomfortable for her neck. The boy hesitated, and Elaine, sensing his uncertainty, added, "Could you please inform Professor Serdiov that Elaine Bird is here to see him?" Hearing this, the boy visibly relaxed. If this beautiful young lady was determined to board, he found it difficult to refuse. "Please wait a moment while I inquire," he said, and with that he hurried off. The morning breeze still carried the chill of night, and Elaine scrutinized the formidable vessel before her, its wooden hull appearing heavy and imposing, slender banners fluttering in the wind. Imbued with the coldness of the north. "Come aboard." The boy returned, calling out, "Professor Serdiov requests your presence. My name is Bjorn Rosedale. I apologize for making you wait," he said with sincere regret. Elaine shook her head, her curiosity piqued by the ship's interior. "It's quite all right. I should actually thank you for guiding me." Noticing her interest, Rosedale volunteered to explain, "This ship has a very ancient history. It has existed since the founding of the school. The founder, Madame Irita Vokalova, docked it in the lake behind the school." "It certainly appears very old," Elaine agreed, nodding. Even with continual magical maintenance, traces of its centuries-old history were unmistakable. As they walked, Elaine marveled at the ship's magnificent craftsmanship. Its clever design and exquisite assembly were truly remarkable. Following Rosedale, they ascended a spiral staircase to the third floor, where the disillusionment charm proved immensely beneficial. "Here we are, Professor Serdiov is inside," Rosedale announced, pausing at the end of the corridor to knock rhythmically on the door. When the door opened, Elaine noticed Rosedale's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly stiffen, his expression turning grave. "Professor, I've brought your guest." Andrew Serdiov sat at a wooden desk, a book open before him. He waved his hand dismissively, and Rosedale respectfully exited the room, closing the door behind him. "Grandfather," Elaine exclaimed as she rushed forward, her excitement palpable. "I've missed you." Andrew's expression hardened as he closed the book with a huff. "If someone refuses to attend Durmstrang, then I shall seize the opportunity to see what Hogwarts has to offer." Elaine felt a pang of irritation. Why was he still fixating on that matter? Yet she asked earnestly, "Have you experienced it yet?" Andrew glared at her, his eyes bulging with scrutiny, remaining silent. Elaine, seizing the moment, reported to Arnold, "Grandfather, look at my dark circles." She pointed to the shadows beneath her eyes. "I haven't had a good night's sleep this week. My dreams are consumed with paperwork." As she complained about her father's actions, Andrew remained impassive, pouring 2 cups of hot tea. Seeing Andrew's unchanging expression, her voice grew quieter until he offered her a cup, at which point she fell silent altogether. "Arnold mentioned this to me," he said, taking a sip of tea and speaking slowly. Elaine's expression fell. She had hoped to elicit some sympathy from her grandfather, ideally leading her father to lighten her burdens. "Don't you have that boy named Peterson assisting you?" "You mean Bernie? He, like me, is already swamped with Hogwarts coursework. He has been working tirelessly to help me with these matters for days, and his dark circles are worse than mine," Elaine sighed. Andrew chuckled lightly. "I know you too well. Hogwarts studies pose no challenge for you. Your father wouldn't select someone so inept." "I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, grandfather." Andrew interrupted her. "Enough of that. Speak plainly. What do you wish to do? Elaine and Andrew enjoyed a sumptuous lunch aboard the ship, and afterward, they strolled around the Black Lake. Students from Durmstrang passing by were left in awe at the sight. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, as soon as Elaine disembarked from the grand vessel, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Gazing at the sky, she furrowed her brow, donned her cloak and hood, and proceeded towards the castle. Within the Hufflepuff common room, a warm fire crackled in the hearth, and Elaine nestled on the sofa closest to it. The gentle patter of raindrops against the window mingled with the crackling of the fire, and the soft murmurs of the badgers conversing. Unbeknownst to her, she leaned back against the sofa and succumbed to slumber in such a cozy atmosphere. When she awoke again, dusk was approaching, and a first-year student roused her from her slumber. Thank you for waking me. Without you, I might have missed the feast. Elaine smiled at the timid young wizard. The little wizard blushed adorably. No need to thank me. Come on, your friends are waiting for you. Not far off, several first-year wizards peered curiously in their direction. Live bats and jack-o'-lanterns still adorned the hall, creating a splendid Halloween theme, though it seemed few were focused on the festivities of All Hallows' Eve. Even in the face of a lavish banquet, everyone appeared quite restless. As the prolonged feast finally approached its conclusion, the noise in the hall suddenly escalated. Dumbledore then stood up, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Everyone held a shared sense of tension and anticipation. Well, I believe the Goblet of Fire has made its decision. Once the names of the champions are announced, I hope you will enter that room for your initial guidance. Dumbledore gestured towards a door behind the staff table, then waved his wand, extinguishing all the candles in the hall, save for the flickering light from the jack-o'-lanterns. In this dimly lit ambience, the Goblet of Fire glowed with a radiance brighter than ever before. The gathered crowd watched as the flames within the goblet transformed from blue-white to red, with sparks crackling and flying. Suddenly, a tongue of fire shot forth, and before the astonished crowd, a piece of parchment soared out. Dumbledore caught the parchment and declared in a clear, resonant voice, "The champion from Durmstrang is Victor Krum." Cheers and applause erupted throughout the hall as Krum rose from the Slytherin table and walked towards the room Dumbledore had indicated. Once he entered, the clamor of applause gradually subsided, and everyone anxiously looked to the goblet for the next name. "The champion from Beauxbatons," Dumbledore announced while holding aloft the second parchment, "is Fleur Delacour." At last, Elaine caught sight of the renowned Fleur, her stunning silvery hair shimmering and her eyes sparkling like silver, gliding towards the room with the grace of a delicate bird. An overwhelming excitement surged through the hall as the final champion was about to be revealed. Even knowing the outcome, Elaine felt swept up in the fervor, brimming with anticipation. The goblet once more blazed red, and the third parchment flew forth from the ascending flames. Dumbledore seized it and proclaimed, "The champion from Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory." Elaine joyfully high-fived Anna, the applause resonating deafeningly, particularly among the ecstatic Hufflepuffs. Everyone watched as Cedric stepped into the room behind the staff table. The cheers continued for a considerable time, but suddenly, the students closest to the goblet fell silent, gazing incredulously ahead. This odd stillness quickly spread to everyone, even Dumbledore, who stared solemnly at the fourth parchment that the goblet had produced. In the profound silence, Dumbledore cleared his throat and announced, "The fourth champion is Harry Potter." Harry sat rigidly at the long table, scarcely believing his ears. Surely this must be a dream. He noticed that his Gryffindor classmates were gaping at him, many casting curious glances in his direction. He had become the focal point of the entire hall. Suddenly, a crisp round of applause erupted, followed by a second and third, as he observed the equally astonished Hermione and Ron joining in the clapping. Gradually, the applause spread throughout the hall. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore called his name again. "Please come forward." "Go on, Harry," Hermione urged softly. All eyes were fixed on Harry as he made his way to Dumbledore. "This is so cool." George and Fred cheered Harry Potter. As he stood before Dumbledore, Harry's lips moved silently. "Enter that door, Harry," Dumbledore said with a reassuring smile. "Do not worry." With heavy steps, Harry walked through the door. The applause gradually faded, and everyone turned their gaze to Dumbledore, seeking an explanation. Unexpectedly, the goblet had chosen a fourth champion, and the circumstances surrounding this occurrence remained to be elucidated. I hereby declare the feast officially concluded. Chapter 80, Harry's Troubles. Even before the fourth parchment was revealed, Elaine had sensed that something was amiss. After Dumbledore announced the end of the feast, all the guests at the head table entered the small room behind the staff table, leaving the students in the hall to murmur about the events of the evening. Elaine approached the Slytherin table with a serious expression, and pulled Draco away. 8th floor. Room of Requirement. Hogwarts had infiltrated a new Death Eater. As soon as the door closed, Elaine eagerly exclaimed, "I've locked up little Barty Crouch." He won't be able to infiltrate Hogwarts. Draco's expression was equally grim, but not due to the events of the day. You imprisoned little Barty? When you said Moody was the real deal at the start of term, I didn't question it. Who knew you would do something so dangerous? Oh, is that the main point? Elaine stammered. Her anxious mood abruptly interrupted as she explained. During the chaos at the Quidditch World Cup, that dark mark was cast by little Barty. Draco recalled that day, when dark wizards wreaked havoc, and the Ministry was in a frenzy of arrests. He stared intently at Elaine before sighing. That was far too dangerous. Confronted with his worried expression, Elaine felt a twinge of guilt and replied, I promise to be more careful next time. No, he said, looking at her earnestly, I mean that in the future, if you undertake dangerous tasks, you should take me along. Now it was Elaine's turn to sigh. All right. With her response, Draco assumed a serious demeanor and picked up the topic they had previously diverged from. We cannot act rashly. We know our enemy is in the shadows. She approached the bookshelf housing spells, her fingers gliding over the spines of the tomes. You are right. I was somewhat impulsive. Voldemort, in his quest for resurrection, will undoubtedly seek Harry's presence. We have thwarted one, but there will be a second and a third. As long as Voldemort lives, the threat will persist. What shall we do? Draco's gaze followed her fingers. Harry had hardly slept a wink, longing for everything that transpired the previous night to be merely a figment of his imagination. Avoiding the gaze of his Gryffindor classmates, he emerged from the doorway and crossed paths with Hermione. She held up a piece of bread and said, I brought you some bread. Would you like to take a walk? Harry nodded gratefully. The November air in Hogwarts had turned brisk as they strolled down the lawn, the cold wind biting at their faces. As Harry nibbled on the bread, he recounted the events of the previous night in the small room to Hermione. I believe you, Harry, Hermione assured him, unwavering in her trust. Of course, I know you didn't enter your name. You were just as astonished as we were when Dumbledore called your name. He swallowed the last bite of bread, and Hermione's words lifted his heavy heart a little, though thoughts of Ron still cast a shadow over his mood. But Ron is convinced that I orchestrated this whole thing. Everyone thinks so except you. That's not the case, Harry. Harry gazed at Hermione in bewilderment, as she continued, yesterday. The first to applaud for you was Elaine, before anyone else had even registered the moment. She paused, and then a few claps echoed from the Slytherin table. The astute young witch concealed the truth that among the applauders were undoubtedly Malfoy and Peterson. Harry was momentarily taken aback, his expression transforming into one of peculiar discomfort, as though he had just ingested a mound of cockroaches. The Durmstrang ship lay anchored by the Black Lake, casting a dark shadow upon the water's surface. They watched as the clouds thickened gradually, as vapor brewed within the ominous skies, and as rain cascaded onto the ground. Ever since his name had emerged from the Goblet of Fire, Harry's once joyful school life had vanished without a trace. With the weekend at an end, he was compelled to confront the gazes of his classmates once more, fervently hoping they might grow accustomed to the notion of him being a champion. Perhaps then he could find some semblance of peace. The first class on Monday was herbology with Hufflepuff, and along the path from the dormitory to the greenhouse, suspicion and whispers trailed closely behind him. Harry could already envision the mockery he would endure during herbology class. Yet curiously, such occurrences did not materialize. Good morning, Harry. To his astonishment, Elaine, who had not graced the classroom since her exemption in first year, stood before him. Good morning, Elaine, he replied, having heard Hermione mention how Elaine's trust had deeply moved him. We all know you are not to blame for this. The true culprit lies elsewhere. Do not worry. We shall always stand by your side. Her gentle and measured tone effortlessly soothed Harry's anxious heart. Today's herbology lesson focused on transplanting bouncing bulbs, and the class concluded with an unexpected tranquility. Elaine's presence acted as a stabilizing anchor, not only calming Harry, but also silencing the chatter among his Hufflepuff peers. Poor Harry had endured enough. It was his hope that he might find some relief. The students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons would remain at Hogwarts for an entire academic year, attending classes alongside the 6th and 7th years. Aside from the dormitories, they could be seen anywhere within Hogwarts. Is anyone there? Accompanied by a knock, came Rosedale's voice. A Slytherin boy answered the door, his familiar brown-haired visage prompting a glimmer of recognition in Rosedale. Have we met before? Bernie, he replied with a slight smile. I attended Durmstrang for 2 years. Rosedale's memory clicked into place, recalling that this younger student had a friendly rapport with Crumb. What can I do for you, upperclassmen? Bernie inquired. Oh, I'm searching for an empty classroom to practice transfiguration. I've been scouring the first floor. He gestured helplessly. Finding an unoccupied room at Hogwarts was indeed a challenge. Let him in, Bernie, a soft female voice chimed. Bernie Peterson gestured for him to enter. Rosedale then caught sight of the witch who had spoken. She was clad in the yellow and black uniform of Hufflepuff, seated at a large table surrounded by several stacks of thick parchment. He recognized her, for few could evoke such warmth from Professor Serdiorm. "Hello, Mr. Rosedale," Elaine greeted, setting down her quill. "What a coincidence, Miss Bird," he replied, scratching his head. "I hope I'm not interrupting you." "Not at all. The classroom is quite spacious, so you needn't worry." Rosedale smiled and made his way to the back of the room, glancing at Peterson, who was seated across from her before the practice commenced. Chapter 81. Professor Serdiorm. As the evening deepened and the moon ascended the night sky, Elaine exhaled with relief upon completing her paperwork, finally able to enjoy a few days of respite. Her complaints to Hermione had not been entirely fabricated. She had indeed taken charge of the Bird family's enterprises, excluding those in America, but it was not as dire as she had portrayed. Her grandfather was correct. Bernie was a commendable assistant, having inherited his father's keen insight. "Let's send these out in the next few days," Elaine instructed softly, tapping her fingers on the table. Caution was essential regarding the partnership with the Malfoy family. Uncle Lucius would not overlook a single galleon's worth of profit. The collaboration between the Birds and Malfoys extended beyond mere alchemical workshops. "Understood." Bernie sorted through the documents, dispatching them based on urgency and significance. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "If my information is correct, Draco is the one responsible for the collaboration on their end." "Draco? Is he aware that I am his point of contact?" Elaine inquired. Bernie shook his head before nodding. "As we have just taken over these matters, he likely remains unaware. But it is only a matter of time before he receives word. He can probably surmise some of Uncle Malfoy's intentions, merely seeking to provide Draco with opportunities while grooming him as an heir. The question remains as to your stance. Let us proceed according to the established protocols. We shall not relinquish any of the benefits that rightfully belong to us." A mischievous smile graced her lips. Everyone must rely on their own merit. After Bernie organized the documents, Elaine rose and headed towards the door. "Let us go. It's time for dinner," Bernie quickly reminded. "Rosedale is still here." Turning back, she noticed the boy in the crimson uniform diligently practicing spells at the back of the classroom. Upon observing him for a moment, she approached during a brief respite. An impressive silent spell. A gray rabbit lay curled on the floor. Rosedale blushed. "I'm far from proficient. I merely managed to conjure its shape." Indeed, the rabbit was not yet animated like a genuine creature. "That is already quite impressive," Elaine praised. "Transforming a bench into a rabbit is no small feat. I could do it too, but mastering silent spells is a rarity among students." The compliment from a beautiful girl left Rosedale feeling somewhat bashful. "We are heading to the Great Hall for dinner. Would you care to join us, Mr. Rosedale?" Elaine invited. "Mr. Rosedale sounds rather odd. Just call me Bjorn," he replied, stowing away his wand and following Elaine and Bernie toward the hall. They exchanged names along the way. "Elaine, I wanted to ask you about Professor Serdiorm. I saw him walking with you the other day. If it's not too inconvenient to discuss," he hesitated, having harbored the question for several days. "There's nothing to hide. He is my grandfather," Elaine responded. "I noticed you both seem to have a certain trepidation around him. Is he particularly stern at school?" Bjorn pondered for a moment before articulating, "Not overly stern, but the professor is quite serious. He rarely smiles. Which is why everyone was so surprised that day." Sensing his words might have been inappropriate, he hurriedly added, "Of course, I'm not speaking ill of the professor. He takes his responsibilities towards us very seriously." Elaine smiled knowingly. "I understand. He must have much to discuss with Professor McGonagall." "Professor McGonagall?" Bernie clarified. "She is also a professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts, and is known for her fairness. Additionally, she serves as the head of Gryffindor House." Andrew indeed shared many topics with McGonagall, as both held teaching positions at the magical school, and they likely had a wealth of ideas to exchange regarding the field of transfiguration. Just then, Andrew stood at the podium, clad in a flowing black robe. Professor McGonagall stood at the front, speaking authoritatively. "Without a doubt, Professor Serdiorm is an exceptional teacher of transfiguration, having achieved numerous accolades in the field." This class comprised students from both Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Draco discreetly exchanged glances with Elaine, seated beside him. "Is your grandfather here to teach us?" Receiving the signal, Elaine silently shook her head. "He hasn't mentioned anything to me." Applause erupted as Andrew first acknowledged Professor McGonagall before ascending the podium. Invited by Professor McGonagall, "I shall conduct today's lesson on transfiguration." The students gazed apprehensively at Professor Thaddeus, who stood at the front of the classroom, his demeanor exceedingly austere and serious. He was the type of wizard who might cast a malevolent curse should one err or fail to pay attention. Could someone enlighten me on your previous progress? The young badgers exchanged glances, and amidst their admiration, Elaine quietly raised her hand. Page 73 of Intermediate Transfiguration, on how to transform a hedgehog into a coaster. Thus, today's lesson would delve into the concept of animagus. Unlike the general transfiguration that transforms wizards into animals, an animagus is a wizard who can metamorphose into an animal while retaining their magical powers. Andrew observed the rising interest among the young witches and wizards with satisfaction. Though his expression remained inscrutable, after the lesson concluded, the students enthusiastically discussed their envisioned animagus forms. Professor Thaddeus had just demonstrated his own animagus form, that of an African lion, an awe-inspiring sight. I never anticipated that my grandfather's animagus would be a lion, Elaine remarked as she exited the classroom alongside Draco. Had you never seen it before? Draco inquired curiously. Elaine was certain this was her first encounter, as he had never mentioned such matters at home. Grandmother Eva would conduct special training sessions with her at home, while Andrew seemingly had never instructed her in transfiguration, apart from today. But speaking of which, did Professor Thaddeus not glance at me several times during class? Despite it being a question, Draco spoke with utmost certainty. He could sense the weight of the other's gaze scrutinizing him, both overtly and covertly. Did he? Elaine blinked. Didn't he feel it at all? Of course. It could be my imagination. Perhaps he was merely scanning the students, she amended. Elaine smiled without a word. The Charms classroom is quite a distance away. At our current pace, we might be late, Draco remarked, glancing at the time. Then let us run, Elaine exclaimed, seizing his hand. And as sunlight filtered through the deep corridor, they dashed towards the Charms classroom. Chapter 82, Draco's Jealousy. The morning mist enveloped the air, laden with moisture. Hogwarts awoke from its tranquil slumber, heralding the dawn of a new day. Owls flapped their wings energetically as they streamed into the great hall. One owl bearing a particularly heavy parcel. Elaine promptly unwrapped the package, placing it aside, and offered it some bread and biscuits. Poor Alice, you have worked hard, she murmured as Alice hooted appreciatively. Suddenly, a robust eagle owl landed on the table, clutching a box, its head cocked as it fixed its gaze on Elaine. She tapped the box. It was filled with an assortment of sweets. No need for speculation. It must surely be a gift from Narcissa. Merlin, what on earth is this? Anna exclaimed, hastily handing the newspaper to Elaine. Elaine, this is pure slander. The article was a report on the Triwizard Tournament, and at a glance, Elaine noticed the most prominent position featured the fourth champion, Harry Potter, entangled in a web of romantic intrigues. What nonsense is this? Elaine mused, perplexed. It detailed an ugly scar, a grim memento of a tragic past, and as he spoke of his parents, his emerald eyes brimmed with tears, attributing his strength in the Triwizard Tournament to them. Rather than a report on the tournament, it resembled a sensationalized account of Harry's personal life. The other three champions were mentioned only in the final line, with one name even misspelled. Anna cautiously observed Elaine's expression, fearing the article might provoke her ire. For in the next edition, extravagant language depicted Harry Potter's romantic escapades. Hermione Granger, born into a Muggle family, was portrayed as stunningly beautiful and academically gifted. His first love, inseparable from him at school. Yet, amidst this pure and beautiful relationship, the shadow of another individual loomed. Miss Bird from Norway, of illustrious lineage, possessed a striking beauty entirely different from Hermione's. It was reported that the two witches often vied for Harry's affection, even coming to blows. And Harry's stance was ambiguous. One was his Scarlet Woman in Gryffindor, the other his White Moonlight in Hufflepuff. I'm fine, Elaine stated calmly in response to Anna's concerned gaze. An article that offends a multitude, Rita Skeeter is finished. Perhaps due to its absurdity, the article was regarded as a joke by many. Only Anna sensed the calmness behind Elaine's demeanor as a prelude to an impending storm. In the deserted corridor, a pair stood beneath the dim light. Harry's White Moonlight? Jealousy? From the moment he glimpsed the newspaper that morning, Draco's heart felt as if it had been pricked by a multitude of needles, stirring a vexing jealousy within him. Elaine sighed. Do you truly believe such nonsensical drivel? I dare say there is not a single truthful word in that article. Draco tightened his lips, flames of jealousy spreading within him. Do you not know the nature of my relationship with Harry, or my connection to Hermione? Besides, you are well aware of Rita Skeeter's character. He certainly knew the report was false, yet beyond jealousy, other emotions surged within him. Concern, confusion, fear. They had not even officially established their relationship. Elaine attempted to soothe him with explanations, but seeing Draco's prolonged silence, she felt a tinge of annoyance. You had better cease before my patience runs thin. I am merely Draco's eyelashes fluttered, his mouth opening and closing. How could he articulate his unease, admitting to fears that the article might hold some truth? That he feared he was unworthy of such a radiant and exceptional person? This hesitance irked her, and in a fit of frustration, she seized Draco's tie, yanking him down, and in his astonished gaze, she pressed her lips against his. Recovering from his shock, Draco turned the tables, cradling her head as he deepened the kiss. After a considerable time, they parted, breathless. Are you a dog? Elaine glared at him, gingerly touching her slightly bruised lips. He had been rather rough. Her pale fingertips contrasted sharply against her swollen lips, and Draco's breath was heavy, his gaze a tempest of emotions. My apologies, he murmured, his Adam's apple bobbing as he tucked a stray hair behind Elaine's ear. Are you still jealous? Elaine inquired, a teasing glint in her eyes. Recalling their recent actions, a blush crept onto Draco's cheeks, and he felt fortunate it was night, concealing his embarrassment. In the entrance hall, Filch was checking off names one by one as students were permitted to leave. Today marked the first weekend of the school year to Hogsmeade, and he was determined to prevent any unauthorized students from slipping away. The relationship between Harry and Ron remained strained. His best friend steadfastly refused to believe him. Don't be like that, Harry, Hermione urged beside him. He is just envious of you. Envious of me? Envious of the chaos surrounding my name? Harry retorted, somewhat irritated. Think about it. His best friend is the renowned savior. Ron has several brothers to compete with, and whenever he walks alongside you, all eyes are on you, leaving him perpetually overlooked. Then you can tell him I would gladly welcome him to take my place, bearing the scar on his forehead for all to gawk at. Harry replied, thoroughly displeased. I want to relay that for you. You must convey it yourself to resolve the issue, Hermione stated decisively. He is going to Hogsmeade with George and Fred today. I hope you both can sit down and have a proper conversation. Wait, you're not going? Harry asked, momentarily taken aback as Hermione turned to leave. Hermione sighed, I'm swamped with work. I simply have no time to visit Hogsmeade. Promise me, Harry, that you will have a proper conversation with Ron, will you? She was weary of being caught in the middle of two feuding individuals, acting as a mere messenger or translator. When both Harry and Ron were present, it was not the two of them who felt suffocated, but rather her. All right. Harry lowered his head, contemplating that perhaps, as Hermione suggested, they indeed needed to have a serious discussion. He watched Hermione ascend the intricate staircase, a flicker of curiosity crossing his mind. What could Hermione possibly be preoccupied with? The door to the room of requirement was silently pushed open, and Elaine lifted her gaze from the book resting on her lap. What's wrong? You don't look too cheerful. Hermione settled beside Elaine, having located the book she had left unfinished. Nothing, it's not a big deal. Elaine scrutinized her expression, and upon confirming that she was indeed fine, returned to her reading. However, as Elaine raised her head, Hermione keenly noticed the subtle tension in her friend's lips, and a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Are you and Draco together? Huh. Elaine responded, puzzled. Hermione gestured towards her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With the intensity of her gaze causing Elaine to close her book, she decided to seize the moment before the others arrived to confide in her close friend. Not exactly. After a brief explanation, Hermione began to understand, so they had not yet officially affirmed their romantic relationship. Of course, how could you be considered a couple without a formal confession? Undeniably, over the years, she had gradually developed feelings for Draco, but that did not mean the necessary steps could be overlooked. To her, a healthy romance must commence with a sincere declaration of affection. Well, I hope he can grasp that point, Hermione remarked. Grasp what? Draco, Bernie, and Theodore entered in succession. Hearing Hermione's words as they opened the door, the two witches exchanged a glance and waved their hands dismissively. Nothing. Chapter 83. The first task, November 24th, Tuesday, 2 p.m. It was a cold afternoon, yet the fervent spirits of the attendees rendered them unperturbed by the chill, as they congregated in groups, laughing and chatting, en route to witness the first task. As the stands gradually filled, the judges took their seats in the front row, from left to right. Maxime, Crouch, Dumbledore, and Karkaroff. Behind them were several Hogwarts board members, and Elaine even spotted Sirius. Hey Elaine! He was clad in a burgundy velvet suit, cheerfully greeting his protégé's friend. But his mood shifted almost instantly. How have you been, Sirius? Elaine took a seat beside him, Draco at her side. Quite well. Sirius's charming eyes sparkled with mischief as his gaze lingered on their intertwined hands for a moment. The Malfoy lad is no good. In the next instant, he saw the same Malfoy-style grin adorning Draco's face as he retorted, I believe regardless of whether I am a good person, Elaine will still fancy me. Feeling the grip on her hand tighten, Elaine decided to echo his sentiment. Draco was right. No matter what, she would always like him. The sight of the young couple exchanging affectionate glances left Sirius with no room for rebuttal, and he turned away to keep his thoughts to himself. Fortunately, the competition commenced shortly thereafter. Ms. Hooch stood beneath the stands and blew her whistle, while Ludo Bagman hurriedly emerged from a tent at the edge of the arena. He returned to the commentary position, microphone in hand, and called out, presenting our first champion, Cedric Diggory. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Cedric made his entrance, unaware of the formidable challenge he was about to face. As the Swedish short-snout dragon was led into the arena by its handler, an anticipatory silence fell over the audience, leaving only Bagman's voice in its wake. In this first task of the Triwizard Tournament, the champions were to seize the golden egg from the clutches of the dragon, with the judges scoring based on their performance. And now the competition begins. In the stillness, Cedric sprang into action, all eyes fixated on his every move. An impressive transfiguration. Cedric transformed a rock into a Newfoundland dog, intending to draw the dragon's attention. The black hound dashed towards the dragon, barking provocatively. The dragon is pursuing the hound. Now is the moment. With Bagman's exhilarating commentary, Cedric approached the golden egg, and Elaine found herself holding her breath in fear of disturbing the contest. Alas! Just as he was about to touch the egg, a tremendous roar erupted behind him, followed by a searing blue flame. Cedric instinctively rolled to the ground, evading most of the fiery onslaught, though a portion still singed him. Gasps and exclamations of concern filled the air. Unfortunately, his tactic did not yield the desired effect. It was far too perilous. Wait, what is that? Bagman exclaimed with wide eyes, nearly losing his voice in excitement. Yes, got it. Yes, holding the golden egg. The dragon was hot on his heels, but the dog had once again captured its attention, oblivious to the egg's disappearance. As Cedric stumbled across the finish line with the golden egg clutched in his arms, a wave of exhilaration surged through the crowd, cheers erupting like a tidal wave. Although he suffered burns from the flames, resulting in varying degrees of deductions from the judges, Cedric still managed to score 38 points. The first champion had concluded, and 3 more awaited their turn. As the whistle blew again, Bagman shouted, "Next up, Miss Delacour." Fleur's opponent was a Welsh green dragon, a native breed of fire dragon in Britain, known for breathing flames from between its thin jaws. So when this dragon, lulled to sleep by Fleur's charm, began to snore, flames erupted alongside its snores, scorching Fleur as she stealthily approached the golden egg. Oh, so close. I thought she had it. What a pity. The audience echoed Bagman's sentiments of regret. Clever Fleur used her wand to conjure a jet of water to extinguish the flames, intending to seek another opportunity. 10 minutes later, cheers erupted once more from the stands. Now judges, please score the champions. Moments later, the third whistle blew, and this time it was Crum's turn. As the Quidditch star made his entrance, the arena erupted with even more fervent applause, with many wizards shouting his name. Crum was set to face a Chinese fireball dragon. Quite audacious. As soon as he entered, Crum cast a stunning spell, temporarily blinding the dragon. The blinded Chinese fireball became extremely agitated, emitting a horrifying scream and unleashing mushroom-shaped fireballs from its nostrils. Crum deftly evaded the fireballs, reaching the location of the golden egg. Merlin. The dragon has crushed several real dragon eggs. Crum's eyes narrowed. This was his moment. With remarkable courage, he seized the golden egg. Crum's stellar performance earned him a score of 40 points, the highest thus far. And now we have one final champion yet to perform. The previous 3 have demonstrated both wisdom and bravery, so let us welcome Mr. Potter to the stage. Sirius visibly tensed, aware of the correspondence he had received from Harry, revealing the conspiracy targeting him. Harry will be fine, Draco reassured Elaine, who was visibly anxious. We all know that. Elaine took a deep breath, acknowledging the unexpected twists that had unfolded. Ever since Harry had been named a champion, her heart had hung in a state of suspense, fearing that her impulsiveness might exacerbate the situation. As Harry made his entrance amidst the anxious and expectant gazes of the crowd, a gasp rippled through the audience. Good heavens! It's a Hungarian horntail. A colossal creature resembling a lizard, the Hungarian horntail, crouched at the far end of the arena, its black scales glinting with bronze spikes that shimmered ominously. How reminiscent this scene was of a vividly colored dream. As the thousands of faces in the audience transformed into a mere void in Harry's perception, he concentrated all his thoughts, casting aside distractions. Only in this manner could he summon that which represented his hope. The firebolt soared through the air. The sound of the broom slicing through the atmosphere echoed from afar. And there, a voice cried out in excitement. Following the sound, a firebolt streaked through the air, gracefully navigating the edge of the forbidden forest before landing steadily beside Harry. Bagman was nearly beside himself with joy. He had conjured the flying broom. Look, Harry Potter has taken to the skies on his broom. He was an exceptional seeker. And now he had returned to his most familiar territory. As the figures in the stands shrank into insignificance, Harry understood that this was merely a game of Quidditch. He was not facing the ferocious Horntail, but rather another formidable team. The flames it breathed were nothing more than the quaffle soaring through the air. There it is. The golden egg is nestled before the dragon's forelegs. The commentator relayed in real time. A resplendent golden egg lay amidst a cluster of pale dragon eggs, vigilantly guarded by the dragon. The firebolt dove, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. He is going for it. Can he succeed? Oh, the dragon was not easily deceived. Undeterred, Harry continued to spiral, searching for another opportunity. Elaine watched as Harry deftly evaded flame after flame, her heart synchronizing with his every maneuver. Ah! A sharp scream and a chorus of disappointed sighs erupted as Harry was pierced in the shoulder by a spike on the dragon's tail. Twisting, ascending, diving. As the horntail grew increasingly agitated, Harry plummeted like a small aircraft, his eyes locked on the golden egg. Then he released his grip on the firebolt, cradling the golden egg in his arms. Look! Our smallest champion has secured the golden egg with unparalleled speed. Cheers erupted, echoing through the heavens. Countless voices calling his name in celebration of this momentous victory. Harry, I knew you could do it, Sirius shouted excitedly. After a brief treatment for his wound, Harry emerged from the tent to witness the scoring. Before he could lift the curtain, Hermione and Ron came barreling toward him like cannonballs. Why not go take a look? Draco remarked, glancing at the trio embracing over there. Rather than that, I think you should see what's behind us. Amid Elaine's suppressed laughter, Draco slowly turned around to find a throng of Durmstrang students, led by Crumb, advancing in this direction. They were not the focus. The spotlight was on Cedric Diggory, striding at the forefront in impeccably tailored wizarding robes, his piercing gaze exuding an air of authority. Hurry up, hang that banner, they're returning. What about the cake? Is it ready? Coming. The Hufflepuff common room was alive with excitement as Elaine and a couple of badgers hurriedly entered, carrying several cakes from the wooden barrels. The cakes are here. A seventh-year girl quickly took the offerings from their hands. The common room had been festively adorned, tables laden with various snacks and treats, accompanied by pitchers of juice and an inexplicably acquired butterbeer. The cakes they brought were also placed among them. Banners depicting Cedric securing the golden egg hung on the walls, and stars adorned the ceiling. This was indeed a rare occasion, and everyone had longed to celebrate. 5 minutes later, Cedric opened the door to the common room. Surprise! Streamers and fireworks filled the air, and Cedric's eyes sparkled, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The badgers surrounded him, erupting into cheers. This celebration lasted nearly the entire night, leaving everyone with panda eyes the next day, exchanging glances of weariness. Fortunately, the fourth years had history of magic first thing in the morning, allowing them to catch up on lost sleep. What did you all do yesterday? You all look so lethargic, Hermione inquired, noting the unusual state of her classmates. Although many had dozed off in history of magic before, it was never to the extent of collapsing as soon as they entered the classroom. Elaine yawned. We celebrated all night. Everyone had too much fun, and nearly overslept this morning. Hermione paused in her reading, contemplating. Gryffindor was the same. George and Fred went to the kitchen, and brought back a mountain of goodies. I saw them in the kitchen. I even recommended a bunch of little cakes to them. The professor drifted lazily from the wall, and Elaine opened her textbook, finding a comfortable position to sleep as he uttered his first words. She requested Hermione to remember to wake her at the end of class. As December arrived, Hogwarts was often accompanied by fierce winds and sleet, the draft howling through the corridors. Only by the fireplace was there a semblance of comfort. At the pinnacle of the North Tower, Elaine finally recognized the advantages of the old-fashioned tea room that served as the divination classroom. The dim, flickering candlelight combined with the roaring fireplace rendered every corner of the room delightfully warm. Even in winter, Professor Trelawney had not abandoned her layers of chains, which clinked softly as she wandered from one end of the classroom to the other, murmuring cryptically. What is that smell? Elaine inquired, her nose twitching at a scent different from the usual cloying spices. It was a rich aroma reminiscent of walnuts, oddly pleasant. That's sherry, a type of white wine from Spain, Bernie replied. Elaine pressed on. Have you tasted it? What does it taste like? Bernie recollected. It's quite nice. Sherry is often described as bottled Spanish sunshine. In the next moment, he noticed Elaine's eyes sparkling, her face brimming with eagerness to sample it. I remember there are 2 wineries in the estate Mr. Bird entrusted you with. Although they don't produce sherry, I imagine finding some authentic wine shouldn't pose a problem. Very well, Bernie. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Chapter 85. The Beetle. After class. Everyone dawdled to lift the trapdoor and leave the classroom, wishing they could linger in the warmth a little longer. With no afternoon classes, Elaine yearned to curl up in the common room for the entire afternoon, leisurely enjoying snacks by the fireplace while listening to the Badger's gossip. May I remind you? This morning an owl delivered new documents needing attention. Bernie interrupted her daydream with a smile. Oh, very well. I hope this busy pace doesn't lead to my untimely demise. Once all the students had exited, they began to tidy up their books in preparation to leave the classroom. Wait. Elaine gestured for a moment of pause, whispering, hand me a container. Bernie scanned the room and retrieved an empty glass bottle from a shelf at the front of the classroom, offering it to her. With a sharp clap, Elaine inverted the glass bottle onto a cabinet filled with crystal balls. Look what I've discovered. An illegal animagus. Elaine observed the beetle in the bottle and, upon hearing this, it suddenly startled, flapping its wings and buzzing against the glass. You best not entertain any foolish notions, since I can recognize you. I possess the ability to make you disappear without you even realizing it. After sealing the bottle, Elaine departed the classroom with her newfound prize. That unscrupulous journalist? Bernie pondered aloud, trailing behind her. Generally, you rarely display disdain for anyone. The last person to provoke your ire was that rambling Rita Skeeter. Yes, that is her. The wind howled outside the tower as they descended the staircase. It was right here, Bernie, that you vowed to become my most trusted subordinate. Recalling the scene from last year when he first arrived at Hogwarts, Bernie smiled. Can I ask myself if I have succeeded? After a brief pause, Elaine reflected. If I had other subordinates, you could still compete with them. But unfortunately, miss, I currently possess only one subordinate, Bernie interjected, echoing her sentiments. Does that not make one feel somewhat impoverished? To have but a single subordinate? Of course, she did not imply any disdain for Bernie, for he was capable of outshining several others. On the contrary, Honored was far busier than she, juggling the affairs of the Bird family and the responsibilities of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. One could only wonder how many subordinates he had to share the burden. Are you inquiring about the family or the ministry? The two-way mirror reflected Honored's visage, his hands clasped beneath his chin. The family, I suppose. Bernie and I spent the entire afternoon managing paperwork. Elaine sighed as she sat at her vanity, feeling rather worn. There are 6 of some renown, Honored elucidated. Eric Peterson oversees these matters, while the others follow his lead. And what of the ministry? Elaine's curiosity was met with Honored's unwavering attention as he uncrossed his hands and leaned back in his chair. The ministry has far more. The Norwegian ministry is rife with incompetents who occupy positions without merit. After years of restructuring, the key positions are filled with individuals I have personally elevated. The Minister of Magic is merely a figurehead. Elaine gasped softly. Isn't that tantamount to rendering the Minister of Magic powerless? This implies that the next minister must be you. Indeed, Honored replied with a slight smile, his eyes glimmering with assured confidence. Elaine clapped her hands in delight. At Hogwarts, many students of remarkable ability hail from less prominent families, deprived of financial resources and connections. Most of them are destined to remain commonplace within the wizarding world. Ambitious individuals, however, are unlikely to settle for mediocrity. Grant them an opportunity, and they shall not disappoint. Unlike Durmstrang, which only admits purebloods, Hogwarts welcomes students of diverse backgrounds. In the vast sea of applicants, one can always find a few gems. Honored imparted his wisdom to his daughter, his gentle voice weaving a narrative. Since you trust Bernie Peterson, why not entrust him with this task? It will serve as a test of both his capabilities and his loyalty. After this council, Elaine meticulously devised a plan to expand her subordinates, her enthusiasm evident as she declared, I understand. This matter will be placed on the agenda. Then, shifting the topic, she added, Father, did you know that grandfather is currently at Hogwarts? He has come as a representative of Durmstrang. Honored raised an eyebrow, clearly unaware of this development. Realizing her father's ignorance, Elaine understood that her grandfather had not disclosed the scene she had witnessed. You are hiding something from me, Honored stated with certainty. Just a tiny secret, Elaine replied, gesturing a minuscule distance with her thumb and forefinger. Well, my child has grown up and now possesses her own little secrets, he sighed, mimicking her gesture. Elaine smiled silently, hoping that Draco would not suffer too greatly upon discovery. Let's end this conversation for now. We shall speak later. Farewell, Father. After terminating the connection, Honored straightened his posture, his expression turning serious. once again embodying the formidable director of the Department of Law Enforcement at the Ministry. Bernie had inherited his father's diligence, yet the recruitment of talent required careful deliberation, necessitating evaluation from all angles. There was no need for haste. Take your time. If a suitable candidate arises, splendid. If not, so be it. Elaine fiddled with the tightly sealed glass jar, within which an unsightly beetle was being jostled about. The matter entrusted to Bernie was not urgent. However, this creature needed to be dealt with promptly. Rita Skeeter? Draco's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the beetle within the jar. Yes, she is an illegal animagus, having transformed into a beetle to eavesdrop during divination class, and I caught her in the act. From this vantage point, one could see the Durmstrang ship bobbing amidst the tempest of the Black Lake. Draco cast a disdainful glance at the beetle. Skeeter had also attended care of magical creatures class, a truly persistent nuisance. He approached the window, standing beside Elaine as they both gazed out into the howling cold wind. Leave it to me to handle, he offered. Elaine nodded, indifferent to who would manage the matter, as long as that revolting beetle ceased its repugnant antics. Christmas is fast approaching. She leaned her head gently against Draco's shoulder, and together they watched the swirling snowflakes descend, settling upon the already snow-covered ground. Elaine, what do you think of this pale yellow dress? No, it's far too juvenile. Ever since the professors announced the hosting of a Christmas ball, the witches of Hogwarts had become extraordinarily excited. They flocked in groups, whispering in the corridors, occasionally erupting into fits of laughter as they eagerly discussed dresses and accessories. Elaine sat on her bed, observing Anna rummaging through her belongings, her bed already overwhelmed with an array of dresses. Didn't the school supply list specify that we should bring a formal gown? You could simply wear the one you brought. Absolutely not. Anna protested loudly. I had no idea this was for the Yule Ball before the term began. Besides, I no longer fancy that dress. Perhaps you could search in the Witch Fashion magazine? Elaine suggested, noting that there was still time to have something custom made. What a splendid idea. Anna's eyes lit up, finally abandoning her poor wardrobe to start rifling through her bookshelf. Chapter 86, Christmas Gifts. As Christmas drew nearer, excitement bubbled over among the students, particularly those in fourth year and above, most of whom would not be returning home. When Professor McGonagall informed Harry that the ball would commence with a dance featuring champions and their partners, his expression soured as if he had bitten into a rotten egg. He could not even dance, let alone find a partner. He would rather face a dragon again. What's so difficult about it? Ron exclaimed incredulously. Just look at those girls who are eager to invite you. Simply accept one of their offers, and it's sorted. Harry scratched his head in frustration, recalling how several girls had indeed invited him over the past few days. There was a second-year girl he did not know, and a fifth-year girl who was even a few inches taller than he. They're only interested because of the title of champion. If I weren't one, they wouldn't spare me a glance. Moreover, a vague figure flitted through his mind, but he felt utterly hopeless. In the warm Gryffindor common room, the students chatted idly. After inviting Angelina, Fred and George lounged on the back of a sofa, observing Harry fret over his lack of a partner. If you ask, no one will refuse you, Fred asserted. But it's not that simple, Harry hesitated. Well, you'd best hurry. Good girls are quite popular, George remarked, exchanging glances with Fred. Come on, brother. We need to get this letter sent before nightfall. Letter? What letter? Ron queried suspiciously. It's George's invitation to his dance partner. Hermione rushed in, sitting across from them, clutching a hefty book. You won't believe what I just saw outside. What? Ron and Harry asked curiously. I saw a Durmstrang student invite Elaine, she said, glancing at Harry. Durmstrang. Did she accept? Harry inquired almost immediately. Of course not, Hermione shrugged, because she had already agreed to go with Draco Malfoy. That pesky Slytherin, Ron muttered. The scene shifted back half an hour earlier, where Elaine and Hermione descended the staircase arm in arm. Behind them, Draco, Bernie, and Theodore engaged in a discussion regarding defensive magic, having just concluded their studies in the room of requirement. A student from Durmstrang suddenly stepped in front of them. Hermione paused for a moment, silently loosening her arms, while Elaine stared at Rosedale in front of her, equally taken aback. Bjorn, is there something you need? He stated directly. May I invite you to be my partner for the Christmas ball? I'm sorry, but she already has a partner, came the response. As they had noticed this even before Rosedale had appeared. At this, Draco could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Rosedale disregarded the suddenly vocal wizard, and continued to gaze at Elaine, awaiting her reply. I'm truly sorry, Bjorn, but I do have a partner. Elaine declined with a hint of regret. No worries, then I wish you both a delightful time at the ball. Rosedale's expression darkened slightly. After finishing his words with a smile, he turned and walked away, never casting a glance at Malfoy. Hermione glanced at Draco, who was asserting his claim, and then at Elaine, who seemed to indulge him, feeling she should not be there. I'll head back to the dormitory now. See you tomorrow. Hey, aren't you coming for dinner? Elaine called out to Hermione's retreating figure. You all go ahead. I'm not hungry yet. Elaine playfully twisted Draco's arm, and upon seeing him grimace in pain, she released her grip. Was it really that exaggerated? It truly hurt, Draco lamented pitifully. Seeing him suddenly appear uncertain, Elaine expressed concern. Does it really hurt that much? Just give it a rub, and it won't hurt anymore. Elaine shot him an exasperated look, but nonetheless began to massage his arm. Bernie, observing the flirtatious banter between the two, sighed inwardly and then carelessly asked Theodore, Have you found a partner yet? Theodore cast him a blank stare and coldly replied, No need for your concern. Undeterred by the rebuff, Bernie remained unruffled, for he already had a partner. In fact, Elaine had received more than one invitation to be a dance partner. As one of the finest witches at Hogwarts, her popularity exceeded even her own expectations. Of course, I dare say that if it weren't for Malfoy's watchful presence, the number of invitations you received would at least double, Anna chuckled, delighted to witness the gossip of her roommates, adding much joy to her campus life. Elaine could hardly fathom that she would one day be troubled by an abundance of invitations, but it wouldn't be long before her concerns faded away. For Christmas had arrived. Merry Christmas, Elaine. Ha, Merry Christmas, Anna. With a yawn, Elaine sleepily pulled back the bed curtains, only to be jolted awake by something on the carpet that pricked her foot, causing her to emit a short, sharp scream. Anna was startled as well, and upon closer inspection, she discovered that Elaine's bedside was cluttered with boxes of all sizes, and many were also strewn about her own side. It's our Christmas gifts. In previous years, gifts were placed beneath the Christmas tree in the common room, but this year they had been brought into the dormitory. Elaine muttered, glancing at the carpet that was now impassable. Perhaps it's because nearly everyone stayed at school this year, Anna casually replied. Noting that it was her first Christmas at Hogwarts, she unwrapped the topmost package. Hey Elaine, it's the gift you sent me. I love this. In her hands was a light green scarf adorned with bright red stripes, embroidered with the emblem of the Café Early Slingshot team, perfectly matching the team's uniform. This was her favorite Quidditch team, one that had won the Quidditch World Cup champion title 18 times. This year, Elaine's Christmas parcels were noticeably more numerous than in previous years, with a significant portion coming from the heads of various enterprises under the Bird umbrella. This included the two wineries Bernie had mentioned, which had sent not only fine sherry and products from their own estate, but also wines from various renowned vineyards. Additionally, there was a gift from Durmstrang, a model of the Durmstrang ship gifted by Jorn Rosedale, nearly identical in size to the actual vessel. Chapter 87, At the Christmas Ball. Anna, your taste is impeccable, Elaine exclaimed as she applied a luscious lipstick before the mirror, its texture smooth and its color beautiful. I'm so glad you like it. I thought of you the moment I saw it. Anna replied joyfully. Anoda's gift had remained unchanged for over a decade, still consisting of jewelry, though this time it was crafted from pearls, each one plump and round. Andrew and Eva had each gifted her a rare tome on magical circles and a bracelet, which according to Eva, was once Vivian's, Elaine's mother's, favorite piece of jewelry from her youth. Elaine immediately slipped the bracelet onto her left wrist. The gifts from her Hogwarts classmates were largely similar. Stationery and sweets would always be a safe choice, while the girls exchanged jewelry and cosmetics. This year, however, Professor Snape's gift was particularly intriguing. Elaine regarded the light-colored wand in the box with a complex expression. The smooth wand bore no markings whatsoever. Without hesitation, she could identify its materials. Red cedar, unicorn tail hair, 12, 5 inches, and resistant to bending. This wand had accompanied her for decades. She had thought it lost after her demise, yet here it was. Elaine closed the lid and tucked it alongside the bottles into her pocket watch. Perhaps one day it would see the light again. The unwrapping had consumed the entirety of the morning. Perhaps determined to showcase the splendor of Hogwarts to both Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, the castle was adorned exquisitely. As usual, 12 decorated Christmas trees lined either side of the Great Hall, while shimmering ribbons and baubles floated from the ceiling, with even the corridors meticulously decorated. Outside the castle, snow fell thickly, dusting the light blue carriages of Beauxbatons with a layer of frost, and the Durmstrang ship was coated in ice. Not to mention the endless frost that surrounded it. As far as the eye could see, everything was blanketed in white. Elaine enjoyed a lavish lunch in the Great Hall, where hundreds of turkeys and countless Christmas puddings were laid out on the long tables. After lunch, the hall was almost half empty. Why did they all leave? Ron queried, watching the witches hurry away. Of course, They're going back to prepare for the ball tonight. Hermione looked at him incredulously, unable to comprehend how Ron could be so oblivious. What? But the ball doesn't start until 8. Ron exclaimed. What preparations could possibly take several hours? Hermione wore an expression that suggested he was utterly clueless, and Ron turned his gaze toward Harry, who was equally confused. Having spotted George and Fred inviting them to a snowball fight, Hermione cast a glance at the two oblivious boys. I'm going back to prepare as well. Who are you going with? Ron shouted, but Hermione had already started up the stairs, leaving him with a wave of her hand. Getting ready could indeed take a considerable amount of time for the girls. The Hufflepuff common room was filled with boys dressed in various formal attire, pacing around the room as they awaited the appearance of their partners. Outside the Hufflepuff common room, another group of boys awaited eagerly. They were students from other houses. In the entrance hall on the first floor, many were also gathered, as the Great Hall wouldn't open its doors until 8. Harry and Ron struggled to navigate through the crowd in search of their partners. A flurry of excitement ensued as Fleur arrived with her partner. She wore a stunning silver gray satin gown, prompting Ron to quickly hide behind Harry, attempting to shield himself from the sight of his old lace-trimmed dress robes. Have you seen Hermione and Elaine? Harry inquired. Ron glanced around, spotting a group of Hufflepuffs and Slytherins coming up from the dungeon, his eyes widening. Elaine is over there. Leading the group was Elaine, dressed in a blue-gray gown, her radiant golden hair elegantly styled atop her head, with a necklace made of flowers and butterflies adorning her long, fair neck. Beside her, Draco was adorned in a velvet gown of the same hue, their exquisite and harmonious appearance eliciting envy from onlookers. Before he could take a closer look, the grand oak doors abruptly swung open, and Professor McGonagall emerged, proclaiming loudly, "The champions have arrived. They are utterly mesmerized by your presence." Draco, with a playful smile, leaned closer to Elaine and whispered, "Do you not feel the same?" Elaine shot him a glare, and together they strolled into the hall, hand in hand. The long dining table had vanished, replaced by diminutive tables illuminated by lanterns, while the walls sparkled with glistening silver frost. The ceiling was adorned with a starry night sky, intertwined with garlands of mistletoe and ivy. They settled at a small table, and shortly after, Bernie arrived with his dance partner, a Ravenclaw which unknown to Elaine. Theodore accompanied Daphne, his demeanor as aloof and indifferent as ever, showing no signs of the festive spirit, while Daphne engaged cheerfully with the others. What about Hermione? Bernie inquired, as the group of 5 had spent ample time together, growing quite familiar with one another. "She's over there," Elaine replied, tilting her chin towards the main guest seating at the front of the hall. The professors were also elegantly attired. Dumbledore donned a silver silk robe embroidered with silver thread, while Maxim's female students had traded their customary black coats for flowing purple gowns. Beside them were Cedric and his partner, Cho Chang, Fleur and the Ravenclaw head girl, and Crumb seated next to an unfamiliar witch in a blue dress. Bernie scrutinized Harry's dance partner, realizing she was not Hermione. He turned back to Elaine, who was animatedly conversing with Draco. "Wait a moment," Bernie exclaimed, astonished at Hermione's transformation. Her previously voluminous hair was now elegantly styled into a smooth updo, and her flowing blue gown softened her demeanor. No wonder he hadn't recognized her before. Once the feast concluded, everyone rose from their seats. Dumbledore waved his wand, clearing the tables and chairs to create an open space. A tall stage materialized against the wall, adorned with a piano, cello, organ, and guitar. The Weird Sisters took the stage to applause, the lights dimmed, and a slow melodious dance tune began. The champions, accompanied by their partners, were the first to take to the dance floor. "It is our turn, beautiful lady," Draco said, bowing slightly as he extended his hand in invitation. Elaine gently placed her hand in his, and together they glided onto the dance floor. The Weird Sisters switched to a faster tempo, and Elaine and Draco moved in perfect sync, her gown embroidered with butterflies and flowers swirling gracefully as she danced. The strapless gown revealed expanse of delicate skin, while Draco's arm encircled her waist, his gaze steadfastly fixed on Elaine's face. "Did you enjoy your Christmas gift?" he inquired. Elaine raised an eyebrow, noting the absence of her usual azure symbolizing the heir of the bird family, replaced instead by a serpentine ring, a bold snake hissing as it flicked its tongue. "I had no idea Malfoy had a penchant for gifting rings, particularly one that matches the heir's." Their intertwined hands revealed 2 identical rings. "I did not gift it indiscriminately. They are, by design, a pair," Draco replied, lowering his head, his warm breath brushing against Elaine's cheek. "So, beautiful lady, do you wish to become the lady of the Malfoy family, the future Mrs. Malfoy?" In the tenderness of his gaze, Elaine felt a wave of discomfort, tilting her head as the rhythm shifted, instinctively pulling away. "How audacious! Who proposes right away?" she teased, playfully dismantling his intentions. Greedy people do not receive rewards. At her words, Draco's lips curled into a smile, his voice dropping to a whisper. What reward might I receive if I am not greedy? In the next moment, he felt the girl in his arms lean in, a soft kiss landing on his right eye. He instinctively closed his eyes, hearing her say, "Is this reward sufficient? My dear boyfriend." A surge of warmth coursed through him, igniting a euphoric explosion in his mind. A fleeting kiss was not enough to satisfy Draco. Yet this was not the right moment. He suppressed the torrent of emotions within, returning her gaze with equal intensity. "It is a pleasure, my dear girlfriend." As the song concluded, they returned to their respective tables. Theodore was seated against a table, his partner nowhere to be seen. Elaine joined him, asking, "Where is Daphne?" On the dance floor, Theodore replied tersely, revealing he had lost interest after one dance with her. Draco approached, carrying 2 bottles of butterbeer, followed closely by an upset and angry Hermione. "Oh Hermione, what happened?" Elaine asked, rushing to her side and grasping her hand. Hermione bit her lip, remaining silent. Having been ridiculed by Ron for dancing with Crumb from Durmstrang, Elaine handed her a bottle of butterbeer, her thoughtfulness evident. The two remained quiet for a moment, until Hermione composed herself and smiled. "I was just a bit tired from dancing." Elaine chimed in, "I came over to rest as well. Not expecting to be beside such a stunning beauty." Hermione chuckled, scrutinizing Elaine. "Is there anyone more beautiful present?" Elaine was already strikingly lovely, but in her festive attire, she was nothing short of breathtaking. The 2 witches continued their delightful conversation, until Crumb approached with 2 drinks in hand. "Hermione, there you are," he said, interrupting their merry chat. "All right, I suppose I should take my leave. If looks could kill, Draco would have already torn me to shreds," Hermione whispered as she stood. Indeed, as soon as she departed, Draco moved closer to invite Elaine to dance once more. Outside the castle, a patch of grass had transformed into a cavern, illuminated by twinkling fairy lights. In the rose garden stood a fountain, with winding paths extending between low shrubs, where some ornate benches were occupied by guests. The warming charm was a marvelous thing. With just a spell and a bit of magic, one could remain unperturbed by the cold. Draco felt a twinge of disappointment that he could not drape his coat over Elaine's shoulders. Though the moon was absent from the sky, the radiant stars, having emitted their light eons ago, now cast their glow upon Elaine in that moment. Under the ethereal night, she appeared even more enchanting. Hand in hand, they wandered through the rose garden, relishing the rare tranquility. Groups of revelers gradually dispersed, leaving a serene atmosphere that felt as though it contained only the 2 of them. Elaine, Draco suddenly halted, and she gazed at him in mild confusion, until she beheld the unmistakable longing reflected in his piercing eyes. Elaine was momentarily rendered speechless, watching as he drew nearer. A passionate kiss soon followed, leaving her dizzy and gasping for air. She reached out, trying to push him away, but he firmly grasped her hand, pinning it behind her back. "A kiss beneath the mistletoe cannot be refused," Draco murmured, his voice low, followed by a more fervent assault. Their lips and tongues entwining, gradually engulfing her senses, and they surrendered themselves to the tide of passion. Only the lush mistletoe above bore witness to their clandestine encounter. 10 points to Ravenclaw, came a voice from somewhere, followed by 10 points to Hufflepuff. Elaine jolted back to reality, freeing herself from Draco's grasp, her chest heaving from the intensity of the moment. It was Snape's voice. Draco, with a hoarse voice, bore the evident mark of their kiss upon his lips. Elaine let out a light laugh, gently touching the corners of his mouth, and with a subtle motion, she wiped away the mark under Draco's questioning gaze. Unfazed, she proceeded toward the illuminated area. "What are you doing here?" Severus Snape inquired sharply, his eyes darting between Draco and Elaine. "We are merely taking a stroll, Professor," Draco replied with nonchalance. Noticing no hint of guilt on Draco's face, Snape scoffed and strode past them, his dark robes billowing behind him. After being startled by Snape, they lost the desire to continue meandering and returned to the Great Hall. The peculiar sisters' performance persisted on stage, while the dance floor was never devoid of lively couples. Finding a place to sit, Elaine was approached by Bernie, who extended his hand. "I've been searching for you for quite some time. Care for a dance, miss?" She offered Draco a reassuring smile before accepting Bernie's invitation. "Aren't you going to stop this?" Blaise inquired. Stepping away from the dance floor with a charming witch on his arm, Draco cast a casual sidelong glance at him. "Why should I? It's merely a dance. And it signifies nothing. Besides, Elaine has never been a frivolous person." "Very well then," Blaise shrugged, though his demeanor seemed slightly awkward due to the witch at his side. With that, he departed with his partner. Chapter 89. The Christmas Ball. The melody of the dance was melodious, perfectly suited for conversation. Elaine and Bernie blended into the crowd on the dance floor, appearing like everyone else. Did you just come in from outside? Bernie whispered. Yes, what transpired? She caught a glimpse of Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall entering the dance floor at the front of the hall. Snape and Karkaroff had a verbal altercation outside, and their words hinted at the Dark Lord. Bernie murmured almost inaudibly in her ear. Even Potter and Weasley from Gryffindor overheard it. No wonder Snape was so furious. I thought he was merely catching a couple in the bushes, Elaine chuckled, while onlookers assumed they were having a pleasant conversation. As for Harry and Ron, they are of no concern. Bernie quipped. It seems the number of gemstones for each house will significantly diminish tonight. I hope I1TC Hufflepuff's house points turn negative tomorrow, he added. After one dance, Bernie escorted Elaine back to her original spot, intending to seek out his next partner. However, before they reached their destination, someone intercepted them, specifically Elaine. Under Bernie's concerned gaze, she assured him she could handle it. Charming Hufflepuffs rose. Elaine recognized the voice and knew it was Blaise, feeling somewhat resigned. Blaise, don't you ever take a break? I've seen you dancing with several girls already. Dancing with the beautiful Miss Elaine is my greatest wish this year. How could I rest before fulfilling it? Blaise maintained a bowing invitation, his slanted eyes glimmering with affection. Or is Peterson more favored by you? Bernie is akin to my retainer. You cannot compare. Elaine took his hand, not concealing her disdain. That is quite disheartening, he clutched his chest, feigning heartbreak from her candid remark. A bit insincere, Elaine remarked coldly. Blaise instantly regained his composure, and they moved to the center of the dance floor, awaiting the peculiar sisters' music. During their dance, Blaise behaved himself, and Elaine declined his suggestion for another dance, returning to her seat. Draco, observing her slightly flushed cheeks, handed her a bottle of sweet and tangy juice. Elaine took a generous sip, finally feeling relaxed. They sat side by side, keeping an eye on the dance floor while engaging in light conversation. How much do you know about Mrs. Zabini? Elaine inquired, her gaze lingering on her grandfather dancing with Professor McGonagall on the floor. Not much. The most prevalent stories revolve around her deceased husbands and the substantial fortune they left behind. Draco reflected. Why do you ask? Elaine recounted their earlier conversation. Draco furrowed his brow, realizing that Blaise was Mrs. Zabini's only offspring, and could very well represent his mother. Never mind. We'll handle whatever comes our way. After all, he seeks something from me, Elaine sighed, then was amused by Draco's furrowed brow. Stop frowning. You look like a little old man. The remainder of the evening flew by as she continually turned down various boys' invitations, and at midnight, with the peculiar sisters' final tune, the Christmas ball finally drew to a close. The day after Christmas, everyone was languid. In the Hufflepuff common room, topics were never in short supply, as the Badgers reminisced about the previous night's ball, discussing the most popular boys and girls from each house. Someone mentioned Elaine, with praises for her dancing, compliments for her beauty, and inquiries about the tailor who made her gown. Finally, with keen interest, they asked, Elaine, are you and Malfoy together? Elaine sighed, knowing the conversation would inevitably turn to gossip. There's nothing to hide. I admit it freely. Of course we are. Wow, they exclaimed with knowing voices, dramatically shaking their heads. I suppose many will be disheartened now. Elaine winked, wisely refraining from commenting further. In the afternoon, she spent time with her grandfather, who recounted how immature wizards her age could be, sharing many examples of student relationships falling apart. Elaine found it both amusing and exasperating. After a 2-day respite, Elaine plunged back into her academic endeavors, darting between the room of requirement and the library. Though it was merely a 2-week Christmas break, the professors assigned an overwhelming amount of work, leaving her head spinning with paper after paper. Fortunately, she was exempt from herbology, allowing her to write fewer essays. Sitting across from Draco, with Hermione diligently working beside them, the three were surrounded by a stack of books. Hermione, Crumb is here for you, Elaine noted, as Crumb began to frequently appear near Hermione since the ball. Hermione looked up, and sure enough, she spotted Victor Crumb approaching. The witches in the library whispered upon witnessing this, prompting Madame Pants to issue a warning. Matisitere? Crumb asked, and Elaine and Draco shrugged nonchalantly. He turned to Hermione, who nodded, and Crumb settled across from her, right beside Draco. Elaine found the situation amusing, as none of the four were from the same house. After Crumb sat down, he simply focused on his work, leaving only the sound of quills scratching against parchment in the air. Finally finishing, Elaine set down her quill and rubbed her sore wrists, wondering how the professors expected to manage so many papers. Once I finish this piece, I'll be done, Hermione said, still writing, with books spread around her. It was an essay assigned by Professor McGonagall on how to adjust transfiguration during cross-species transformations. She was left with only the conclusion. Draco was reviewing his own paper. Half an hour later, Hermione completed her work as well. They departed the library together, with Hermione accompanied by Krum. A match made in heaven. Elaine mused as she observed the two ahead. Draco, though indifferent to their romantic lives, felt compelled to play along for Elaine's sake. The Christmas holiday seemed to accelerate to its conclusion, and students returned to their classroom lives. News of Elaine and Draco's relationship spread widely. They were not the first students from Slytherin and Hufflepuff to date, yet they could not escape some sour remarks. However, those who dared to approach Elaine were swiftly dealt with by Draco. Bernie also contributed to this affair, seizing the opportunity to incorporate a formidable faction of half-bloods within Slytherin. Presently, Slytherin has nearly become the dominion of Draco Malfoy and Peterson, with even the upperclassmen displaying tacit support for their endeavors. This has incited considerable dissatisfaction among those lurking in the shadows, not only due to the backing from older students, but also because of the harmony between Malfoy and Peterson, as opportunities to sow discord between the two have become exceedingly rare. Chapter 90. A Failed Night Adventure. The first task yielded a golden egg concealing the clues for the second challenge. Elaine observed for a while, and, upon realizing that Cedric had unraveled the secret within, decided to disregard it entirely. She and her companions had far more pressing matters to attend to. If one wished to locate Elaine at Hogwarts, the best time would be during Hufflepuff's classes, for her presence would be utterly elusive elsewhere. Harry noted with some concern that he had not seen Elaine in quite a long time, and even Hermione seemed to share this sentiment. The two witches were perpetually in a hurry, their whereabouts a mystery. In a rare moment, he spotted her on the Marauders map. Following Cedric's suggestion, Harry resolved to embark on a nocturnal excursion to the prefect's bath, taking the golden egg along for a soak. The egg's secret was to be uncovered beneath the water. Having donned his clothes and cloaked himself in invisibility, he opened the Marauders map to check for any signs of movement. The map, a Christmas gift from the twins and Elaine, revealed the names and actions of everyone within its view. On the map, Filch and his cat remained stationary on the first floor, while the only moving that belonged to Peeves in the trophy room above. This realization brought him some comfort. It seemed the night's adventure would proceed smoothly. Clutching the golden egg close to his chest, he ventured into the dimly lit corridor. Almost instinctively, he checked the map again. To his surprise, 2 additional dots had appeared at the bottom corner of the map, previously obscured by Peeves. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the dots representing Snape and Karkaroff were moving within Snape's office. This revelation sparked a wave of confusion within him. Why were they meeting at such an hour? He recalled the conversation he and Ron had overheard during the Christmas ball, and doubt began to cloud his mind. He watched as the 2 dots departed the potions office and made their way downstairs. Under his scrutiny, another dot emerged from the Hufflepuff common room. It was Elaine. No. They were bound to cross paths. Since becoming engrossed in the room of requirement, Elaine had rarely ventured out at night. However, the dwindling potion supplies necessitated her foray into the Forbidden Forest, where she sought the venom of the Acromantula. Hagrid's Aragog had proliferated thousands of offspring, and nowhere else could such a vast congregation of Acromantulas be found. The corridor was eerily silent as Elaine, as per her usual routine, consumed an invisibility potion, and ascended the stairs. Rather than entering the Forbidden Forest from outside the castle, she preferred the secret passageways she had discovered. Yet, as fate would have it, upon reaching the first floor, she encountered the 2 professors, and upon recognizing one of them, her heart sank even further. Elaine stood rigid, paralyzed by fear, silently praying not to be detected. Snape and Karkaroff walked closely behind one another, both wearing expressions of grave displeasure, with Snape's face dark as ink. His black robes billowed behind him like waves of shadow, and as he reached the last step he halted, casting a piercing gaze around the vicinity. Karkaroff, alert, inquired behind him. Elaine remained frozen, scarcely able to breathe. She had always known the sharpness of this double agent's senses, but she had not anticipated that his cold, merciless gaze would slice through the darkness like a gleaming blade, dissecting all it encountered. Suddenly, a shrill, jarring scream pierced the air, startling everyone present. It sounded as if a multitude of old metal objects were grinding together, mixed with nails scraping across a chalkboard. What was happening? Were they intent on waking everyone in the castle? She fervently hoped she wouldn't be the one to discover the source of the disturbance. Filch's furious reprimands followed in quick succession. Under Elaine's anxious gaze, Snape shot a fierce glance in her direction, before hastily departing the castle with Karkaroff. A minute later, as Filch's clattering footsteps faded, the cacophony ceased. Elaine's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, began to settle. Should she return to the common room, or continue her nocturnal escapade? After waiting a few minutes, she resolved to press on. She had ventured out, and to return now would be to squander her efforts. Distantly, she heard Peeves's voice echoing from above. Filch was in pursuit of the culprit. Elaine crept cautiously upstairs. Though traversing the secret passageways might lead her to encounter Filch on the staircase, she deemed it preferable to being caught by Snape outside the castle. On the steps leading from the 3rd to the 4th floor, she spotted Filch clad in a purple dressing gown, hunched as he ascended, muttering to himself, "Damn that Peeves. Stealing the clues for the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore will not let you off lightly, just wait and see." Mrs. Norris followed closely at his heels, her large eyes keenly surveying the surroundings. Elaine's gaze sharpened as she noticed the heavy golden egg in Filch's grasp. Only 4 individuals possessed such an egg, and the likelihood of 3 of them wandering the castle at this hour was exceedingly slim. Thus, the identity of the egg's owner became glaringly apparent. She could hardly believe that Peeves was causing the ruckus. Harry must be nearby. Harry stared in terror as Filch drew closer, aware that a few more steps would reveal the marauder's map lying discarded on the floor, and his ankle ensnared in the stair. Mrs. Norris's bulbous eyes fixated on him, leading him to doubt the effectiveness of the invisibility cloak against a cat's keen sight. Suddenly, Filch halted and turned around, just 3 steps away from Harry, who stood frozen at the foot of the stairs. Elaine felt her heart nearly cease its rhythmic beating. She swore this was the most harrowing experience she had encountered all year. Was there anything more terrifying than Snape appearing silently at one's side, especially during a nighttime escapade? Despite her invisibility potion, she had been discovered before. She could already envision a month of miserable detention awaiting her, potentially accompanied by the unfortunate Harry. It was Peeves, Professor. He dropped the egg. Filch hissed angrily under his breath. Snape hurried up the stairs, standing on the same step as Filch. Harry believed his pounding heart would betray him at any moment. Peeves. Snape fixed his gaze on the golden egg in Filch's hand. "I hardly think Peeves is capable of causing such a commotion. If it wasn't he Peeves, then who?" Filch muttered to himself. "The championess golden egg is something that must be well guarded. Surely, there must be a disobedient individual roaming the castle with the egg." Snape remarked with a cold smirk. Chapter 91. A failed night adventure continues. His words seemed to awaken Filch, who after a few terse exchanges, sent Filch on his way. However, this was not a cause for celebration, for the golden egg had fallen into Snape's possession. Snape scanned the area, his voice low and sinister. "You too, immediately. Come with me to my office." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "Wait, 2 people?" He widened his eyes, searching for the other concealed individual. Silence reigned. No one emerged. "Very well, no one is willing to make themselves known, is there?" Under Severus Snape's gritted teeth, Elaine let out a long sigh and voluntarily dispelled her invisibility. She feared that prolonging the standoff would lead to consequences far beyond a mere month of detention. "Professor Snape." Harry blinked in surprise for a few seconds before finally gritting his teeth and tearing off the invisibility cloak, closing his eyes as if bracing for death, awaiting the impending storm. Moments later, the anticipated mockery did not materialize. He opened his eyes to find Snape's figure had vanished. "Can you move, Harry?" Elaine pointed to his foot, which was wedged in the gap. Harry shifted slightly, only to find that the cursed staircase had tightened its grip. "It seems I cannot." After much effort from both of them, Harry finally extricated his somewhat numb foot. "We must hasten," Elaine reminded him, noting they had already wasted at least 5 minutes here. With a heavy heart reminiscent of a funeral, Harry and Elaine stood at the threshold of the potions office, exchanging glances until Elaine finally took the initiative to push the door open. The following morning, the points for Hufflepuff and Gryffindor had plummeted significantly. Elaine sullen, poked at the sausages on her plate. Not only had she failed to procure the venom of the acromantula yesterday, but she had also endured a barrage of scorn, lost 50 house points, and received a month's detention. She wearily set down her fork, staring at the mutilated sausages with no appetite. "Have you finished, Anna? We're going to be late for class." Anna, hurriedly standing up with a butter-slathered piece of toast in her mouth, mumbled, all right. In the charms classroom, a multitude of cushions flew chaotically through the air. Professor Flitwick had distributed numerous cushions to each student for practicing the countercharm to the summoning charm. They needed to use the spell to toss the cushions into a box, but the soft cushions tended to fall midway or veer off course with the slightest lapse of concentration. Elaine and Draco occupied a desk near the entrance, and she tilted her body aside to successfully dodge an incoming cushion. "You don't seem very cheerful," Draco observed, noticing Elaine's lackluster demeanor. This class was conducive to conversation, as all the students treated the practice of the countercharm like a delightful game, filling the classroom with a clamor. Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night, Elaine yawned, recalling that during her nocturnal escapade, it had already been past 1 in the morning when she was caught and reprimanded in the dungeons, returning to the dormitory around 2 or 3, after finally falling asleep. She had endured a night filled with nightmares, a rarity for her, which she couldn't deny was likely influenced by Snape. Moreover, Professor Snape has given me a month of detention. Night escapade? Draco raised an eyebrow. She nodded weakly, waving her wand to accurately toss a cushion into the box. I haven't even had a chance to step outside the castle. Upon uttering those words, Elaine sensed the shift in the atmosphere, and sure enough, she heard Draco's lowered voice a moment later. I assume you recall what you mentioned last time? It was merely a standard night outing. But the thought of the acromantula swarming in the Forbidden Forest left her somewhat lacking in confidence. Where are you headed? The Forbidden Forest or the Black Lake? Draco scrutinized her expression, asserting, that would be the Forbidden Forest. There's nothing in the Black Lake that could threaten you. What are you seeking in the Forbidden Forest? Herbs. Common herbs can be found at the forest's edge, he continued speculating. Unicorns? Hagrid brought a unicorn to class a few days ago. They won't harm witches. As Draco's analysis drew closer to her intentions, Elaine couldn't help but interject. Will being forthcoming earn me leniency? What do you think, Mess? Draco leaned back in his chair, the aristocratic tone in his voice taking on a particularly significant resonance. Elaine fell silent. You know, I could single-handedly take down an acromantula in my second year. An acromantula? Draco exclaimed in exasperation. That was just a solitary acromantula. What if they appear in numbers? I concede. Elaine, believing in her ability to adapt, seized his sleeve before he could elaborate further, blinking innocently and adopting a pitiful expression. Draco remained unperturbed, prompting Elaine to intensify her charms. Eventually, Draco raised the white flag in surrender. There will be no next time. Of course not. Elaine nearly swore to Merlin, leaning closer to Draco and whispering, will you accompany me to the Forbidden Forest tonight? The venom of the acromantula was a precious potion ingredient, both costly and often in short supply. After a bout of coaxing, Draco begrudgingly acquiesced to her request, though it would have been more convincing had he not been smirking. A sudden growl from her stomach caused Elaine to awkwardly release his sleeve, turning to wave her wand, her gaze fixed on the cushions. Hungry? Draco produced a few candies from his pocket and offered them to her, feigning ignorance of her flushed ears. Elaine nodded, quietly unwrapping a piece of candy to pop into her mouth, then murmured, I had no appetite this morning. Just have a little something, after class. I'll fetch you something from the kitchen. Following Charms class, they would have transfiguration before lunch. Speaking of transfiguration, Elaine recalled her grandfather's impressive animagus form, a majestic African lion, and she was immensely curious about her own animagus form. Shouldn't we prioritize animagus training? Draco pondered for a moment before responding, undeniably. The role of an animagus is significant, but do we have the luxury of time to devote to it now? Then let it be, she sighed. She was already busy enough, and did not wish to add to her workload. Perhaps next academic year. Draco reassured her. 5th year brings the OWLs. I hope to achieve an outstanding in every subject. The subsequent years will be visibly busier. I hardly believe a standard wizarding exam would pose a challenge for you. Chapter 92. The Acromantula. To be candid, Elaine did not feel particularly affected by the upcoming month of detention. It merely seemed a waste of time. On the bright side, both material handling and potion brewing could be viewed as an enhancement of her studies. Of course, this was contingent upon possessing a strong heart that would allow one to remain composed in the face of Snape's sharp tongue. It was apparent that Harry did not meet that condition. I feel compelled to remind you, Potter, that due to your foolishness and hesitation, you have already squandered 15 minutes. Harry, loitering in front of the potions material cabinet, jumped at the reprimand, struggling to select an ingredient from within. Tonight's task, successfully brew a potion within 2 hours. With no restrictions on type or ingredients. This was not a daunting challenge for Elaine. Among the many potions, she was most adept at the invisibility potion. Naturally, she swiftly gathered the required ingredients. It was hard to deny that there were other implications behind her actions. The 2 strands of knotgrass needed to be ground into a fine powder, and as Elaine diligently ground them, she cast Harry a sympathetic glance. Snape sat at his desk, a stack of papers from an unknown year before him, and judging by his furrowed brow, they must have been quite disheartening. 2 hours later, Elaine and Harry exited the potions office in succession. Harry scratched his head, hesitating to speak. Elaine was still reflecting on the moment she submitted a bottle of perfectly brewed invisibility potion, Snape's dark expression unable to prevent her departure. Elaine. Do you know how to breathe underwater for an hour? Elaine snapped back to reality, instinctively replying, you just need a bubblehead charm. She quickly realized he was likely fretting over the second task and added, if you transform a part of your body into that of a fish, like gills or flippers, you can also swim freely. Thank you, Elaine. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although these methods seemed arduous to implement, at least a solution had emerged. After parting ways with Harry, Elaine returned to her dormitory to prepare for the evening's nocturnal adventure. With two of them, they needed to gather invisibility potions, healing elixirs, and an assortment of other miscellaneous items that might prove useful. At midnight, Elaine stealthily slipped out of the common room to meet Draco. Do you know the secret passage that leads directly from the castle to the Forbidden Forest? They were heading upstairs instead of exiting the castle. Naturally, they only needed to pass through a door that appeared solely after midnight. As a narrow staircase shifted into view, Elaine quickly gestured for Draco to ascend, pointing to a wooden door nestled between the 4th and 5th floors. That's it. Beyond the door lay an abyss of darkness, traversing a narrow corridor and immense pipelines. They arrived at a chamber Elaine referred to as the transfer station, which connected various secret passages. Draco surveyed the square, vacant room, noting that each wall bore a passage whose destination remained a mystery. That direction leads to the Black Lake, Elaine remarked as she approached him. The Black Lake? You traveled there from here last time? Draco recalled seeing Elaine, resembling a siren by the seaside, in their dormitory. Indeed, that is the way. It leads to a room adorned with magical runes, although it's so ancient that many details have become obscured. Magical runes? Noticing his interest, Elaine decided to explore that first before venturing into the Forbidden Forest. The decayed wooden door retained the semblance of her last visit, with crumbling runes etched into the floor and walls, their complexity far surpassing their current understanding. There appear to be at least 2 magical formations, Draco observed after a moment. What have you discerned? Elaine inquired, astonished. Look here. These adjacent runes share a consistent level of obscurity, indicating they were inscribed simultaneously. However, these runes below are significantly more damaged than those above. She pondered over the runes Draco pointed out at the corner, realizing she had not scrutinized them closely before. Now, it was evident that the degree of deterioration varied indeed. Come on, let us first accomplish the primary task for today, Draco urged. Elaine readily concurred. They traversed the winding passageway leading to the Forbidden Forest, arriving at an entrance overgrown with vines. I'll go first, Draco said, halting her as he cleared the entrance with a slicing charm before stepping outside. They deliberately avoided the full moon to prevent encounters with werewolves. Towering trees loomed overhead, shrouding the light, enveloping them in the inky blackness of the night. Draco forged ahead, with Elaine closely following. The acromantula, residing deep within the forest, spun webs shaped like circular canopies on the ground, known for their ferocity and predilection for raw flesh. I fear that only Hagrid finds them endearing. After all, just its 8 black eyes and 8 legs were enough to send anyone fleeing, not to mention its venomous spittle. Thus, when an acromantula came into view, Elaine and Draco swiftly distanced themselves. Shattered to pieces. Stunning spell. The spell severed its pincers, and the acromantula visibly grew agitated, unable to discern its assailant. It flailed its remaining claw in confusion. The invisibility provided them with considerable advantage. Soon, the monstrous spider lay motionless on the ground, confirming its demise. Elaine hurriedly approached to collect its venom, fearing a delay would hinder her efforts. Following suit, after vanquishing 2 more solitary acromantula, they chose to retrace their steps. By Merlin's grace, the night's escapade unfolded without incident, and they successfully reached the castle's first floor. Good night, Elaine. A gentle good-night kiss graced her forehead, his slate-blue eyes brimming with affection. Elaine felt her heart warm with this fervent love, reciprocating with a soft yet restrained kiss. Good night. Afterward, she proceeded towards the stairway leading to Hufflepuff, and just as she was about to turn the corner, Elaine glanced back to find Draco still standing, watching her retreating figure. Chapter 93. The Magical Formation. The month-long confinement had concluded, heralding the commencement of the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. The opposite shore of the Black Lake was surrounded by layers of seating reminiscent of a dragon's arena, as the morning sun illuminated the packed stands, the lake's surface reflecting a multitude of shadows. At 9:20 a.m. on February 24th, only 10 minutes remained before the competition began. Where's Harry? Elaine inquired, peering through her binoculars in search of Harry's silhouette. On the far side of the water, the judges and the other 3 champions gathered around a table draped in golden fabric. Seated in a row were Draco, Elaine, Bernie, and Theodore. making her appear akin to a badger ensnared in a den of snakes. Alas, she was not the helpless creature others imagined, but rather the leader guiding the serpents towards victory. With 5 minutes remaining until the contest commenced, Harry finally appeared in view. He circumnavigated the Black Lake, sprinting towards the judges' table. 5 minutes later, Bagman drew his wand and cast a spell upon his throat. Sonorous, just like at the World Cup. His voice rang across the water, reaching the ears of the spectators. The 4 champions are assembled. Listen closely. When I blow the whistle, the second task will officially commence, and they will have 1 hour to retrieve their beloved possessions. Now 3, 2, 1. A sharp whistle pierced the air as the champions sequentially entered the frigid depths of the Black Lake, leaving only Harry splashing in the water. What is he doing? Potter can't possibly be afraid to enter the Black Lake, can he? Whispers erupted, and Elaine anxiously scanned the surroundings. Don't worry, we will succeed, Draco assured, taking Elaine's hand to soothe her tense fingers. What if something goes awry? This is the first public display of the magical formation. The thought of failure was daunting, as it would profoundly complicate their future plans. Nearby, Bernie and Theodore visibly fidgeted, aware that this was the first collective practice for the magical formation study group. The past 2 to 3 years of learning were culminating in this moment. Success or failure hinged on this singular event. What is that? By Merlin's beard, it's astonishing. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the audience. Even Karkaroff and Maxim at the judges' table displayed expressions of surprise. 4 identical phantoms materialized above the Black Lake, and upon closer inspection, these silhouettes mirrored the movements of the 4 champions submerged beneath the water. The enchanting display not only accurately depicted the champions' actions, but also reflected their surrounding environment. The champions navigated through the murky depths, evading tangles of deep green waterweed and schools of fish, continually venturing deeper into the lake. Dumbledore, what is this? Maxim inquired from the judges' table, while Karkaroff turned his gaze towards Dumbledore. Just a little idea from the students, Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile, half humble, half boastful. They deemed it a pity that the audience could not witness the entirety of the competition due to the lake's obstruction, so they devised this. It's a magical formation, Maxim concluded after a moment's reflection. Though information about magical formations was scarce in the current magical community, it was not entirely absent. To her knowledge, there was a master of magical formations in Germany. Yet, the fact that this magical formation originated from a group of students left her astonished. Hey old chap. You never mentioned that Hogwarts offered a course on magical formations. Observing the 2 individuals from the Ministry of Magic, it was evident that neither of them appeared surprised. Karkaroff was fully aware that the only ones kept in the dark were he and Maxim. The crescent-shaped lenses of Dumbledore's glasses gleamed as they caught a ray of sunlight, while his snowy beard was neatly arranged. This is a splendid idea. Perhaps in the future, Hogwarts might even offer this course, he continued, mentioning that one of the students involved in the creation of the magic circle had transferred from Durmstrang. You might know Professor Karkaroff. Naturally, as the headmaster. Karkaroff did not remember every student's name, even if that student was one of the few who had transferred midterm. A Durmstrang student behind him reminded, Professor, it's Bernie Peterson. Karkaroff squinted, recalling that his father, Big Peterson, had a close relationship with the esteemed Durmstrang graduate, Honored Bird. He turned to Andrew and inquired, I recall that Bird married your daughter? Upon receiving an affirmative response, he seemingly casually suggested, with such exceptional students at Hogwarts, we must arrange to meet. You cannot keep them hidden. Maxim concurred with interest. Little did Elaine and the others know that the headmasters in the judging panel wished to meet them. After the results of the magic circle were displayed in the water, the 4 could not help but high-five each other. If only Hermione were here, Elaine lamented. The experience of being treated as a treasure, waiting for a hero to rescue, was indeed a rare one. I believe Hermione would prefer to save herself, Elaine muttered. The future Minister of Magic is not one to entrust her life to others. Merlin, our hero Harry Potter is surrounded by several Grindylows. I find it hard to say whether he can escape unscathed. Potter is beginning to fight back. He has drawn his wand. Bagman's spirited commentary resonated in everyone's ears, their gaze fixed on the returning images. The Grindylows, with their sharp horns and long claws, clung tightly to Harry's legs, attempting to drag him down. A boiling jet of water shot forth from the tip of his wand, scalding the Grindylow's skin a fiery red, allowing Harry to break free. As Harry faced danger, the other 3 champions encountered their own challenges. Crumb, on high alert, vigilantly eyed the swarm of merpeople ahead. Unlike the mermaids they had encountered during the transportation, those dwelling at the bottom of the Black Lake were extraordinarily grotesque. Their skin was a dull gray, their hair a tangled mass of dark green, and their yellow eyes gleamed ominously, revealing a set of incomplete yellow teeth from their gaping mouths. Oh, they are truly hideous. A voice of disdain echoed from all around, as everyone was thoroughly disgusted. Crumb cautiously navigated through them, as one merperson opened its mouth as if attempting to sing something. It seems we still need to improve the magic circle, Elaine remarked. We need it to capture sound rather than merely watch a silent film, Bernie added. Is there any relevant documentation within the magic circle? I have yet to see it. Perhaps we could explore it through alchemy, Bernie continued. I have always believed that the combination of alchemy and magic circles holds great potential, but unfortunately, this time we were too rushed to delve deeper. Theodore, witnessing this discussion, joined in, exchanging ideas on how to implement improvements, leaving Draco solely focused on the champion's performances. Chapter 94, The Second Task. Although Crumb was not slow, Harry Potter had the advantage of discovering their treasure first. As the audience shifted their gaze to Harry's screen at Bagman's words, they beheld a village of merepeople before him, with rough stone houses radiating from a central square. Following the champion's lead, they traversed through the singing merepeople, arriving at a vast square where a colossal statue of a mermaid stood, with 4 individuals securely bound to its tail. Merlin, our little brother, is the treasure of the champion. Gasps erupted from the audience, mingled with the laughter of the Weasley twins. They watched as Harry successfully severed the ropes binding Ron, and amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he proceeded to cut Hermione's bonds. Oh, Merlin's socks. What is he doing? He should immediately rescue his hostages. Bagman expressed his discontent. Elaine, watching Harry struggle with the ropes, was momentarily lost in thought. Although she understood that this world was far more expansive than what was written in books, and that countless lives existed beyond the narrative, the protagonist became so for a reason. In that brief moment of distraction, Cedric had already come to rescue his hostage, Cho Chang. Diggory successfully freed his hostage, and Crumb had also arrived. Crumb transformed himself into a shark's head with a transfiguration spell, causing the merepeople to scatter in panic. He gnawed at the ropes binding Hermione, but his fierce demeanor suggested he might tear her in two. Ultimately, it was Harry who handed him a tool to cut the ropes, after which Crumb embraced Hermione's waist and swam towards the surface without looking back. Now only Ron and an 8-year-old girl remained, who was Fleur's sister. The merepeople surged forward. They aimed to prevent Potter from rescuing Fleur's hostage. Could he succeed? Bagman's commentary successfully stirred the audience's emotions, causing their hearts to rise and fall with the unfolding scenes. He did it. He rescued the girl from the merpeople's grasp. Cheers erupted, growing louder as they celebrated Harry's noble character. Harry struggled to drag both individuals out, and as their heads broke the surface, a thunderous wave of applause and cheers surged towards him from all directions. Harry gasped for fresh air, the cold wind brushing against his water-drenched face causing him to shiver. The 2 hostages also opened their eyes, the little girl appearing bewildered and frightened, while Ron wiped the water from his face and asked, "Why did you bring her up too?" "Fleur didn't come," Harry explained. "You fool. You don't actually believe we would die in the water, do you?" "Dumbledore wouldn't allow such a thing to happen," Ron replied. "That was merely to ensure you completed the task within an hour. Now you should pray that you haven't exceeded the time limit while rescuing." Harry, feeling dejected and frustrated, hung his head, but the next moment he heard Ron exclaim, "What is that thing?" Looking up, Harry finally noticed 4 identical screens, resembling Muggle movie screens, suspended above the Black Lake, one of which displayed himself and Ron gazing skyward. He also saw another screen showing Fleur sprinting towards the lake's edge. "I must check on Hermione. She must be feeling quite uncomfortable after being in the water for so long," Elaine announced, rising from her seat. "Let us go together. We should celebrate today as success," Bernie suggested, and Theodore had no objections. Draco naturally followed Elaine's lead. Ever since they established their relationship, they had been inseparable like conjoined twins. When Elaine and her group arrived at the judges' table, Fleur was kissing Harry's face, cradling it in her hands. Wow. Harry's face turned as red as if it had been brushed with red paint, and upon seeing Elaine he stood frozen in place. The thick blanket Madame Pomfrey had draped over him felt like a straitjacket, binding his limbs. "Congratulations to you both," Elaine exclaimed, directing her words towards Harry and Cedric. "Thank you, Elaine," Cedric replied with a smile. Harry, the last to emerge, was anxious despite Cedric's confidence. "But you saved 2 people. A feat no one else can match," Elaine winked. "Everyone saw your bravery beneath the water." His face appeared even redder than before. Hermione, also wrapped in a blanket, approached. "No one can deny your achievement, even if you truly exceeded the time limit." With that, she opened her arms towards Elaine, and the 2 witches embraced tightly. "We did it." Harry and Ron were perplexed by the source of their companion's delight, exchanging glances that reflected mutual bewilderment. Bagman's resounding voice interrupted their contemplation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached a decision. Based on a perfect score of 50, here are the scores for our 4 champions. Elaine and Hermione concluded their embrace, listening intently for the results. Although Fleur Delacour demonstrated remarkable skill with the bubblehead charm, she failed to rescue the hostage after encountering the Grindylow, earning her a score of 25. Cedric Diggory, who also employed the bubblehead charm, was the first to return with a hostage but exceeded the time limit by 1 minute, receiving a score of 47. The cheers from the Hufflepuff crowd were deafening. Harry's anxiety deepened. If Cedric had gone over time, what hope did he have? Victor Crumb returned with the second hostage, yet his transfiguration was not flawless, resulting in a score of 40. Karkaroff applauded enthusiastically. Finally, Harry Potter utilized the gillyweed to astonishing effect. Although he was the last to return, he ensured that every hostage was safely evacuated before departing the lake's depths. At this point, Bagman cast a pointed glance at Karkaroff, as most judges regarded this as a display of noble virtue, thus awarding him 45 points. Harry was astounded. Combined scores placed him in a tie with Cedric, and Ron and Hermione exchanged equally astonished glances. The final task would take place on the evening of June 24th, with champions receiving the task details a month in advance. Upon concluding his announcement, Bagman silenced his booming voice and joined the applause alongside the other spectators. Please follow me, Madame Pomfrey instructed as she summoned all champions and hostages, preparing to escort them back to the castle for a change of dry clothing. Where's Hermione? She's missing, Harry observed, scanning the crowd for the absent figure. Madame Pomfrey, we're short one person, he called out to the matron in front. Oh. Miss Granger has other matters to attend to. She will return to the castle shortly. Chapter 95. The Recommendation Letter. At that moment, Hermione, who was on Harry's mind, was with Elaine and others answering the judge's inquiries. Madame Maxime expressed great curiosity about the workings of the magical array, posing numerous questions to them. In truth, the magical circle, which had taken the 5 of them nearly 4 months to develop, was not solely their accomplishment. Not to mention, the magical energy required to sustain the circle was beyond their capacity alone. Thus, they employed principles of alchemy and Muggle logic to create a device akin to a magical energy storage battery, developed in collaboration with a workshop under Bode's name. They then requested Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, among other magically potent adult wizards, to infuse the battery with energy, resulting in the creation of a perfect magical accumulator. With the accumulator and the magical array in place, they then called upon Elaine's grandfather. With the esteemed wizards Dumbledore and Voldemort vouching for them, the Ministry of Magic readily consented to Elaine and her companion's request. Thus we witness today's scene. I know a master who has delved deeply into the study of magical arrays. He is currently in seclusion in Germany. If needed, I can provide you with a recommendation letter, Madame Maxime said with a smile, recognizing the potential in these young witches and wizards. Elaine and Draco exchanged glances, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected opportunity. Lacking proper guidance from a teacher, their self-directed exploration would have led them down many convoluted paths. For Elaine personally, her introduction to magical arrays was through Onod, yet her father was perpetually occupied with work, leaving no time to serve as their instructor. Moreover, in her past life, she had likewise navigated this knowledge alone, often relying on unorthodox methods. While she could manage for herself, teaching others could easily lead them astray. Thank you, Madame Maxime. We truly appreciate this opportunity, Elaine replied earnestly. Although Bagman did not fully grasp the intricacies of the magical array, he recognized that, during the Quidditch World Cup in the VIP box, not only was Malfoy's heir a significant figure, but both Bode and Peterson were individuals whom even Minister Fudge approached with caution. He praised each of them with great enthusiasm. Having concluded their questioning, the 5 appeared exceedingly pleased. Even Theodore, typically reserved, bore a smile of joy. You should return and take a hot bath. It must be uncomfortable after being in the water for so long, Elaine remarked as she and Hermione walked ahead. We'll meet at our usual spot at 6 this evening. Hermione nodded. After such a lengthy ordeal, relaxation was indeed warranted. At 6 o'clock that evening, in the room of requirement, as Hermione pushed the door open, colorful streamers and glitter cascaded down, covering everyone, except Elaine. Why aren't you covered? She inquired. Elaine shrugged. Of course, it's because I was the first to arrive. Every subsequent victim chose to torment the next. Hermione exchanged glances with the other 3. And in the next moment, an avalanche of streamers and glitter enveloped Elaine. Oh, you all. How dare you conspire against me? Elaine retorted. refusing to back down as she lunged at them. It was unclear who first smeared cream from a cake across someone else's face, but by the time they realized what had happened, all their faces were smeared with it. No more, no more. Bernie panted, reclining on the sofa, unwilling to move. Draco shielded Elaine from most of the onslaught. Consequently, he bore the brunt of the cream. Clean slate, he declared with delight, brandishing his wand and casting a cleaning spell on each person, as well as the floor, which had inadvertently suffered collateral damage. Fortunately, aside from the cake, all other food remained intact. Tajda. I have this. Elaine triumphantly produced several bottles of sherry from her pocket watch. Sherry? Hermione leaned in to inquire. I noticed the scent on Professor Trelawney during divination class, so I had someone fetch it, Elaine explained. Would you like to give it a try? Hermione wrinkled her nose. While she was not particularly keen on anything related to Trelawney, for the sake of Elaine and the sherry, she was willing to indulge. Everyone present, being rather unconventional, quickly dismissed any objections, with Theodore, the only one likely to voice dissent, being promptly silenced. He watched helplessly as Elaine opened the wine, sincerely hoping they would possess better tolerance for alcohol. As it turned out, he was the first to succumb to inebriation. It was Bernie who first noticed something amiss. He scrutinized the silent Theodore, waving a hand in front of his face. Well, no response at all. Theodore seems to be drunk, Bernie whispered. How much did he drink? Draco asked. Bernie held up 3 fingers and declared emphatically, 2 glasses. So we can confirm there are 2 intoxicated individuals now, Draco replied. Haha. You held up 3, Bernie. Elaine laughed heartily, crouching before Theodore and extending her finger. Theodore, how many is this? Theodore's bleary eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. Drunk, no hope left. Next. Elaine decisively abandoned him to seek out Hermione. Draco, nearly exasperated, observed Bernie. Compared to Theodore's quiet drunkenness, Bernie was far more animated, persistently urging himself to drink more. In contrast to the boys' raucous antics, the atmosphere among the witches was far more tranquil. Elaine and Hermione nestled together on a large sofa, engaged in quiet conversation while occasionally sipping their drinks. So, you're distressed over Crumb and Ron? Elaine surmised, perhaps due to the fitting atmosphere. Hermione finally articulated a matter that had been troubling her for quite some time. Crumb is a truly admirable individual. He will undoubtedly appreciate my beauty and intellect. Together, we converse about the endless mountains of Scandinavia and the everlasting snow that graces their peaks, Hermione remarked, gazing into her wine glass. And what are your thoughts on Ron? To be honest, I am uncertain. He often vexes me. Elaine reflected on the dynamics between Ron and Hermione, recognizing the truth in her words. Regarding matters of affection among close friends, Elaine felt she lacked sufficient authority to comment, especially since her relationship with Draco was smooth sailing, devoid of such troubles. There is no need to ascertain an answer right now. Perhaps a vast forest lies ahead, waiting for you, she added, retracting slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt about her words. Yet, considering that Hermione was destined to become the Minister of Magic, it was only natural that she would encounter many remarkable wizards, which emboldened her stance. You are correct. In fact, we are too busy with our studies to entertain other matters, Hermione interjected, advocating for a focus on academia. With a heart unencumbered by men, the sword naturally shines. Although Hermione had never heard this phrase, she grasped its essence through their conversation and whispered, If Draco hears you, you may find yourself in a predicament. Elaine winked. Then I shall ensure he does not. The 2 witches clinked their goblets together and giggled mischievously. Chapter 96. The Labyrinth. The weather in March had turned somewhat clearer, yet the persistent, howling cold wind still stung the skin. Elaine was grateful that she did not have outdoor classes. As the first-year wizards struggled to control their brooms on the lawn, the Care of Magical Creatures class was also held outdoors. And Draco had voiced his grievances about the frigid conditions more than once. However, the potions classroom located in the dungeon was even more chilling, with Snape gliding through the room like a specter, occasionally uttering scathing remarks. The wit-sharpening potion, designed to enhance the clarity of thought in its drinker, was not particularly difficult to concoct, but it demanded meticulous attention. Several classmates had already faced Snape's ire for overlooking details. Fortunately, being paired with Elaine had always proven safe, as Snape seldom unleashed his venom upon her during class. Elaine, do you sense that Professor Snape seems particularly morose today? Anna murmured as she pounded her scarab beetle, casting a glance at Snape. Elaine subtly nodded, her movements unceasing, speculating, perhaps someone in Gryffindor offended him this morning. Hermione, having just completed potions class with Gryffindor, was aware that they had lost house points again. No wonder. The professor appears ready to strike like a venomous serpent, Anna muttered, uncertain of what had transpired. The professor is coming, Elaine cautioned, catching a glimpse of Snape's dark robes, prompting Anna to immediately silence herself. Miss Brown, Miss Baird, have you completed your potion? Snape's voice, ominously low, sent a chill down Anna's spine, leaving her internally lamenting. Not yet, Professor. Then why are you not concentrating on your potion? Perhaps I should separate you to prevent your idle chatter. Snape stood menacingly behind them, instructing Miss Brown, remain here. As for you, Miss Baird, move to the side of the podium. Elaine hesitated momentarily under Snape's gaze, tidying her cauldron, experiencing for the first time the sensation of being under the watchful eye of authority. The rest of the class held their breath, fearing they might be next to incur his wrath. Surviving this harrowing atmosphere, Elaine handed the bottled wit sharpening potion to Snape before departing the classroom. Anna emerged 2 minutes later, still shaken, exclaiming, that was utterly terrifying. Elaine shared her trepidation. For the latter half of the class, Snape had stood at the podium, scrutinizing her every move without allowing any room for error. I hope Professor Snape's mood improves by the next class. Their prayers went unanswered. As for the following fortnight, Snape's demeanor remained grim, and Gryffindor's points visibly plummeted, with even Slytherin refraining from making a sound in front of their housemaster. Merlin, when will Snape return to normal? Elaine leaned back in her chair, her face concealed by a book. Hermione tossed down her quill in frustration, exclaiming that Gryffindor had endured an unbearable month, a situation evident from the dwindling gems in the hourglass. She yearned to vent her frustrations, but with 3 Slytherins present, she swallowed her words. Draco, do you know why Snape is in such a foul mood? Elaine inquired weakly. To her surprise, Draco hesitated. You truly know? Elaine sat up abruptly, her gaze fixated on him, with Hermione equally eager for an answer. He glanced at the others and mumbled, perhaps it has something to do with Karkaroff. Elaine was perplexed. Karkaroff? I recall. Hermione exclaimed, realizing, indeed Karkaroff visited Snape during our potions class. Elaine remembered the night of their failed nighttime escapade, recalling the palpable tension between Snape and Karkaroff in the castle. Considering Draco's earlier hesitation, she sighed inwardly, anticipating that peaceful days were a thing of the past. No. There are no peaceful days at Hogwarts. Unexpected events occur every year. This thought only deepened her sorrow. As the moonlight cast a hazy glow, Elaine and Draco strolled along the deserted shores of the Black Lake, the castle bustling with activity, making it an unsuitable place for conversation. It is the dark mark. Draco whispered close to her ear. The dark mark on their arms has reacted during this time. Unsurprisingly, the mark branded on the arms of Death Eaters served as a summons from Voldemort, and even in the absence of little Barty, Voldemort would inevitably return. Elaine furrowed her brow. That includes Uncle Lucius. Draco nodded, his expression shadowed, recalling the fearful and subservient demeanor of his father. The harrowing scenes from Malfoy Manor flooding his mind. A delicate hand grasped his, and he turned to see Elaine, offering a strained smile. I am unscathed. He was never alone. As days turned into weeks, the storm clouds above Snape's head showed no signs of dissipating. The young wizards eagerly anticipated the arrival of the final task in the Triwizard Tournament, blissfully unaware of the tumultuous undercurrents lurking in the shadows. Since the magical barrier had first come to public attention, Hermione and her peers felt a renewed urgency to improve it. Only Elaine and Draco understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. In the last week of May, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, Harry arrived at the Quidditch pitch. The evening sky was ablaze with crimson hues. Ordinarily he would be on the field, sweating profusely in preparation for the season's final Quidditch match. However, this year, he was preparing for the Triwizard Tournament. The once smooth and flat Quidditch pitch was now adorned with countless low walls, extending in intricate, labyrinthine branches that created a perplexing maze. A flicker of anger coursed through Harry. Good evening. A cheerful voice rang out ahead. Bagman approached with the other 3 champions, observing Harry's displeasure with a smile. Do not fret. This is merely temporary. Once the competition concludes, it will revert to the neat and level Quidditch pitch. This is the venue for your final task in the Triwizard Tournament. Looking at these low walls, can you guess what the task will be? Harry and Cedric exchanged glances, each reflecting the pain in the other's eyes. A maze, Crumb muttered. Precisely. It is indeed a maze. Bagman proclaimed that the competition was straightforward. The trophy was placed in the center of the labyrinth, and whoever reached it first would be declared the victor. Chapter 97. Barty Crouch. Do we merely need to traverse these mazes? Fleur inquired. Not at all, Bagman replied cheerfully. These low walls will grow to 20 feet high, and we will introduce various obstacles within. For instance, Hagrid has provided us with numerous creatures, and some must be dealt with using spells. The warrior leading in points will have the advantage of entering the maze first. Exciting, isn't it? They stepped over the low walls, moving deeper inside, where faint silhouettes of several individuals gathered in the distance. Who are they? Fleur asked, perplexed. Oh, I forgot to mention, Bagman said as he led them closer. Do you recall the magical diagram from last time? The one orchestrated by Miss Bird and Mr. Malfoy? They will once again facilitate the spectator's view of the competition, given that the surrounding walls will be 20 feet tall. Harry spotted Hermione, who was engaged in a heated debate with a Slytherin boy. As he approached, he overheard an array of unfamiliar terms, such as magical core, outer diagram, and magical conduits. Then he noticed Elaine joining the fray, and the terminology became even more perplexing. Hermione, Krum called out. The sudden voice interrupted their discussion, causing Hermione to turn around, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She took a deep breath and greeted him calmly. Good evening, Victor Harry. Are you here to check out the competition grounds? Krum nodded. What are you arguing about? Harry stood awkwardly by as he watched Hermione and Krum converse, feeling the tension since Ron had learned that Hermione's frequent disappearances were due to her association with 3 Slytherins. We were merely studying the magical diagram together. Knowledge is to be revered. And there are 5 of us. Hermione exclaimed, her anger palpable. Do not presume to judge my thoughts. After that, they ceased speaking to one another, leaving Harry caught in the middle of their discord, beginning to understand Hermione's previous position when she intervened between him and Ron. Fortunately, Elaine's arrival provided him with an escape. Good evening, Elaine. She glanced at Hermione, who was engrossed in conversation with Krum, then back at Harry. Is there a conflict? Harry was somewhat surprised. Did Hermione not mention it to you? Elaine shook her head. It's Ron, he mumbled. Well, I can guess how it is. She offered Harry a sympathetic look. Let us go. It's getting chilly. Unless you have other questions. We should return to the castle, Bagman announced loudly. Elaine surveyed the scene. Hermione and Krum were deep in discussion. Harry was fixated on Hermione, and Bernie, who had been part of the debate, was attempting to sway Theodore to his side. Realizing that the day was unlikely to progress further, she suggested disbanding. The evening glow faded, and twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings. Draco and Elaine strolled hand in hand along the edge of the Quidditch pitch. Time flies, Elaine remarked. It feels as though the Sorting Hat ceremony was just yesterday, and yet nearly 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I feel it has actually dragged on, Draco replied slowly under her inquisitive gaze. We still have several years until we turn 17. She understood the implication. Most wizards were on the brink of marriage shortly after reaching adulthood. You still have some time then. At least my father will be a formidable hurdle. Elaine raised an eyebrow, knowing that Onad would not easily permit anyone to court his daughter. Draco's handsome features hardened. He recalled the pressure he had faced from Professor Thaddeus, and the thought of confronting the father of his beloved was even more daunting. If one day he were to bring home a scruffy boy with Elaine's daughter. Elaine stared at him, bewildered by the expressions flitting across his face, sadness and frustration, but also anger? Abruptly, Draco was jolted from his thoughts as an unusual noise emanated from the nearby woods. He instinctively pulled Elaine behind him, wielding his wand. A man stumbled out from behind a tree, muttering to himself. Elaine's gaze sharpened as she decided to take the initiative. Sleep now. Once the man collapsed into unconsciousness, Elaine approached him. It was Barty Crouch. Draco took note of Crouch's disheveled appearance. He looked as though he had been wandering outside for an extended period, his robes tattered, and his face marred with bruises. This was a man who had claimed to be unwell, and in need of recuperation at home. Yet here he appeared alone at Hogwarts, battered and bruised. It was known that even during the Triwizard Tournament, his subordinate Percy Weasley had made public appearances on his behalf. Elaine sighed, little Barty's storyline has vanished. But old Barty remains as resilient as ever. This matter requires informing Dumbledore. I will keep watch over him, she asserted. Be careful, Draco advised, well aware of Elaine's capabilities. Leaving her here as a precaution seemed prudent. To ensure that old Barty did not awaken unexpectedly, Elaine kept a vigilant eye on him, ready to cast additional spells if necessary. Unfortunately, it was not until Dumbledore arrived that Crouch remained in a deep slumber. Dumbledore's expression was grave as he examined the unconscious Crouch. When we encountered him, he appeared disoriented. For safety's sake, I rendered him unconscious, Elaine explained. Observing Dumbledore bending down to check Crouch's eyelids, Elaine rolled her eyes discreetly, clearly indicating her disbelief in her words. Draco gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to temper her demeanor. A silver phoenix emerged from the tip of Dumbledore's wand, swiftly darting toward Hagrid's hut. He then raised his wand and directed it at the unconscious Crouch. Revive. Crouch's eyes opened in confusion, his murky gaze appearing somewhat frightening under the night sky. Dumbledore? He gasped, as if confirming the identity of the figure before him. He clutched Dumbledore's hand tightly. Dumbledore, I escaped. I must warn you. The ground trembled as Hagrid approached, brandishing a torch and panting heavily. Dumbledore, what has happened? Spotting Crouch lying on the ground, he exclaimed, Merlin's beard. Is that not Mr. Crouch? Crouch had by now released Dumbledore's hand, staring vacantly into space, murmuring, Weasley, once you have completed your task, send word to Dumbledore to reconfirm the number of Durmstrang students participating, and then send an owl to Madame Maxime. He looked utterly deranged. It is the Imperious Curse, Dumbledore assessed, decisively instructing Hagrid, take him to Madame Pomfrey's, and remain there without leaving. Hagrid advanced, disregarding Crouch's struggles, and roughly escorted him toward the hospital wing. And you too, Dumbledore looked at Draco and Elaine, returned to inform the head of house and the student leaders. Instruct them to keep an eye on everyone, and not to wander about the school. Yes, Professor, they replied. The previous commotion had not gone unnoticed, at least by Beauxbatons, which was not far from Hagrid's hut. Elaine glanced back to see Madame Maxime approaching. Let us return to the castle. The remaining matters should be handled by Dumbledore.